My precious first grandson. How could you just be gone? Shut up, you hag. You want me to beat you to death? Keep screaming. Let the whole world hear. Husband, come quick. Come see. That heartless girl, Jiayu, wants to abort my precious grandson. I can see with my own eyes. Keep screaming, and I'll really beat you to death. You only dare yell at me. My poor grandson. Just beat me to death, husband. Beat me to death and end it all. I don't want to live anymore. Inside a lusk cave dwelling in Cheng Xuemin Brigade, Guanzhuang commune, northern Shaanxi, a woman's wails echoed out, followed by her husband's furious threats to beat her. This instantly drew curious onlookers from outside, who exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. What first grandson? Their son Cheng Xuemin hasn't even married. Where would a grandson come from? Didn't you hear? It's that girl Jiayu. She wants to abort their precious grandson. You know Feng Jiayou, the pretty educated youth from the U station? Impossible. Didn't she just get into Yinjing University and return to the city to study? How could she be connected to their grandson? You haven't heard? Heard what? Tell me quickly. What else could it be? On the night before she left for university, their son Cheng Xuemin defiled that poor girl. Yes. It was rumored fiercely at the U station back then, but the next day, Jiayu left crying, and the matter was dropped. So Cheng Xuemin really did defile her? Now the girl is pregnant and wrote saying she'll abort the child? Of course she'll abort. How else can she find a husband later? Defiling her? That's nonsense. She practically threw herself at me. Inside the cave, Cheng Xuemin stared at the letter from the woman, utterly stunned by this royal flush she'd just played. For over 3 months since she returned to the city, not a single letter. Now, one arrives delivering a bombshell. Feng Jiayou wrote, "Let's put an end to our past. I'll abort the child." This single letter had just blown up his entire Cheng family. His mother wailed on the spot. His father sat silently on the Kong, chain smoking his pipe. Hearing his wife's cries, the old man grew so agitated he nearly raised his pipe to beat her. "Cheng Xuemin, you tell me what's going on here? How could that girl Jiayu suddenly write you this? Did you really defile and ruin that innocent girl that night?" Cheng Xuemin, puffing fiercely on his pipe, glared at his son. Cheng Xuemin could only smile bitterly. What else could it be? He'd been reborn. He never expected that he, a well-meaning post-85s office worker, would die of alcohol poisoning during a midlife career slump and be reborn into this heir into the body of a young Shaanxi farmer named Cheng Xuemin, who shared his name. Right after his rebirth, he happened to save Feng Jiayou, the most beautiful and virtuous educated youth at the local station. She was an intellectual. Saving her life shouldn't have led to such intimacy. But they lived in the same brigade always, bumping into each other. Gradually, Jiayu was captivated by Cheng Min's humor and shamelessness. Then came the restoration of the college entrance exam. Due to her family's political background, Jiayu couldn't take the first exam. Cheng Min took the initiative, running around to find his uncle, a cadre at the commune, persuading him with reason and emotion, finally securing Jiayu's eligibility to take the exam, a deeply touching surprise. After registration, Cheng Min went to the county to gather study materials for her. He even tutored her day and night, boosting her preparation. Her gratitude grew into admiration. Perhaps it was the rebirth effect. A man who'd long forgotten his high school knowledge in middle age now found it easy to relearn everything. With his solid 985 university foundation, Cheng Min swept Jiayu off her feet once more and smoothly guided the already capable Jiayu into Yinjing University. On the eve of her departure, Jiayu slipped into Cheng Min's bed of her own accord. She wanted to leave her most precious gift on this land she'd cultivated for 5 years. At the train station, she earnestly urged Cheng Min to take next year's college exam, get into Yinjing University, and come find her. But after Jiayu returned to the city to study, she vanished like a cow into the Sino letters for over 3 months. Now, the postman delivered this let terror royal flush. Jiayu was pregnant? That night, we only did it 3 times. How did it hit the jackpot? Did you really touch her? You bastard. I'll beat you to death. Seeing his son silent and sullen, the furious Cheng Xuemin actually raised his pipe, ready to strike. Beat me too. Beat us all to death. My precious grandson. Cheng Min, tell me, what should we do? Jiayu is such a kind girl. How could she be so heartless? Wanted to abort my grandson. His mother rushed over, shielding her son from his father's wrath. But what could they do? Jiayu was in Beijing. They were powerless here in the countryside. They couldn't even try to persuade her to keep the baby. What else can we do? Tomorrow, I'm leaving for Beijing. I'll bring her back the same way I sent her there. This bombshell was too big. Cheng Min had planned to lay low in the countryside for a few years, wait for policies to loosen, then seize early opportunities to become one of the first wealthy few. But now, he had to go to Beijing immediately. Feng Jiayou wanted to abort the child. Regardless of whether she was truly pregnant or not, Cheng had to go to Beijing to verify it. Because he couldn't afford to gamble. Because he knew better than anyone the risks of abortion in this medically backward era were enormous. And judging by the timing, nearly 4 months pregnant. At this stage, the danger was even greater. One misstep could mean losing both mother and child. Impulse is the devil. That night, he should have stopped, even if Jiayu had initiated it. Now she's pregnant, it's a huge burden for both of them. Aborting it? Given Jiayu's university plans and his remote rural life, it might be the most rational choice. Neither was ready. But for her, it was the most dangerous choice. Cheng wouldn't let her take that risk. Even if, in the worst case, she was determined to abort, as a man, he had a duty to be by her side. Her parents hadn't been rehabilitated, she had no family or support in Beijing. So Cheng changed his plan. No more lying low. He's leaving for Beijing immediately. In a race against time, was he still a step too late? In this era, one cannot simply enter the city at will. Cheng Xuemin must first obtain a letter of introduction from the brigade. Without this document, he could not even leave the Guangzhou commune. Even for a trip to Yanjing, a letter from the brigade might prove insufficient. A letter from the Guangzhou commune was essential. Furthermore, he required a national food ticket, as local tickets would not suffice. Yanjing does not recognize them. Fortunately, both the letter of introduction and the national food ticket were easily attainable for Cheng Xuemin. The brigade secretary of Feng Jiayou was none other than his uncle, who promptly issued the letter that very afternoon. Due to his maternal uncle's position as an official at the commune, securing another letter of introduction was equally smooth, along with 10 pounds of national food tickets. Additionally, to facilitate his nephew's endeavors in Yanjing, his uncle took advantage of his position to provide a blank letter of introduction, which would allow Cheng Xuemin to fill in any necessary details upon arrival. This favor was only granted after his mother wept for an entire night at her family home, pleading for an extra letter. Otherwise, who would dare to issue such a favor without a blood relation? With 3 letters of introduction and 10 pounds of national food tickets in hand, all that remained was to secure a train ticket, which proved to be a bit challenging. Typically, villagers would lack the courage to step outside the brigade or commune without a train ticket. But Cheng Xuemin was different. Accustomed to the fast-paced lifestyle of later years, he did not wait for the commune to book his ticket. Instead, he packed his belongings and took a bus to the county, then transferred to the train station in the city. With his letters of introduction, he successfully purchased 2 train tickets for the following day to Yanjing. The first ticket was to the provincial capital, the second was a direct train from there to Yanjing. A transfer was necessary, as there were no direct trains from their city to Yanjing. Since it was for the following day, Cheng Xuemin spent the night at a nearby guest house. On November 10, 1978, after a lengthy journey of over 40 hours, his train arrived at Yanjing Station. As he stepped out into the modern square of the station, he silently declared, "Yanjing, I have arrived. Feng Jiayou, I am here for you." Feng Jiayou was a boarding student. She had not disclosed her home address in her letters. The return address on the envelope was Yanjing University. Given that her parents had yet to be granted the opportunity to return to the city, they likely had no home in Yanjing and had to stay at the university. Thus, upon exiting the station, he inquired about the bus route to Yanjing University and boarded the bus. After a bus ride of over 40 minutes, around 4 in the afternoon, Cheng Xuemin arrived at Yanjing University and entered the campus with ease. During this period, Yanjing University was largely open to the public, allowing easy access without the need for thorough checks, unlike several decades later. In order to visit Yanjing University and immerse oneself in the scholarly atmosphere of this esteemed institution, one must first pay a ticket fee exceeding 150 yuan. Of course, if you happen to know a current student, they can graciously escort you in without charge. Yanjing University is vast, so expansive that it took Cheng Xuemin nearly an hour to walk from the entrance to inquire about Feng Jiayou's department. "Excuse me, is this the Chinese department specializing in the Chinese language? Do you happen to know a student named Feng Jiayou?" Upon locating the large classroom belonging to Feng Jiayou's department, Cheng Xuemin found himself waiting quietly outside as the class had just concluded. He ignored the curious glances from the students exiting, and as the last student emerged, he became increasingly anxious, intercepting her to ask, "Are you here looking for Jiayou? May I ask your relation to her?" Huang Beijia adjusted her large glasses, cautiously scrutinizing the young man before her, who appeared somewhat rustic yet possessed an undeniable charm. "You are searching for Feng Jiayou? Could it be that you are a relative from the countryside?" she inquired. Suddenly, a spark of recognition illuminated Huang Beijia's face as she recalled the instructions Feng Jiayou had given her the previous week. "Oh, you are Cheng Xuemin," she exclaimed, her surprise evident. "Ah, you know me?" Cheng Xuemin was taken aback, realizing he had indeed found the right person. This young woman was a classmate of Feng Jiayou, and the classroom he had approached was indeed the one Feng Jiayou attended. Yet, he pondered, how could it be that none of the students had seen her as they exited? Moreover, the instant he mentioned Feng Jiayou, she had called his name so readily. Clearly, Feng Jiayou had spoken of him in her conversations with her peers. "I know you very well, Cheng Xuemin. Have you gotten Feng Jiayou pregnant?" Huang Beijia remarked boldly, confirming a troubling thought in Cheng Xuemin's mind. Feng Jiayou is indeed expecting. "Stop dawdling here. Jiayou hasn't attended classes for an entire week. I heard her parents have returned to the city, likely aware of her condition and seeking to terminate the pregnancy. You must hurry to her home." Huang Beijia's startling revelations left Cheng Xuemin in shock. It became evident that the contents of Feng Jiayou's letter were true. She was indeed pregnant and facing the prospect of an abortion. More critically, her parents had returned to the city. This clarified the abruptness of her correspondence, hinting at the pressure she might be experiencing from her family. Otherwise, how could she have penned such a definitive farewell after a tearful separation filled with affection? Cheng Xuemin had harbored doubts while reading her letter, which compelled him to rush over without delay. Feng Jiayou had already taken a week off, and her parents were searching for someone to terminate her pregnancy. Had she arrived too late? Yet she had set out the very next day upon receiving her letter. However, recalling that the date on Feng Jiayou's letter was dated half a month ago, Cheng Xuemin felt a surge of anxiety. He quickly turned, grabbing his luggage, and rushed forward. But after only a few steps, he swiftly turned back, asking, "Classmate, do you know the address of Feng Jiayou's home? She hasn't been to school these past few days. Have her family come to report her safety?" Panic surged within him. Cheng Xuemin truly feared that Feng Jiayou might succumb to the pressure and undergo the procedure before he could reach her. The risks associated with such a procedure in this era were perilous, nearly a matter of life and death. "Ah, yes. Before she went home, she gave me her address. She said you would definitely come looking for her in the next few days." Huang Beijia's anxiety was also stirred. As she frantically rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a textbook, and finding the note Feng Jiayou had left for her, she handed it to Cheng Xuemin. Thank you. Classmate." Cheng Xuemin accepted the note, glanced at it, expressed his gratitude, and hurriedly turned to leave once more. "Cheng Xuemin, why are you only just arriving? How much longer are you planning to delay? We agreed on a half-month limit. If you do not show up, she'll have to obediently undergo the procedure." She was well into her term. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it became for her. If he intended to come, half a month should have been ample time for a round trip. In the second courtyard of a Sihiyuan on Fudong Alley, by Taiping's-Wang, Feng Jiayou stood in silence before her mother's interrogation. "Jiayou, mother only wants what's best for you. It truly cannot be delayed any longer. You must go through with it." Her sister-in-law, Sun Wan, echoed her sentiments, urging her younger sister-in-law to hasten the process, lest it become increasingly difficult. In contrast, her elder sister-in-law, Kuyume, gently tugged at her husband Feng Jiao's sleeve, hesitant to speak. Receiving the silent cue from his beloved wife, Feng Jiao hesitated, his expression wavering. Yet he mustered the courage to declare, "It's settled. We will go to the hospital tomorrow." Before their eldest son Feng Jiao could respond, Feng's mother abruptly stood up, making a decisive announcement, causing the couple to blush in embarrassment. "Where do you think you're going? You ignorant debt collector. Where do you intend to wander off to at this late hour?" Startled by her eldest daughter's sudden stand and silent departure, Feng's mother pursued her with questions. "I'm going back to school. I do not agree. I will never agree." Feng Jiayou's face turned pale, her heart racing with urgency. Time was ticking. Cheng Xuemin should have already arrived in Yanjing by now. Why hadn't he come yet? If this continued to drag on, her mother would indeed force her to the hospital. Feng Jiayou had not anticipated that a moment of impulsiveness with Cheng Xuemin would lead to her pregnancy. To be candid, she was ill-prepared for motherhood. Upon returning to the city, she had been enraptured by visions of a splendid future. The subsequent arrivals of her father, mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law filled her with even greater joy. She yearned to share this delightful news with Cheng Xuemin, who was far away in northern Shaanxi. But her mother intercepted her letter, firmly advising her to sever all ties with the rural farmer. Regardless of the fact that he had been her daughter's savior and had aided her in gaining admission to Yanjing University. How could such connections be so easily discarded? Moreover, Her mother remained oblivious to the fact that Feng Jiayou had left her most cherished possession in that golden land. Consequently, the mother-daughter duo soon found themselves embroiled in conflict. When Feng Jiayou's pregnancy was confirmed, it detonated like a bomb within the Feng household. Feng's mother, exasperated by her daughter's perceived lack of self-respect, could not fathom how, after enduring 5 years, her daughter would act so foolishly on the eve of their return to the city. The child must be terminated. This was a matter of principle, and the entire Feng family unanimously urged Feng Jiayou to end the pregnancy. Yet, as a mother, Feng Jiayou resolutely insisted on keeping the child. Such a monumental issue could not be left to her daughter's whims. The conflict escalated. As the months progressed and her belly began to swell, her daughter's obstinacy reached a point of desperation. Feng's father, who was typically open-minded and rarely spoke harshly, found himself compelled to have a serious discussion with Feng Jiayou, which finally led her to reconsider and agree to sit down with her mother for a calm discussion. The child must be removed. This was Feng's mother's unwavering stance. However, Feng Jiayou remained steadfast, and their confrontation yielded no resolution. Ultimately, it was Feng's father who intervened, suggesting that the decision regarding whether to keep the child should rest with the child's father. If he refused to accept the child, Feng Jiayou would have no justification for retaining it. Upon this reminder from her father, Feng Jiayou relented, allowing Cheng Xuemin to make a choice and promptly penned a letter. Yet, her mother opposed this course of action. If Feng Jiayou were to write to that farmer, asking him to choose, would it truly be a choice? Surely he would want the child. Not only that, he might even use it as an excuse to come to Yanjing and seek refuge with them. Thus, while writing was permissible, it had to be dictated by her mother. Feng Jiayou would merely transcribe her words, without a single character added or omitted. Thus, the letter that Cheng Xuemin received was born. The contents of the letter need not be elaborated upon here. But what is noteworthy is the gentleman's agreement that transpired between the mother and daughter. Regardless of Cheng Xuemin's attitude or decision, their pact remained firm. From the day the letter was dispatched, a fortnight had elapsed. Within this brief span, if Cheng Xuemin were to appear at the Feng family's residence, it would imply that the farmer possesses a modicum of capability and responsibility. Feng's mother resolved to make a final decision only upon encountering him. Should Cheng Xuemin remain absent within this fortnight, it would indicate that the farmer harbors no genuine concern for her daughter, lacking any semblance of accountability. In such a case, there would be no hesitation. Her obedient daughter would promptly be taken to the hospital. In essence, it was a gamble, a wager on whether this farmer truly cared for Feng Jiayou. Even if the letter explicitly stated that the child had been terminated and that there would be no further connection, urging him to cease all correspondence. The question remained, would he still hasten to Beijing? If he did arrive, it would suggest that he possessed at least some sense of responsibility and held her daughter in his heart. Furthermore, her daughter had mentioned that although the farmer had not graduated from high school, he still had the potential to pursue higher education. If he could come and gain admission to a university in Beijing, everything would be manageable. However, with a fortnight having passed without a trace of him, the confrontation between mother and daughter was inevitable. What a calamity! How did I end up with such a debt collector for a daughter? You dare to leave this house? If you do, I, Gu Xueqing, will no longer acknowledge you as my daughter. There is no daughter who speaks so recklessly and dishonors her word. Just half a month ago, they had made a pact, and Feng Jiayou had been utterly resolute. Yet, what was the outcome? That wild man did not care for her at all. If he truly cared, he would have made the journey back and forth in that time. Feng Jiayou, why are you standing there in a daze? Go bring your sister back. Do you truly wish for her to give birth to that illegitimate child without any clarity? Harsh words aside, a mother understands her daughter's stubbornness better than anyone. As she witnessed her daughter genuinely preparing to leave the house, Gu Xueqing, in a state of desperation, shouted at the still-dazed Feng Jiayou. Jiayou. Hearing his mother's voice, Feng Jiayou dared not delay and rushed to retrieve her. You all go too. Are you not afraid of the shame reaching the front courtyard? As she noticed the eldest and second daughter-in-law watching the scene unfold, Feng's mother cried out again. What a calamity! This cannot be allowed. Feng's father, who had been mostly silent, was equally incensed and followed them out of the house. If news were to reach the front courtyard, the illustrious reputation of the Feng family, known for its scholarly lineage, would be utterly tarnished. However, when Feng Jiayou caught up, he found that Feng Jiayou was standing still, staring vacantly at the entrance to the front courtyard. Jiayou, listen to your mother. She only wishes the best for you. Besides, We have made a wager. It is not as if opportunities have not been presented to you. But in reality, he does not hold you in his heart at all. Within these 2 weeks, excluding 5 or 6 days for the letter S journey, he had ample time. If he had intended to come, he would have done so long ago. Feng Jiayou, having caught up, seized the moment while his wife was absent to offer his sister some words of counsel. As she so poignantly expressed, her heart truly ached for Feng Jiayou. 2 trips were sufficient. Yet, with his absence, she could not allow her sister, now a grown woman, to be so devastated. Cheng Xuemin, where have you been? Caught off guard, Feng Jiayou was momentarily stunned by his sister's heart-wrenching cry. Following closely behind, Kuyume and Sun Wan, along with Feng's father, were equally drawn to the direction of the front yard by Feng Jiayou's plaintive voice. At the entrance of the yard stood a modestly dressed young man, pushing a bicycle. It was none other than Cheng Xuemin. Initially uncertain if he had arrived at the Feng household, he lingered at the door, searching for someone to inquire. Just then, he caught sight of Feng Jiayou emerging, tears streaming down her face, leaving him utterly astonished, his gaze instinctively drifting to her slightly rounded abdomen. Feng Jiayou also recognized Cheng Xuemin at the door. At first, she was unsure, only seeing his profile. But as he turned to face her, she stood there, dumbfounded. When he broke into a silly grin directed at her, she could no longer contain herself and cried out with palpable distress, "Cheng Xuemin, why have you only just arrived?" Her plaintive tone tugged at Cheng Xuemin's heartstrings. He promptly leaned his bicycle against the wall and hurried towards her. Feng Jiayou, her pace quickening, dashed toward him with tears of joy. The two embraced, their reunion igniting curiosity among the other neighbors in the yard, who rushed out just in time to witness their heartfelt embrace. Feng's father, unable to bear the sight, turned and retreated into the house. "Why have you returned? Did you not bring back that debt collector?" Seeing her husband return in silence, Feng's mother grew anxious, fearing her uninformed eldest daughter might recklessly venture out into the dark night, risking a fall. "He has come," Feng's father muttered, grumpily resuming his previous seat, awaiting their arrival. "Ah, who has come?" Feng's mother asked, still processing the situation. But before Feng's father could respond, a loud voice from the front yard announced, "Grandpa Qian, this is my beloved Cheng Xuemin. He has just arrived from northern Shaanxi." Horrified, Feng's mother's expression changed instantaneously, and she could no longer maintain her composure as she rushed out of the house to retrieve the embarrassing debt collector. "Is this an official announcement?" Cheng Xuemin was equally taken aback by Feng Jiayou's boldness. Under the inquisitive gazes of her neighbors, she dared to introduce him so openly. Though they had traveled together, they had not yet formalized their union with a marriage certificate, akin to boarding a train without a ticket. In this era, such matters were usually kept discreet. Yet Feng Jiayou was audacious enough to declare it outright. Moreover, it would have been prudent to give Cheng Xuemin a heads up, a word of warning. "Beloved of Jiayou, you're already married in northern Shaanxi? Why have I never heard your parents mention this? Are you married? No wonder I noticed a slight bulge in your abdomen. It seems you are expecting, aren't you? Congratulations, Teacher Gu. This is indeed a double blessing for your family. When will you be holding the banquet?" Feng Jiayou's loud introduction instantly sparked a flurry of gossip among the neighbors. "I saw her mother come over, offering her congratulations." However, to Feng's mother, the remarks were painfully grating. Who knows what tales these people are weaving about her daughter and their family in private. "Cheng Xuemin, this is my mother. Quickly call her mom." Just as Cheng Xuemin hesitated, contemplating whether to offer the woman a ride, he was pulled before this more mature version of Feng Jiayou, who insisted he address her as mom. The pace was overwhelming. Cheng Xuemin could hardly keep up. Just as he was about to utter mom, he shot a glare at Feng Jiayou and said irritably, "Let us discuss this at home. It's embarrassing." Everything was laid bare. The creditors were clearly intent on forcing her to acknowledge this son-in-law, whether she liked it or not. As expected, the mother-in-law did not seem to favor him. "Ignore her. You are due to be recognized, whether she accepts it or not." Feng Jiayou, proudly displaying her belly, clung to Cheng Xuemin's arm and said, "Come on. Let us listen to mom and head home." "What does do mean? Can you clarify?" Cheng Xuemin, bewildered, was pulled into the central courtyard, leaving the neighbors behind to speculate without restraint. "What is going on?" Teacher Gu doesn't seem to welcome her son-in-law. "Welcome? That is a joke. I heard she chose a farmer from Shaanxi. How could such a proud woman as Teacher Gu accept a country bumpkin as a son-in-law?" "A country bumpkin? No wonder Teacher Gu looks a bit off. If it were my daughter, I wouldn't agree either. Just watch." The old Feng family is truly bustling now. Elder brother and sister-in-law, this is my Cheng Xuemin. Once inside her family's courtyard, Feng Jiayou introduced Cheng Xuemin to her siblings, saying, Xuemin, this is my elder brother Feng Jiayou, and my sister-in-law Kuyume. And this is my second sister-in-law, Sun Wan. You know about my second brother. He's in Yunnan with the production and construction corps and hasn't returned yet. Feng Jiayou had already mentioned her family situation to Cheng Xuemin when they first got together. Now that her parents and siblings had returned to the city, only her second brother remained in Yunnan, and her little sister was being cared for by relatives in the countryside. After the introductions, Cheng Xuemin greeted them politely, saying hello, elder brother and sister-in-law. Hello, second sister-in-law. Let us head inside. Feng Jiayou was reluctant to respond with brother until he understood his mother's intentions. However, with the recent announcement from the Feng family, they must acknowledge this son-in-law, regardless of their initial reluctance. Let us proceed inside. Feng Jiayou is well aware that the acceptance of Cheng Xuemin as a son-in-law ultimately rests in the hands of the two elders within. Otherwise, none of those outside would dare respond to Cheng Xuemin's greetings. Why are you so anxious? Channel that shameless charm you displayed back in Chengjiuan. Perhaps sensing Cheng Xuemin's unease, Feng Jiayou adjusted his attire and teased, You're quite the mischievous one. Look at those tear stains on your face. They're still visible. Cheng Xuemin looked at her with a tender heart, jesting. I think it's you who's nervous. What do I have to be anxious about? Having lived 2 lives. He had encountered countless situations. In contrast, Feng Jiayou could distinctly feel her heart racing in her chest. All right, with your reassurance, we're halfway there. She nodded, brushing off the dust from Cheng Xuemin's trousers, and instructed, when the time comes, I'll speak. Try to remain silent as much as possible, just like that night. I'll lie here and stay still as long as I can. You take the stage. Cheng Xuemin echoed her sentiment, recalling the incident from that night. Are you trying to kill me? In a fleeting moment, Feng Jiayou's face flushed with embarrassment, casting him a disapproving glance as she firmly pulled him into the Feng family's main hall. All right, we'll discuss this after your entire family gets into Yin University. She said, Dad, Mom, this is Cheng Xuemin. He's here. Upon entering the hall, Feng Jiayou reintroduced Cheng Xuemin to her parents. At that moment, Feng father and mother sat high above, their expressions a mixture of complexity as they regarded the young man from the rural expanse of northern Shaanxi. Earlier, in the dim light outside, they hadn't discerned his features well. Now, under the illumination of the room, they could examine him more closely. Standing over 6 feet tall with a ruggedly handsome face, he was indeed presentable. It was no wonder their daughter had been captivated. Yet in this day and age, can appearances truly provide sustenance? What could a rural illiterate accomplish in the city? What nonsense were you spouting outside? You must be deliberately opposing us. After scrutinizing him, Feng mother, catching sight of her daughter, reproached her indignantly. Mom, I wasn't speaking nonsense. Xuemin is the one I truly love. Feng Jiayou asserted defiantly. Aren't you ashamed? Have you two married? We have. This time, Xuemin is here so we can register our marriage at the street office. I refuse to agree. Abandon all hope. I will never allow him to cross the threshold of our Feng family. Faced with her daughter's obstinacy, Feng mother erupted in anger, slamming the door as she retreated to her room. This left Feng Jiayou's siblings and their spouses in a state of shock, too frightened to voice their opinions. Their mother was too domineering, and the future mother-in-law was equally formidable. Only Feng Jiayou dared to confront them in such a manner. None of the sons or daughters-in-law would ever challenge her like that. Father, look. Mother is being unreasonable, despite our previous agreement. As she witnessed her mother leaving in anger, feeling helpless, Feng Jiayou glanced at her father, hoping he would act justly. She pondered who was truly being unreasonable, who had stormed out first. Feng's father silently questioned himself. The young man before them certainly had impeccable timing, directly confronting their stance. He had arrived within half a month, and now his daughter clung to this point. What a predicament! He could only imagine how his wife was sulking in their room, blaming him for the ill-conceived idea of letting this happen. Truth be told, he vehemently opposed it. Yet, no matter how much he disagreed, he couldn't override his daughter's affections, especially now that she was already expecting. This hasty decision, executed without prior discussion, was a harsh reality in any era, leaving no room for negotiation. Young man, we ought to express our gratitude for the care you've provided to our Jiayou during her years as a youth volunteer in the countryside, particularly for saving her life. Feng's father contemplated this and turned to Cheng Xuemin, the first to speak directly to him apart from Jiayou. Just moments earlier, Feng's mother had scarcely acknowledged him, looking down upon him entirely. "Uncle, you flatter me. I will take responsibility for Jiayou," Cheng Xuemin declared. However, Feng Jiayou tugged at him, signaling him to refrain from speaking, as she wished to take the lead in the conversation. His initial words were misguided. Her parents were not seeking his accountability, but rather hoping he would not assume any. Cheng Xuemin, undeterred, believed that as a man, he must step forward when the time called for it. Hiding behind Jiayou and allowing her to bear the brunt would only diminish her parents' regard for him. He continued, "Uncle, I received Jiayou's letter 3 days ago, and it was then I learned that my impulsiveness that night led to her condition." 3 days ago? But I sent that letter half a month ago, Feng Jiayou exclaimed, unable to restrain herself upon hearing Cheng Xuemin's words. The rest of the Feng family were equally astonished by this revelation. The letter that was sent half a month prior, ignoring why it had only been received 3 days ago, was pivotal. The fact that he had only just received it and now stood before them had shifted the family's perception of him. Previously, Feng's mother had remarked that a round trip could easily be made in half a month, which was an exaggeration, as sending a letter to Shaanxi typically took about a week. Considering potential delays, it could take 10 days or even half a month. Even if Cheng Xuemin had received the letter and intended to leave immediately, he would require at least a week to prepare, plus several more days for the journey. Thus, in this era, it was nearly impossible for someone to travel from afar on such short notice without a couple of months' time. The original agreement of half a month was intended to facilitate an abortion, with no one having anticipated that this rural individual would actually make the journey. Yet, who could have foreseen this? They have arrived, even if it is precisely on time. Perhaps they were delayed on the road, yet I am grateful that nothing was lost. For otherwise, I might never forgive myself in this lifetime. I am acutely aware of the calamity I unleashed that fateful night. Cheng Xuemin nodded, his heart aching as he gazed at the side of Feng Jiayou. Indeed, he felt immense gratitude that the letter had not been lost along the way. He then addressed the gathering. "Uncle and Aunt, I know you are listening. What I wish to convey is that the child is far along. It is truly perilous to proceed with any form of termination. While I may be unaware of the circumstances in our city, I am well aware that in our county, almost none have survived such an ordeal." Feng's father, seated high, could no longer remain composed. His face turned ashen. How could they not understand the gravity of inducing labor at such an advanced stage? Was it not the stubbornness of his daughter that had led them to this point? "Uncle and Aunt, I was impulsive and I wronged Jiayou. I hope you can grant me an opportunity for redemption. I wish to take Jiayou back to Shaanxi for the new year to nurture the pregnancy and ensure the child is born safely. Once the child is born, Jiayou can return." Hadn't Feng Jiayou's mother vehemently refused to let him enter their home moments ago? Cheng Xuemin's stance was quite clear. If he was not welcomed, he simply would not enter. Surely, he could take their daughter back home. That must be permissible, right? To bring her back to rural Shaanxi? What on earth was he thinking? After all, she had only just returned to the city, and now he wanted her to endure hardship in the countryside? She had worked so hard to gain admission to Yen University, only to abandon it. Feng's mother, who had been silently brooding in the room, initially thought the situation was manageable, particularly when she learned he had rushed over in just 3 days, clearly not wishing for her daughter to take that risk. As a mother, her heart was deeply stirred. Yet, as she listened further, the notion of sending her daughter back to rural Shaanxi to endure hardship for the sake of the pregnancy was unbearable. Unable to contain her frustration, she burst forth to confront him, to take her back to the countryside. She will forego her university education, abandon her residency in Beijing? Cheng Xuemin, I will return with you. My ability to come back to the city and gain admission to Yen University is entirely due to your support. Your talent is undeniable. If necessary, we shall bear the child, and next year, we shall all strive together to attend university in Beijing. It remained uncertain whether she intended to provoke her mother or if Feng Jiayou genuinely held such thoughts. Upon witnessing her mother emerge once more to challenge him, she boldly positioned herself in front of Cheng Xuemin, defiantly retorting. Furthermore, she emphatically stated that her return to the city and her admission to Yen University were solely attributable to Cheng Xuemin's influence. Very well. You are impressive. Your entire family is remarkable. Come back only when your whole family has been admitted to Yen University. Leave now. All of you get out. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, the typically graceful and proud Feng mother cracked under the pressure, almost ready to chase them away with a broom. Enough. Feng Jiayou, can you not be more rebellious? Feng's father could no longer bear to watch. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed. In an instant, the entire Feng household fell silent, for no one had ever witnessed such fury from her father. Born into the world, bearing the surname Feng. With a decisive clap, Father Feng proclaimed, whoever dares to step outside this home tonight shall never return. Almost immediately, the sound of a child's cries echoed through the house. Likely awakened by fright. I shall tend to Li Xin, exclaimed second sister-in-law Sun Wan, hastily retreating to her room. Yet, the cries were emanating from Mother Feng's quarters. She intended to voice her thoughts, but upon hearing her grandchild's continuous wailing, she relinquished her intentions and returned to her own room. Father Feng, too, upon rising with a thud, did not settle back down, but followed suit into the chamber. Could you not speak to mother properly? Must you always be so confrontational? Chided eldest brother Feng Jiayou, rising to leave. And what of you? Are you not also defying the orders? Retorted Feng Jiayou, startled by her father's outburst. Her heart still racing. Witnessing her brother's complaints and his intention to exit, she couldn't help but retort, what do you mean by defying the orders? When have I done so? Feng Jiayou felt his good intentions unappreciated, bewildered by her rebuttal. Father just said, whoever dares to step outside this home shall never return. Feng Jiayou echoed the warning. And what are my plans tonight? Did father not just mention you two? Feng Jiayou was taken aback, unsure of whether to leave or stay, as he indeed had a gathering to attend. What gathering? Hurry back to your room and sleep, urged eldest sister-in-law Kuyume, who had also risen, initially believing her husband would return to their room, only to discover he intended to go out. What is there to do at this hour? Did you not hear father's stern warning? Is this not defying the orders? She hurriedly pulled her husband back into their room. Why are you pulling me? I truly have a gathering tonight. Besides, did father specifically mention us? Before long, the Feng family's main room fell into an uneasy silence, leaving only Feng Jiayou and Cheng Xuemin in a state of confusion. But father, if you do not permit us to leave this door, where shall Xuemin and I sleep tonight? After everyone retreated to their respective rooms, Feng Jiayou realized that she had nowhere to go. Her parents had only recently returned to the city, and their housing arrangements had yet to be finalized. They were temporarily renting a friend's home. Thus, there were only 3 rooms, one for her parents, one for her elder brother and sister-in-law, and one for her second brother and sister-in-law. Currently, there was no room allocated for the 2 daughters. Since Feng Jiayou had returned home after being accepted into university, accommodations at her school had been arranged. Her younger sister Feng Jiayou would also have to wait until winter break to return home. Moreover, her second brother Feng Jiaqing had not yet returned to the city, which meant that when the sisters visited, they could squeeze into their second sister-in-law's room. Thus, during this leave, Feng Jiayou had been sharing a bed with her second sister-in-law and her 6-year-old niece, Feng Li Xin, while her 3-year-old nephew, Feng Liwen, slept with her parents. Housing was indeed a pressing issue. However, her father has just issued a stern decree forbidding anyone from leaving the house, and everyone has retreated to their respective rooms. What are the 2 of them supposed to do? It is hardly conceivable for them to crowd into her sister-in-law's room for the night, is it? The most sensible arrangement would be for Cheng Xuemin, this unwelcome guest, to find accommodation elsewhere. That was indeed his initial plan. Yet, the harsh words spoken by Feng Jiayou's father earlier left him uncertain if he too was included in that ultimatum. If he were to step out of the Feng household tonight, would he ever be allowed to return? From Feng Jiayou's implication, it seemed they were expected to consummate their union tonight. Perhaps the timing was simply unfortunate, as there was no opportunity for a transitional period in the late hours. Silence prevailed. Inside, only the soothing voice of her mother could be heard, comforting the grandson, while her father disregarded Feng Jiayou's remark. Evidently, Feng's father had not considered the living arrangements in light of his earlier outburst. Where, then, would the son-in-law of the Feng family spend the night? I am asking you. You have chosen to keep him. How do you intend to accommodate him? After soothing her grandson, Feng's mother turned to her husband, who was sitting at the foot of the bed, smoking. Am I not the one being troubled by your quarrels? Have I not been driven to the brink? Feng's father, realizing the gravity of the situation, acknowledged that, given their living conditions, it would be quite difficult to arrange for the son-in-law to stay elsewhere. Yes, it is all my fault, entirely my doing. I alone have been unfeeling and indifferent to her plight. Surely that suffices? Feng's mother was already simmering with frustration. That obstinate debt collector had always been insistent, and now that her husband had arrived, it was even more complicated. Had her father not suddenly lost his temper, she would have already eloped with her man by now. Look at you, so impatient again. Does urgency resolve problems? Feng's father was also quite vexed. Am I not allowed to be anxious? Pray tell, what shall we do now? That debt collector is certainly unwilling to terminate the pregnancy. Feng's mother plopped down at the head of the bed, covering her face with her hands in exasperation. Yume has always desired this child. Suddenly, Feng's father mentioned their eldest daughter-in-law, Yume, which caused Feng's mother to look up, astonished. The eldest son and his wife had been married for over a decade without producing any offspring, a source of deep concern for the Feng family. They had indeed contemplated the idea of allowing that debt collector to bear the child, so that it could be raised as a son or daughter for her elder brother and sister-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law had subtly hinted at this notion as well. However, the scandal of their unmarried daughter giving birth to an illegitimate child was simply unacceptable. Absolutely not. Although Feng's mother did not openly voice her disapproval in front of the eldest daughter-in-law, she had consistently maintained that the debt collector must terminate the pregnancy. That was her stance. She would not allow her daughter's future to be irrevocably marred simply because the eldest daughter-in-law was incapable of bearing children and sought to adopt one. Furthermore, if adoption were truly desired, the second son could simply father another child to be bestowed upon them. As the family awaits the marriage of Jiayou, they ponder the prospect of having her bear a child. However, the notion of tarnishing her reputation is utterly unacceptable to Su Qing. Resigned to their fate, they contemplate the situation. The rumors have already spread. What more can be done? Initially, Feng's father contemplated suggesting that they return to Shaanxi after the child is born, secretly entrusting the infant to the eldest son's wife for upbringing. Yet, upon reflection, this seemed utterly misguided. Their insistence on having Jiayou terminate the pregnancy stems from a desire to sever all ties with the Shaanxi side. What would it mean to allow them to return? Furthermore, once the child is born, how could they possibly part with it, especially to the eldest son's family? Time is of the essence. Earlier, Feng Jiayou had publicly announced her pregnancy in the courtyard before old Qian and others. The news of the son-in-law of the Feng family has likely spread throughout the entire courtyard and will only amplify by tomorrow. Thus, witnessing Cheng Xuemin's sense of responsibility, Feng's father reluctantly acquiesces to the situation. So, you agree to let him enter the family? Feng's mother inquired, her voice tinged with resignation. What other choice do we have? Feng's father replied, equally powerless. The pregnancy is quite advanced, and Cheng's character seems commendable. He bears this sense of duty. Fine. You are the head of the household. Your word is final. I shall not intervene. But once the child is born, it shall be raised by Yume and bear the Feng surname. Indeed, you are the most obedient and diligent young woman, they chided. When Feng Jiayou was in the Cheng family's youth cadre, she was quite meek. A typically demure and well-behaved girl, she spent her days reading at the youth point, never engaging in disputes. However, with Cheng Xuemin's arrival, they truly witnessed her formidable spirit. Now, she has managed to put the entire family in a difficult position. The most awkward one is Cheng Xuemin, caught as an outsider, uncertain whether to leave or stay. You choose not to engage, do you? He mused. All right. Cheng Xuemin, we shall take our leave, stay at the guest house, and share a room. Noticing her father's indifference, Feng Jiayou's earlier bravado returned, and she grabbed Cheng Xuemin, preparing to exit. She even shouted back into the house, emphasizing their intent to stay at the guest house, ensuring her words were unmistakably clear. Cheng Xuemin, in truth, was tempted by the idea of going to the guest house to share a room. Being young and full of fervor, he felt the heat of passion. Yet, he understood that should he truly accept and follow Feng Jiayou out the door, it would spell disaster. Quickly, he grasped her hand. Redirecting the conversation, I brought you some delicious treats. Let us enjoy them first. Delicious treats? Upon hearing this, Feng Jiayou's face lit up with eagerness, her eyes darting to the cloth bag Cheng had placed on the ground upon entering. I brought a little something. I really shouldn't have come empty-handed. The urgency of your letter caught me off guard, leaving me unprepared. Thus, I simply took whatever was at hand. Indeed, I brought very few items. Accustomed as I am to the brisk pace of departure, this time, Cheng Xuemin arrived with just a few changes of clothes, accompanied by a large bag of local specialties. When Cheng Xuemin opened the bag to reveal the plump red dates, Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled with delight as she could not resist grabbing one and popping it into her mouth. Sweet. Truly sweet. Cheng Xuemin, did these come from your family's date tree? How did you know I was craving those luscious dates? You must realize I'm not the only one enamored. The girls at our youth station are equally tempted. Every summer, they drool over the fruit from your family's date tree. Do you recall, Cheng Xuemin? A couple of years ago, Chun Jianfei from our youth station fell from your date tree and broke his leg, prompting an early return to the city. Do you know who encouraged him to pilfer those dates? As Feng Jiayou savored the sweet dates, she reminisced about the past at their youth station. Yet, Cheng Xuemin had only traversed here for half a year and was unaware of the events that had transpired. He was only cognizant of his predecessor's fondness for this young woman, who had persistently pursued her. When he had saved her in spring, it was the former's initiative. Though he himself did not manage to rescue her, but instead found himself ensnared in the process. Thus, Cheng Xuemin's journey here began, alongside the unintended salvation of the woman. Initially, he was aloof due to the novelty of his surroundings, which caused her to feel uncertain and, in turn, to display warmth towards him. Moreover, this young woman was acknowledged as the most beautiful educated youth in their commune, and thus their interactions led to subsequent developments. Now, as Feng Jiayou mentioned the name Chun Jianfei, Cheng Xuemin had no recollection of him. Upon his arrival, it seemed their youth station had only 2 female educated youths, both of whom had successfully passed the college entrance examination earlier in the year and returned to the city. After all, educated youths were typically dispatched from the same locality and school. Those assigned to Cheng Jiawan Brigade alongside Feng Jiayou were predominantly her high school classmates, all from Yanjing, with familial connections that afforded them some insight into the policies ahead of others. Therefore, prior to the formal reinstatement of the college entrance examinations, they had already received wind of the changes and prepared accordingly. As a result, by the end of last year, 4 out of the 6 educated youths from their station had been admitted to university and returned to Yanjing, leaving only Feng Jiayou and 1 slightly older female educated youth who lacked the qualifications to participate in the examinations. Moreover, another young woman, who had missed the college entrance examination last year, received news shortly after the new year that her family had successfully arranged for her return to the city. After nearly 2 months, she was back, leaving only Feng Jiayou alone at the youth station. Fortunately, just as the young woman departed, Cheng Xuemin advocated for Feng Jiayou to secure a spot in the upcoming July examination, which gave her a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, being the sole remaining youth at the station, it was uncertain whether she could endure the wait for her return to the city. With the qualification for the examination in hand, and having laid a foundation for early preparation, Feng Jiayou, through Cheng Xuemin's intensive training, successfully received her admission letter from Yin University in August, having worked tirelessly the night before her return. Who could it be? It wouldn't be you, would it? Feng Jiayou. Cheng Xuemin boldly speculated as he recalled the cunning glimmer in her eyes. How could it possibly be me? You know well that I am the most dutiful and well-behaved young woman in your Cheng family's brigade. How could I ever incite the male youths to steal your family's jujubes? Yet, that Chun Jianfei was indeed remarkably foolish. Falling from the tree while attempting to steal a jujube. One wonders how he fared after his return from injury. Although returning due to injury sounds somewhat better than being sent back due to illness, the fact remains that Chun Jianfei was injured while stealing jujubes, marking a significant blemish on his life. His circumstances upon returning to the city surely would not be favorable. Employment prospects were bleak. Even if he passed the college entrance examination, he would likely not pass the local review. Being sent back due to injury or illness was tantamount to being a deserter. In any era, deserters faced ridicule and scorn, especially considering the events of 2 years prior. Indeed, you, Feng Jiayou, are the most dutiful and well-behaved. So dutiful and well-behaved that you returned to the city with a significant burden. It was uncertain when her mother emerged carrying a quilt, upon hearing Feng Jiayou, the debt collector, boast about being the most dutiful and well-behaved youth at the station. It was truly amusing to think that Feng's mother would find humor in such a claim. Have you ever seen someone so dutiful and well-behaved return to the city with such a predicament? Those who are not dutiful and well-behaved. Which of them did not return intact to attend university? Mother, these jujubes are truly sweet. The ones Cheng Xuemin brought from his home. The ones I mentioned in my letter, from the large jujube tree. Ignoring her mother's sarcastic remarks, Feng Jiayou presented a handful of large, red jujubes as if offering a treasure. I thank you, but move aside. Tonight, I will make do on this bamboo bed, and we shall see what tomorrow brings. Feng's mother shot her a disdainful glance, elbowing her aside as she placed the quilt on the bamboo bed, offering a brief instruction before returning to her room without another word. 008 tomorrow. We shall go to reapply for the marriage certificate. Come here. Observing her mother's seemingly softened demeanor, as she even handed a quilt to Cheng Xuemin, Feng Jiayou tiptoed over to eavesdrop on the conversation between her parents through the wall. It seemed that she had overheard something, and with a subtle gesture, she beckoned Cheng Xuemin to come and eavesdrop as well. Eavesdropping on the conversation between her father-in-law and mother-in-law? Was this something that a prospective son-in-law, who had yet to officially enter the family, could do? Cheng Xuemin quickly waved his hand, signaling a refusal. Instead, he asked Feng Jiayou to come over, to help him arrange the bed and casually discuss the unfolding situation. Ever since he had entered the Feng family home, Cheng Xuemin felt like a neglected protagonist. He needed to engage the women in meaningful conversation to better prepare himself. After all, this hurdle had not yet been crossed today. My parents have basically agreed. Seeing that Cheng Xuemin did not approach, Feng Jiayou eavesdropped a little longer before returning with a joyful expression, whispering, "What have they agreed to? What is going on?" Although Cheng Xuemin had his suspicions, he could not help but seek clarity from her. "It's just that you are too remarkable. You've ensnared me in just one night. You know my family is quite strict. When my parents first found out, they nearly had a fit." Feng Jiayou's expression was quite exaggerated as she recounted her confrontations with her family, succinctly explaining the challenges they faced, including the month-long trial to test Cheng Xuemin's commitment. "I'm sorry for putting you through this. I arrived late." After listening, Cheng Xuemin felt a pang of compassion and embraced Feng Jiayou, offering comfort. "So, Cheng Xuemin, what is your stance? Do you want this child or not?" Upon finishing her words, Feng Jiayou felt a surge of anxiety. Her insistence on keeping the child amidst family turmoil was her own choice. However, if Cheng Xuemin did not want the child, she would be left with no option. "Fool, you went to great lengths to defy your family for this child. How could I possibly abandon her? If I didn't want her, I wouldn't have traveled all the way from Shaanxi. How could I forsake my own child?" Although he was not yet prepared for fatherhood and had never been a father in his previous life, this was a destined connection. How could he possibly turn away? "All right. You want her so much that you traveled across the miles from Shaanxi. Fine. Once she is born, you can take her back to Shaanxi with you. You and your son can go alone. I am merely superfluous." As she spoke, the woman pouted in a playful manner, breaking free from Cheng Xuemin's embrace and indignantly declared, "Huh, is that what I meant? I am genuinely concerned about you having journeyed so far. I just expressed my stance to your parents. If we return, it will be as a family of 3 to Shaanxi, and once the child is born, we can consider our next steps. You mentioned that we possess the capability." Cheng Xuemin held his forehead, realizing that they had yet to welcome the child into the world, yet he was already feeling possessive over her belly. This was more like it. Feng Jiayou beamed with delight, once again tightly embracing Cheng Xuemin's arm, playfully nudging him, leaving one to seriously question whether she was indeed flirting. Yet, why must they return to Shaanxi and then come back? Cheng Xuemin, having made the journey, could simply prepare for the examinations in Yanjing, could he not? The reasoning certainly holds weight. Cheng Xuemin's purpose in entering the capital this time was indeed to seek a livelihood in Yanjing. He had no intentions of merely passing through. Moreover, whether Feng Jiayou would accompany him back remained uncertain. After all, she had only just managed to escape the crucible of rural Shaanxi and return to the city. It was improbable that she would willingly return within 3 months. Once she went back, the chances of returning to Yanjing again were indeed dubious. Thus, considering Feng Jiayou's situation, Cheng Xuemin needed to secure a livelihood in Yanjing to ensure he could adequately support and care for both of them. As for the woman's suggestion of preparing for the examinations in Yanjing, Cheng Xuemin genuinely had no such plans. In his previous life, he had endured a decade of arduous study, graduating from a prestigious university, and felt that having experienced it once rendered further time in academia unnecessary. Furthermore, with his current level of education, lacking even a junior high school diploma, he was ineligible to take the college entrance examination. This was precisely why he did not participate in this year's examinations alongside Feng Jiayou. Now, she repeatedly urged him to take part, even aiming for Yanjing University. Such aspirations seemed somewhat unrealistic. Was she still worried about the academic qualifications? Noticing Cheng Xuemin's hesitation and silence, Feng Jiayou added reassuringly, "Rest assured, I will inquire thoroughly after returning to the city. Academic credentials are not overly important. Connections can be leveraged to obtain qualifications for the entrance examination. By next spring, when the exams commence, I will certainly help you secure your eligibility. The woman was not entirely mistaken. Although the examination policy stipulated that one must possess a high school diploma or an equivalent qualification to sit for the college entrance exam, there was leniency for those from the third generation who had only completed junior high. In the initial years, due to the overwhelming number of aspiring youths, the educational requirement was not strictly enforced. Anyone could take the exam as long as they could pass. Admission to university was attainable. Feng Jiayou's promise to assist Cheng Xuemin in this matter seemed to carry an element of reciprocity. In Cheng Xuemin, he had facilitated her qualification for the college entrance exam, enabling her to escape Shaanxi through academic success. Thus, it was only natural for her to feel eager to help him in Yanjing. However, there was one significant issue. While she suggested he register for the exams in Yanjing, his household registration remained in rural Shaanxi. How could he possibly register for the college entrance examination in Yanjing without a local household registration? Although the current examination system employed a unified national admission score, devoid of distinctions between urban and rural areas, the dynamics had changed drastically over the decades. Competing in Yanjing was not the same as facing challenges in other provinces. Nonetheless, listening to Feng Jiayou, it seemed she expected him not only to take the exam, but also to do so in Yanjing. Was she truly oblivious? In a few days, we shall retrieve our marriage certificate, allowing you to transfer your household registration. Feng Jiayou, with a knowing smile that suggested she anticipated his question, mischievously remarked, "What? Am I being unfair by marrying you? Cheng Xuemin, can you not express a clear stance? Do you still want both me and our child?" Observing Cheng Xuemin's astonished expression, which rendered him momentarily speechless, the woman felt her displeasure rising once more. Do you think your parents would approve? Marrying and obtaining a certificate is such a significant matter. How could you not discuss it with them first? Cheng Xuemin's bewilderment was entirely warranted. I merely wish to know your consent. We can address their opinions later. With such a situation at hand, Cheng Xuemin, you surely wouldn't wish to become a Chen Shimi, abandoning both of us, would you? The woman feigned vulnerability, her delicate demeanor accentuated as she gently cradled her belly, chiding Cheng Xuemin. How could you utter such foolishness? One must possess the qualifications to be a Chen Shimi. I fear that if you were to succeed at Yanda and return home as one, I would rush over only to find you unyielding. Cheng Xuemin teased, playfully pinching the bridge of her nose. If I were to become a Chen Shimi, I would not have pinned that letter to you. Then, does that mean you agree? Feng Jiayou murmured, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Cheng Xuemin. How could I possibly refuse? From now on, you shall be the master of our household. Whatever you decide, I shall wholeheartedly support. Very well. We shall go to the street tomorrow to obtain our marriage certificate. Feng Jiayou exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. It is a reissuance of the marriage certificate. Cheng Xuemin reiterated with emphasis. Indeed, it is a reissuance. You have already received it, so it is a reissuance. Observing the woman's cunningly triumphant expression, Cheng Xuemin became acutely aware. Had he been ensnared into a marriage under false pretenses? As they conversed late into the night, primarily listening to Feng Jiayou recount her experiences since returning to the city, she mentioned her unwavering belief that Cheng Xuemin would come for her at the first opportunity. Aware that he would undoubtedly seek her out at school, she had left her home address with her dormitory mate, Huang Beijia. Considering that trains from Shaanxi to Beijing typically arrived in the afternoon, by the time Cheng Xuemin reached Yanjing University, nightfall would likely have descended. Thus, she had also entrusted her bicycle to Huang Beijia for delivery to Cheng Xuemin, allowing him to ride over. What a clever little minx. This only fortified Cheng Xuemin's conviction that the woman had orchestrated a premeditated scheme to ensnare him into matrimony. He had indeed been deceived. Eventually, the potential mother-in-law, unable to bear the tension any longer, called out from the other room. Feng Jiayou still had much to say, but reluctantly retreated into her sister-in-law's room after washing up. We need to earn money and find a place to stay first. This was the crux of the conversation between Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou that night. Tomorrow, they would go to reapply for their marriage certificate, thus becoming a legally recognized couple. A legitimate couple, of course, ought to share the same bed. However, given the living conditions in their household, such a scenario seems implausible. Thus, securing a place to live post-marriage becomes a paramount concern. Fortunately, Cheng Xuemin's visit was accompanied by a monetary gift of 300 yuan from his parents, which should suffice for the time being. Yet, for the long term, He must seek a source of income. Relying solely on Feng Jiayou's meager monthly educational subsidy of 22 yuan and 50 cents to support Cheng Xuemin as he prepares for the upcoming college entrance examination is decidedly unrealistic. Moreover, with a child on the way, Cheng Xuemin has no right to depend on a woman. Thankfully, Feng Jiayou, having served as a rural educated youth, is entitled to the maximum educational assistance after 5 years, amounting to 22 yuan and 50 cents each month. Otherwise, the prospect of them living independently would be even more daunting. Ultimately, it falls upon Cheng Xuemin, as the man, to take on the responsibilities that come with this situation. He must earn money, earn money, earn money. Renting a house is merely the first step. Once he is capable, he must provide Feng Jiayou with a spacious courtyard home. That night, sleep eluded him. Due to sharing a room with several women in the household, Cheng Xuemin rose early to avoid any misunderstandings. However, he hesitated at the door, nervously tidying the bedding while waiting to greet Feng Jiayou's family. Good morning, aunt. Good morning, uncle. Good morning, brother and sister-in-law. Good morning, second sister-in-law. Before long, the adults of Feng Jiayou's family arose one by one to return his greetings. Cheng Xuemin, why are you just standing there in the living room? Hurry up and wash up. Feng Jiayou, with her captivating eyes, emerged and noticed Cheng Xuemin's awkward demeanor. Isn't uncle not allowing us to step out of the house? Cheng Xuemin murmured softly. Suddenly, Feng Jiayou, who was brushing his teeth, spat out his mouthwash upon hearing Cheng Xuemin's words and called out, Hey Cheng, can you be any more foolish? Why are you just standing there in the morning? You're the foolish one, your whole family. Feng Jiayou retorted, ready to confront her brother. But upon seeing her mother enter with the wash basin and toiletries, she quickly donned a bright smile and approached her mother with flattery. Yes, our entire family is silly and foolish, which is why we ended up with such a clever and opportunistic debt collector like you. Feng's mother, having overheard Cheng Xuemin's mumbling, almost chuckled at the remark. However, upon hearing her daughter refer to him as a clever debt collector, her expression darkened. She angrily thrust the wash basin into Feng Jiayou's hands. Her thoughts racing, how foolish could he be? They hardly exchanged words last night. Could he truly be a simpleton from the countryside? If her family's debt collector were to follow him, how much suffering and hardship would he have to endure in the future? It is only natural to question whether such a simple-minded peasant possesses the capability to attend university. Could it be that her own debt collector inflated this fool's abilities merely to facilitate the birth of a child? Mother, I was just joking with my elder brother. He is indeed my biological brother. To call him foolish would be to call myself foolish. Mother, does this mean you have given your consent? Last night, you personally delivered bedding to Cheng Xuemin, the son-in-law, and all that remains is to make the bed. This morning, you have prepared clean, new toiletries. Are you truly resigned to accepting Cheng Xuemin as your son-in-law? What have I agreed to? You clever debt collector, is my consent necessary? You practically want everyone in the capital to know you have a man from rural Shaanxi. What more do you want me, as the mother, to agree to? In the kitchen, the mother and daughter continued their playful banter, which was lively yet less sharp than the night before. Xiao Cheng, come here for a moment. Just as Cheng Xuemin was about to step out of the Feng family's gate, he heard his future father-in-law, Father Feng, calling him from inside the house. Good morning, uncle. Cheng Xuemin quickly approached and greeted him again. Take this home for Jiayou, and go to the street office to reissue it. Father Feng handed him the household registration book of the Feng family and instructed him. Uncle, my father has already agreed, so why still call you uncle? Quickly call him dad. Cheng Xuemin was still a bit dazed. Was this happening too quickly? Outside, Feng Jiayou entered, her eyes shining brightly at the sight of the household registration book, urging Cheng Xuemin to change his address. Dad. Thank you, Dad. I will take good care of Jiayou. Cheng Xuemin, showing his straightforward nature, quickly changed his address and assured him. I hope you bring Jiayou a new life, filled with happiness. As for the banquet, since we have just returned to the city and are renting a friend's house, we will have to postpone it for now. Last night, I engaged in a heart-to-heart with my partner and listened to the couple speak at length in the living room. Father Feng and Mother Feng were aware that half of what they said was meant for their ears. Very well, although they had not interacted much. Since their daughter was determined, they would support her. Moreover, this young man is indeed simple and honest. He can surely keep their daughter grounded and will not suffer in the future. As for whether he will succeed or face any grievances, their grandchildren will have their own fortunes. It is a choice made by Feng Jiayou herself, and they cannot interfere. No grievances or grievances. We will listen to Dad and Mom. Cheng Xuemin quickly reiterated. In truth, he is not that foolish. He understands that he must bring along Jiayu's mother. After breakfast, Feng Jiayou eagerly took Cheng Xuemin to the street office to reissue their marriage certificate. Using Cheng Xuemin's blank introduction letter to obtain a bright red marriage certificate in return. Cheng Xuemin, have we truly entered into marriage? Feng Jiayou sat on the rear seat of Cheng Xuemin's bicycle, clutching the vibrant red marriage certificate in her hands, her face radiating with blissful joy as she exclaimed, "Hold me tightly, and refrain from any dangerous maneuvers." Cheng Xuemin felt her hands leave his waist, causing him to instinctively slow down, admonishing her. "Indeed, no dangerous actions. You are right to remind me." Cheng Xuemin, lost in her euphoria, Feng Jiayou quickly wrapped her arms securely around Cheng Xuemin's waist once more, and they resumed their journey. "Yes, we are married. We are now legally recognized as a couple, so why not spend the night at an inn and fulfill the tradition of a bridal chamber?" Cheng Xuemin suggested playfully, his resolve strengthening. "Are you out of your mind, Cheng Xuemin? Just moments ago, you warned against dangerous actions. Yet now you propose something even more perilous. Are you not concerned for our child?" She retorted. "Additionally, my sister-in-law has returned to her parental home today, and there is a room available for us. Staying at an inn does sound appealing." Feng Jiayou pondered, feeling a stir of excitement. However, her sister-in-law had been exceptionally kind, moving back to her family to free up a room for them. Has my sister-in-law really moved back to her parental home? Isn't that rather inappropriate? Cheng Xuemin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Their familial bond seemed unusually strong. Her sister-in-law had just facilitated a room for her right after their marriage certificate was issued. Such news might not be well received by others. Cheng Xuemin had never intended to become a son-in-law who relied on his in-laws. He had plans to find a place of their own and move out swiftly. Yet, his sister-in-law's unexpected decision was indeed surprising. What is inappropriate about it? My sister-in-law has longed to return to her parental home. It is a comfortable place, and she finds it hard to adapt to the rented house we occupy, especially since my brother is no longer present. Feng Jiayou remarked dismissively. Moreover, my mother has been pressuring her. She can hardly remain in this household. Pressured? What do you mean? Cheng Xuemin inquired, pedaling the bicycle while indulging his curiosity about her family dynamics. What could have caused her to feel pressured by her own mother-in-law? Isn't it obvious? My mother struck a chord with her last night. Feng Jiayou continued, elaborating. You see, my elder brother and sister-in-law graduated from Yenjing University. My second brother is also an alumnus, and I have just been accepted as well. Naturally, you and our child must aim for Yenjing University too. However, my sister-in-law, being part of the 68 cohort, did not succeed in her university entrance exam last year when they were reinstated. Our family advised her to let it go, especially since she already has a stable job. But after last night's confrontation, my mother insists that we all must attend Yenjing University to gain entry into her household. It is said that the speaker may speak without intention, yet the listener may take it to heart. My mother was clearly addressing us, but my sister-in-law felt aggrieved, as though she were being put on the spot. Thus, after returning to my room last night, she confided in me about her intention to return to her parental home to concentrate on her studies, declaring that she would not return unless she was admitted to Yenjing University. Cheng Xuemin, what do you think? Is it my mother's fault? Why did she have to mention Yenjing University last night? Upon hearing the entirety of the situation from Feng Jiayou, Cheng Xuemin was equally astonished. It turns out the entire Feng family is remarkably accomplished, all having attended Yenjing University. However, can this truly be blamed on the mother-in-law? If Cheng Xuemin recalls correctly, it was Feng Jiayou herself who initially boasted about her capability to gain admission to Yenjing University this year. And her confidence extended to next year when both she and Cheng Xuemin planned to sit for the entrance exam together. This led to her mother's sharp retort, stating that they could only enter her household once the entire family had been admitted to Yenjing University. Indeed, words spoken without intent can resonate deeply, inadvertently placing pressure on her sister-in-law. The entire family is associated with Yenjing University, yet the second branch of the family is not. Anyone in her position would feel compelled to uphold their pride, insisting that they would not step foot into the Feng household unless they gained admission to Yenjing University. However, the entrance exam for next year's Yenjing University is not an easy feat. The initial examination following the restoration of the college entrance exam was, in fact, the most accessible, with the least competition. At that time, millions of young people were dispersed across vast rural areas. having lost their academic aspirations after years of toil in the melting pot of society, resulting in a neglect of their acquired knowledge. At that juncture, everyone was more or less on the same playing field, with those who managed to enter university typically having received advance notice and possessing access to preparatory materials. However, by July of this year, the competition intensified. The most fiercely contested exam will undoubtedly be the one in 1979, as the large-scale return of young intellectuals to urban areas has already commenced. By next summer, nearly half of the educated youth will have returned to the cities, awaiting opportunities. Participating in the college entrance exam is viewed as the best path forward, and access to review materials in the cities is far superior to that in rural areas. Consequently, over 10 million returning youth are diligently preparing for the monumental 1979 entrance exam. Thus, next year's examination is poised to be the most challenging and competitive of the new three cohorts. Yenjing University, being the pinnacle of academic institutions, will see more than 10 million returning youth sharpening their skills day and night. How could it not be difficult? Even Cheng Xuemin, who graduated from a prestigious 985 university in a previous life, cannot confidently assert that he will secure admission to Yenjing University next year, especially considering he would need to reacquaint himself with the knowledge from his high school days. Without revitalizing that knowledge, it would be a struggle for him to gain admission even to a vocational college. Is my mother truly allowing my sister-in-law to return home just like that? A fleeting thought crossed Cheng Xuemin's mind, and he refrained from placing blame. Recognizing that it was indeed his sister-in-law's insistence on mentioning Yenjing University that had contributed to the situation. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that allowing her to return to her parental home might not be the best course of action. Moreover, he commanded that her son-in-law must gain admission to Yenjing University next year. Otherwise, he would not be permitted to enter the gates of the Feng family. However, this inadvertently led to his daughter-in-law storming back to her maternal home. How could Cheng Xuemin, the son-in-law, shamelessly occupy the room vacated by his uncle and aunt? What other choice did he have? Do not think that we merely bask in the glow of our second aunt. You will soon find out upon returning. Feng Jiayou refrained from further comments. It was only upon their return to the courtyard that Cheng Xuemin comprehended the trap laid by the women. Auntie, I am hungry. Upon entering the house, Feng Jiayou was tugged by a little one who cried out for food. Beside him stood a little girl, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Cheng Xuemin. Oh dear, Li Wen is hungry. Auntie will prepare a meal for you right away. By the way, this is your uncle, Li Chuan. Li Wen, why don't you sweetly address your uncle? Feng Jiayou thought to squat down and pick up her 3-year-old nephew, Feng Li Wen. But recalling her own discomfort, she settled for squatting beside him, encouraging the siblings to greet Cheng Xuemin. Uncle, I am hungry. Feng Li Wen exclaimed immediately. Are you going to be my great-uncle from now on? Inquired the older sister, Feng Li Chuan, still curiously regarding the unfamiliar Cheng Xuemin. Indeed, from this moment forth, I am your uncle. You are Li Chuan and Li Wen, correct? Look, this is the marriage certificate between your aunt and me. We are now a legally recognized couple. So you must call me uncle, Cheng Xuemin said, playfully ruffling the little girl's hair while producing the bright red marriage certificate to prove his claim. Hello, uncle. Can you buy delicious food for me and my brother? The little one asked, clearly a lover of good food. Of course, Li Chuan. Tell your uncle what delicious treats you and your brother desire, and I shall take you both to procure them. We want to eat roasted duck. The roasted duck from Grandpa Qian's place in the front yard smells so good, my brother and I are drooling, exclaimed 6-year-old Feng Li Chuan. Indeed, letting saliva trickle down at the thought. Roasted duck in the front yard? No wonder we could smell that delectable aroma upon entering. Roasted duck? Li Chuan, how daring you are to ask for that. That's not possible. Your aunt will cook for you now. By the way, uncle has brought you some red dates. Can you and your brother have those first? Feng Jiayou hastily interjected before Cheng Xuemin could respond to their request for duck. Roasted duck. Roasted duck. Uncle, I want to eat roasted duck, not red dates. The little rascal, Feng Li Wen, shook Feng Jiayou's hand while gazing up at Cheng Xuemin, pleading earnestly. All right. Li Wen, Li Chuan. Your uncle will take you to enjoy roasted duck today, Cheng Xuemin affirmed, convinced that indulging the children's desires for roasted duck was a reasonable notion. Surely, he could afford to treat them to a single duck. At that moment, Feng Li Wen was lifted into the arms of Cheng Xuemin, while Feng Li Qin was led by the hand. Feng Jiayou inquired, are mom and dad, as well as my brother and sister-in-law home? Shall we go out for roast duck together at noon? You really spoil them. On the very first day, you treat them to a grand roast duck. I wonder how you'll manage with them later. Feng Jiayou shot Cheng Xuemin a disapproving glance and continued, Mom, Dad, my brother, and sister-in-law are all at work. For the past few days, I've been at home taking care of them. Mom mentioned this morning that my sister-in-law has returned, and from now on, you are responsible for these two little ones. I must return to school for classes. My sister-in-law's house is not free to occupy. She has the luxury of retreating to her parental home to prepare for exams, yet she leaves the two children here. But who will look after them? Both Grandma and Grandpa are busy with work and cannot take care of their grandchildren, and even if my brother and sister-in-law are not working, they are under no obligation to assist with their niece and nephew. Initially, my sister-in-law managed them, but later, when I was granted leave, I took over. Now that my brother-in-law has arrived, my sister-in-law's son has fled faster than anyone else, knowing someone else will take care of the children. On their wedding day, they entrusted the financial authority. You truly are something. You've consumed an entire month's allowance in just one meal. The three of them from the Feng family emerged from Quanzhou Duck Restaurant, their bellies full, yet Feng Jiayou felt a pang of regret. They had spent 21 yuan in total. Thankfully, they had even packed a duck to take home for Mom, Dad, and my brother and sister-in-law to taste. Cheng Xuemin had anticipated that the delectable roast duck would be so exorbitantly priced. At 10 yuan each, it equated to half a month's allowance for Feng Jiayou, or a third of a regular employee's salary. Cheng Xuemin and the three others ordered half a roast duck, along with a takeout serving of duck bone soup and a spicy chicken dish. When it was time to settle the bill, Cheng Xuemin requested another roast duck to be packed for takeaway. All in all, 21 yuan had vanished. However, considering they were at Quanzhou, an old and prestigious establishment in Beijing, known for its authenticity, it was somewhat reasonable. Well then, you extravagant fool, I shall deal with you when we return. The more Feng Jiayou pondered, the more she felt the sting. Over 20 yuan represented a month's allowance. Just last night, they had discussed saving money to find a place of their own. Now, in the blink of an eye, a month's salary was gone. This simply wouldn't do. Upon returning, she resolved to have a serious talk with him. Spending money must not be so reckless. Is this what you call frivolous spending? Isn't today our first day as a married couple? We should at least celebrate with a meal. Besides, it wasn't as if they had consumed it all themselves. Right? Li Qin, Li Wen, was the roast duck delicious? Cheng Xuemin smiled as he looked at the two little ones with their round bellies. It was delicious, thank you, uncle. Can we come back tomorrow? Little Feng Li Wen clapped his hands excitedly. Yes, yes. Uncle, can we really come back tomorrow? The older sister Feng Li Qin joined in the applause, equally enthusiastic. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xuemin's face darkened. Eating roast duck occasionally is quite acceptable, but indulging in it daily? Huh, did you hear that? You are spoiling their appetites. Soon they will refuse to eat unless served lavish meals. Just wait and see how you will explain this to your mother-in-law. Amused by the greedy remarks of these two, Feng Jiayou couldn't help but chuckle, relishing the opportunity to tease Cheng Xuemin. Very well, we'll return tomorrow. With that, Cheng Xuemin lifted the plump Feng Li Qin and placed her atop the horizontal bar of the bicycle, saying, Li Qin, hold on tight. We are heading home. You really indulge them, don't you? Next, they will be asking for stars from the sky. Will you help them pluck those too? Feng Jiayou rolled her eyes, exasperated, as she took her seat on the rear of the bicycle and called out to son Li Wen, hop on, but be careful. Hee. Once our daughter arrives and asks for stars, I will surely retrieve them for her. Cheng Xuemin steadied the bicycle and assisted Feng Jiayou in lifting the younger Feng Li Wen. Grinning as he spoke, the bicycle, carrying three individuals, was manageable only because Cheng Xuemin had ridden a mountain bike in his previous life, often taking weekend rides, ensuring his cycling skills remained intact. Otherwise, he would hesitate to transport three, especially with Feng Jiayou being heavily pregnant. Can you boast any more? Feng Jiayou teased, her expression brightening at the mention of their child, yet she added with a hint of discontent, why not a son? I prefer sons. Then it shall be a son. Since you like sons, it will be a son. Cheng Xuemin acquiesced to her wishes, before reminding, now sit tight. I am about to start moving. On their way back, Cheng Xuemin took the opportunity to purchase 2 cans of malted milk and 2 cans of canned peaches, which came to a neat 8 yuan, much to Feng Jiayou's chagrin. As she felt an urge to strangle him, Cheng Xuemin justified his purchases, stating that it was reasonable to arrive empty-handed the previous day. But it was unacceptable for a new son-in-law to visit without bringing gifts for his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Well, your reasoning is quite sound. You certainly know how to charm your way through. However, upon arriving home, Feng Jiayou unleashed her trump card, confiscating all the money from Cheng Xuemin's possession. Is that all? Is there more? In the living room of the Feng household, he refrained from entering the second sister-in-law's room, despite it being vacated for them. Yet, without an invitation from his mother-in-law, the son-in-law could not be overly forward and invade their space. He remained seated on the bamboo bed in the living room, enduring Feng Jiayou's relentless coaxing as she wrapped her arms around his, teasing him playfully. Unable to withstand her allure, Cheng Xuemin surrendered all his money to her. The woman, now with her eyes gleaming with delight as she counted the money, did not forget to scrutinize Cheng Xuemin, her gaze ultimately settling on his trousers as she pressed him. Is that all? There's nothing left. I truly have no more. Do you suspect that I have hidden money in my trousers? Should I strip to prove my innocence? Fine, if you can't wait until tonight, then. Cheng Xuemin pretended to comply, about to reveal himself to show her just how empty his pockets were. Please, please, please. I trust you, I trust you. Cheng Xuemin, do not take this opportunity to act mischievously. I do not wish to see. Upon witnessing Cheng Xuemin's blatant antics, Feng Jiayou quickly waved her hands in alarm, declaring she would not verify anything. Where did you acquire such a sum of money? Upon counting, she discovered there were $315, prompting her to ask in astonishment. 300 came from my mother, who instructed me to purchase some nutritional supplements for you, and the remaining few dollars are my savings. Cheng Xuemin replied with a hint of irritation. Before the money had even warmed in his hands, it was confiscated by the woman. Had he known, he would not have flaunted his wealth so boldly in front of her on this very first day of marriage. Now, he found himself with a starkly empty wallet, having surrendered all financial authority. Your mother bought me nutritional supplements? Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled with mischief as she slyly proposed. Since it was given by your mother, I shall keep it safe for you. You wouldn't object to that, would you? Of course not. A legal husband earns while his wife spends. It's only natural. Acknowledging the inevitable loss of his funds, Cheng Xuemin feigned compliance. Absolutely. You are indeed correct. You earn, and I shall spend. Your attitude has truly captured my heart. Unable to restrain herself, she bestowed upon him an unexpected sweet kiss, leaving Cheng Xuemin momentarily stunned. Then, it seems all our household finances will be under my stewardship. So do not hide any secret savings. After bestowing her affectionate gesture, Feng Jiayou laid down the law. This is essential. What household does not have the wife managing the finances, right? Cheng Xuemin, not fully savoring the sweetness of the moment, eagerly affirmed, Indeed, my dear wife. My attitude is commendable, is it not? With such a captivating woman before him, Cheng Xuemin found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Your awareness is commendable, thus. I shall reward you. Feng Jiayou secured the $300, returning the remaining 15 to Cheng Xuemin, instructing, You must be frugal with our monthly expenses. A month? Cheng Xuemin's expression fell. His first thought was that it would be inadequate, while his second was the realization of their genuine poverty. What else could it be? Feng Jiayou shot him a glance, then retreated to her room, calling out, Cheng Xuemin, come help me. What is it? Noticing her urgency, Cheng Xuemin hastened to her side. I can't reach it. Help me retrieve a bankbook from the top of the wardrobe. Feng Jiayou directed. You have hidden savings in your sister-in-law's room? Cheng Xuemin was taken aback. Was it possible she possessed a bankbook? If not here, then where else would I hide it? Can you guess how much is in my bankbook? During broad daylight, what are you doing in your sister-in-law's room? How much is there? Cheng Xuemin, curious about the contents of her bankbook and whether it could sustain him for a year and a half, inquired. Don't look yet, just hand it to me. As Cheng Xuemin reached for the bankbook, ready to unveil its contents, Feng Jiayou impulsively urged him not to look just yet. My curiosity piqued. I simply had to sneak a glance. Having been teased to such an extent, with the bankbook firmly in Cheng Xuemin's grasp, how could I resist? Oh, Cheng Xuemin, you are incorrigible. Why the impatience when you've been told to refrain from peeking? At that moment, Feng's mother returned home from work, pushing her bicycle inside. She was immediately met with the scandalous words of her daughter's debt collector echoing from within, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. What kind of indecorous behavior was happening in broad daylight? What were those two doing in her sister-in-law's room? Feng Jiayou, come out and wash the vegetables. She felt an overwhelming urge to storm inside and chastise them for their shamelessness, tarnishing the reputation of the Feng family. Yet, being a person of dignity and refinement. Feng's mother could only shout indignantly from the doorway, demanding that her daughter's debt collector emerge at once to assist with the chores. Oh no, my mother is back. Cheng Xuemin, you need to hide quickly. This revelation darkened Feng's mother's countenance even further, leaving her unable to fathom the scene unfolding within the confines of their home. What a disgrace. The debt collector had lost all sense of propriety, engaging in such lewdness with her wild man in her sister-in-law's room. Mom, why did you come home so early today? Feng Jiayou was the first to burst out of the room, her attire and expression betraying a sense of panic, only serving to deepen her mother's embarrassment. Was she now blaming her mother for returning home early? The thought had crossed her mind that with this wild man present, they might be formalizing their relationship today, so she had planned to prepare dinner upon her early arrival. What a coincidence that she stumbled upon their shameless antics. Quickly, go wash the vegetables. Upon seeing Cheng Xuemin emerge from the room as well, Feng's mother cast a disdainful glance at him and directed her ire towards her daughter's debt collector. Wow, Mom, you bought so many groceries today? I knew you cared for us the most. Feng Jiayou's eyes lit up with delight as she noticed the bags of groceries her mother had brought. She hurried over to take them, peering inside. What? Mom, you actually bought meat and fish today? This meat must weigh at least a pound. Not to mention the fish. This is truly a rarity. In truth, Feng Jiayou rarely encountered such a feast at home, only getting to enjoy a hearty meal once a week, and today there was a generous portion of meat. Enough chatter, hurry and wash them. Feng's mother was utterly mortified. How had she given birth to such a shameless debt collector? Not only was she caught in the act of disgraceful behavior in broad daylight, but she could also emerge unbothered to engage in conversation. Mom, I'll wash them. Jiayou cannot touch cold water right now. Cheng Xuemin, ever perceptive, quickly stepped forward to take the bag, eager to lend a hand with the vegetables. Such a delicate creature, unable to touch cold water. It seems she'll have to stay home and be pampered. Though he looked down upon the situation, he understood that this was a precarious moment for her debt collector. Yet he couldn't resist a touch of sarcasm. Deep down, I truly disapprove. Mother, look, a bright red certificate. Feng Jiayou magically produced her large red marriage certificate, presenting it before her mother and declaring, "You shall regret this." Feng's mother cast a glance at the certificate, and it dawned on her entirely. This seemingly simple rural man was far from foolish. He was thoroughly prepared. He even carried the supplementary marriage certificate introduction letter with him. Her own husband believed that their debt collector could intimidate him. Feng's mother finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. There would inevitably come a day of regret for their debt collector. Mother, on the joyous occasion of my marriage and obtaining the certificate, can't you utter a few auspicious words as my mother-in-law? At the very least, refrain from cursing us. Regret? Cheng Xuemin, why don't you tell your mother-in-law directly that you would allow her daughter to regret this? Feng Jiayou was equally displeased by her mother's words. Why could she not offer a few words of blessing? Was she not her biological mother? Mother, rest assured, I shall never allow Jiayou to suffer any grievances in this lifetime, I promise. As the conversation veered back to Cheng Xuemin, he hastily affirmed with charming words. Did you hear that? Feng Jiayou was immensely satisfied with Cheng Xuemin's promise, proudly taunting her mother. Easier said than done. Time reveals one's true nature. Feng's mother, without turning back to Cheng Xuemin, retorted sarcastically, then rummaged through her briefcase to produce a document, tossing it into Feng Jiayou's hands and stating, "Not approved again. Continue revising." What? Not approved again? Upon hearing her mother's words, Feng Jiayou's once jubilant expression instantly faded, murmuring, "Mother, are you doing this on purpose? You give me this on my joyous day? Revise it seriously. Earning this livelihood is not so simple. How could you still not grasp it? Despite being from the Chinese department at Yin University, you've revised it several times and still don't understand. You have a wooden head." Feng's mother pointed a finger at the debt collector's forehead, exasperated. She then proceeded to carry her briefcase into the main room. As she passed by the second room, she discreetly peeked inside. The bedding was all in disarray. The most outrageous part was that Li Qin and Li Wen were still fast asleep inside. How could they, as aunt and uncle, be so impatient to this extent? Couldn't they at least show some restraint during the day? Grandmother, look, uncle has given Anne a lot of money. Look. Just as Feng's mother was changing clothes in the room, her granddaughter Li Qin rushed in, presenting a stack of money as if it were a treasure. She was momentarily taken aback. Quickly approaching, she took the money from her granddaughter's hands and asked, "Li Qin, where did you get this money?" "It was given to aunt by uncle." I saw Uncle give it to her just now, and Aunt hid it under her pillow, which I secretly saw. Grandmother, this new uncle is so good to us. Today he even treated us to a delicious roast duck. The roasted duck is absolutely delectable. My new uncle has promised to take me and Li Wen to enjoy it again tomorrow. He is truly wonderful, and both Li Wen and I hold him in high regard. Children speak without reservation. A nursing mother is the ultimate caregiver. Is this the money that Cheng Xuemin, the man from the countryside, handed over for his daughter? Mother Feng counted and found it to be exactly 300 yuan. Additionally, there was a bank book, albeit belonging to the family's persistent debt collector, which contained over 500 yuan in savings. Did your aunt take you out for roasted duck? Where did you eat? Mother Feng inquired. Her heart stirred. At Quanjut. The aunt scolded the new uncle, chastising him for consuming an entire month's salary supplement, and declared that she would handle him upon returning home. On the way back, she twisted the new uncle's ear so painfully that he shed tears, and she insisted he hand over all the money he had on him. No wonder. I had noticed earlier how his ears were flushed red. All right, Grandma knows now. Li Jin, be a good girl and return your aunt's money under the pillow. And don't tell anyone, understood? Mother Feng returned the money and bank book to her granddaughter, instructing her to secretly place them back in their original spot. She then glanced outside at the debt collector and her husband, her expression turning complex. Perhaps she had misjudged. They were hiding their private stash and not engaging in any indiscreet behavior during daylight. What is this? Mother told you to revise it. And you did so several times? Meanwhile, Cheng Xuemin had been watching the two women from the Feng family. Noticing that Feng Jiayou took the documents her mother handed her and squatted at the door, biting her pen and frowning as she reviewed the papers. Afterward, she held the pen, unsure of how to proceed, muttering to herself. Why was it not approved? Why was it rejected again? Intrigued, Cheng Xuemin leaned closer and asked, "What is this about?" "It's a novel. This is the manuscript I submitted to my mother's magazine. Yet it has been over 2 months and has been returned 3 or 4 times, each time demanding revisions. I'm utterly exasperated by it. How am I to revise it again? I might as well stop submitting it altogether." The agony of revising was indeed overwhelming. Only those who have experienced it understand the torment. Moreover, Feng Jiayou had already revised it 3 or 4 times, which was disheartening. Is there any money to be made from writing novels? Cheng Xuemin, indifferent to the struggles of literary revision, asked this question, contemplating the possibility of trying his hand at writing if it could indeed yield financial gain. After all, as he traversed through time, the knowledge he had acquired seemed to accumulate, and memories from his previous life, once vague, now appeared increasingly vivid. Thus, if writing novels could be profitable, it could potentially lead to the acquisition of a house. Indeed, it should be enough to acquire a house. Is there any money to be made from writing novels? Feng Jiayou glanced at Cheng Xuemin and, looking down, continued reading her own manuscript, then asked, "Do you know how Grandpa Qian's courtyard came to be? How did it come about?" Cheng Xuemin instinctively inquired. "It was earned through the manuscript fees from writing novels. So, do you think writing novels is profitable? Writing novels for profit, and also purchasing a courtyard for a woman?" Upon hearing Feng Jiayou's sudden declaration, Cheng Xuemin was taken aback. This courtyard nestled beneath the imperial city was indeed bought by that old man Qian from writing novels? Is it truly so lucrative to pen stories in this era? In an instant, Feng Jiayou's words opened a new door for Cheng Xuemin regarding the possibilities of this age. Originally, Cheng Xuemin had planned to linger in the rural expanse of northern Shaanxi for a few years, waiting for the formal economic liberalization before engaging in speculative ventures, aiming to amass wealth swiftly and then outpace others, ultimately achieving financial freedom. Thus, he believed that in this era, with his foresight, speculation was the most profitable endeavor. He had never considered becoming a literary figure who writes novels. However, after Feng Jiayou's revelation, a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind. Titles such as Swallowing the Starry Sky, Covering the Heavens, Battle Through the Heavens, Global High Martial Arts, and Doluok Continent flitted through his consciousness. Of course, he could neither write nor dare to write these in the current, not yet fully liberalized era. Attempting such would be akin to courting disaster. Especially with Swallowing the Starry Sky. He would have to wait for a few years until the martial arts craze reignited to consider delving into that genre. As for now, perhaps it was time for scar literature? Cheng Xuemin cast a glance at Feng Jiayou's work, which had been returned with critiques labeling it as scar literature. It seemed he had something to offer as well. Titles like The Horse Wrangler, Director Chiao Takes Office, The flower garland beneath the mountains. Parents' love. Our generation of young people. To live. Dark calculation. Infiltration. Ordinary world. And Su Mao and his daughters were all ripe for homage, much like the old man Qian, allowing him to exchange for a grand courtyard and provide Feng Jiayou with a home. With newfound direction, Cheng Xuemin's heart burned with eagerness. He nearly yearned to begin writing that very night, paying tribute to a classic and testing the waters. So lucrative. All the 500 in your savings account is indeed from writing novels? A fleeting thought passed, and Cheng Xuemin quietly inquired. Feng Jiayou's savings were her private funds, unbeknownst to her parents, and she dared not let them find out. Earlier, upon hearing her mother return, she had hastily stuffed the bankbook and money beneath her sister-in-law's pillow, feigning calm as if she had done nothing wrong while greeting her mother. I suppose so. When suddenly questioned, Feng Jiayou's face flushed crimson, and she uttered a hesitant affirmation, devoid of conviction. How could she explain to Cheng Xuemin that she was earning money from writing novels? Had she ever published anything? Where would the royalties come from? The piece she had in hand had been revised for over 3 months, yet it still faced rejection from her mother's magazine, necessitating further edits. If it weren't for the sight of her classmates at school, nearly all of whom had published articles and earned some remuneration, particularly her roommate, Huang Beijia, who had, over the years, gradually contributed to local literary publications and amassed quite a bit of pocket money, Feng Jiayou would have never entertained the thought of writing novels herself. Moreover, she had initially aimed for the Chinese department at Yen University. How could she dare to call herself a student of Yen University's Chinese department with so few published works to her name? From the very beginning, Feng Jiayou had deceived Cheng Xuemin, who only wished to remain in northern Shaanxi and had no desire to take the university entrance examination, into coming to Beijing to accompany her. She needed to ensure he was adequately prepared for the upcoming college entrance exam and had to have enough funds to make the worst-case scenario of running away from home feasible. Thus, upon her arrival at Yen University, she set about writing her first novel, spurred on by the recent stir caused by Liu Xinmu's piece Scars, which had captivated the entire nation. However, she had not anticipated becoming so deeply engrossed in the process. Her manuscript had been returned by her mother's magazine no less than 4 times, and with today's rejection, it marked the 5th. Had she known, she would never have let her mother, the chief editor at October magazine, scrutinize her work. After her mother reviewed the piece, it was promptly submitted to October, which unleashed a relentless cycle of rejections and revisions, truly devoid of any familial leniency. Feng Jiayou even suspected that her mother, having discerned her intent to earn money from writing, was deliberately imposing strict standards to deny her approval. Was her manuscript truly that subpar? Had she refrained from alerting her mother and submitted it to other magazines? Perhaps it would have been published by now. Remarkable. You must refine this manuscript diligently and expedite its publication for remuneration. Cheng Xuemin genuinely admired the prowess of women. Just from writing novels, she had already earned over 500 yuan. Had he known that writing novels could be so lucrative in this era, he would have embarked on it immediately upon his arrival, rather than squandering half a year. Nevertheless, it was not too late to start now. Writing novels for money to procure a courtyard house was certainly a worthy endeavor. Isn't that already in progress? Did your mother wash the vegetables for you? And have you taken out the roast duck? Don't let those little rascals, Li Qin and Li Wen, snatch it away again. What should I change? I've been overwhelmed with revisions. Feng Jiayou felt an immense sense of frustration, yet having boasted earlier, she could not simply retract her words. Thus, she impatiently urged Cheng Xuemin aside, imploring him not to disturb her. All right, you focus on revising. I will help mother with the vegetables and cooking. Cheng Xuemin held a favorable view of women, especially since she had already amassed a small fortune through her writing. He too needed to catch up quickly and ensure that he could match Feng Jiayou's pace. Once he completed and published his novel, he would surprise her with the earnings. You all can squander as you wish. What will you eat when that little amount of money runs out? As Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou engaged in whispered conversation, intending to retrieve the roasted duck brought back at noon, Feng Jiayou's mother emerged from within, unleashing a torrent of complaints that left both Feng Jiayou and Cheng Xuemin utterly bewildered. What could have provoked such a reaction? However, when little Feng Liqin stealthily emerged from her grandmother's room, making her way toward her own, Feng Jiayou suddenly realized that someone must have informed on them. Feng Liqin, come here. Feng Jiayou called out sharply to her niece. Auntie. Feng Liqin's furtive movements froze as she turned to face Feng Jiayou, forcing a smile as she responded. Come here, what do you have in your hand? With keen eyesight, Feng Jiayou noticed something hidden in her niece's sleeve. After inquiring, she lunged forward like a frantic young calf, pulling out the money from Feng Liqin's sleeve and demanding, Feng Liqin, did you steal my money? I didn't steal it. I was just showing it to Grandma. The new uncle gave me a lot of money to show you. The little niece exclaimed in a flurry of panic upon being caught red-handed. You showed it to Grandma. Feng Jiayou's expression fell. Why was it so difficult to keep 2 secret coins hidden? She had concealed them so well, yet this little rascal had discovered them. Grandma saw it. The child nodded affirmatively. And what did Grandma say? Feng Jiayou pressed further. Grandma told me to put the money back and not to tell anyone. The little one recounted in detail. What else did you say to Grandma? Feng Jiayou continued to interrogate. I told Grandma that the new uncle is so nice to us. He treated us to a big roasted duck today, and tomorrow, he is taking us out for more roasted duck. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat, and yet you steal my money. There will be no roasted duck tomorrow. With such ferocity, Feng Jiayou frightened her niece to tears, primarily over the loss of tomorrow's roasted duck. At the dinner table, one might truly think they were in the company of starving ghosts, having never encountered such a feast. The old Feng family, for once, laid out a table brimming with lavish dishes, including an entire roasted duck and duck bone soup. Even Feng Jiayou, the elder brother, eagerly vied for the duck, fish, and meat, competing with the children for their share. This sight incensed Feng's mother, reddening her face with indignation. Mom, I told you that you favor Feng Jiayou. It's neither a holiday nor a special occasion, and yet you prepare such a grand feast, while we are left without a morsel. Did you even buy that authentic roasted duck from Quanjude? The eldest, Feng Jiayou, with his mouth full of meat and duck, retorted vehemently. If you don't have the means to partake, then don't even think about touching it. Feng's mother gazed at her disappointing eldest son, incredulous that he could compete with his little niece and nephew for food. Can't you show a bit more ambition at your age? Feng Jiayou chuckled sheepishly and replied. After not having a taste for several years, it's a rare treat. Indeed, uncle. The roast duck was purchased by the new uncle. He even took us to Quanjude for a grand feast today. The 6-year-old Feng Liqin chimed in, adding, and this is what we have left over. In an instant, Feng Jiayou felt that the roast duck in his bowl had lost its appeal. They had secretly indulged in a lavish meal while he was at work, and it had been at Quanjude. How could they call this leftovers? Feng Jiayou grew increasingly irritated with his little niece, wishing she would refrain from speaking if she had nothing sensible to say. Hastily, he remarked, this was specially packed by the chef at Quanjude. A whole duck just for you, sister-in-law. Please enjoy. He then encouraged his sister-in-law, Xuemin, to partake. By the way, sister-in-law, when Xuemin passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, he also bought milk powder and canned peaches for you and mother. Let me fetch them for you. Remembering the milk powder and canned goods purchased that afternoon, Feng Jiayou rushed back into the house to retrieve them. Thank you, but you needn't bother. Please sit and eat first. Xuemin quickly urged her sister-in-law to take a seat and enjoy her meal. All right, after dinner, I'll take you back to your room. Feng Jiayou lamented about her mother, having just received another rejection for her manuscript. Rejected again? Xuemin exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at her mother-in-law. How many times has this happened? Mother, how many revisions have been made? Does the magazine really have such high standards? They should approve it soon. I'm looking forward to Feng Jiayou getting her manuscript fee and treating us to a meal at Quanjude. Feng Jiayou also appeared stunned, recalling that the rejections had begun over a month ago. Hasn't it been 4 or 5 times already? She is our daughter. Must they be so harsh? They could at least give it a chance. All you think about is food. If her manuscript were good enough, would I not approve it? She is so thick-headed. Even with detailed revision notes, she still can't make the changes. Am I to blame? Feng's mother set down her chopsticks, clearly displeased. What does it have to do with you if Feng Jiayou can't get her manuscript approved? No, mother. How am I thick-headed? It's clearly your lack of discernment at the magazine. I even suspect that certain individuals are deliberately suppressing her work. Regardless, I've decided that after this revision, I won't submit to your magazine anymore. I'll submit to Yanjing literature. Feng Jiayou, can you speak with some integrity? What do you mean by deliberate suppression? All right. You may choose whomever you wish to support. I have expressed my thoughts here. Your article remains unsatisfactory. Revising and submitting it again yields no improvement. I had hoped that this time, after revisions, it would be acceptable. Here we go again. Cheng Xuemin quietly dined, choosing not to involve himself in the conflict between the mother and daughter. Moreover, he found it impossible to take sides. Logically, he should be aligned with his wife. Yet his mother-in-law, residing under the same roof, could not be offended. Thus, he feigned ignorance, focusing intently on his meal. Today, I mentioned to Lao Qian that the east side of the courtyard should be tidied up for you two to reside in. Later, Jiazhao, you should enlist someone to help your sister with her arrangements. If anything new needs to be purchased, do so. After a flurry of commotion, Feng Fu finally spoke up. Were we not supposed to sleep in Ersaw's room? Feng Jiayou was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at her father. Is your second sister-in-law truly going to hide at her maternal home indefinitely? Feng Mu chimed in with irritation, adding, next month, your second brother may return. Moreover, in a few days, the youngest will also be back. Your father has already arranged everything with the school. Here are 200 yuan. You can decide what to buy. Feng Mu shot a discontented glare at her husband, reluctantly producing 200 yuan to hand over to her daughter, who was like a debt collector. Mom, how could I possibly accept this? Feng Jiayou exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of money, reaching eagerly for the bills on the table. Mom, you may and I also wish to change the bed. That iron frame is quite uncomfortable. Feng Jiazhao said, gazing at the 200 yuan with gleaming eyes. What are you saying, Jiazhao? When did we ever discuss changing beds? The eldest sister-in-law, Kuyume, flushed instantly, shooting her husband a glare. We were already planning to change it. Feng Jiazhao asserted confidently. If you want to change it, go buy it yourself. Why ask me for money? Feng Mu shot him another irritated look, exasperated by the constant demands for money from her husband and daughter. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. We cannot accept this money. We actually have some savings. Cheng Xuemin could no longer remain silent. He quickly grasped Feng Jiayou's hand, gently declining, I truly am not a son-in-law in the traditional sense. Assisting them in renting a place and providing funds for new furniture certainly felt like being treated as a son-in-law, which Cheng Xuemin could no longer ignore. What are you talking about, Cheng Xuemin? We have no savings. The money from our parents is their way of showing care for their daughter and their son-in-law. Why refuse it? Feng Jiayou protested. This was money already in their grasp. Returning it made no sense. Furthermore, her parents' combined salaries barely totaled 200 yuan a month. What was wrong with spending a little to prepare for their daughter's marriage and her husband moving in? Just take it and stop pretending to be impoverished. Feng's mother truly looks down upon him. The more the country bumpkin's son-in-law speaks, the more she feels he is merely putting on an act for their family. Yet, her husband has genuinely been taken in by this facade. Not only has he agreed to let them obtain their marriage certificate as requested by the debt collector, but today he even went to find old Qian to rent the eastern room, incurring an additional monthly expense of 5 yuan. How peculiar it is to be so frugal. He refuses to rent the earthquake shelter in the western courtyard for 3 yuan and insists on the eastern room instead. One might mistakenly believe that the Feng family has welcomed a promising son-in-law. Well, with the mother-in-law stating it so plainly, what more could Cheng Xuemin say? To insist otherwise would simply be a matter of pride and poverty. He could only express his gratitude, thanking his mother and father-in-law and the entire family. On the first night of their marriage, as he prepared to wash his husband's hair, Cheng Xuemin found his wife, Feng Jiayou, looking beautiful in her earnestness. Though the night had not yet deepened, Cheng Xuemin was already stirred with desire. Yet, upon seeing Feng Jiayou furiously revising her manuscript, he approached her affectionately, only to be met with a playful admonition. Oh no, my mother is just next door. Please don't be reckless. She swatted away his restless hand and cast him a sidelong glance. In a couple of days, once we move to the eastern room, it will be far quieter over there. Perhaps realizing it was unfair to keep her husband in such restraint, Feng Jiayou quickly reassured him, if you're tired, go ahead and sleep. You only have these few days to rest. Once my family returns, I can get my review materials from school. And you need to get moving too. My parents are waiting for us. The entrance to Yenjing University next year is not just a casual suggestion. If you fail to gain admission, you want to have a place here with me. Cheng Xuemin rolled his eyes, pondering how he was being kept at home under the pretense of preparing for exams, living off his wife in a rather shameless manner. Yes, my dear wife. If you wish for me to attend Yenjing University, then I must indeed be a student there, lest I tarnish your reputation. After all, our family is all about Yenjing University. However, he mused, he couldn't genuinely remain at home, especially with the little ones around. Gazing at the sleeping child, Feng Liwen. Even if Cheng Xuemin had any mischievous intentions, he could not act upon them. The child was oblivious to the night's significance. It was their wedding night, and her grandparents had taken her sister away. Yet, this little one was determined to roll around on their bed, refusing to leave, insisting on sleeping with her uncle and aunt. There was no choice. Cheng Xuemin could not appear overly eager by sending the child off to her grandparents' room. Thus, they allowed her to sleep there, a rather large and unnecessary presence. What are your thoughts on this? Feng Jiayou, sensing Cheng Xuemin's agitation, set down her pen and inquired with concern. My father is indeed helping you look for a job, but your household registration has not yet been transferred. It can only be done when you return home for the new year. Without a household registration in Beijing, securing even a temporary job is quite challenging. As you are aware, many of our fellow educated youth are gradually returning to the city, and those with Beijing registrations are eagerly awaiting job placements. It is even more difficult for us, as our registrations have yet to be transferred. Feng Jiayou, assisting Cheng Xuemin, was simultaneously comforting him. As she articulated, Cheng Xuemin's registration not being in Beijing indeed complicates his job search. However, his situation could be rectified. Once he marries Feng Jiayou, he can convert his rural household registration to urban status. Furthermore, the necessary proof for this transfer was issued today when they registered their marriage. All that remains is for Cheng Xuemin to take this proof back to his hometown in Shaanxi, complete the transfer, and bring the documentation to the local authorities here to officially establish his residency in Beijing, thereby allowing him to seek employment with formal entities and enjoy the benefits of urban living. Yet, Cheng Xuemin had only just arrived and had no intention of returning immediately. He planned to wait until Feng Jiayou's winter break, so they could celebrate the new year together and facilitate his household transfer. Thus, even if he needed assistance in finding a job, it would be a matter for after the new year. Of course, should Cheng Xuemin feel an urgent need to seek employment right away, he could indeed return to Shaanxi to process his registration transfer and settle here. After all, the proof for the transfer had already been issued, and there were no strict timelines mandating when the transfer must occur. I feel embarrassed being supported by you, a strong man, while others might mock me. Moreover, I cannot face my mother-in-law under these circumstances. Though he understood the reasoning behind this sentiment, Cheng Xuemin was reluctant to return to Shaanxi just yet. He did not wish to remain at home, subject to the scorn of others. His mother-in-law had never held him in high regard, and being supported by her daughter would only diminish his standing within the family. All right, Xuemin. It's just a month or two. Besides, I will soon be on winter break. You can endure this for a little while longer. I promise to make it up to you afterward. How does that sound? Perhaps she had genuinely overlooked her partner's feelings, as Feng Jiayou sat on his lap, clinging to his arm and playfully nudging him, which made Cheng Xuemin feel quite uncomfortable. What a temptress. Let us not wait until later. Why don't you give me a little sweetness now? Cheng Xuemin teased, slyly guiding Feng Jiayou's delicate hand downwards. How to do that? You're carrying our child, she exclaimed, pinching him playfully with a mischievous smile. Then how about you wash my hair? Surely that's a reasonable request? Cheng Xuemin continued, his tone mischievous. Wash your hair? That's doable. Shall I go heat some water for you? Feng Jiayou whispered provocatively in his ear. Feigning ignorance, Cheng Xuemin playfully pressed her head down, achieving his aim effortlessly. Ah, bliss. The next day, they both busied themselves, as Feng Jiayou needed to attend classes and could no longer afford to delay her studies. The place where they reside is a mere half-hour bicycle ride from Yenjing University, and it was Cheng Xuemin who pedaled her there. He did not take her all the way to her dormitory, but instead dropped her off at the intersection of the 4th and 5th Streets. Having arranged to pick her up in the afternoon after classes, Cheng Xuemin then returned to the Feng family home. It was not Cheng Xuemin's intention to assume the role of a full-time uncle, caring for the siblings Feng Liqin and Feng Liwen. They had just returned to the city with their mother and had yet to arrange schooling and kindergarten for them. Yesterday, during dinner, Feng Jiayou, the eldest brother-in-law, had mentioned that the arrangements for school and kindergarten were nearly finalized and that the children would soon be able to join. For the time being, Cheng Xuemin was to help look after them until they were settled into their new institutions, after which he would be responsible for their transportation. Taking advantage of the time spent caring for the children, Cheng Xuemin planned to tidy up the eastern wing of the house. Old Feng had indeed found such a son-in-law as him. Previously, he had heard from Jiayou that he could hardly believe it. Old Qian from the front courtyard came over with the house key to assist him in opening the door, teasing Cheng Xuemin as he did so. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed improbable that a proud woman like Gu Xueqing would allow her precious daughter to choose a country bumpkin. Yet seeing was believing, and the arrangements for the east wing were evident. Old Qian, Is this room filled with books? Ignoring the word son-in-law, Cheng Xuemin glanced inside once the door opened, his surprise evident. Indeed, this was originally my library, and I had no intention of letting old Feng ruin it. I'm only allowing you to use this space because of Jiayou. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you touch it. Upon learning that old Qian had earned this grand courtyard through his writing, Cheng Xuemin no longer underestimated him. Hearing that it was out of consideration for Feng Jiayou that he had vacated this room only endeared him further to Cheng Xuemin, who graciously expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Old Qian, I assure you, I understand how precious these books are to you, and Jiayou, and I will certainly take care to preserve them. That's splendid. You are quite a decent young man. We shall proceed as you suggest. If it can remain untouched, all the better to spare me the hassle of moving things around. Old Qian was relieved, as he was already troubled about where to relocate the stored books. Very well. I will begin organizing this space and promise not to disturb your collection, Old Qian. All right, you carry on. I have matters to attend to as well. Old Qian nodded, leaving the house key with Cheng Xuemin before departing. So many books. Jiayou would surely appreciate them, although the room might feel a bit cramped. This was merely a temporary arrangement. Cheng Xuemin had no intention of remaining a son-in-law forever. Once he earned some income from his writing, he would eventually move out. In light of the numerous books stored away, should Cheng Xuemin eventually pen a novel, it would certainly provide a justification for his substantial reading volume, allowing him to craft a published work through imitation and adaptation. Is that truly so challenging? Cheng Xuemin devoted 3 days to tidying up the eastern wing. Feng Jiayou accompanied him on a trip to the East Huamen pigeon market, where they managed to procure an old wooden bed. During the era of rationing, nearly every purchase necessitated a ticket, and acquiring a bed was no exception. However, Feng Jiayou's family had recently returned to the city and lacked the requisite tickets. Cheng Xuemin, in dire need of a bed that wouldn't creak at night, heeded the suggestion of his brother-in-law, Feng Jiayou, to scour the pigeon market. The pigeon market was synonymous with the black market. Here, transactions could occur without tickets, allowing for barter or cash purchases. However, most items were second-hand, relics of the past. New products were predominantly available only through designated supply stores, requiring tickets for purchase. The East Huamen pigeon market mainly dealt in second-hand furniture, such as tables, chairs, and beds. Cheng Xuemin and his companion spent 95 yuan to acquire a mahogany bed from the Republican era, regrettably without a mattress. As for those who disdain old items and prefer first-hand new goods, perhaps such sentiments were prevalent in Cheng Xuemin's time, but in the 1970s, material scarcity rendered such preferences impractical. My dear wife, it's completely silent. Come and give it a try. After setting up the bed in the wing, Cheng Xuemin deliberately sat down and shook it vigorously, yet it remained utterly silent, not a single creak. This ignited a surge of joy in Cheng Xuemin. The iron-framed bed he had slept on in his sister-in-law's room had required utmost caution even for a mere turn, let alone anything else. Are you trying to provoke me? If it's silent, then let it be. Why make such a fuss? Feng Jiayou, provoked by Cheng Xuemin's teasing, turned crimson with embarrassment. She had already perceived him as quite cheeky, but his audacity surpassed her expectations. Each night, he compelled her to wash his hair in such an improper manner, leaving her utterly bewildered as to where he had learned such boldness. My dear wife, are you harboring impure thoughts? I merely invited you to sit and test it out. There were no ulterior motives. Yet, it was Feng Jiayou who pondered incessantly throughout the day. Who was thinking of anything impure? Cheng Xuemin, you're incorrigible. You are the one consumed with such thoughts. You can sleep here by yourself from now on. Mortified and angry, Feng Jiayou finished arranging the bed and stormed off. Cheng Xuemin was left utterly dumbfounded. It had merely been a playful jest. Did women truly take such matters to heart? Feng Jiayou was indeed serious. On the very night their new home was ready, they slept in separate rooms. Under the guise of wanting to sleep with her niece, she insisted that Cheng Xuemin focus on his studies and prepared diligently for the upcoming college entrance examination. Ultimately, Feng Jiayou, feeling disinclined to eat any further, had already reached her limit. She sought refuge in her sister-in-law's room, hesitant to move in completely. Otherwise, within the confines of her sister-in-law's quarters, the incessant creaking of the iron bed would provide ample opportunity for that rascally Cheng Xuemin to toy with her in various ways. If they were to cohabit in the side room, who knows what unrestrained antics that scoundrel might indulge in. Yet, Feng Jiayou's evasion was short-lived, as her sister returned home to reside with them. Henceforth, with her little aunt Feng Jiayou accompanying her niece, Feng Jiayou would have no choice but to obediently move into the side room and share quarters with her husband. Evade, little one, continued to evade. Observing Feng Jiayou, who resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, Cheng Xuemin could hardly contain his anticipation, eagerly wishing for nightfall to arrive so he could feast to his heart's content. Halt, Cheng Xuemin. Complete this set of exam papers first. Depending on the outcome, I may reward you. Aware of his mischievous intentions, Feng Jiayou felt both tempted and apprehensive. She was drawn to the allure of his physique, yet equally frightened by it. Pregnant at this stage, she was truly at her most vulnerable to temptation. However, Cheng Xuemin's piercing gaze seemed to undress her, leaving her utterly defenseless. Yet, considering his robust physique, she feared she might not be able to withstand it either. Moreover, her mother had clearly warned her that this was a crucial period and urged her to refrain from reckless behavior. She had previously been adamant about not terminating the pregnancy, yet the two of them could easily mishandle the situation and lose it altogether. Furthermore, her mother had hinted that since both she and Cheng Xuemin were still young and needed to attend university, it would be challenging to care for a child. Therefore, they should consider entrusting the child to her elder brother and sister-in-law after birth, emphasizing the need for caution. Entrust the child to her elder brother and sister-in-law? Feng Jiayou feigned ignorance, unwilling to express her thoughts to Cheng Xuemin for fear of provoking his imagination. She resolved to address the matter only after the child was born, at which point Cheng Xuemin would likely be enrolled at Yenjing University, undoubtedly preoccupied with studies. She could not bear the thought of sending the child back to her parents in Shaanxi or leaving it in Yenjing with her brother and sister-in-law. If forced to choose, she would undoubtedly prefer to keep the child nearby. After all, the child was not solely hers to give away at will. Thus, Feng Jiayou opted to feign ignorance, delaying her response to her mother's suggestion and deciding to evaluate the situation when the time came. Hopefully, by then, their circumstances would have improved. Have you already managed to acquire the review papers? Cheng Xuemin was utterly taken aback as he watched the woman pull several sheets of paper, still imbued with the scent of ink, from her bag. Let us discuss how this reward should be administered. Cheng Xuemin took the papers, flipping through a complete set of science examination simulations, Chinese, mathematics, politics, physics, chemistry, accompanied by an English test. How do you envision this reward? If you can score above 500, I will reward you however you wish. Feng Jiayou shot a glance at Cheng Xuemin, whose mind seemed perpetually preoccupied with trivial matters. First, demonstrate real capability before making demands. 500. The total score is 620 points. It's quite simple. Cheng Xuemin glanced at the score sheet. Chinese scored 100, mathematics 120, while the other subjects, politics, physics, chemistry, and foreign languages, each received 100, culminating in a total of 620 points. Given Cheng Xuemin's current peak performance at a prestigious university, achieving 500 should be a trivial task. What about the 620 points? Feng Jiayou pointed out on the English exam paper, emphasizing that English constitutes only 10% of the total score, so the maximum it can contribute is merely 10 points. The cumulative total across 6 subjects amounts to 530 points. Since Cheng Xuemin intends to pursue a science track, mathematics has a total score of 120, while the other subjects score 100 each, with English only accounting for 10%. Conversely, for the arts, Chinese totals 120, with the other subjects, mathematics, politics, history, and geography, scoring 100, and English still only contributing 10%. Thus, regardless of whether one studies the sciences or the arts, the total remains 530 points. Feng Jiayou's insistence on a score exceeding 500 is clearly a deliberate provocation towards Cheng Xuemin, lacking any semblance of sincerity. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xuemin immediately put down the exam paper, declaring that he would not take an insincere test. Let others take it if they wish. Very well. I shall inform my parents that you have chosen not to take it. Feng Jiayou, unwilling to coddle him, swiftly gathered the exam paper and turned to report to her parents. Wait, why are you reporting me again? Cheng Xuemin was taken aback. This was not how one should play such a game. What reporting? This exam paper was procured through my mother's connections. Hurry and take it. She intends to grade it personally to assess your actual level. If you perform satisfactorily, my parents propose to enroll you in a transfer program at Yanda Secondary School for a repeat year. However, it is highly competitive. There are numerous returnees vying for a spot. This weekend, they will conduct a transfer exam, with only 50 spots available for repeat students in one class. So, you understand the stakes. Cheng Xuemin, unleash your full potential. I have already made grand declarations in front of my parents and siblings. Moreover, my sister-in-law has been so motivated by us that she has returned to her family to concentrate on her studies. Thus, do not feel overly pressured. Focus on completing this exam paper well. If you manage to score 450, you know what that means for tonight. Do you wish to drive your mother-in-law to despair? Very well, dear wife, this is what you have proposed, 450 points, and do not backtrack. Cheng Xuemin emphasized with a nod. 450 points, still a considerable challenge for him. After all, Feng Jiayou's college entrance exam last summer yielded only 436 points, while the admission cutoff for Yanda was merely 423 points. The top scorer of the college entrance exam in Yanjing achieved only 447 points. Now, the women of his household have set their sights high, demanding Cheng Xuemin to tackle this set of examination papers, aiming for the pinnacle of academic excellence at Yanjing. Very well, Cheng Xuemin refrained from expressing much, as he too was intrigued to challenge himself and ascertain how much of his past prowess from a prestigious university remained. Having mastered the legendary 3 years of college entrance examination, 5 years of simulation, even retaining just half of that knowledge should enable him to score around 450 points, considering the simplicity of the examination questions in this era. This conviction bolstered Cheng Xuemin's confidence. Otherwise, how could he dare to assert, in front of the entire Feng family, that he would undoubtedly gain admission to Yanjing University the following year? Very well, I await your performance. Feng Jiayou remarked with a sly raise of her eyebrows, equally eager for this preliminary examination to reveal Cheng Xuemin's true capabilities, although she had always held confidence in him. The recent set of examination papers her mother brought back from Yanjing University affiliated high school after accompanying her younger sibling for enrollment made Feng Jiayou feel quite anxious. She understood her mother was not jesting. Yanjing University would not offer any leniency. Suddenly, Cheng Xuemin burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Feng Jiayou inquired, putting down her pen, puzzled. Nothing. I have completed the English exam. Cheng Xuemin replied, tossing his finished paper towards Feng Jiayou with a smile. Completed the English exam? So swiftly. You didn't just rely on your little tricks to guess, did you? Feng Jiayou estimated it took him barely 20 minutes to finish the entire English paper. Recalling the essential techniques Cheng Xuemin had previously urged her to memorize before her own examination, she questioned him with a hint of irritation. Feng Jiayou struggled with English. Despite Cheng Xuemin's last-minute tutoring, she could hardly score well. Fortunately, English only accounted for 10% of the total score, meaning that even scoring 0 would not drastically affect her overall results. Thus, in desperation, Cheng Xuemin resorted to his past life as secret for guessing in English. If 3 answers were long and 1 was short, choose the shortest. If 3 were short and 1 long, select the longest. For 2 long and 2 short, choose any. And for those that were the same, opt for the uneven. This method allowed her to guess effectively during the exam. Surprisingly, Feng Jiayou, who typically struggled to pass English, achieved a remarkable score of 76. Indeed, in an era where English was not yet widely embraced and most students were grappling with scores around 30 or 40, a 76 was undoubtedly exceptional. Just think about how impressive my secret technique is. Cheng Xuemin, upon completing the exam, reflected on the accuracy of his method, discovering it boasted an astonishing accuracy rate exceeding 90%. Such a level of precision for guessing was nothing short of astonishing. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed only natural. This so-called secret technique had indeed been a game-changer in the tumultuous educational landscape of the late 80s and early 90s. It is indeed not mere coincidence, but rather a reflection of the fact that the examination questions in English have been predominantly inspired by foreign sources. Such subtle patterns in question formulation went unnoticed when they first permeated our domestic education. It was only after the turn of the millennium, with the advent of the internet, that this so-called secret technique for answering questions became widely known. Consequently, educators began to deliberately avoid these apparent coincidences when crafting their questions, thereby rendering this once infallible technique ineffective. Yet, the subsequent generations of underachievers continue to venerate these strategies as classics, perpetuating a cycle of ineffectiveness. However, what era are we in now? The college entrance examination has recently reinstated its format. and English was only tested in a closed-book manner during the summer vacation participation of Feng Jiayou. The first instance of the examination last winter was entirely open book. Thus, the techniques compiled over the next 2 or 3 decades may not be as applicable to the initial years of these exams. How impressive you are! Feng Jiayou reminisced about the techniques her husband had taught her, recognizing their formidable efficacy, yet she quickly stifled her smile and said with gravity, "You must not share this outside. I intend to keep it as a family secret, passed down only within our household. Considering its terrifying accuracy, I must also contemplate whether to impart it to my daughter in the coming years." Upon thinking of the technique's astonishing precision, Feng Jiayou felt compelled to remind Cheng Xuemin, all right, no sharing. Keep it within the family. You might as well say it should only be passed down to males." Cheng Xuemin rolled his eyes, incredulous at her audacity to treat it as a family heirloom. "When your children grow up, it may not be as effective," he remarked, emphasizing the need for discretion. "Focus on your studies. I've taken your English paper to my mother." Sneaking a glance at Cheng Xuemin, she instructed him to remain diligent as she headed towards the exit with the English paper. "Why the rush? Can't we wait until after the exam to send it?" Cheng Xuemin remarked with a wry smile at her urgency. "I'm not in a hurry, but someone is. Are you trying to give your mother-in-law a heart attack?" Feng Jiayou retorted playfully as she dashed towards her mother's room. "Take your time," Cheng Xuemin called after her, bemused that she was acting like a schoolgirl despite being soon to be a mother herself. After watching her enter the living room, he turned his attention to the second exam paper, mathematics. "Mom, what score do you think Jiamin will get on the English paper?" Upon entering her mother's room, Feng Jiayou found her waiting eagerly for her son-in-law's exam results, and she proudly presented the English paper. "So soon? You didn't just guess, did you?" Feng's mother, Gu Xueqing, glanced at her watch, realizing how little time had passed since she handed the exam to Feng Jiayou for delivery. "Has it only been half an hour? Have you completed the full 100 points in English in that time?" It must have been a guess. Gu Xueqing's initial reaction was to perceive her son-in-law, a rustic fellow, as utterly clueless. After all, English differs from other subjects. It had not been a mandatory examination subject during the college entrance examinations, which had previously prioritized Russian. Moreover, a decade has elapsed since then. English was introduced to align with international standards, becoming one of the foreign language subjects in the first college entrance examination after its reinstatement. In the past, there had been no review materials available domestically. It was exceedingly difficult for urban students to obtain even a modicum of English resources, let alone for someone like Cheng Xuemin, a rural lad. She questioned whether he had ever seen an English examination paper. Now, however, she had painstakingly leveraged connections to procure a set of mock examination papers from a familiar source at Yanda-affiliated high school. Was he merely guessing aimlessly? "If you're just guessing, hurry and grade it, Mom. Don't you have the answer key?" If Feng Jiayou were adept in English, she would have gone through it herself to gauge the situation. Unfortunately, English was not her strong suit. Nevertheless, Cheng Xuemin typically relied on his secret techniques. Securing a passing score should not pose an insurmountable challenge. "All right, I shall see how many points he can muster." Gu Xueqing nodded, took the English examination paper, and began grading it against the provided answers. Feng Jiayou, stifling laughter, returned to the study she shared with Cheng Xuemin. Upon entering, she found him wholly engrossed in the mathematics examination paper, which made her hesitate to disrupt his concentration. Yet, the joy and astonishment on her face remained unabated as she beheld the impressive score of 94 on the English paper. Especially amusing was the thought of her mother's increasingly shocked and bewildered expressions as she graded the paper. 94 points. It was particularly telling that her mother had deducted 5 points from the English composition, as there was no standard answer for reference. Otherwise, had a professional examination grader reviewed the meticulously crafted essay, it would have been improbable to incur any deductions. However, it mattered little. The English score constituted merely 10% of the total. Thus, a score in the 90s was practically equivalent to a perfect score, not far from it. Cheng Xuemin's English score could indeed serve as a barometer of his overall academic performance. His grades in other subjects were unlikely to be subpar. After all, Feng Jiayou had gained admission to Yanda through Cheng Xuemin's intensive training. With such an exceptional student, how could the teacher possibly fall short? Impressive. Feng Jiayou discreetly peered over Cheng Xuemin's shoulder and noticed that in such a short span, he had already begun tackling the fourth mathematics problem. The college entrance mathematics examination comprised only 10 questions, devoid of foundational multiple choice or fill-in-the-blank questions, making the format exceedingly straightforward. To begin the fourth problem after merely a few minutes was truly remarkable. Feng Jiayou silently cheered him on, marveling at his prowess without disturbing his focus. She settled back into her seat, resuming her revisions. 4 or 5 days had passed since her mother returned the manuscript. Yet Feng Jiayou had yet to comprehend the necessary changes. Earlier, she had been overly proud and haughty, but when her mother, in a fit of exasperation, inquired about the progress of the manuscript, her arrogance was swiftly quelled. Determined, Feng Jiayou resolved that once she perfected this draft, it would not be returned to her by the October editorial team. She would devour the original manuscript and never write again. As she immersed herself in her work, time slipped away unnoticed. She was jolted from her reverie by the sight of 4 examination papers that Cheng Xuemin had tossed her way. If it weren't for the commotion her mother was causing outside, seemingly as a reminder, she might have remained oblivious to the passing of time. "What? Xuemin, you wrote that quickly," she exclaimed as she picked up the nearby test papers, realizing that the subjects of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and politics had all been completed. "Quickly take these to Mom. She has been pacing back and forth in the yard. She must be anxious." Cheng Xuemin chuckled ruefully, recognizing the prideful nature of his mother-in-law. A single English paper had successfully ignited her expectations, yet Feng Jiayou, despite knowing her mother was waiting, had completely forgotten about delivering the examination papers. Cheng Xuemin had noticed that his mother-in-law had been pacing back and forth in the yard, too proud to come in and check. Perhaps she could no longer contain her impatience, for just then, her elder brother returned from outside and seized the opportunity to scold him soundly. This finally stirred Feng Jiayou from her manuscript revisions. "Let her wait. Let her be anxious. You should have seen her proud face just now, Xuemin." "I nearly burst out laughing," he remarked. Indeed, she was a devoted daughter. Cheng Xuemin refrained from responding, focusing instead on the final Chinese examination paper. "You've taken this long on a mathematics paper, and you call this your ticket to Yen University?" Feng Jiayou finally delivered the papers, only for her mother, Gu Xueqing, to mockingly retort. Earlier, when Feng Jiayou delivered the English paper, she mentioned that Cheng Xuemin had begun working on the mathematics exam. However, it was already nearing 9 o'clock, and after more than 2 hours. Only now was the mathematics paper being presented, revealing the extent of Cheng Xuemin's struggles with the subject. As for the astonishment brought about by the English exam score, it had long since faded from her mind after 2 hours of contemplation. "Whether or not he is fit for Yen University, Mother, you should check the answers first," Feng Jiayou declared, retrieving the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and politics papers and laying them before her mother, raising an eyebrow in provocation. "All of this?" He finished them all. Gu Xueqing's initially sarcastic demeanor transformed into one of shock as she beheld the papers spread before her. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and politics were completed, and now Cheng Xuemin was working on the final Chinese exam. This was precisely the reaction Feng Jiayou, the devoted daughter, sought, as she basked in her moment of triumph and pride. Regardless of her partner's performance on the exam, his speed in answering questions is undeniably impressive. Her mother initially believed that he took an inordinate amount of time to complete the mathematics section. However, she laid out 4 completed examination papers, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and politics, before her mother, questioning whether her partner's pace was truly foolish. But what is speed without substance? Gaining admission to Yanda requires exemplary scores. Feng Mu, Gu Xueqing, was momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly regained her composure and began to mark the papers with urgency. Despite her stubborn demeanor, her concern for her daughter's unrefined son-in-law's academic performance surpassed even her daughter's anxiety. The word was already circulating that Gu Xueqing had chosen a rural, illiterate son-in-law, leaving her pride, which she had nurtured for a lifetime, in tatters. Nowadays, when she stepped out, Feng Mu had lost her former arrogance, often leaving work with her head hung low, heading straight home. She was suppressing her frustration, hoping against hope that her debt-collecting son-in-law had not deceived her, that he possessed some genuine talent after all. She did not expect him to score highly enough for Yanda's prestigious Waterwoods program, but if he could at least gain admission to a university in Beijing, she would be eternally grateful. Thus, Feng Mu personally accompanied her youngest daughter, Feng Jiayou, to Yanda-affiliated high school for enrollment, specifically to inquire about the possibility of repeating a year. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so invested in personally escorting her daughter for a mere enrollment in the 3rd year. After ensuring that there would be an examination for the repeat enrollment, she even arranged for a set of mock exam papers, determined to ascertain her son-in-law's true capabilities. She would not take the words of her debt-collecting son-in-law at face value. How could a rural man, toiling from dawn till dusk, have had the opportunity to engage with education? Could he really be capable of excelling at Yanda? The results would speak for themselves. Surprisingly, that English paper had indeed dazzled Feng Mu, leaving her in a state of shock. A rural lad, who might not even know what English is, achieved a staggering score of 94. It was truly astonishing. She eagerly anticipated the scores of the subsequent subjects. However, after waiting for over 2 hours, there was still no sign of her son-in-law with the papers. Gu Xueqing began to worry that perhaps he had exhausted his prowess after that initial success. Spending over 2 hours on just mathematics, could he really handle the pressure of the actual college entrance examination? To her astonishment, her debt-collecting son-in-law returned with fully completed papers in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and politics, each devoid of blank responses. This reignited the prideful spirit of her daughter's mother, prompting her to eagerly commence the grading process. It is truly a challenge to praise your son-in-law's excellence, isn't it? One could only hope for a smooth transition into the Yanda-affiliated high school program. After diligently reviewing all 4 papers, Feng Mu endeavored to contain her overwhelming astonishment, neatly stacking the papers to hand them to her youngest daughter, remarking casually, "Yes, mother is indeed right." Feng Jiayou, equally restrained, took the 4 examination papers, each scoring a modest 92 points, and nodded in agreement. Mathematics, 118, physics, 97, chemistry, 98, politics, 92, complemented by a score of 94 in English. This, according to her mother-in-law, was merely satisfactory, nearly causing Feng Jiayou to burst into laughter. With a total of only 16 points lost across 5 subjects, even a mere pass in Chinese would yield over 470 points, firmly securing her position as the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. It is noteworthy that this year's top scorer achieved a mere 473 points, while the top scorer from Yanjing only managed 447 points. With such scores, her son-in-law could effortlessly gain admission to Yanda, yet in her mother-in-law's eyes, it was simply met with a casual remark of adequacy. "Mother, could you possibly be any more prideful? Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge that your son-in-law is indeed remarkable? Mother, I have finished my mathematics paper as well. Please help me grade it quickly. I hope to score at least 110. Just then, Feng Jiayou, who had just been brought back, bounded into the room, a mathematics paper in hand. It was the same exam as Cheng Xuemin's. As Feng Jiayou is currently a senior in high school, she will also be taking the college entrance examination next summer, hoping to transfer into Yanda's affiliated middle school. However, as she is a current student, there is no need for her to join a repeat class, allowing her to enter directly. Yet, since she has obtained a mock exam paper, she intends to take the test as well. Feng Mu Gu Xueqing initially intended for her younger daughter to perform well, hoping to outshine her clumsy brother-in-law and quell her elder sister's usual arrogance. However, little did she know that her brother-in-law would surpass her entirely. How much time has passed? Both took the English test first, followed by mathematics, and her brother-in-law's scores were already released, while she had only submitted her second mathematics paper. The English results had also come out, revealing that her brother-in-law scored 94, while Feng Jiayou, the younger sister-in-law, only managed 74, a full 20 points behind. "Sister, has the esteemed Cheng finished his mathematics exam? What did he score? Did he pass?" It is absolutely impossible for Feng Jiayou to refer to her brother-in-law as anything other than the esteemed Cheng. One wonders where she learned this manner of speaking, disrespectfully referring to him as the esteemed Cheng without a hint of reverence. "Mind your own business." Feng Jiayou shot back at her ungrateful sister, feeling exasperated. She had even given up her room for her to sleep in. Yet this girl continues to address her brother-in-law as the esteemed Cheng, and after 2 or 3 days of being back, has not uttered a single word of brother-in-law. Because of this, the sisters have become estranged, unable to look at each other without disdain. Now she wishes to see her brother-in-law's results? Not a chance. She is deliberately keeping it from her, tantalizing her, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. Surely, he must have failed. "Sister, are you too embarrassed to reveal it?" The younger sister, Feng Jiayou, pouted, exhibiting the same proud demeanor as her mother. "It is not embarrassment. It is fear of your disappointment." Feng Jiayou, being the elder sister, would not allow herself to be outdone in words. When it comes to being hurtful, even her mother cannot bear it, let alone the tender and naive Feng Jiayou. Huh? Sister, do you not fear the repercussions of your words? Just how much merit does your old Cheng possess? Seizing the opportunity while her sister was distracted, Feng Jiayou mischievously snatched the papers. Feng's mother glanced at her daughter and immediately shook her head, marking a bold cross on the last major question. Shocked. Was this all achieved by old Cheng? Mathematics scored 118, physics 97, chemistry 98, and politics 92? Feng Jiayou initially believed that her sister concealed merely a mathematics paper behind her, but upon snatching it, she discovered there was much more. After inspecting the scores on these papers, she was utterly bewildered. You insisted on taking it despite the potential blow to your ego. Just look. The same examination time. The same question papers. Your brother-in-law has already revealed his scores in 5 subjects, while you have only completed mathematics. This was precisely the intended effect. The papers behind her were deliberately placed for her to seize. Feng Jiayou, observing her foolish sister, smugly remarked, "Here you go, your mathematics score is out. And it doesn't even reach 100, does it? Feng Jiayou, did you not claim to be exceptional, ranking in the top 3 across the entire school?" Just then, their mother finished grading Feng Jiayou's mathematics paper, marking a score of 98, which provided Feng Jiayou with another chance to tease her sister. How did you score only 98? How is that even possible? Mother, did you make a mistake in grading? In her state of confusion, Feng Jiayou wanted to retort to her sister, asserting that she had completed not only mathematics, but also English. Yet, confronted with the scores of old Cheng, she found herself at a loss for words. Just as their mother inscribed the 98 on the test paper, before she could begin her reprimand, Feng Jiayou exploded, questioning whether her mother had erred in her grading. The answers are right here. See for yourself. The first auxiliary line in the last question was drawn incorrectly. How could you expect to pass? The final major question was where the most points were lost, resulting in a complete deduction of 14 points. But it cannot be that all 14 points were deducted. At least grant me some partial credit to help me surpass 100. After a brief glance at the answer, Feng Jiayou muttered in indignation. All right. The answers are right here. You can grade yourself. Award yourself whatever score you wish. Take it away. Take it away. Feng's mother was utterly exasperated by Feng Jiayou's antics. Originally, she intended for her to take the exam alongside her brother-in-law to suppress her sister's arrogance. Wasn't Feng Jiayou always boasting that she was a top student, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her grade? Is this the level of a top student in their school? English 74, mathematics 98? After nearly 3 hours, she had only completed the English and mathematics papers. She was thoroughly outperformed by her brother-in-law, who completed 5 subjects in the same time. How frustrating. When did Feng Jiayou ever struggle to submit her work? Why did she choose to do so precisely when her sister's arrogance was at its peak? Feng Jiayou was no different. If the manuscript could be revised, then let it be. If not, it would be better left unchanged. How many days had it been? In a fit of embarrassment and indignation, Feng's mother was adept at seizing the opportunity. Observing the debt collector's forced smile, it was evident that she was on the brink of exploding. Almost done, Mom. I'm going to revise it right away. Feng Jiayou nodded repeatedly, barely suppressing her laughter as she dashed out of her mother's room, only to burst into unabashed laughter as soon as she was outside. Mom, is it true that my sister's big brother Cheng is that impressive? In such a short time, he's taken 4 exams? Feng Jiayou still found it hard to believe and turned to her mother for confirmation. It's 5 exams. He submitted his English paper an hour before you did, scoring 94. Although Feng's mother was reluctant to dampen her spirits, her daughter's inquiries compelled her to respond. What? How is that possible? Feng Jiayou was utterly perplexed, her mind in disarray. Isn't writing essays your forte? You write novels? How audaciously you laugh. Cheng Xuemin set down his pen and turned to the flamboyant Feng Jiayou, teasing her. Xuemin, impressive. You'll get a reward tonight. After showcasing her accomplishments to her mother and sister, Feng Jiayou felt elated, anticipating a feast of grilled sausages that evening. So have I passed? The woman's words instantly invigorated Cheng Xuemin, his eyes twinkling with delight. You have indeed passed. You should have seen my mother's proud demeanor just now. Well, it's not too bad. With a touch of filial piety, Feng Jiayou playfully sold her mother out, laying Cheng Xuemin's exam paper before him, mimicking her mother's haughty tone. Look at your scores. This is merely not too bad in her eyes. Furthermore, Jiayou, without a conscience, was deliberately trying to compete with you, aiming to overshadow you, but she was thoroughly outmatched by you. Let us see if she dares to boast in front of you again. Cheng Xuemin could only smile wryly as he gazed at the exam paper laid before him. Mathematics 118, Physics 97, Chemistry 98, Politics 92. It was indeed not too bad. Essentially reclaiming his footing in the prestigious 985 institution. In the early years following the resumption of the college entrance examination, the competition had been fierce. Originally a science student, Cheng Xuemin considered politics to be his weak point. Scoring 70 or 80 would have been remarkable for him. However, to his surprise, he achieved 92, which perhaps stemmed from his extensive practice with civil service examination essays in his previous life. Having systematically assessed his capabilities, Cheng Xuemin felt considerably confident about next year's Yin University. Xuemin, only the Chinese exam remains. How did you fare? After her excitement peaked, Feng Jiayou inquired about Cheng Xuemin's final Chinese paper. It's nearly finished. Let us submit it as it is. Cheng Xuemin extracted the Chinese language test paper from the bottom and handed it to Feng Jiayou, exclaiming, "So soon?" Feng Jiayou was genuinely surprised, marveling at the swiftness. Upon receiving the test paper, she discovered that the front was indeed completely filled out. However, when she turned to the back, she was confronted with a blank essay in classical Chinese analysis, prompting her to question, "Xuemin, why have you left the classical Chinese analysis and the essay untouched? What are you submitting?" "Well, I was quite vigorous earlier, and now I'm fatigued and lack the desire to continue," Cheng Xuemin replied with a nod, somewhat disgruntled. "Besides, writing essays isn't my forte. The mere sight of it gives me a headache. My dear wife, look at me, my head feels like it might explode. I am truly exhausted. I simply don't wish to write. I want to be lazy." This reluctance was precisely why Cheng Xuemin had postponed the Chinese test until last, as he had not anticipated writing it from the very beginning. With mathematics, physics, chemistry, politics, and English already completed, the final Chinese score seemed less consequential. Exhausted? Upon hearing this, Feng Jiayou felt a pang of tenderness and remarked, "I didn't ask you to push yourself so hard." Meanwhile, Feng Jiayou's heart ached for him, recalling that her classmate had only just finished English and mathematics, flaunting his success. "Xuemin, don't write anymore. With over 400 points from these 5 subjects, you've already passed with flying colors in your mother's eyes. Let me massage your temples. How does this pressure feel?" With utmost gentleness, she began to knead Cheng Xuemin's temples. "Ah, just the right amount of pressure. Thank you, my dear wife." Cheng Xuemin relished the care he received, continuing, "Darling, here's my thought. There's no need to arrange for me to retake classes or transfer. I'm not keen on wasting time repeating a year. I prefer to pursue other endeavors. They already know my capabilities, and whether or not I attend Yin University High School for a retake is inconsequential. Moreover, supporting a son-in-law through a retake to gain admission to university was somewhat of a mockery for Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou alike, inviting disdain from outsiders. Even if he were to gain admission to Yanjing University next year, he would still be subject to gossip and scrutiny from those around the Feng family. An unwanted burden. Why should he subject himself to such ridicule when he could avoid it entirely? In truth, Cheng Xuemin preferred to let others perceive him as a layabout relying on Feng Jiayou, rather than earnestly retaking classes and wasting time. All right, if you don't wish to retake, then don't. Studying at home is just as valid. I'll have a word with my mother about it, Feng Jiayou acquiesced, fully supporting her husband's decision to forego a retake. She did not wish to burden her mother with this expectation either. Her husband was already exceptionally capable, more than sufficient to secure a place at Yanjing University without her mother's intervention to facilitate a transfer to Yin University High School for a retake. She feared that if her husband were to succeed in gaining admission, her mother would claim all the credit, boasting that it was her diligent efforts that ensured Cheng Xuemin's acceptance to Yanjing University. Without her mother-in-law, it would be said that her husband, Cheng Xuemin, could repeat his studies for several more years and still fail to pass. Her mother, with her arrogance, should be well aware that her daughter is not so naive. Cheng Xuemin nodded gently in acknowledgement. "All right, let us arrange this, shall we? From now on, you will escort me to school every day. Don't return midway. Instead, stay at Yin University to prepare for the exams. There are usually empty classrooms available there, and you can also study in the library. We shall have lunch at school, and after classes, we will return home together." The 2 younger ones have already been enrolled in kindergarten, so there is no need for Cheng Xuemin, this uncle, to stay home full-time to supervise them. The Feng family has decided that Cheng Xuemin should remain at Yin University during the day. All right, as you wish, my dear wife. Cheng Xuemin nodded. He was already in the process of writing a novel, whether at home or at Yin University made no difference. Moreover, he could also keep an eye on Feng Jiayou at Yin University. Oh, Xuemin, how come you are so obedient this time? Cheng Xuemin's agreeable response raised suspicion in Feng Jiayou, prompting her to probe further. Just a moment ago, you mentioned wanting to find something to occupy yourself with, didn't you? She had heard him express his desire to seek employment, yet she feigned ignorance and made this suggestion. To her surprise, Cheng Xuemin, who was equally prideful and wished to earn a living, actually acquiesced. Actually, I've recently written something. My dear wife, could you lend me your discerning eye and see if it's any good? I'm considering submitting it to my mother's magazine. Do you think it would be accepted? Cheng Xuemin chose to lay his cards on the table and presented the manuscript he had prepared, retrieving it from the stack of books in the corner and handing it to her. What? Xuemin, what is going on? Didn't you say that writing essays in Chinese isn't your strong suit? Upon receiving Cheng Xuemin's manuscript, Feng Jiayou was utterly perplexed and astonished. Just moments ago, he had complained of fatigue, claiming that writing compositions was not his forte, yet he had turned around to secretly produce a piece of writing, exuding confidence in submitting it to her mother's magazine. Initially, Cheng Xuemin had planned to wait until the submission was published and the payment received to surprise Feng Jiayou. However, considering that he had a mother-in-law who was the chief editor of a magazine, he thought it best to submit to her mother's publication, as it was sensible to keep the benefits within the family. Cheng Xuemin was quite certain that his short story manuscript would be accepted, for it was a tribute work. The original author had previously achieved remarkable success across various forms of media, including novels, films, dramas, and comics. Therefore, a piece of such quality would surely warrant submission to his mother-in-law's magazine, lest he face her scrutiny regarding his worthiness as her son-in-law. With these concerns in mind, Cheng Xuemin decided to be forthright and handed the manuscript to Feng Jiayou to help check for typos, intending to submit it alongside her own work to her mother. The Wrangler. Xuemin, is this a novel you're working on? Feng Jiayou took the manuscript, glanced at the title, and was momentarily taken aback. Is there really no horse in the commune brigade of northern Shaanxi? As she continued reading, she found herself deeply engrossed in the tale of the couple, Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji. Cheng Xuemin quietly waited, refraining from interrupting Feng Jiayou. The Horseman is Cheng Xuemin's initial foray into short fiction, his approach mirroring that of Feng Jiayou and her peers, following the prevailing trend of Scar literature. Within this genre, aside from the pioneering works The Homeroom Teacher and Scar, one cannot overlook Spirit and Flesh. While The Homeroom Teacher and Scar ushered in the era of Scar literature, Spirit and Flesh, though a part of the same category, leans more towards reflective literature, earning a notable place in modern literary history. Moreover, the first two short stories garnered the first prize at the inaugural National Excellent Short Story Awards held the following year. Spirit and Flesh claimed the first prize at the second edition of the same awards the next year, both recognized as outstanding national short stories. It is noteworthy that Spirit and Flesh serves as the original title of The Horseman, the latter being the title of the film adaptation. Therefore, Cheng Xuemin's choice of The Horseman is undoubtedly intentional. If he were to embark on this endeavor, he aimed to pay homage to an award-winning work. Had it not been for timing, Cheng Xuemin might have boldly honored The Homeroom Teacher or Scar. Regrettably, these two pieces were already published last winter and this summer. His homage to Spirit and Flesh would have to wait until next summer when the editor of People's Literature, Zhang Xianliang, would seek contributions. Although the timeline is close, at this moment, Teacher Zhang might not even have a concept in mind, so Cheng Xuemin's tribute should not lead to any overlap. What do you think? Should I submit it to October, edited by Ma? The Horseman spans approximately 18,000 words, of which Cheng Xuemin has only completed about 10,000. Nevertheless, it took Feng Jiayou over 40 minutes to finish reading. As she instinctively reached for the next page, Cheng Xuemin quickly interjected, as there was nothing more to read. Nothing left? You haven't finished it? Feng Jiayou then realized, her lingering anticipation urging him, Xuemin, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What is the point of showing me an unfinished piece? Here is a pen. Hurry up and finish it. I want to know if Su Lingjun ultimately abandoned Li Xiuji for a capitalist nation. Indeed, the woman was assertive, almost as if wielding a metaphorical sword to urge him on. First, tell me how my novel reads. If I submit it to Ma S. October, will it be accepted? Cheng Xuemin smiled wryly as he accepted the pen she thrust at him. There's no need to rush the manuscript so eagerly. Dear woman, do share your thoughts on this piece. Is it worthy enough to pass my mother's preliminary scrutiny? Do not submit it to her. However, to Cheng Xuemin's surprise, Feng Jiayou began with these words. Noticing Cheng Xuemin's bewildered expression, Feng Jiayou continued, Xuemin, your writing is truly exceptional. I was utterly moved by the love story of Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji that you crafted. Did you write this based on our experiences? Are you Su Lingjun and am I Li Xiuji? Feng Jiayou refrained from explaining why she would not submit it to her mother. Instead, she asked Cheng Xuemin with a quivering voice, filled with emotion. Now, Xuemin, do not be so moved yet. Which word led you to believe this was inspired by your experiences during your rural work? Indeed, my dear, you are absolutely right. You are my Li Xiuji, and I am your Su Lingjun. Cheng Xuemin quickly seized upon her emotional state, striving to deepen her feelings. After all, it was merely a fictional narrative. If she wished to immerse herself in it, so be it. Cheng Xuemin had nothing to lose and could only gain from her heightened sentiment. But tell me, would you abandon Li Xiuji and me to go to America with your affluent capitalist father? With a sudden shift in tone, Feng Jiayou gazed intently at Cheng Xuemin, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. If I do not finish writing it, you may reconsider later. Your interference now could disrupt my creative flow. Cheng Xuemin attempted to elaborate further, yet Feng Jiayou nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, yes. Xuemin, you are right. This is a literary creation, and I must not disturb your creative process. Write swiftly, for we shall submit it to Yinjing literature, not to my mother's October. Why not submit it to my mother's October? Now it was Cheng Xuemin's turn to be puzzled. This marked the second time she had mentioned not submitting it to her mother. Was the rift between them truly so profound? Submit it to her? Xuemin, you surely do not wish to endure the torment of endless revisions, do you? If you want to test this, I could send it to my mother right now for her preliminary guidance. Feng Jiayou raised an eyebrow, genuinely intending to deliver both the manuscript and her language exam paper to her mother, hoping she would offer her son-in-law some valuable insights. No, my dear, I shall heed your wishes. You are in charge. Remembering the frenzied editing sessions Feng Jiayou had endured in recent days, Cheng Xuemin swiftly grabbed her, declaring, listening to your wife is indeed the right choice. Feng Jiayou was quite pleased with Cheng Xuemin's attitude and added, Xuemin, you do not understand my mother's stringent expectations, especially towards family. She allows no leniency, demanding nothing short of perfection. Your novel is indeed remarkable. I was so moved that I lost myself in it. Have you ever considered what would happen if I submitted this piece to my mother? If she were to perceive that your writing reflects our experiences, what would her thoughts and demands be? Without a doubt, I can assure you that she would insist on revisions countless times, at least 3 or more, to showcase her own elevated standards. It is utterly inconceivable that she would approve it on the first attempt. I have come to this realization with a profound sense of regret. Thus, heed my counsel. Let us submit to Yanqing literature. I have heard from Huang Beijia and others that it is relatively easier to get published there. She managed to get a piece accepted during this summer, earning over 60 in fees. The rationale is clear. Cheng Xuemin has come to the same conclusion. It is not as Feng Jiayou described. If I were to submit to my mother-in-law, would she not provide some guidance, insisting that Cheng Xuemin revise it? How else could she assert her own competence and status within the family? It is certain that she would not allow it to pass on the first submission. The agony of revisions looms ahead, and Cheng Xuemin wishes to avoid the fate of Feng Jiayou. So, shall we redirect our submission to Yanqing literature? When my mother-in-law inevitably questions the matter, her daughter will stand in defense, absolving Cheng Xuemin of any blame. Indeed, I should listen to my wife. I must not involve my mother-in-law in this. Cheng Xuemin urgently needs to submit and receive payment, for he wishes to evade the slow tutelage of his mother-in-law. Otherwise, he would not see any remuneration before the year concludes. The stern mother-in-law, it is better to endure a short pain than a prolonged one. The rewards in the evening were delightful. Women truly value the pleasures of food. The following morning, Cheng Xuemin was awakened by the sounds of an argument between Feng Jiayou and her mother. What could this possibly be about? As he emerged from the warmth of his bed, he caught sight of Feng Jiayou storming in, visibly displeased. What happened? Cheng Xuemin gestured towards the outside, whispering a question. What else could it be? She is deliberately targeting me, making things difficult. Feng Jiayou furiously threw the basin she was holding onto the shelf and, in her agitation, shouted towards the door, I'm not revising. Let anyone else revise if they wish. Ah, has the manuscript been rejected again? The speed at which my mother-in-law operates is astonishing. Feng Jiayou had been quite the diligent worker last night, revising until late. Cheng Xuemin worried that this relentless effort might adversely affect the development of the baby she carried. He urged her to rest more and revise at a leisurely pace. Without haste. Yet, she persisted through the night, declaring her intent to deliver the manuscript to her mother first thing in the morning. Convinced that this time it would be accepted, who would have thought? In the mere time it takes to brush one's teeth, the manuscript was returned once more. My heart aches for her. My dear wife, why not submit to Yanqing literature as well? Cheng Xuemin found himself adopting a rebellious stance, encouraging Feng Jiayou to abandon her mother's publication and instead submit to Yanqing literature. Did she not previously proclaim her intent to forsake her mother's October submission in favor of Yanqing literature? Last night, she urged Cheng Xuemin to submit to Yanqing literature. She might as well join him in that endeavor, for whether one betrayal or two, they are still betrayals. Such high-intensity, almost draconian demands for revisions from her mother truly instilled fear in Cheng Xuemin. Don't you think so? I deeply regret it now. Feng Jiayou sat at the edge of the bed, unfurling the manuscript that her mother had just returned to her. Once again, several paragraphs were marked in bright red, demanding alterations. Moreover, these were entirely new requests. The previous versions had not been flagged for changes. Couldn't she just indicate all the required modifications at once? Instead, she insisted on making it a torturous process, making it impossible to remain calm. Is it customary to review manuscripts this way, not providing all the feedback in one go? By the time she painstakingly revised one section, new issues arose in another. This short piece totaled just over 10,000 words, yet she had revised nearly every paragraph and word countless times. Furthermore, the feedback was given in batches, one after another. What else could it be but deliberate torment? Yes, it's me who is intentionally making it difficult for you. Does that suffice? Have you even considered what your revisions have turned into? You've ruined the coherence of the earlier sections with your changes. The text now lacks clarity and is riddled with superfluous phrases. Can't you even read through it yourself? And yet you accuse me of not marking everything in one go, when it's clear that your own incompetence is at play. I truly wonder how you managed to get into Yin University, especially in the Chinese department. Her mother's sharp tongue was a testament to their shared lineage. How could the text be so disjointed? It was clearly a deliberate act on your part. Feng Jiayou stubbornly retorted, but as she reread the sections her mother had crossed out, her retorts faltered. This is how the editing process goes. Removing even a single word feels like a slice of flesh. Each revision instills a fleeting confidence that this time she would succeed. Yet, being engulfed in this predicament, she remained unaware of how her manuscript had transformed. Darling, calm down. I think it's quite good. Not nearly as exaggerated as your mother claims. Just a few minor issues. When you have time back at school, I'll help you polish it. Cheng Xuemin glanced at the manuscript and had to admit that her mother-in-law was indeed a professional with a keen eye for editing. However, Cheng Xuemin was not so blunt as to say, "Dear, your manuscript has indeed devolved with each revision." He had to be more tactful. Moreover, he could not allow this woman to be tormented by her manuscript any longer. Cheng Xuemin resolved to take matters into his own hands and assist her in revising the piece. It had to be done. Please, help me with this. I would rather endure any discomfort than tackle this manuscript. It's revolting. Upon mentioning nausea, Feng Jiayou immediately felt queasy, prompting Cheng Xuemin to quickly grab a basin. Offering to pat her back as he said, "Darling, is it really that serious?" How could it not be? Feng Jiayou finally caught her breath and shot him a glance, mumbling, "You big rascal, just like my mother, always tormenting me. Haha, I'll revise it. Don't worry, dear, I promise to make your manuscript splendid." Cheng Xuemin touched his nose and said with a mischievous smile, "Now, that's more like it." Feng Jiayou cast a flirtatious glance at him and then recalled something. "By the way, Mom said you still need to attend the repeat class at Yin University Affiliated High School. Still need to go? My dear, you haven't clarified this with Mom." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xuemin's expression instantly soured. "Yes, we need to go." Feng Jiayou nodded in agreement, stating, "Mom is right this time. Xuemin, without a high school diploma, you cannot directly register for next year's college entrance examination. However, if you can enter the repeat class at Yin University Affiliated High School, it will be equivalent to a high school graduation, and the school will assist you in registering for the exam without the need for us to pull any strings." This morning, when submitting her manuscript, Feng Jiayou had also mentioned to her mother that Cheng Xuemin was reluctant to attend the repeat class, but her mother insisted on it. Attending the repeat class at Yin University Affiliated High School is partly for additional study and preparation, but the primary reason is to obtain an equivalent high school diploma. Many returning educated youths are eager to enroll in these repeat classes for the same reason, to gain eligibility for the college entrance examination. Otherwise, studying at home independently poses challenges, as many returning educated youths struggle with their qualifications. Xuemin, shall we proceed with attending the repeat class at Yin University Affiliated High School? Feng Jiayou added. Moreover, it's conveniently located near Yin University. Our original plan remains unchanged. You can still drop me off at school, right? All right then. I'll heed your advice. Regarding Cheng Xuemin's prospects for next year's entrance examination to Yenjing University, Feng Jiayou prioritized this matter and was in complete agreement with her mother. Even if Cheng Xuemin was reluctant to attend the repeat class, he felt compelled to do so. Let us first see what the repeat class is like. Given Cheng Xuemin's current foundation, he realistically did not need to attend classes every day. However, he thought it best to wait and see what the situation was like after officially enrolling. Xuemin, give it your all. Once you get into Yin University, you must call me senior sister. Understand? Feng Jiayou said, her eyes sparkling with delight as she teased Cheng Xuemin. Sure, when we are at school, we can refer to each other as senior sister and senior brother. Does that work? Cheng Xuemin replied playfully. No. From now on, you shall be my little junior. This confidence stemmed from her score of over 400 on the 5 subjects. To her, Yin University seemed within easy reach. Shuqing, let her pass. Is it really that bad? How many times has it been revised already? Over at Feng's parents' side, they were discussing Feng Jiayou's manuscript. Because of this paper, the mother and daughter had been at odds all day, their eyes not meeting. Was it truly necessary? She had completely lost her focus on revising the paper. And now it seemed to be getting worse. Was it her fault? Feng's mother shot her partner an annoyed glance, questioning why the blame was now solely on her. Then let us just scrap it all together. She's pregnant. Let her rest and focus on her health. If we keep revising like this, I fear it might affect the baby. Feng's father maintained a rational perspective, suggesting to abandon the paper rather than seeking alternative solutions. Upon hearing this, Feng Mu was momentarily taken aback, so incensed that she momentarily forgot her vexation. She nodded slightly and softly remarked, better to endure brief pain than prolonged suffering. Next time she brings it over, I'll dispose of it immediately. It truly is beyond redemption, utterly unpassable. In the vicinity of Yin University's library, Cheng Xuemin had secured a commendable spot. Just moments ago, after parting ways with Feng Jiayou, they had agreed to meet for lunch at the library. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xuemin diligently completed the unfinished manuscript of the Wrangler, meticulously refining it once more. Before he knew it, the entire morning had slipped away. Junior brother Cheng. Upon concluding her class, Feng Jiayou searched the area and finally spotted Cheng Xuemin at the corner of the library's first floor. Initially intending to call out to him, she cleverly added, over here. Cheng Xuemin looked up and, upon seeing her, smiled and waved, softly calling out, Junior brother Cheng, let us go get some lunch. I'll show you what the food at Yin University is like. As she approached, Feng Jiayou gently remarked, sounds good. I've heard so much about the exquisite meals at your university, and yet, in all these days, you haven't treated me even once. Cheng Xuemin carefully gathered his documents. Rising with a teasing smile, but one team I accompanying you lead to misunderstandings from your admirers? Feng Jiayou was the most beautiful flower of their commune, captivating enough to turn heads even at Yin University. It was hard to believe that, nearly a semester into the school year, she had not attracted a throng of suitors. Misunderstandings? You think too much. At this point, can't my classmates see the truth? Feng Jiayou shot him a playful glance, her belly slightly protruding as she laughed and scolded him. You, the big rascal, are already in this state, and yet you speak of admirers. And what do your classmates think of you? Have they been curious about whose child is in your belly? Feng Jiayou and her peers were part of the first 2 cohorts of students to resume higher education after the restoration of the college entrance examination, collectively referred to as the new 3 cohorts. These students, having weathered the trials of a transformative era, included many who were already married with children. Thus, in the vicinity of Yin University, there were quite a few family members accompanying students. Although it was rare to see someone like Feng Jiayou, heavily pregnant and attending classes, she was not the only one. Due to its rarity, Her condition inevitably piqued the curiosity of her classmates, especially concerning the father of her child. Her peers must have inquired frequently. Of course they asked. It's quite obvious. Feng Jiayou patted her belly as they walked together. And how did you respond? Cheng Xuemin inquired with curiosity. What else could I say? During my time as a sent-down youth in the northern Shaanxi region, I found myself unable to endure the hardships of that place. I deceived a local young man into assisting me with plowing the fields while I secretly prepared for university entrance exams. Before my return to the city, he discovered my duplicity and forcefully assaulted me. Feng Jiayou mischievously whispered to Cheng Xuemin. Ah, you truly dare to say such a thing. Cheng Xuemin was taken aback, hardly believing that a woman would express such audacity. Moreover, who is to say who assaulted whom? It seems the roles have been somewhat reversed, don't you think? What is there to fear? I speak only the truth. You are distorting the facts. It was I who was violated. Yet I possess no evidence to substantiate my claim. Cheng Xuemin, are you mocking me with this jest? Absolutely. This will be a source of amusement for me for a lifetime. Very well. Tonight, we shall see who prevails. Xuemin, your riding in the horse wrangler is truly splendid. Feng Jiayou, wiping away her tears, eagerly devoured her meal, speaking with her mouth full. Eat, eat. You are now nourishing two bodies. Your nutrition must be sufficient. In the midst of their playful banter, it was a special occasion as it marked Cheng Xuemin's first meal at the cafeteria of Yen University, prompting Feng Jiayou to indulge a bit. She ordered a dish of shredded pork and garlic sauce for 1 yuan 50 and braised pork for 2 yuan. As they dined, Feng Jiayou grew impatient, eager to read the conclusion of Cheng Xuemin's horse wrangler once she learned he had completed it. She read while eating, her eyes glued to the manuscript, scarcely touching her food. By the end, she was moved to tears. Cheng Xuemin, ever modest, served her more braised pork, urging her to eat. Xuemin, you should eat too, you've lost weight. Have I? Cheng Xuemin instinctively pinched the flesh at his waist. Realizing that the intense meal she prepared each night had indeed taken a toll, causing him to shed some weight. It seemed that while washing his hair inspired a surge of creativity, moderation was equally necessary. Then, I shall seize the moment and submit my manuscript to Yanqing literature. Is there truly nothing at home to worry about? Cheng Xuemin hoped to submit his work early and receive payment, planning to ride his bicycle to the editorial office that very afternoon. Yet, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding his somewhat proud mother-in-law. What could possibly be the matter? Just ensure she remains unaware. Feng Jiayou replied with a rebellious tone, then, recalling something, continued, given the distance to Yanqing literature, you should consider mailing it instead. If your manuscript is accepted, there might be a delightful surprise. A surprise? What surprise could that be? Cheng Xuemin's curiosity was piqued. How could submitting a manuscript to Yanqing literature yield a surprise? That shall remain a secret until your manuscript is accepted. Feng Jiayou replied with a sly smile, withholding any further information. In truth, the location of Yanqing literature was not as distant as she suggested. If Cheng Xuemin rode his bicycle, he could make the round trip in a little over an hour. Moreover, delivering it personally not only saved postage, but also provided an opportunity to consult the editor there. However, Feng Jiayou insisted there would be a surprise. Fine. When a woman speaks of a surprise, it certainly piques one's curiosity. Consequently, Cheng Xuemin heeded her advice and opted for mailing. In the afternoon, as Feng Jiayou had a class and, being pregnant, was prone to drowsiness, she accompanied Cheng Xuemin for a while before retreating to her dormitory for a nap. Meanwhile, Cheng Xuemin sent the manuscript of the Wrangler to Yanqing literature. He then devoted the afternoon to revising Feng Jiayou's manuscript. In fact, Cheng Xuemin had already reviewed her piece several times prior and had a clear idea of how to amend it. Is this done already? Xuemin, your speed is impressive. Upon returning home together, Cheng Xuemin presented the revised manuscript to Feng Jiayou, eliciting an exclamation of delight from her. She nearly bestowed a kiss upon him. Take a look and see how it turned out. If it's not satisfactory, we can discuss it further, Cheng Xuemin smiled and suggested. Absolutely. Feng Jiayou eagerly began to read, her eyes sparkling with increasing wonder. Eventually, she asked in astonishment, Xuemin, is this truly the same manuscript I wrote before? It's been transformed remarkably. I can hardly believe it. So, does that mean I can submit it to Mom? Cheng Xuemin sighed in relief, aware of the high standards that ran in their family. Her mother was stringent with her submission requirements, and Feng Jiayou equally held Cheng Xuemin's revisions to a lofty standard. He was mentally prepared for the possibility of having to revise it again if Feng Jiayou were to return it for more changes. Indeed, if it doesn't pass this time, that would be rather excessive. Feng Jiayou nodded repeatedly, saying, "All right, hurry and transcribe it for Mom to submit. Just don't hand it over as is. She will recognize our handwriting." "Understood, understood. Do you think your husband is that foolish?" Feng Jiayou shot Cheng Xuemin a playful glance, her gaze lingering affectionately on her manuscript. "Let us hold off on submitting it for a few days. Once she gets anxious, we can hand it in." The dutiful daughter relished in her defiance. She had once disregarded her previous manuscripts, but now, the piece her partner had revised was too grand for her to submit hastily. She delighted in prolonging the suspense to keep her mother on edge. Feng Jiayou's tenacity was formidable. Cheng Xuemin had anticipated that given Feng Jiayou's impatient nature, she would be eager to transcribe and deliver the manuscript to her mother that very evening or at least by the following morning. However, to his surprise, she managed to delay it until the third morning, when her mother casually remarked before leaving, "If your manuscript is unalterable, don't bother changing it. Our submissions for this issue have already been finalized." This comment initially quelled any thoughts of pursuing the matter further, as she was mindful not to jeopardize the health of her unborn child. Yet, unexpectedly, the relentless daughter responded, "But I've finished revising it. The manuscript was completed days ago." "Finished? Why didn't you show it to me? Go fetch it now." Mother Phone was taken aback. She casually remarked, "If it's not changed, then leave it as is." However, upon inquiry, she discovered that the revisions had long been completed. It was astounding that she hadn't even been allowed a glance at them. This was hardly the demeanor of a debtor. The haste to publish, coupled with the intrusion of her lover, had left her unable to focus on the manuscript, causing it to deteriorate with each revision, becoming increasingly unsatisfactory due to her impatience. Yet today, remarkably, it had been 2 or 3 days since the revisions were made, and she managed to maintain her composure and silence. "I submitted to Yanjing literature," Feng Jiayou remarked softly while fiddling with the porridge in her bowl. In an instant, Cheng Xuemin felt as though the already chilly room had plummeted to sub-zero temperatures. Feng Jiayou and Kuyume, his brother-in-law and sister-in-law, could not help but rise and quietly retreat to their own quarters. Feng father, seated at the head of the table, wore a similarly bewildered expression as he gazed at Feng Jiayou, before also silently standing to fetch his briefcase. Cheng Xuemin looked at Feng Jiayou in astonishment, pondering whether this was truly necessary. Couldn't either of the two women restrain themselves just a little and refrain from such arrogance? Feng Jiayou was even more reckless. Her manuscript lay on the writing desk in the room, waiting for her mother to inquire so she could present it like a treasure. Yet why did she suddenly mention Yanjing literature? Was she deliberately provoking her mother? In any case, the atmosphere had turned tense, and Cheng Xuemin found it unbearable to stay any longer. He too rose quietly, but noticed that his elder brother, sister-in-law, and father-in-law had retreated to their own rooms. However, to return to his own room, he would have to pass through the main door of the hall, where his mother-in-law was standing, preparing to leave. It would be awkward for him to walk past her and retreat to his quarters. Reluctantly, he stood at the doorway of his sister-in-law's room, who had already left for school and was not present at that moment. Submitted to Yanjing literature? Mother Feng, with her hand outstretched, was momentarily stunned by her debtor's declaration. Her expression quickly darkened, as if she were striving to restrain something within, and she feigned indifference as she inquired, "How long has it been?" 6 times. Feng Jiayou's manuscript had received 6 rounds of detailed revision suggestions from her mother, covering everything from the initial concept to the climactic conclusion, nearly to the point where she might as well have rewritten it herself. And now, after completing the manuscript, she hadn't even given a word of acknowledgement before turning to submit it to Yanjing literature. She was well aware that the magazine October had just resumed publication and was in dire need of quality submissions. Though the initial draft had indeed been subpar, they had not given up on it. After much effort, it had almost reached a publishable state, yet she had strayed from the path, her revisions leading her further astray. The hope had been to let her take a break, allowing her to regain her composure and then refine the piece for publication. But now, it seemed all for naught. The manuscript had indeed been revised long ago, yet she silently submitted it to Yanjing literature. The debt collector was surely seeking revenge. This was bound to drive her to despair. If Yanjing literature were to publish her work, what would the editor and her colleagues say? After all, the debt collector's piece had been reviewed and critiqued by numerous colleagues, including the editor herself. To turn around and submit to Yanjing literature. Is such behavior not utterly unscrupulous? Surely, it should have been no submission. I was merely jesting. Feng Jiayou initially intended to provoke further, but upon seeing her mother's expression nearly reach a boiling point, she quickly plastered on a flattering smile and said, "It's revised, all according to your suggestions. I assure you, there will be no faults to find. I'll fetch it." Cheng Xuemin, witnessing the scene, volunteered to rush into the house to retrieve her manuscript. He had indeed been startled, the aura emanating from his mother-in-law, even before her wrath had fully erupted, was already intimidating. He could hardly imagine the chaos that would ensue if her fury were unleashed. Only Feng Jiayou dared to incessantly provoke her mother, teetering on the edge of an explosion. It would have sufficed to simply present the revised manuscript. Why the need for such provocation? Moreover, Cheng Xuemin could not help but recall his own manuscript submitted to Yanjing literature, the horse wrangler. What if his mother-in-law discovered it was pinned by him, and that he had chosen not to submit to her recently revived October? He dared not contemplate such a scenario. As Feng Jiayou had articulated, he would rather die than let his mother-in-law know that the horse wrangler was authored by her son-in-law. "Mom, Jiayou worked through 2 nights to revise it. Could you please take a look?" Cheng Xuemin hurried back and handed the neatly copied manuscript to her mother-in-law. "You can be angry with me all you want." Had it not been for Cheng Xuemin delivering the manuscript, Feng's mother would have likely refused to accept it altogether. Indifferent to whom it was submitted, she merely tossed it into her briefcase without a glance and, before leaving, remarked, "If it's still subpar, submit it wherever you wish. Mom, at least glance at it before you go. Can't you give me a definitive answer?" With her mother departing without a backward glance, Feng Jiayou was left feeling anxious and uncertain. "I think you deserve this. Had it been me, I would have tossed your manuscript in the trash." At that moment, Feng's father emerged with his briefcase, shaking his head at Feng Jiayou. "Hee, Dad, don't you say? I just wrote an English piece. Should I submit it to your Foreign Affairs Bureau for a try?" Feng Jiayou asked with a smile. "Don't. I wish to live a few more years. Please don't bring calamity upon our Foreign Affairs Bureau." Her father, genuinely fearful, hurriedly departed. "Brother, I heard screenwriting is quite lucrative. Can I learn to write scripts from you?" Feng Jiayou caught her elder brother sneaking out and seized the opportunity to inquire. "Ah, we're going to be late. You may hurry up. I'll take you to work with me." Dare not provoke her. Her elder brother, Feng Jiayou, feigned ignorance and continued to push his bicycle without waiting for his wife, Kuyume. "Where is he? Where is your brother?" Kuyume, emerging from the courtyard, inquired upon noticing the absence of her husband. "He just stepped out." Cheng Xuemin gestured towards the entrance and replied. In an instant, the entire household had vacated, leaving only Cheng Xuemin and the young Feng Jia with 2 little ones who would later be entrusted to school. Oh, and there were 2 small children as well, who would be responsible for going to school shortly. The surprise intended for the mother-in-law turned into a fright. Honestly, I was merely jesting with her, unaware that she couldn't take a joke. After dropping off the 2 little ones at school, Cheng Xuemin would then escort Feng Jia to Yanda. All the while the woman continued to murmur, "Mother's earlier wrath was truly formidable. Had you genuinely submitted to Yanjing literature, would she have truly unleashed her fury?" Cheng Xuemin emphasized his trepidation with 3 repetitions of truly, still haunted by the incident, but even more concerned about his manuscript. Had he foreseen the circumstances, he would have submitted to his mother-in-law's October. Even if he wished to avoid special treatment and the meticulous revisions she demanded, he could have easily submitted under a pseudonym, just as he did with Yanjing literature, using an alias that old Sue might still guess belonged to her son-in-law. As long as the mother-in-law remained unaware that the manuscript was pinned by Cheng Xuemin, it would likely be accepted without issue. Once published, should it later be revealed that it was indeed written by her son-in-law, it might even bring her a delightful surprise. Now, however, a colossal ticking time bomb loomed overhead, causing Cheng Xuemin great anxiety. Well, I must have the courage. Feng Jia, seated sideways on the rear of the bicycle, wrapped her arms around Cheng Xuemin's waist, her feet dangling as she playfully pedaled. If she had the audacity to submit to minting, she would have done so long ago. It is precisely due to her lack of courage that she merely boasts, savoring the thrill of words, fully aware of her mother-esque temperament. Despite the commotion, should she dare to be serious, they at October might very well blacklist her. After all, her manuscript has received significant attention from the editorial team at October, with numerous suggestions provided. It can be said that the revised manuscript bears little resemblance to her original work. Moreover, with her mother-esque connections, And given that Feng Jia is a high-achieving student from the Chinese department at Yanda, October is keen on nurturing her as a potential candidate for the future. Feng Jia is acutely aware of the stakes. No matter how she might wish to submit elsewhere, she cannot afford to divert her first piece. Are you suggesting I submit to Yanjing literature? My dear wife, are you not putting me at risk? Cheng Xuemin exclaimed in bewilderment. Was there truly anything she feared? Yet, she would not dare, while encouraging her son-in-law to act against the grain. What is there to fear? At worst, just don't let my mother know. Feng Jia replied nonchalantly, adding, besides, October does not offer as much as Yanjing literature. They pay new writers 4 yuan per 1,000 characters, while Yanjing literature starts at 5. The disparity of a mere 1 yuan in manuscript fees. Who else would submit to Yanjing literature if not for them? Indeed, Cheng Xuemin nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Although the difference was slight, it represented a disparity in the treatment of new writers. Had he been in the same position, he would undoubtedly have chosen Yanjing literature as well. Xuemin, look, we have received our mail. Before escorting Feng Jiayou to the classroom, Cheng Xuemin made a deliberate detour past the mailroom at Yin University. With sharp eyes, Feng Jiayou spotted the notice board outside, which indicated that there was mail today, addressed to Old Su, the horse wrangler. It was worth a look. They must have received a response from Yanjing literature. Cheng Xuemin had provided Feng Jiayou's address at Yin University as the contact for his submission, deliberately avoiding his home address. After all, if he were to miss the mail and it fell into the hands of his mother-in-law, it would spell trouble, even if it weren't his mother-in-law discovering it. His elder brother and sister-in-law would be equally hard to deceive. After much consideration, he deemed Feng Jiayou's address at Yin University to be far more secure. Be careful. Take your time. Just as they approached, Feng Jiayou, impatient as ever, leapt off her bicycle before it had even come to a stop, startling Cheng Xuemin, who hurriedly steadied her with one hand. Hey there, could you please fetch the mail for Old Su, the horse wrangler? Thank you. Could she not be anxious? The outcome of Cheng Xuemin's manuscript could determine whether her little treasure chest would flourish. Old Su, the horse wrangler? Ah, here it is, your mail. Is it from Yanjing literature? The attendant at the mailroom, with a knowing glance at the return address, could already surmise the contents. Hee, may your words prove prophetic. I hope it is not a rejection letter. Feng Jiayou eagerly accepted the letter, tearing it open as she walked, extracting the correspondence within. What a sight to behold, a woman so fervent. Yet, Cheng Xuemin himself felt a twinge of nervousness. Although it was a tribute to a short story that had won accolades in a past life, and part of the burgeoning genre of scar literature, the anxiety of not having secured its acceptance weighed heavily on him. After all, this was his debut work in this new life, and it had to make a resounding impact. It's been accepted, it's been accepted, it's been accepted, Feng Jiayou exclaimed, her eyes darting over the letter in excitement, bouncing up and down as she spoke to Cheng Xuemin. Accepted? Do we need to revise it? Cheng Xuemin quickly seized the letter, scanning it just as swiftly. Indeed, it had been accepted, but revisions were still required. In the letter from the editor Zhang Dongning at Yanjing Literature, she extended an invitation for Cheng Xuemin to visit their editorial office to make the necessary amendments. Revisions, it is then. Xuemin, you've been accepted. It simply means you'll be meeting with the editor to make your acquaintance and familiarize yourself. Previously, Huang Beijiao was also invited to their office for revisions, and it was all wrapped up in a day. Feng Jiayou eagerly took the letter from Cheng Xuemin's hands, her delight evident as she perused its contents. Her excitement surpassing even her own submissions. Ah, your editor is Zhang Dongning? She exclaimed softly, her curiosity piqued upon noticing the editor's signature. Do you know this Zhang Dongning? Cheng Xuemin inquired, intrigued. Just a few days prior, while submitting her work, Feng Jiayou had mentioned that there were surprises awaiting him at Yanjing Literature. However, Cheng Xuemin had no acquaintance with Zhang Dongning, and thus felt no sense of surprise. I don't know him. I thought you'd come to know him directly at Yanjing Literature. Feng Jiayou teased, her playful hints deepening Cheng Xuemin's curiosity. Aren't you coming along? He asked. I have a class in the morning. Feng Jiayou replied, secretly wishing to witness the editorial office of a literary magazine for herself. Let us go together in the afternoon. I'll refine my second draft in the morning and submit it in person. Cheng Xuemin nodded, conceding to her desire to accompany him, as the morning was of little consequence. What? Xuemin, you've written another piece? Just a few days have passed. Feng Jiayou, initially agreeable to the afternoon plan, was taken aback by Cheng Xuemin's statement. In just a few days, you've completed your second manuscript? This productivity seems extraordinary, she exclaimed, with a mere 5 yuan per 1,000 characters. If we don't write a few more pieces, how will we ever afford our own home? My plan is for you to publish 1 piece every month. Cheng Xuemin boldly declared. Impressive. Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her man's bravado was undeniably captivating. At 51, Dongxinglong Street, outside Chongwenmen, stood the office of the October magazine. Gu Xueqing parked her bicycle and, from a distance, spotted the chief editor Lu Xinwu. Good morning, Lao Lu. She greeted cheerfully. Good morning, Teacher Gu. Lu Xinwu responded politely, nodding as he secured his own bicycle. He casually inquired, by the way, Teacher Gu, has your daughter Jiayou's manuscript truly been rejected? Yesterday, when the current issue was finalized, Lu Xinwu had asked Gu Xueqing if her talented daughter from Yanda had yet to revise her work. If it isn't ready soon, it might miss this publication altogether. Little did he know that Gu Xueqing would reveal its rejection and that her daughter would not be writing for the time being. This revelation left their colleagues in astonishment. It is well known that Gu Xueqing was quite proud, and her daughter's manuscript was nearly acceptable. However, her high standards demanded perfection, as she could not bear the thought of outsiders whispering about favoritism or backdoor dealings in the publication process. Indeed, it is not as exaggerated as it seems. The manuscript is capable of passing, albeit not reaching an exemplary standard, yet it undoubtedly meets the passing criteria. After all, with the solid foundation of a distinguished student from Yen University, how poorly could one write? However, Gu Xueqing insists on maintaining high standards, demanding her daughter to revise the manuscript. This insistence has led to an unfortunate halt in progress. When inquired yesterday, she bluntly declared it was rejected. A piece that surpasses the passing mark, which could have been published, was dismissed outright. Lu Xinwu, the chief editor, was preoccupied with finalizing the publication yesterday and had no time to delve into the specifics. It is one thing to argue between mother and daughter, perhaps spoken in the heat of the moment. Upon regaining her composure, Lu Xinwu expressed her concern once more, seeking confirmation. Rejected. Her mind is entirely elsewhere. The more revisions are made, the further it strays from acceptance. Hence I have decided to reject it outright. Feng Mu, Gu Xueqing, nodded, mentioning her troublesome debtor, which truly vexes her, preferring not to elaborate. That is indeed a pity. Lu Xinwu accompanied her into the workplace, continuing the conversation with Feng Mu. At times, dear Teacher Gu, one must not be overly stringent with your daughter. After all, she has just returned from Shaanxi and is submitting for the first time. We should encourage her enthusiasm. While high expectations can be beneficial, I fear that being overly demanding may provoke a sense of resistance in the child, leading her to believe our October submission standards are excessively rigorous, causing her and her peers to shy away from our October issue and redirect their submissions to Yanqing literature instead. Lu Xinwu understood that Gu Xueqing's daughter, Feng Jiayou, is a newly admitted student in the Chinese department at Yen University. Excessive demands may not only intimidate her, but also her classmates. They are all from the Chinese department and represent the future of our magazine. Should they be frightened by our submission standards, word may spread, and they could all flock to Yanqing literature, leaving us lamenting our lost opportunities. Old Lu, you are indeed correct. Feng Mu. Gu Xueqing was taken aback. Had it been anyone else, she would have retorted defiantly. However, the reality is that her troublesome debtor has voiced intentions to submit to Yanqing literature more than once. Perhaps, just as old Lu fears, her debtor might refrain from submitting to Yanqing literature behind her back, but her classmates will undoubtedly inquire whether her manuscript was accepted. They are well aware that her submission has been rejected by our October issue multiple times, and with continuous revisions proving futile. Will they all be deterred and submit to Yanqing literature instead? Or even directly challenge People's Literature? After all, at present, the national-level People's Literature magazine holds a significant lead, with the highest submission standards, followed closely by the departmental-level Yanqing literature in our October issue. Other influential publications like Youth and Contemporary are still in the process of resuming their releases and have yet to re-emerge. Upon closer examination, it is evident that our October issue's influence is considerably lesser than that of Yanqing literature. In terms of submission requirements, if the standards are perceived to be even higher than those of Yanqing literature, it indeed influences their acceptance of manuscripts. After greeting her colleagues who arrived earlier, Feng Mu. Gu Xueqing returned to her desk, placing her briefcase on the table and preparing to retrieve the materials within. In the same motion, she also extracted the manuscript her persistent creditor had submitted to her that day. Initially, she held little hope. But since her errant partner had claimed to have dedicated 2 sleepless nights to revising it, she was curious to see what transformations had been wrought. Before she realized it, over half an hour had slipped by. This is unbearable. Suddenly, seated quietly at her desk, Feng Mu erupted in frustration, instantly capturing the attention of her fellow editors, who turned to her in astonishment. Teacher Gu, have you stumbled upon a remarkable piece? Their editorial department's role was to sift through submissions sent from across the nation, identifying those worthy of publication. As the chief editor, Gu Xueqing was particularly vigilant in the review process. Her typically composed demeanor had shifted to one of uncharacteristic agitation. Clearly, she had uncovered something significant. I must consult with old Lu. Without pausing to chat, Feng Mu hurried off to find chief editor Lu Xinwu. This is infuriating. That insufferable creditor of mine. When did they suddenly become so enlightened? Why conceal such an excellent manuscript and only present it after I inquired today? Just moments ago, she had informed old Lu that the manuscript had been rejected, only for her creditor to turn around and deliver such a brilliant piece. Teacher Gu, you seem quite flustered, Lu Xinwu remarked, perplexed as she rushed into her office. Old Lu, please take a look at this manuscript. Feng Mu Gu Xueqing placed her daughter's work on Lu Xinwu's desk. A remarkable piece? The extraordinary reaction from Gu Xueqing piqued Lu Xinwu's interest. It appeared they had struck gold. Wasn't this the same manuscript that had been deemed unworthy? However, upon glancing at the manuscript and lifting his gaze, he recognized it as her daughter's piece, the one previously rejected. What was unfolding between these two? This is indeed her piece. Old Lu, please assist by reviewing it further, Feng Mu urged, indicating for Lu Xinwu to continue reading. Her creditor had indeed undergone a transformation overnight, elevating the once subpar manuscript to an astonishing level. Very well. Lu Xinwu said no more, standing as he continued to read. His expression shifted from confusion to increasing astonishment, culminating in an involuntary exclamation of, excellent. Old Lu, do you also believe the revisions are commendable? With Lu Xinwu's endorsement, Feng Mu Gu Xueqing's eyes sparkled with joy, filled with a sense of gratification. Teacher Gu, your daughter has made remarkable improvements this time. The initial intention of the manuscript has transcended from merely meeting the acceptable threshold to achieving excellence. Lu Xinwu nodded repeatedly, promptly seizing the steel pen on the desk to inscribe on the original draft, approved for publication this issue. Old Lu, the layout for this issue was finalized yesterday, and the payment has already been dispatched. Feng Mu, witnessing Lu Xinwu's decisive approval for publication, felt a sense of relief and joy, yet felt compelled to remind him. It's a missed opportunity. Had the debt collector submitted the manuscript yesterday, we wouldn't have missed the chance to publish this issue. Withdraw my piece and have it published in the next issue. We, the old guard, ought to make way for the younger generation and provide them with more opportunities. Lu Xinwu replied with remarkable enthusiasm. Let her wait for the next issue. The layout and final draft have already been confirmed. Feng Mu said apologetically, realizing that one cannot simply displace the chief editor's substantial work. Let this issue be published. I fear that if we delay further, all her classmates from the Chinese department will flock to Yinjing literature. Yinjing literature, as you mentioned, is indeed a delightful surprise. The address of Yinjing literature is number 7, Shichang'an Street, situated right under the Imperial Feet, with the Yinjing Cultural Bureau's courtyard located here. Cheng Xuemin rode his bicycle, carrying Feng Jiayou, taking over half an hour to reach the Cultural Bureau's courtyard. After consulting the gatekeeper about the specific location of Yinjing literature within the courtyard, they finally arrived at a small building adorned with the Yinjing literature sign, where he parked and secured his bicycle. Is this the place? I heard Huang Beijia mention it was within the Cultural Bureau's courtyard, but it's rather difficult to locate. Feng Jiayou exclaimed as she dismounted from the bicycle. Isn't that large sign hanging there? Cheng Xuemin pointed, indicating she should focus on the destination rather than the manuscript in her hands. Yinjing literature. Following Cheng Xuemin's direction, Feng Jiayou spotted the sign and exclaimed joyfully, Xuemin, your new manuscript is also exceptionally well written. It will surely be approved. Of course. Just consider who your man is. Cheng Xuemin took the manuscript from her hands, rolled it up, and added, Come on, let us go inside. You haven't told me what surprises await me here. Cheng Xuemin imagined the surprises might merely involve encountering acquaintances. However, the only familiar faces Feng Jiayou could think of were her family members. Mother-in-law? She is the chief editor at October magazine. It's unlikely she would come to work at Yinjing Literature. What about the father-in-law? Initially, he was a suspect, considering the constant flow of people in the courtyard who greet him as Professor Feng. Those referred to as professors are typically university faculty or professors at the Cultural Bureau's Literary Museum. It's rare for magazine editors to be called professors. Furthermore, Cheng Xuemin had inquired about the father-in-law and learned he was the director of the Foreign Language Bureau, a place dedicated to publishing foreign literary works. In the future, should Cheng Xuemin aspire to publish foreign works for profit, he would need to navigate the route established by his father-in-law, Uncle Feng Jiayou. He is a lecturer at the Yinjing Film Academy and a scriptwriter at the Yinjing Film Studio. If Cheng Xuemin wishes to make his way into the Beijing circle, he must rely on Uncle Feng Jiayou's connections. As for sister-in-law Kuyume, that doesn't seem right either. Cheng Xuemin is well acquainted with the family's circumstances. And sister-in-law Kuyume is an actress and director at the People's Art Theater, which also does not fit. Regarding second sister-in-law Sun Wan, she is currently at her maternal home preparing for next year's college entrance examination and has not been assigned any work. As for second brother Feng Jiacheng, he is still working in the army and has not returned to the city. Lastly, the younger sister-in-law is still in her final year of high school. After much contemplation, Cheng Xuemin has considered everyone around Feng Jiayou. He does not expect any surprises awaiting him here. I may have spoken too soon. Let us hope for a surprise. However, upon mentioning that surprise, Feng Jiayou's expression clearly revealed her discomfort. What was initially a surprise had unfortunately turned into an unintended mishap due to postal submissions. A surprise is indeed a surprise. What does it mean to hope for one? Cheng Xuemin glanced at the woman, feeling that this situation might not bode well. The two of them, hand in hand, entered Yinjing Literature and approached the door of the editorial office, which was ajar. Cheng Xuemin peered inside. The office was approximately the size of a classroom, furnished with 2 rows of desks, accommodating a total of 6 workstations. 5 were already occupied, while the one at the back remained vacant. Hello, comrades, whom are you looking for? Before Cheng Xuemin could knock or signal, a woman seated in the front row noticed the 2 of them and inquired. This drew the attention of other colleagues, who turned to see what was happening at the door. Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou, what brings you 2 here? Immediately, a figure peered out from behind a potted plant, seemingly surprised at the sight of Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou, and greeted them with evident delight. Looking for me. It's my classmate from when I was stationed in Shaanxi. The young woman stepped forward, revealing herself to be a tall girl, who was explaining something to her colleague. Indeed. What a coincidence. Feng Jiayou shot a glance at Cheng Xuemin before greeting the tall girl. You are Bailing, correct? Yet, why did Feng Jiayou cast that particular glance at him before addressing the girl? Hello, Jiayou. Bailing responded warmly. After Bailing, a young woman, exchanged greetings with Feng Jiayou, she turned to Cheng Xuemin and inquired, when did you arrive in Yinjing? Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have met you at the station. Furthermore, I wrote to you. Why didn't you reply? Oh, please don't be so familiar, sister. We're not that close, are we? Also, when have I ever received a letter from you? You're putting me in a difficult position in front of my wife. Bailing greeted him warmly. Hello? Jiayou asked me to come to Yinjing. Regardless of the underlying motives, Cheng Xuemin made his position clear from the outset. He was deceived by Feng Jiayou's letter claiming she was pregnant. Not only had she lured him to Yinjing, but she had also coerced him into marriage and obtaining a marriage certificate. Thus, if you have any intentions, it is indeed too late. I knew it was Jiayou who summoned you. Back when we were working at Qingyuan, you were always the kindest to Jiayou. Bailing's words dripped with a hint of jealousy. How could a humble farmer's daughter find herself embroiled in a melodrama of 2 young women vying for a man? It seemed improbable. Hee, Sister Bailing. I haven't had the chance to tell you that Xuemin and I are already married and expecting a child, Feng Jiayou announced, gently caressing her belly to assert her claim. What? Indeed? Bailing gasped in astonishment, glancing at Feng Jiayou's abdomen, exclaiming, what is going on, Jiayou? It hasn't been long since I left Qingyuan. Have you 2 progressed so swiftly? Jiayou, haven't you always looked down on Cheng Xuemin? Bailing was genuinely taken aback. During their years at Qingyuan, countless suitors had pursued the most beautiful young woman in the commune, Feng Jiayou. Yet, she had maintained an air of aloofness towards all her admirers, including Cheng Xuemin, the grandson of the village chief. The fact that he was also the nephew of a commune official deterred other young men from vying for her affection. Even so, Feng Jiayou had kept her distance from Cheng Xuemin, which stirred some thoughts in Bailing, who had her own complicated background. Regrettably, Cheng Xuemin remained devoted to Feng Jiayou, never revealing his feelings until she returned to the city, though he constantly thought of the straightforward man from Shaanxi. Yet, in a twist of fate, they had not only come together, but also married, and were expecting a child. It seemed as though she had only been gone for a few months. Sister Bailing, some events transpired after your departure. Feng Jiayou smiled bashfully, wishing to avoid delving further into the subject. She then inquired, by the way, who is teacher Zhang Dingning? Is he the one who asked for me? A young woman, who had been the first to question Cheng Xuemin, stood up, her expression puzzled. Are you the author of The Wrangler, the one who doesn't want a wife? Jiayou, you wrote The Wrangler? Bailing was equally astonished and exclaimed, Teacher Zhang. Sister Bailing, the story The Horse Herder was penned by my beloved Cheng Xuemin. We at Yanqing Literature express our gratitude to your mother-in-law for her contributions. Bailing, serving as Huang Beijia's editor, had previously invited Huang to the Yanqing Literature editorial office for revisions, and through their delightful conversations, she learned that Bailing had just returned from a farming assignment in Shaanxi. What a coincidence! Huang Beijia's dormitory mate, Feng Jiayou, was also a returning youth from Shaanxi. Upon inquiry, it became apparent that not only did they both hail from the same commune in Shaanxi, but they had also been assigned to the Cheng Xuemin production team. Back then, Bailing learned from Huang Beijia that after her return to the city, Feng Jiayou, who stayed behind at the youth station, had also gained admission to Yanqing University, which filled her with envy. Although Feng Jiayou was among the last to return, she enjoyed the best treatment. Having been accepted into Yanqing University, the others who had entered university 6 months prior, while all attending institutions in Yanqing, had none that gained admission to the prestigious Yanda Shuanan. As for Bailing, her family had not permitted her to pursue higher education upon her return. Instead, she was directly placed in her mother's position and assigned work at the Cultural Bureau Courtyard, where she serves as a junior editor at Yanqing Literature. Huang Beijia had promptly informed Feng Jiayou about Bailing's editorial role, leading to Feng Jiayou's revelation to Cheng Xuemin about the delightful surprise. After all, during their time in Chengjiuan, Bailing had often harbored feelings for Cheng Xuemin, given that he was the grandson of the brigade secretary and the nephew of a commune official, making it easier for her to align herself with him. In truth, Cheng Xuemin had also shown considerable kindness to both of them during their time in Chengjiuan, and even now, Bailing still reminisced about it. She even claimed to have written a letter to Cheng Xuemin. How could it be that he had never mentioned it to her? Well, upon returning, she would have to thoroughly interrogate him about that letter. As a fleeting thought crossed Feng Jiayou's mind, she noticed Bailing suddenly lamenting her struggles with revisions, prompting Zhang Denning and the others to gaze at her in bewilderment. Feng Jiayou realized the misunderstanding had spread and hastened to clarify. Not that piece. The Horse Herder is not the one I wrote. The Horse Herder is written by my beloved Cheng Xuemin. This revelation left Bailing in utter shock, asking, Cheng Xuemin, when did you start writing novels? I recall you never even graduated from high school, did you? Sister Bailing, Cheng Xuemin possesses a quiet brilliance. Although he did not complete high school, he learned far more during those 2 years in the county than we did. It was he who stayed up all night to tutor me, enabling my admission to Yanqing University. Before Cheng Xuemin could respond, Feng Jiayou interjected to defend him. However, the more the women defended him, the more he felt an impending sense of dread, wondering what was unfolding in this perplexing situation. Cheng Xuemin swore to the heavens that he truly did not recognize this Bailing. Is it true? Staying up all night to tutor? Why does that sound so bitter to me? Bailing rolled her eyes, realizing she could discern the underlying meaning in Feng Jiayou's words. With her belly nearly swollen, any lingering thoughts she might have had were now futile. How could she not have noticed back at Chengjiuan that Cheng Xuemin possessed a refined character? At that time, he was merely a street vagabond by urban standards, lacking any semblance of decorum. Yet, in such a short span of time apart, it seemed as if they had undergone a complete transformation. Bailing found it difficult to fathom what had transpired during her absence from Feng Jiayou, who remained at the youth point alone, that could have instigated such significant changes in both of them. Their marriage, however, did not come as a surprise to Bailing. After all, Feng Jiayou had been unable to take the college entrance examination due to her status, and it was entirely normal for her to marry a local farmer while resigned to her fate. Upon returning, Bailing had learned that many young women in similar circumstances had also settled down with local men. What truly astonished her, however, was how Feng Jiayou, despite lacking the qualifications for the entrance exam, had managed to secure a place at Yanqing University. Cheng Xuemin, the genuine lad from Shaanxi, had also made quite an impression, even catching the attention of their editor, Li Qingchuan, with his work Mu Ma Ren. "All right, Bai Ling, you've been envious for days now, haven't you?" remarked Zhang Dongning, who was taken aback upon realizing that this couple was the author of Mu Ma Ren, a familiar face to Bai Ling. She wished to converse with the author, but Bai Ling's incessant chatter about the past left her no room to interject. If this continued, she feared her newly discovered potential writer might be swept away by Bai Ling's nostalgia. Seizing the moment, she interjected, cutting through Bai Ling's envy with playful banter. "Dongning, aren't you going to let me feel a little jealous? I took a morning off that day and missed an old acquaintance's submission. It's Mu Ma Ren. Can you believe my misfortune?" Bai Ling felt a pang of regret. She and Zhang Dongning had clearly delineated their responsibilities as editors, each conducting initial reviews of submissions on alternating days. The one who discovered an outstanding piece would claim the author. Thus, Bai Ling's absence, forced upon her by her mother's insistence on matchmaking, had resulted in Zhang Dongning uncovering the exceptional Mu Ma Ren, praised even by their editor. Bai Ling had been lamenting for days, knowing that had she not taken leave, the piece would have surely been hers. All right. You can sulk a little longer, but I must attend to my author now." Zhang Dongning chuckled mischievously before teasing Cheng Xuemin. "So, does that mean, Cheng Xuemin, you are the Lu Lingjun, and Feng Jiayou is your Li Xiuji, is that right?" Given Bai Ling's earlier exclamations, Zhang Dongning needed no introduction from the pair to recognize who they were. "Hello, Teacher Zhang. I am Li Xiuji, also known as Feng Jiayou. This is my beloved husband, Cheng Xuemin, the author of The Wrangler, Lao Tzu." Feng Jiayou introduced herself and Cheng Xuemin, showcasing a delightful display of affection. "Teacher Zhang, we have come to revise the manuscript." Cheng Xuemin also greeted, saying, Hello. Please do not call me Teacher Zhang. I cannot bear such a title. You may all address me by my name, Dongning." Zhang Dongning appeared slightly flustered, repeatedly inviting Cheng Xuemin to sit, exclaiming, "Come, take a seat quickly. Our correspondence was only sent out yesterday. I did not expect you to arrive so soon." Indeed, it was unexpected for Lao Tzu, the author of The Wrangler, to arrive so promptly. The letter had mentioned that it would suffice to come before the final draft was set on the 20th of this month. "Bai Ling, stop being sour and quickly serve a cup of hot tea to our two comrades." Zhang Dongning had already taken up the kettle to pour water, requesting Bai Ling to assist. "Jiayou, do you still consider me a sister? You must know that I am at Yinjing Literature. Why did you submit Cheng Xuemin's work to me and not to Zhang Dongning? How could you hurt my feelings after I helped you so much at Cheng Jiayou?" When Bai Ling received the hot water poured by Zhang Dongning to hand to Feng Jiayou, she spoke with a tinge of bitterness. "Sister Bai Ling, you cannot blame me for this. He was solely focused on writing and submitting his manuscript, and I only learned of it today. Besides, my mother is unaware that he has submitted to your Yinjing Literature. If his manuscript does not get accepted, I dread to think how he will explain it to her. By the way, how is the quality of the manuscript The Wrangler? If it is merely passable, perhaps you should reject it, otherwise, he will truly struggle to explain it to his mother-in-law." Women, please continue with your performance." Cheng Xuemin clearly intended to submit to her mother's October, but was persuaded by her to submit to Yinjing Literature instead. Now, how is it that he is submitting behind her back? Moreover, Cheng Xuemin intended to save on postage by delivering it in person, yet you insisted on mailing it for a surprise. Now, everything is Cheng Xuemin's fault. You truly are something. The Wrangler is written by Gu Xueqing's son-in-law. I must make a phone call to express my gratitude for the manuscript. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the inner room, perhaps having heard that the author of The Wrangler was present, and exclaimed in surprise, "Old Zhou, this is Lao Tzu, the author of The Wrangler, also known as Cheng Xuemin." Zhang Dongning quickly greeted and introduced, "Lao Tzu, this is our editorial team leader, Teacher Zhou Yanru of Yinjing Literature. You may also call her Old Zhou." "Hello, Teacher Zhou." Cheng Xuemin promptly stood to greet her. "Aunt Zhou, please do not put me in a difficult position. My husband truly wrote this manuscript behind my mother's back. If she finds out, we will both be in trouble." Evidently, Feng Jiayou was not well acquainted with the young newcomer Zhang Dongning, yet she was quite familiar with Zhou Yanru, whom she affectionately addressed as Aunt Zhou. "You little girl, I have heard rumors that you married in Shanbei, and I can hardly believe it. How could the cherished daughter of Gu Xueqing possibly wed in Shanbei?" Zhou Yanru, clearly a connoisseur of gossip, was well aware that their circle mostly consisted of industry colleagues, having shared the same courtyard in the past. She had previously heard from old neighbors and former colleagues that Gu Xueqing's daughter had indeed married in Shanbei, which had initially astonished her, making it seem improbable. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, it was undeniable. The couple, Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji, had come to submit their literary work to Yanqing literature. Aunt Zhou, are you really laughing at me? Feng Jiayou muttered, momentarily shy. No, Jiayou, I see great potential in you. You are certainly bolder than your mother. Zhou Yinru continued, walking alongside her. Your husband is quite remarkable. His work, The Wrangler, is exceptional. We at Yanqing Literature plan to feature it prominently on the front page. This was the directive set by Chief Editor Li Qingxuan, who aimed to capitalize on the lingering resonance of Scar published in Shanghai, preparing to propel The Wrangler into the spotlight once more. Front page. Feng Jiayou was not genuinely upset, but upon hearing that Yanqing Literature valued The Wrangler so highly, she felt an overwhelming rush of anxiety. Aunt Zhou, are you truly going to promote it in such a manner? You mustn't tell my mother that The Wrangler was pinned by her son-in-law. No, please, Aunt Zhou. Could you return The Wrangler to us? Truly, my mother would be furious. Even she, at times, felt the weight of pressure. After all, how had she once encouraged Cheng Xuemin to betray her mother by submitting to Yanqing Literature instead of her mother's October? Now, hearing that Yanqing Literature intended to strongly promote The Wrangler, she was suddenly overwhelmed with trepidation. Jiayou, The Wrangler is a publication decided by our chief editor, and there is no possibility of us retracting it. Zhou Yinru, having learned about the couple's background, reassured her with a smile. At worst, we simply want to let your mother know. From now on, whenever you have manuscripts, submit them to Yanqing Literature, and I assure you, your mother will remain oblivious. Even if she were to come and pressure us, we would never divulge a word. Well, that seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? To think we could live off this for a lifetime. My goodness, is The Wrangler truly that remarkable? Aunt Zhou, you really needn't feature it on the front page. Simply publishing it and providing compensation would suffice. I truly wish to avoid such notoriety. Initially, she believed that simply being published in Yanqing Literature and earning a modest fee would be sufficient, secretly publishing and discreetly collecting the payment. A small endeavor that would not attract her mother's attention. However, the situation at Yanqing Literature was quite the opposite, as they intended to thrust The Wrangler into the limelight, seemingly pushing the couple into a pit of fire. How splendid! Old Sue's piece The Wrangler is exceptionally well written. I believe it may soon surpass the influence of Scar and The Head Teacher, which is why it has been designated as the front page headline. Zhou Yinru elaborated, affirming that Yanqing Literature holds this work in high regard and genuinely intends to promote it without reservation. However, upon hearing this, Feng Jiayou felt as though the sky were about to collapse. Clearly, they were praising her husband's writing, intending to propel him towards fame. Yet, despite this evident goodwill, she found herself inexplicably unable to feel joy. Meanwhile, Bai Ling, upon hearing Zhou's enthusiastic praise, felt a surge of bitterness. After all, this piece and its author were originally hers. She had been compelled by her mother to attend a blind date, wasting half of her morning, and thus let slip this opportunity for a front-page masterpiece. Ahem. Cheng Xuemin, listening from the side, shared Feng Jiayou's concern about his mother-in-law discovering their conversation. Yet, having submitted the manuscript, he knew there was no turning back. His primary concern now was the remuneration. It was all about the money. Clearing his throat, he interjected gently. So, Teacher Zhou, how will the payment for this front-page piece be calculated? 5 yuan per 1,000 words. At Yanqing Literature, we consistently encourage young and new authors, offering better remuneration than your mother-in-law's October. The mention of payment indicated there would be no request for a retraction. Before Zhou Yinru could respond, Zhang Dengning, fearing the manuscript might slip away, hastily interjected. Although their editor had indeed approved the piece for the front page, if the author insisted on retracting it, Yanqing Literature would have no recourse. Now, hearing this comrade Old Sue inquire about payment, they needed to promptly highlight their advantages. Indeed, 5 yuan per 1,000 words. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xuemin's expression noticeably fell. Was he dissatisfied with the rate of 5 yuan per 1,000 words? Zhou Yinru, surprised by his reaction, quickly added, the 5 yuan per 1,000 is our supportive rate for young, new authors. Given your situation, I can approve a payment of 6 yuan per 1,000 for you. The Wrangler is indeed remarkable and deserves this price. Of course, should you have new works in the future, you must continue to submit to Yanqing Literature. At that time, we will adhere to the new national payment standards, compensating you at the top rate for established authors. 7 yuan per thousand. How does that sound? While October may have a mother-in-law on their side, Yanqing literature lacked such advantages and could only entice him with financial terms. Although this might not be a sustainable strategy, they should take advantage of this opportunity for as long as possible. The caveat was that his mother-in-law must remain unaware. Otherwise, Old Su's son-in-law could be bound to October for long, grueling hours. Well, Teacher Zhou, if that's the case, I happen to have a new manuscript ready. Could you assist me in seeing if both manuscripts could be calculated at the established rate of 7 yuan per thousand for seasoned authors? Cheng Xuemin, ever ambitious, promptly produced his freshly penned manuscript, fortunate to have prepared a new piece. Another new manuscript? So soon. Zhou Yanru's expression faltered in surprise as she received the document, delving into its contents. Zhang Dening and Bai Ling, two junior editors, were equally taken aback, gathering around with curiosity about what the esteemed Lao Su, the author of The Horse Wrangler, had crafted this time. As the seconds ticked by, the peculiar atmosphere did not go unnoticed by other colleagues in the editorial department, who also drew near in intrigue. After approximately half an hour, Zhou Yanru, her expression a tapestry of emotions, addressed Cheng Xuemin. Xuemin, please wait a moment. I must consult Old Li. With that, she hastily exited the editorial room, heading to the adjoining office. Old Li referred to their chief editor, Li Qingquan, affectionately known as Teacher Li. Zhang Dening offered a brief introduction. In Li Qingquan's editorial office, Zhou Yanru waited for over half an hour until Old Li finally finished reviewing the manuscript. Nervously, she inquired, Old Li, what do you think? Li Qingquan, the chief editor of Yanjing Literature, urged her not to rush, instead reaching for the phone to dial a number. The call connected swiftly, and Li Qingquan spoke. Old Lu, we at Yanjing Literature owe you our sincere gratitude. Let us plan a dinner soon. He hung up abruptly, leaving the recipient to ponder the meaning behind his words. Did you just call Lu Xianwu from October? Zhou Yanru, sensing a nuance, asked in bewilderment. Shouldn't we be thanking them? Li Qingquan replied with a smile. Come, let's go meet Gu Shueqing and her fine son-in-law. With two remarkable works in succession, I find myself quite concerned for comrade Cheng Xuemin, especially with his mother-in-law involved. Old Li, are you really calling Lu Xianwu? You seem to revel in this chaos, don't you? Having been publishing for over half a month without any trial recommendations. The upcoming chapter's readership would determine whether the story could be featured next week, hence the fervent pleas for support from devoted readers. Seeking support? Seeking support. Esteemed guardians, today's readership is crucial for the author's potential feature. I humbly request you to read the next 2 chapters in their entirety. The author has no means to repay you, but promises daily updates once the work is officially launched. 0:30 My mother-in-law can discern? Unless she is blind. How perplexing is Old Li. On the other end, Lu Xianwu, chief editor of October, was bewildered by the unexpected call from Li Qingquan. The sudden expression of gratitude and an invitation for dinner left him confounded. What was this sudden whim of Li Qingquan? Both magazines were part of the competitive landscape of Yanjing, each vying for prominence, yet Yanjing Literature had indeed outpaced October. Given that Li Qingquan had recently assumed his role as chief editor, could this perplexing call be interpreted as a provocation? What is going on, Old Lu? Is it really Li Qingquan from Yanjing Literature? In the editorial office, Gu Shueqing and her colleagues were engaged in the layout of the current issue of the journal when they noticed Lu Xinwu's demeanor shift after receiving a phone call. Gu Shueqing inquired about the matter, mentioning that Li Qingquan had just assumed his position and expressed gratitude towards them for October, extending an invitation for a dinner. What could this mean? Lu Xinwu shared the contents of the call, suggesting that they all ponder the implications together. Li Qingquan from Yanjing Literature? In the midst of neither festive seasons nor special occasions, he called to invite them for dinner? Editor Zhang Shoren looked up in astonishment, equally perplexed, questioning Li Qingquan's motives. This situation seemed rather dubious. Li Qingquan must be up to something. Wasn't it also around this time that Yanjing Literature was finalizing their manuscripts? Lu Xinwu approached Gu Shueqing and the others, asking if their editorial team had recently received any subtle rejections or messages suggesting submissions to Yanjing Literature instead. Could it be that they overlooked a significant work which Li Qingquan had discovered, prompting him to call and mock them? October and Yanjing Literature were indeed rivals in terms of submissions, often engaging in both overt and covert competition regarding sales and quality. There were also numerous backhanded tactics employed, such as providing vague suggestions to those whose work was subpar, implying that their submissions did not meet the standards without directly stating the inadequacy. They would delicately encourage authors to consider submitting to Yanjing literature instead. As Lu Xinwu contemplated the situation, he wondered if their editorial department had inadvertently overlooked a particular author's submission, allowing Li Qingchuan to stumble upon a remarkable piece and subsequently learn that it was their October that had suggested the submission to Yanjing literature. Thus, the seemingly arbitrary call of gratitude made sense. Among the vast array of submissions received nationwide, the occasional manuscript that was returned did not necessarily indicate anything significant. Those ordinary pieces could be rejected without consequence, and there had been precedents for resubmissions to Yanjing literature. However, for Li Qingchuan to specifically call to express thanks and extend an invitation for dinner indicated something substantial had indeed been overlooked. If a noteworthy work had slipped through October's fingers and been discovered by Yanjing literature, the repercussions could be disastrous. The cultural circle was small, and if word spread, October would become the subject of ridicule for years, jeopardizing any chance of surpassing Yanjing literature. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Xinwu found himself increasingly agitated. Surely, this couldn't be the case, could it? After all, it was just a phone call from Li Qingchuan. It shouldn't lead them into disarray. Editor-in-Chief Feng Jiayou, however, felt that Lu was overreacting. A single phone call from Li Qingchuan should not incite such self-doubt. Perhaps Li Qingchuan merely wished to express gratitude to an old friend, especially since he had recently returned to Yanjing literature to lead its editorial endeavors. Lao Lu, there should be no issues with our review process here. We conduct preliminary cross-reviews for each submission. How could Li Qingchuan possibly slip through the cracks? He even made a special phone call to express his gratitude and offered to treat us to a meal. What a treasure must he have unearthed. While I, Gu Xueqing, may occasionally overlook details, I cannot believe that all 5 or 6 pairs of eyes in our editorial department are blind. Lu Xinwu's words left Feng Mu and Gu Xueqing rather displeased. What does he mean by suggesting we conduct a thorough self-check to see if any submissions were inadvertently passed on to Yanjing literature? And a major work at that. The only way any significant piece could have slipped through to Li Qingchuan is if my eyesight has truly failed me. As you mentioned, Teacher Gu, I am simply concerned that Li Qingchuan might catch us off guard. Lu Xinwu, taken aback by Gu Xueqing's retort, begrudgingly admitted that perhaps he was being overly suspicious. Indeed, Li Qingchuan has returned to Yanjing and intends to treat us old friends to a meal. Yes, let him treat us. I shall arrange to meet that old rascal and gauge his intentions, Lu Xinwu said with a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Very well, Lao Wang. Let us revisit last month's submissions and ensure that Li Qingchuan hasn't managed to take advantage of any oversight while we remain oblivious. Gu Xueqing expressed her concerns, mindful of the possibility that their editorial team might have overlooked something, and consulted the team leader Wang Shimin. Certainly, Teacher Gu, that is manageable. Though it should not be the case. Wang Shimin nodded in agreement. Li Qingchuan's nonsensical phone call sent ripples of alarm throughout Lu Xinwu's editorial team at October. Meanwhile, Cheng Xuemin had already reached an agreement with Yanjing literature. As expected, Yanjing literature, with its ample resources, agreed to pay the top-tier rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 characters for his 2 pieces, The Wrangler and A Heart Full of Yearning. The combined word count for the 2 submissions exceeded 45,000, rounding out to 46,000 characters, which totals a remuneration of 315 yuan. Xuemin. It's settled then. We will feature The Wrangler as the headline piece in this issue. A Heart Full of Yearning is equally remarkable, and we plan to use it as the headline in the next issue. As per your request, both will be published under the pen name Lao Su. Is that acceptable? After finalizing the arrangements, Li Qingchuan had to leave early due to a meeting at the Cultural Society. The subsequent process of finalizing and publishing the works would be managed by Zhou Yanru and editor Zhang Denning. Once the payment discussions were nearly concluded, Zhou Yanru cheerfully informed Cheng Xuemin of the publication plans for both pieces. Both The Wrangler and A Heart Full of Yearning are exceptionally well-crafted, which explains why Li Qingchuan could not resist calling the chief editor of October. It is evident that such outstanding submissions would not be released simultaneously. Thus, before heading to his meeting, Li Qingchuan decided that The Wrangler would be the headline in the current issue, while A Heart Full of Yearning would be slated for the next issue, also as the headline. Evidently, Li Qingchuan is intent on propelling the new author Cheng Xuemin towards the pinnacle of fame. Perhaps he is also aiming to impress Lu Xinwu from October. As if to say, look closely, pay attention. These two remarkable pieces, gracing the front page, were submitted by your esteemed son-in-law to Yanjing Literature. Prepare for the spectacle. Indeed. Indeed, Teacher Zhou. Cheng Xuemin, of course, has no objections to this arrangement. Since the horseman has already made it to the front page, why should he fear another appearance of the heart of a child there? After all, both works were once awarded the first prize for National Excellent Short Stories. Failing to feature them prominently would be a disservice to their original authors. Furthermore, should his mother-in-law discover this, he could simply sacrifice her rebellious daughter Feng Jiayou to shield himself from the consequences. Very well, let it be settled. Zhou Yinru nodded with a smile and added that the heart of a child requires no revisions and can be published directly. There are minor issues with the horseman, which Daning will assist Xuemin in revising shortly. Regarding the remuneration, we will settle it together for these two pieces, but as the payment date has not yet arrived, we will send it to you along with the sample issue at the end of the month. Should the payment slip bear your name or Jiayou's? Mine. Aunt Zhou, please write my name on the payment slip. Without waiting for Cheng Xuemin to respond, Feng Jiayou, overhearing the mention of the payment slip, immediately interjected with bright eyes. Cheng Xuemin rolled his eyes in exasperation, silently chiding Teacher Zhou for bringing up such an unnecessary topic. Why not inquire about something else? Why not simply send it in Cheng Xuemin's name? Moreover, he had intended to collect it personally. He wouldn't mind making the trip for the sake of money. The revisions for the horseman proceeded smoothly, consuming little of Cheng Xuemin's time. Having agreed to submit more excellent works to Yanjing Literature in the future, he also scheduled a gathering for the youth from the Chengjiuan educated youth base with Bailing. As Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou departed under Bailing's envious gaze and Daning's self-satisfied demeanor, Jiayou exclaimed, "Xuemin, you are truly unfathomable and astonishingly talented. Two casual pieces you penned have been chosen for the front page by Yanjing Literature. When did you become so formidable?" On their way back, Feng Jiayou tightly embraced Cheng Xuemin's waist, brimming with excitement. Earlier, in front of so many outsiders at Yanjing Literature, she had been unable to lavish praise upon her man. Now that they were alone, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She had toiled for over a month on her manuscript, revising it repeatedly, yet October had rejected it. But her man? He had refrained from making a move until now, and with just two pieces, both were accepted by Yanjing Literature, and on the front page no less. Such treatment is not something that even the most esteemed veterans in the field can attain with every piece they submit. Nevertheless, my dear wife, you are not lacking in talent either. The manuscript that mother took this morning, I am certain you will excel with it. Cheng Xuemin wishes to soar high, but finds himself grounded due to the presence of a heavily pregnant woman in the back seat. As for my submission, if it passes, it is entirely your merit, Xuemin, for your invaluable revisions. Speaking of my manuscript, Feng Jiayou is overwhelmed with a sense of defeat, regardless of who revises it. As long as it gets accepted and the payment follows, that is all that matters. Cheng Xuemin smiles and tells his wife, "My dear, do calculate. If all our submissions are accepted, how much payment and saving shall we gather?" Xuemin, today your two submissions earned 315 yuan. As for mine, I still need to check with mother. Feng Jiayou nods, beginning to tally their current savings. Even if it is accepted, the payment is merely 4 yuan per 1,000 words. With my 15,000-word manuscript, that amounts to around 60 yuan. That brings us to 375 yuan. Adding to our home savings of over 800 yuan, Xuemin, our little treasury has just surpassed 1,000. It is astonishing to realize, as it was a mere calculation that revealed our little treasury has crossed 1,000. How trivial, just barely crossing 1,000, and you are this elated. While pedaling vigorously, Cheng Xuemin remarks to Feng Jiayou, "My dear, I inquired with old Qian from the front courtyard about the current price of a sihiyuan in Yanjing, which ranges from 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Therefore, to possess our own sihiyuan, we must continue to strive as our ambitions have yet to be realized." Cheng Xuemin's short-term goal is to earn as much manuscript payment as possible in order to purchase his own residence in Yanjing sooner rather than later. In these times, manuscript payments indeed come swiftly. Today, two submissions earned over 300 yuan, and Cheng Xuemin managed to accomplish this in just over a week. This is only the beginning of his time in Yanjing, without having settled into a stable writing environment. Otherwise, with Cheng Xuemin's speed, he could achieve even more. While a daily output of 100,000 may be far-fetched, A daily output of 10,000 should be effortlessly attainable. Henceforth, I shall set my sights on achieving a daily output of 10,000. Are we truly considering purchasing a house? The property from my father's side should soon be allocated, right? Initially, when the idea of buying a house was mentioned, Feng Jiayou was quite excited and supportive, for at that time, she lacked the means to purchase one. It was nice to indulge in aspirations. However, she now suddenly realizes that they indeed possess the capability to purchase a Sihiyuan, which makes her hesitant. In this era of work assignments and housing allocations, there are few precedents for individuals buying their own houses. Clearly, one could wait for the unit to allocate housing. Why spend thousands of hard-earned money on a purchase? Wouldn't anyone who buys be a fool? Furthermore, Feng Jiayou has heard from her mother that her father's unit's housing allocation is nearly secured. After all, her father is the director in a major foreign affairs unit, and it has been several months since he returned. The unit must arrange a house for him. So why should she spend a fortune to buy one? Waiting for her father's unit to allocate housing would be more prudent. The house belongs to my father, while we have our own little home. Indeed, distance breeds beauty. When the moment arrived, how could the woman hesitate to purchase? Was she waiting for her father's workplace to allocate a house, only to scamper over together? Regardless, Cheng Xuemin had no intention of doing so. Understandably, Feng Jiayou nodded in agreement, stating that if we were to move together, we might not escape my mother's incessant complaints. Let us buy. Xuemin, let us strive together to secure a small courtyard before the birth of our son. Feng Jiayou realized the necessity of owning a home. Distance truly creates beauty. Xuemin was absolutely right. It is imperative. Cheng Xuemin exuded confidence, believing that with half a year remaining, he aimed to publish a piece each month. Moreover, he should not confine himself solely to Yanjing literature, for even the esteemed people's literature was a worthy challenge. Naturally, he should not limit himself to the Yanjing region. Publications from Shanghai, such as Shanghai Literature and Harvest, along with other provincial magazines, were also viable options for submission. Cast a wide net to catch more fish. Striving towards the modest goal of earning over 1,000 in monthly manuscript fees. Peking duck. My dear wife, as we pass by Quanjude, shall we indulge in a meal to celebrate? Ever since that one delightful experience at Quanjude, Cheng Xuemin had developed a fondness for it, longing to partake every week. Today is a splendid day. A celebration is in order. Indeed, we must celebrate. Deep down, Feng Jiayou felt reluctant, having just resolved to save for a house. Yet here they were, about to splurge on duck, such extravagance. However, Xuemin was right. A celebration was warranted today. But let us do as we did last time, and take one home, she suggested. The last time they enjoyed duck, their family member had missed out and was still lamenting, claiming, "You didn't even call me brother-in-law." If they were to indulge secretly again, she would surely scold them. Then let us order two. Our family is large. I fear one would not suffice. Cheng Xuemin laughed heartily, declaring that money is meant to be spent. He was fortunate. In his past life, he had lived paycheck to paycheck, unable to save a dime. 2. Are you out of your mind? Feng Jiayou exclaimed, shaking her head in disapproval. At most, 1, with some duck bones to make soup. We can stop by the pigeon market to get some meat and vegetables on our way back. Since they had no meat coupons, acquiring meat required trading at the market. All right, I will heed your counsel, my dear. Cheng Xuemin nodded, refraining from further discussion. In celebration, their expenditure on Quanjude's duck bones, and other delicacies totaled 15 yuan. At the East Huamen pigeon market, they spent 3 yuan on 2 pounds of meat and another yuan on various vegetables. In total, they had spent 19 yuan. Xuemin, we cannot celebrate every time we publish an article. It's too extravagant. Feeling a profound sense of heartbreak after reluctantly parting with 19 yuan, Feng Jiayou emphasized to Cheng Xuemin that this should be an isolated incident, and such extravagance must not occur again. All right. Next time, we shall celebrate within our own abode, and dear wife, you may indulge to your heart's content. Cheng Xuemin chuckled heartily. What kind of celebration is this? Feng Jiayou instantly blushed, her delicate hand playfully twisting at Cheng Xuemin's waist. Ouch! Be gentle, dear wife. Cheng Xuemin winced as the flesh at his waist protested, prompting him to plead for mercy. What on earth? This wasteful spending. Do you intend to forego all restraint by purchasing such an abundance of meat? As they approached the courtyard, Feng Jiayou spotted her mother-in-law riding her bicycle from afar and urged Cheng Xuemin to pause momentarily. Gu Xueqing, her mother, also noticed the looming figure of her debt collector and, wishing to avoid entering the courtyard at the same time, attempted to slow her pace. However, the debt collector deliberately lingered at the entrance, leaving her no choice but to face her fate with a resigned demeanor. Upon coming closer and noticing the array of vegetables and meat attached to her son-in-law's bicycle, her expression soured as she confronted Feng Jiayou. Hee, mother, my manuscript was accepted, right? I bought all this to celebrate. Feng Jiayou grinned, proudly lifting the Peking duck from Quanjude. Look, mother, a magnificent roast duck from Quanjude. Who told you your manuscript was accepted? Gu Xueqing glared at her daughter, whose triumphant demeanor irked her further. It was rejected. Old Lu has dismissed it. What? Rejected again? This revelation left Feng Jiayou momentarily stunned, illustrating the cruel irony of celebrating prematurely for what seemed a sure triumph, only to be met with a disheartening reversal. A fierce battle of wills ensued between mother and daughter, neither willing to relent. What is there to celebrate? Spare us the extravagance, you spendthrift. Gu Xueqing shot a disdainful glance at Feng Jiayou before angrily mounting her bicycle and ascending the steps into the courtyard. Of course, Gu Xueqing's remarks stemmed from a place of frustration. After all, it was merely a small manuscript, and such lavish feasting seemed excessive. If the debt collector were to become a celebrated author, she could only imagine how insufferable that would become. Moreover, what made the debt collector so assured that this manuscript would surely succeed? Did she not realize the extent of her overconfidence in celebrating with such an abundance of food? In truth, the manuscript had indeed been accepted, with editor Lu Xinwu graciously paving the way for her by withdrawing his own submission, allowing her previously overlooked piece to grace this issue of publication. This was a cause for celebration, as it marked the debt collector's inaugural published work. Yet, Gu Xueqing could only scoff at the sight of the lavish spread Feng Jiayou carried, estimating that the Peking duck and other delicacies alone amounted to a significant sum. With the conspicuous cuts of meat hanging from her son-in-law's bicycle, it was evident that the day's expenditures had approached 20 yuan. What was the remuneration for her recent publication? A mere 4 yuan per 1,000 words for a novice author. The entire piece exceeds 15,000 words, rounded to 16,000, amounts to only 64 yuan. With that, the payment is halved. Is it fair to live in such a manner? One must indeed temper her arrogance. Otherwise, how shall we proceed? By heavens! Is it truly so challenging at your publication? After witnessing this, Feng Jiayou hastened to confront her mother, questioning the stringent standards of the editorial requirements at October. With her manuscript having undergone considerable refinement, how could it not pass? Slow down, watch your step. Cheng Xuemin, trailing behind on his bicycle, could only offer a cautionary remark as he observed the woman's urgency to catch up with her mother. Feng Jiayou's piece, having failed to be accepted, was equally unexpected for Cheng Xuemin. Logically, it shouldn't have been the case. Feng Jiayou's manuscript had a commendable premise, contributing to the prevalent trend of scar literature in this era. Cheng Xuemin had even modified an award-winning short story with a similar theme, yet it failed to pass. Are the editorial standards of October excessively demanding, especially considering it has recently resumed publication and seems to be in need of submissions? Are they pursuing a path of exclusivity akin to his mother-in-law's disposition? However, after his alterations, Feng Jiayou's manuscript should not have been lacking in merit. By heavens! Are you deceiving me? You've purchased so many groceries and even half a pound of meat. Is it because my manuscript has been accepted that you've returned with meat to celebrate? As Cheng Xuemin entered the courtyard, he overheard Feng Jiayou crouched by her mother's feet, assisting with vegetable preparation, and inquired eagerly. Particularly, she had discovered half a pound of meat at the bottom of her mother's basket, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. Did her mother-in-law also buy half a pound of meat? This must indicate something good happening at home. Otherwise, with her mother-in-law's frugal nature, it is rare to have meat unless there is some joyous occasion. Occasionally, any meat would be surreptitiously utilized for dumplings or soup, intended for her family's debt collector to nourish during pregnancy. After deciding against saving, Feng's mother treated her beloved daughter-in-law's meals with a certain indulgence. You're overthinking it. Feng's mother shot a glance at the debt collector and placed the roasted duck that Feng Jiayou had brought into the kitchen to keep warm. Set it down here. You can continue with your tasks. Upon emerging, she noticed her son-in-law gathering vegetables alongside the debt collector and casually remarked, "All right then, mother. Give me the rejected manuscript. This time, I'm genuinely submitting to Yanjing literature without further revisions. No point in altering it again." The standards at your October are too high for us to aspire to. Hearing her mother's tone, which indicated the manuscript had indeed not passed, Feng Jiayou angrily ripped the leaves off a carrot, expressing her discontent. This time, she resolved to be forthright about switching her submission, truly unwilling to make further changes. Moreover, Feng Jiayou recognized that with her current abilities, continuous alterations would yield little improvement. Since the submission standards of October are so stringent, why not consider alternatives? Can a living person truly be suffocated by the constraints of submission? With numerous publications available for submissions across the country, if Yanjing literature does not suffice, one could simply turn to other literary journals, such as Shanghai Literature, which was the original publication of Scar. Even Feng Jiayou has lost faith. How is it possible that no one recognizes the brilliance of her husband's meticulously revised manuscripts? Moreover, her husband has already successfully published 2 pieces in Yanjing literature, both securing the front page. Given this track record, how could the pieces he assisted in revising possibly be of inferior quality? Yanjing literature seems to be the sole focus of the Chinese department at Yen University. Has it truly come to that? Now, Gu Xueqing, Feng's mother, harbors a slight paranoia towards Yanjing literature. This afternoon, due to an incoherent phone call from Li Qingchuan, the editorial department was compelled to meticulously review all submissions from the past 6 months. They are left in self-doubt, questioning whether their editorial acumen, honed over more than a decade, has become obsolete. Yet, after this thorough cross-examination, no particularly outstanding submissions were found. In fact, the manuscripts from the debt collector are hardly even worth comparing. How could they possibly risk allowing a manuscript to slip through to Li Qingchuan of Yanjing literature? Thus, burdened by this ongoing concern, Gu Xueqing is further vexed by her debt collector's mention of Yanjing literature. She wishes to inquire whether her peers in the Chinese department at Yen University have become solely fixated on Yanjing literature. Not at all. Before Feng Jiayou could finish, Gu Xueqing interjected, questioning why, if that were the case, October has not received submissions from their department lately. Perhaps they are currently preoccupied with challenging people's literature. Feng Jiayou was momentarily at a loss for words, muttering under her breath. Go ahead and fabricate. Challenge people's literature. Why not just take on Xinhua News Agency directly? It seems Lu's words have rung true. Indeed, the negative sentiments of this debt collector have instilled fear and deterred submissions to October. Sooner or later, Xinhua News Agency will be fair game, but submissions to October are off the table. The submission requirements are approaching those of people's literature who would dare to submit. Feng Jiayou, the dutiful daughter, casually murmured her thoughts. What? From your tone, are you truly disparaging October behind our backs? When have our submission standards been as exaggerated as you claim? Clearly, it is your own writing that falls short, and yet you turn the blame upon us? Gu Xueqing, in a fit of frustration, questioned what kind of ungrateful child she had raised. If your writing is subpar, then return the manuscript. Who has been secretly maligning October? I have always praised October in front of my classmates, highlighting its recent revival and the urgent need for submissions, albeit with slightly lower remuneration. But how has October conducted itself? Has Jianying submitted anything this month? Did you not reject her submission outright? When it comes to the disparaging remarks she made behind October's back, Feng Jiayou is certainly not to blame. Is this not a case of good intentions being misconstrued? Pure and simple slander? As for Jianying, was it not you who recommended her submission? Feng's mother paused, recalling the name, and remarked, her piece was rather lacking. You claim that your standards for submissions in October are not high, yet she revised her work based on your feedback and submitted it to Yanjing literature. What was the outcome? Yanjing literature accepted her submission, and at a rate of 5 yuan per 1,000 words. So, it is indeed your October that has inadvertently pushed promising young authors toward Yanjing literature, is it not? A farce indeed. My husband will certainly help me reclaim my dignity. Each to their own. You even mentioned that she submitted her revised piece to Yanjing literature. Upon hearing this, Feng's mother was taken aback, feeling increasingly uneasy. The example was right before her eyes. Perhaps her classmates were spreading the word that the submission standards for October were high. Yet, they were accepted by Yanjing literature. Well, what about my daughter's submissions? How many times have they been revised and rejected? Feng Jiayou truly did not wish to elaborate further, tears of grievance welling up. Was it truly so difficult to get a piece published through the back door? Hurry and start drafting a new piece. If it's not too terrible, I will endorse it. A sense of urgency gripped Feng's mother, realizing that she could no longer maintain such lofty expectations. The Chinese department of Yin University was essentially her daughter's domain, a sanctuary for October. Yet, it suddenly dawned on her that her high standards might have intimidated her daughter's peers, dissuading them from submitting till October. This was unacceptable. Their own territory had been encroached upon by Yinjing literature. It simply could not stand. Immediate remedial action was necessary. She had to solicit a couple of manuscripts from the debt collectors to ensure her daughter could boast about it at school. They truly needed submissions. As the debt collectors said, money is plentiful, and as long as one has hands, one can write. Feng Jiayou responded with a hollow smile. The last piece had nearly driven her to despair, and it was ultimately rejected. Now, they expected her to start anew? If she were not face to face with her own mother. Feng Jiayou would have retorted, "What kind of attitude is this? Strict requirements are for your own good, to solidify your foundational skills." Just this demeanor made Feng's mother irate. "I have already stated that if it's not too poor, I will endorse it." "What do you mean by that laugh?" "Hey, Mom, sis. Is today some special occasion? Why did you buy so many vegetables?" At that moment, the youngest of the Feng family, Feng Liwen, entered, holding hands with a little one. And upon seeing their mother and sister in the yard harvesting vegetables, as well as the overflowing basket of meat and produce, his eyes sparkled with hunger. "There's meat. We're having braised pork tonight," the smaller Feng Liwen exclaimed, running over in excitement. "Is it possible that I can still smell the aroma of roasted duck?" Feng Jiayou, with a hint of canine curiosity, leaned closer to sniff, her expression a mixture of astonishment and excitement. "You have a nose like a dog, always thinking about food." Feng mother shot her a disapproving glance and remarked, "Mom, did you really buy a whole roasted duck? What occasion is it today? Your birthday? My birthday? Or perhaps my sister's birthday?" None of those seemed correct. Feng Jiayou continued to ponder, counting on her fingers to recall whose birthday it could be today. However, there were not many birthdays in the family that she could remember. Roasted duck. Aunt, there's a roasted duck in the kitchen. The cunning Feng Liqin had already sneaked into the kitchen and was caught by her gluttonous cousin, emerging with a leg of duck, her mouth greasy as she shouted to Feng Jiayou, "Who told you to eat it now? Have you washed your hands? Have you finished your homework?" Feng mother, Gu Xueqing, could no longer remain seated and quickly approached. "Wow, is that the famous Quanjude roasted duck? Mom, can I have just one leg? I haven't had roasted duck in years. Do you know how I've managed these past few years without you in Beijing? I'm just a wild child, unloved and unspoiled." All right. Even if life is tough, your sister and brother have it harder in the countryside. Go on, hurry to your second sister-in-law's house and bring her back for dinner. Why do I have to go again? I have so much homework to review. Let my sister go. She's just sitting around doing nothing. Feng Jiayou complained as she took a small piece of roasted duck. "Mom, could you give me a bigger piece? This tiny bit isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Are you going or not? Your sister is pregnant. Should she go instead? Besides, this roasted duck and meat were bought by your sister. You should feel ashamed to eat what others have provided." Feng mother swatted away Feng Jiayou's sneaky hand and urged her on. "My sister bought it. Have you struck gold, sister?" Feng Jiayou quickly finished the piece of duck in her hand, licking her fingers in astonishment. "A big duck leg. Mom, you're biased. Why did you give one to Li Wen and not to me?" Seeing her mother chop off another duck leg for her beloved grandson, Feng Jiayou felt a wave of discontent wash over her. "Are you going or not?" Feng mother glared at her. All right. Let me have a duck carcass to gnaw on during the journey. Is that acceptable?" Feng Jiayou truly suspected she was raised by a stepmother, as her mother's favoritism was glaringly obvious. Feng Liqin and Feng Liwen, both grandchildren, each had a roasted duck leg. Why was she left without even a wing? And why was it her responsibility to run so far to fetch someone for dinner? Seizing an opportunity when her mother was distracted, she stealthily grabbed a duck carcass and dashed away, calling out, "Mom, you all better wait for me to get back before starting the meal. Slow down, ride my bicycle." Feng Jiayou's younger sibling, Feng Jiayou, who was still in the yard picking vegetables, shook his head at the glutton and remarked, "All right, sister, is today old Cheng's birthday?" The roast duck and meat were all purchased by her sister, yet today is neither her sister's birthday nor that of the insufferable Cheng. How dare she refer to him as Cheng? My pleasant mood was instantly tarnished by her insipid words. Cheng. Am I to simply call him Cheng?" Feng Jiayou stuck out her tongue at her sister and rode off on her bicycle. "Fine. Let us see if you have the audacity to enjoy the roast duck your brother-in-law bought for you tonight." Feng Jiayou was indignant. Had she known nurturing such an ungrateful wretch would yield no reward, she would have heeded her brother-in-law's advice and dined out, leaving no leftovers to bring home. That evening, the feast at the Feng family table was unprecedented, surpassing even the lavishness of the New Year's Eve dinner. Not only did the two younger ones and a little aunt drool at the sight, but even the long-absent sister-in-law Sun Wan, along with sister-in-law Kuyume and Feng Jiayou, were equally bewildered. They all awaited Feng Mu's declaration on what occasion warranted such a spread. Surely it could not be the wedding banquet of Feng Jiayou and her brother-in-law Cheng Xuemin. Rumor had it that the roast duck and meat were purchased by the couple. What day is it today, for heaven's sake? You must enlighten us. Young Feng, wary of the two little ones flanking him, suddenly lunged for the roast duck, unable to resist asking, what day could it possibly be? Your sister, Feng Jiayou, has published her manuscript and earned a fortune, becoming a celebrated author. She specifically bought this lavish feast to flaunt her newfound wealth. Feng Mu's sarcastic tone left everyone, father, brother, sister, and younger sibling, in stunned silence, staring at Feng Jiayou. Sister, have you truly published your manuscript? Feng Jiayou voiced what everyone was thinking. Despite the numerous rejections and revisions Feng Jiayou had faced, if she had indeed succeeded in publishing, it would be quite a remarkable achievement. What do you mean by published? Can't you hear the sarcasm in Mother-S voice? Feng Jiayou shot a glance at Feng Jiayou. Even with food on the table, her incessant questions couldn't be silenced. Have you not purchased the roast duck and meat? Feng Jiayou was once again taken aback, utterly confused by his sister's mindset. Still not published. Unaware yet cognizant of the morning's events, elder brother Feng Jiayou and sister-in-law Kuyume exchanged glances with their mother. Feng's father, however, was not surprised. The real shock would come if she had succeeded, as he had planned to dismiss her work outright. Huh, what a formidable author you are, Feng Jiayou. How could I possibly mock a great author such as yourself? Here, I've even collected your manuscript fee, a grand total of 64 yuan. What is wrong with treating you all to a roast duck? This was intended for a small celebration at the dinner table, to bring forth the debt owed by your manuscript. Yet, this so-called debtor seems oblivious to whether her manuscript was accepted and has taken it upon herself to celebrate with an extravagant feast. How can she be so audacious? Front page headlines? You think you can just waltz in and claim them? Mother, is it truly published? A sudden jolt of realization struck. Feng Jiayou's reaction was rather pronounced. Upon receiving the payment slip from her mother, she was so overwhelmed with joy that she sprang to her feet, inadvertently toppling the long bench beneath her. This nearly sent Cheng Xuemin, who was seated at the other end, crashing to the ground. Be careful, Cheng Xuemin exclaimed, his heart racing as he glanced over at Feng Jiayou to ensure she was unharmed. It's just a piece of writing. Is it really necessary for you to be this excited? Take care, slow down a bit. You're expecting. Feng's father was equally startled, pointing at Feng Jiayou and admonishing her. Take it easy. Feng's mother rolled her eyes, tossing the payment slip towards her and remarked, this revision is quite commendable. Even old Lu was impressed and praised you profusely. Moreover, your piece was initially slated to miss this issue's publication and would have to wait for the next one. It was old Lu who withdrew his submission to prioritize yours. Though a single article may not hold significant weight for editor-in-chief Lu Xinwu, they still appreciated the gesture. ISNT at the front page headline? For old Lu to withdraw his article in favor of yours. Surely it must be a headline feature? Feng Jiayou exclaimed. If her article were indeed to grace the front page, it would symbolize a triumphant duet between her and her husband, dominating half of this month's Yanjing magazine's landscape. If Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying were to discover this, Feng Jiayou would undoubtedly feel exposed. What front page headline? You might be overthinking it. Feng's mother shot her another disapproving glance. However, after a moment, she regained her composure and inquired, what do you mean by it being a headline feature? Is it true that your classmate from Yanda, Cha, has had their article selected as the front page feature by Yanjing Literature? It was no wonder Feng's mother was suspicious. Earlier that afternoon, while finalizing the proof in editor Lu's office, Li Qingchuan from Yanjing Literature had called to express gratitude profusely, even extending an invitation to dinner. This left old Lu feeling paranoid, suspecting that they at October had perhaps overlooked a submission and inadvertently recommended it to Yanjing Literature, allowing Li Qingchuan to seize the opportunity. Consequently, old Lu instructed their editorial department to conduct an immediate self-audit and cross-review. After a thorough afternoon of review, they found no glaring omissions among their submissions. Initially, they thought it might just be an overreaction. However, Upon returning home, a casual conversation with a debt collector inadvertently revealed a piece that had indeed been submitted. Cha Jianying from the Chinese department at Yanda had had her submission rejected by October, only to turn around and submit it to Yanjing Literature, where it was accepted. Thus, there was indeed a piece that had been rejected by October and recommended to Yanjing Literature, which had subsequently accepted it. How could it be? Now, from the debt collector's insinuations, was it true that Yanjing Literature had selected this article as the front page feature? No, I merely spoke hastily. Old Lu, surely your submission must be the front page feature, right? I once thought that my manuscript would grace the front page as well. I spoke too hastily, indeed. Feng Jiayou's recent words have been quite influenced by Cheng Xuemin. In a moment of carelessness, I almost let slip something I ought not to have. No, Old Lu's piece was hastily written and has not secured its place on the front page. Furthermore, obtaining such a spot is no trivial matter. Unless a manuscript is exceptionally outstanding and resonates with contemporary thought, we would not dare to feature it on the front page. Upon hearing this, Feng's mother breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that a headline would emerge from the mouth of a debt collector. She promptly shook her head and continued speaking to Feng Jiayou, saying that as for that piece of yours, it is even less worthy of consideration. Although it has been revised adequately, it still falls short of the standards required for front page status. Indeed, Mother, I wholeheartedly agree with your statement. Unless a manuscript is extraordinarily exceptional, it simply does not qualify for front page placement. You are absolutely right, and I applaud your perspective. Feng Jiayou fervently echoed her mother's sentiments, all the while feeling an immense sense of pride and satisfaction within. Is it truly that difficult to make it to the front page? Look at your son-in-law, Cheng Xuemin. He has 2 pieces accepted by Yanjing Literature, one for this month's front page and another for next month's. Impressive, isn't it? After saying this, Feng Jiayou deliberately cast a glance at Cheng Xuemin, who had 2 front page features right before him. Ahem. Cheng Xuemin cleared his throat, already envisioning the moment he would hand over Feng Jiayou, the rebellious daughter-in-law, after the incident unfolds. He could only wonder if this proud mother-in-law would metaphorically annihilate him. He resolutely thought to himself that he must earn money quickly, buy a house, and move out. He needed to vacate this contentious place before the situation escalated. A little distance could create beauty. He had never encountered a mother-daughter duo quite like them. They truly seemed capable of causing havoc. It is precisely as you say. Feng's mother nodded in agreement, expressing her contentment that the debt collector did not have unrealistic aspirations of landing on the front page with the first manuscript. She continued, let us not dwell on this. Instead, let us strive for further achievements. Once the sample issue is released, I will bring back several copies for you to promote at school in October. Furthermore, let us hasten to craft another piece, aiming for publication next month. Although the concept of advertising had yet to emerge in this era, Feng's mother encouraging her debt collector to showcase their work at Yanjing University's Chinese department could indeed serve as a form of promotion for them in October. Simultaneously, they must seize the moment. While inspiration still flows, they ought to produce another piece. As long as it is not dreadful, she would ensure its immediate submission for publication, thereby salvaging her reputation among her classmates. Writing is feasible, yet the remuneration from Yanjing Literature is undeniably generous. Mother, you truly lack an advantage in this regard. This successful manuscript bolstered Feng Jiayou's confidence, swiftly transforming her previous reluctance to write for her mother into eagerness. The next piece, like those from Yanjing Literature, should start at $5. The same applies to her classmates. If they have commendable manuscripts, we will also begin at $5. The remuneration for writing is indeed inferior to that of Yanjing Literature by a whole unit, and it certainly warrants an increase, even though their submission requirements for October are not as stringent as those of Yanjing Literature. However, here, under the scrutiny of her debt collector, the strict enforcement of standards has inadvertently intimidated her classmates. Therefore, it is imperative to implement corrective measures to elevate the payment to match that of Yanjing Literature. Having published a piece, I am considered one of your veteran authors for October, am I not? Yanjing Literature offers seasoned contributors 6 yuan per 1,000 words. Feng Jiayou, however, is insatiable, eager to elevate the remuneration to the same level as Cheng Xuemin's treatment at Yanjing Literature, aiming for a maximum of 7 yuan. Then why not submit to Yanjing Literature? Should I not be rejected, I, Gu Xueqing, could pen it in reverse. Feng's mother does not indulge her audacity. It has taken months to barely secure one publication, and now she brazenly demands a price increase? Constantly fixated on Yanjing literature, let her try submitting there. If she does not face harsh criticism, I, Gu Xueqing, could write it in reverse. It is essential to establish a solid foundation. One cannot produce quality work through haste. Feng's father frowned, ready to retort. Moreover, Feng Jiayou's mindset is somewhat skewed. The youth are overly eager for quick success, which would have drawn criticism in previous years. Jiayou, 5 yuan per 1,000 words is already commendable. For me, merely being published is an achievement. Second sister-in-law Sun Wan chimed in, expressing her envy. Earning over 60 yuan for a piece could cover her expenses for several months. Indeed, sister, your remuneration exceeds 60 yuan. Share some pocket money with me. Feng Jiamei's eyes were fixated on the payment slip in her sister's hand, wishing she could snatch it away. Do not even think about writing in reverse. I cannot bear that. Feng Jiayou muttered back, thinking that with her partner excelling ahead, as long as her writing is not subpar, Yanjing literature would grant her some leniency for publication. At that point, Mother would have to accept the Gu character, even if she did not wish to. Returning to her seat, she stated, writing is fine, but I must declare in advance that for future submissions, I will only revise them a maximum of 3 times. If I choose to submit elsewhere, do not blame me, Mother. Write well and maintain the quality of this piece. Not a single word should require your revision. Feng's mother, equally irked, retorted, are we establishing rules here? If it's well written, no revisions are needed. If it's poorly written, it must be revised until it is usable. As for submitting elsewhere, go ahead and try. Today's delay has caused a slight setback. The next chapter will be updated tomorrow morning. Apologies. By the way, I kindly request some votes. Thank you. 035 Can we manage with both uncle and sister-in-law present? After discussing the debt collector, Feng's mother brought up the matter of the second daughter-in-law, Sun Wan, since she had retreated to her parental home to prepare for exams. It was not her place to comment extensively. Instead, she inquired with genuine concern whether Sun Wan would like to attend the repeating class at Yanda Affiliated High School, offering financial support for her studies. After all, fairness prevails, whether daughter, son-in-law, or daughter-in-law. Whoever possesses the ability to succeed will receive support from the family for their education. Ultimately, it has been decided that the atmosphere for studying at home is quite conducive, especially with 3 individuals preparing for the upcoming college entrance examinations. Thus, it seems prudent to have Sun Wan move back in, allowing for mutual exchange and collective progress, rather than having her seclude herself at her parents' home, laboring in isolation. However, this arrangement necessitates a reconfiguration of living quarters. The rooms of my brother-in-law and sister-in-law will remain unchanged, as will the separate quarters of Cheng Xuemin and his spouse. The only adjustment involves Sun Wan's previous room, which she had vacated for her sister-in-law Feng Jiayou and her husband. However, it has since been occupied by her younger sister-in-law Feng Jiayou and her 2 children. Now, the plan is to relocate the children, allowing the 2 students to share the space as they prepare for their exams. The younger Feng Liwen continues to share a bed with their parents, while the elder Feng Liqin has set up a bamboo bed in the parents' room. The housing situation remains as such, with the entire family eagerly anticipating the allocation of apartments from Feng Father's workplace. Surprisingly, the debt collector has shown a flicker of insight. Old Lu remarked that her recent article has been significantly improved. Just before bedtime, Feng mother closed her book and mentioned this to her husband. Is that so? If what you say is true, I'll take a look later. If it's indeed commendable, I'll suggest Old Li and the others read it. Upon hearing this, Feng father was taken aback. This was the first time Feng mother had acknowledged the merit of Feng Jiayou's writing. If it could be translated into a foreign language and published in your Chinese literature, who knows how far it could go? Feng mother mused softly. Yet she pondered the implications of the debt collector's work being published internationally. It could elevate her status remarkably. In truth, Cheng Xuemin is quite capable. I have perused his political exam paper, and he is undoubtedly a young man with his own thoughts and opinions. Feng father then brought up his son-in-law, whom he initially regarded as unrefined. The quality of his answers in the political exam did not reflect the upbringing of a rural youth. His insights were of such caliber that they could rival those of the offspring of bureaucrats from government institutions. From this singular exam paper, Feng father discerned the exceptional nature of his son-in-law. Let him first gain admission to Yanjing University, he remarked. Speaking candidly, Feng mother harbors reservations toward her son-in-law. Even if he were to gain acceptance at Yenjing University, he would still be, in her eyes, merely a country boy, having been nurtured in a milieu of burgeoning capitalism. Feng's mother carries an innate air of arrogance and prejudice. Given his current proficiency, admission to Yenjing University is certainly within reach. But complacency must be avoided. Feng Jiayou should be diligent in her oversight. Feng's father nodded in agreement, and then inquired, "Have you mentioned this to the eldest family?" "How could I dare?" Feng's mother retorted, turning away. "You know well the temperament of your debt collector. Last week, I casually suggested that she consider having a child to adopt to her elder brother. Yet, the debt collector feigned ignorance and did not provide a definitive response. How could I then confidently speak to the eldest family? If I were to promise them something, only for the debt collector to deny it later, wouldn't that cause an uproar? Indeed, it is prudent not to disclose everything to the elders right away. We shall wait until the appropriate moment to reveal the truth." Father Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was unwise to divulge too much too early, for it might raise the expectations of the elders, only to leave them disappointed in the end. It is best to wait until the time is right. Today, unexpectedly, Li Qingchuan from Yenjing Literature called Old Lu, expressing their profound gratitude. This left Lu somewhat suspicious, pondering whether our editorial department had inadvertently leaked a manuscript, thus allowing Yenjing Literature to stumble upon a hidden gem. Have I perhaps been too harsh on Feng Jiayou during this period, scaring all her classmates from the Chinese department into submitting their works to Yenjing Literature? Mother Feng was still preoccupied with this matter and shared it with her husband, seeking his insights. Is this really happening? Father Feng, known for his exemplary demeanor in front of the children, was rather eager to indulge in the gossip that surrounded him. Aside from Chinese, he had only scored 410 points across the other 5 subjects. Did your sister not claim that he was assured a place at Yenjing University? In the room of his sister-in-law, Sun Wan, whispers filled the air, particularly when Feng Jiayou, with a face full of admiration, spoke of Cheng Xuemin's score of over 410 points across 5 subjects. Sun Wan was momentarily taken aback and inquired further. That does not include Chinese, right? For mathematics, physics, chemistry, politics, and English, scoring a total of 520 while only achieving 410 means over 100 points were deducted. If we factor in the deductions from Chinese, he must have lost at least another 30 or 40 points. With such scores, how could he possibly gain admission to Yenjing University? Surely, my sister Feng Jiayou is exaggerating her claims. Just the other day, she boldly declared in their presence that her partner would undoubtedly secure a spot at Yenjing University next year. How could it be that her mother-in-law merely tested him and he achieved such a paltry score? Of course, scoring 410 points across 5 subjects, excluding Chinese, is still impressive, certainly beyond what Sun Wan can currently achieve. However, who made the claim of guaranteed admission to Yenjing University? Sister-in-law, it is indeed a certainty. Scoring over 410 points in 5 subjects, and if he merely attains 50 or 60 in Chinese, gaining admission to Yenjing University would be a mere formality. Feng Jiayou found her sister-in-law's reaction bewildering, but 5 subjects totaled over 410 points. Sister-in-law, is this your reaction? Or are you not preparing for next year's college entrance examination? Do you truly not grasp the significance of scoring over 410 points across 5 subjects? Is it really that simple? The younger sister's remarks left Sun Wan perplexed, with total scores being deducted by over 130 or 40 points. Could one still be admitted to Yenjing University? What a far-fetched notion. Who claimed that 5 subjects had deductions exceeding 100 points? Feng Jiayou too was momentarily caught off guard by her sister-in-law's comments, questioning whether 5 subjects indeed had deductions surpassing 100 points. At that moment, before her second sister-in-law, she began to recount once more. The Lao Cheng scored 118 in mathematics, 97 in physics, 98 in chemistry, 92 in politics, and an additional 94 in English, totaling over 400 points. Sun Wan, listening to her sister-in-law's rambling, was astonished that her brother-in-law had achieved a mere 118 in mathematics, only losing 2 points. However, when she heard the subsequent scores, 97 in physics, 98 in chemistry, 92 in politics, and 94 in English, she was utterly flabbergasted. How could the total not exceed 400 points? Surely, dear sister-in-law, you do not think the Lao Cheng's total of over 400 includes the 94 from English, do you? English only contributes 10%, which would amount to merely 9 points. I am utterly confused by your calculations. Something seems amiss. realizing that the 5 subjects should indeed total over 400 points. She pondered where the discrepancy of over 100 points could have arisen. Yet, her sister-in-law, Sun Wan, remained oblivious to this realization, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, her internal pressure mounting exponentially. Cousin Feng Jiayou was not exaggerating. Her husband genuinely had the potential to secure a place at Yinjing University. Moreover, her younger sister's scores were equally commendable, and with some effort, entrance to Yinjing University was not out of reach. However, the burden of expectation now rested squarely upon her shoulders, leaving her feeling somewhat out of place and disinclined to struggle against it. 036, a special reward. Interrupted by the younger sister Xuemin, my mother truly approved my manuscript. Quickly, take a look. This is my earned payment. Previously, at the dinner table, Feng Jiayou had been holding back, diligently restraining herself from interacting with Cheng Xuemin. However, once they returned to their own abode, she could no longer contain her excitement and eagerly presented the payment slip to Cheng Xuemin. Impressive. You truly are remarkable, my dear wife, to have received the payment slip before me. So this is what a payment slip looks like. 65 yuan, equivalent to 3 months of our household income. Cheng Xuemin, playing along, accepted the slip she handed over and perused it. Indeed, this was Cheng Xuemin's first encounter with the legendary payment slip, essentially a postal remittance form. Haha, of course. Under your wise guidance, Xuemin, our earnings will only continue to grow. As she began to write, inspiration struck her, flooding her mind with ideas. Wait, don't rush to write just yet. Have you forgotten something? Seeing her poised to dive into her writing, Cheng Xuemin swiftly grabbed her hand with a playful grin. Forgotten something? Feng Jiayou turned back, puzzled, only to realize what she had overlooked. She snatched the remittance slip from Cheng Xuemin's grasp, saying, I forgot this. Thank you for the reminder. Is this what you meant, my little spendthrift? Cheng Xuemin's expression darkened. It was clear she was feigning ignorance. He pointedly reminded her, My dear wife, remember our agreement? The front page and a grand reward await tonight. Are you truly going to go back on your word? There are substantial rewards at stake. How could I possibly be insincere? Feng Jiayou waved the payment slip in front of Cheng Xuemin, asserting, to express my gratitude. I intend to use my first earnings to buy you a pair of leather shoes. Does that not qualify as a significant reward? Currently, Cheng Xuemin possessed only 2 pairs of Liberation brand cloth shoes, which did not align with his burgeoning literary persona. Thus, Feng Jiayou had long harbored the intention of purchasing him a pair of leather shoes. Now, with Cheng Xuemin pressing him further, she felt cornered and had no choice but to present this offer as a distraction. What do I want with leather shoes? You should buy a pair for yourself. Cheng Xuemin retorted. However, you must help me find some inspiration. Cheng Xuemin was perplexed. Despite knowing he should refrain from distractions during a precarious period, his urges grew increasingly uncontrollable. These past few nights, Feng Jiayou had been with him almost nightly, yet he remained unsatisfied, with no legitimate outlet. Their recent dinner had barely settled, and he wished to take a moment to breathe. What if the unrelenting family barged in? Feng Jiayou's face flushed crimson. Her partner, while admirable in many respects, was undeniably demanding. Her patience was wearing thin after days of such relentless requests. You really ought to focus on more respectable matters instead of all this sordid talk. Very well. Take your time, my dear. Cheng Xuemin replied with a nonchalant nod. Thank you, Xuemin. I know you care for me the most. Tomorrow, I will withdraw my earnings to buy you those shoes, and come the new year, I shall also get you a watch. You must write more and publish frequently so that we can aspire to move into a larger home next year. Yes, I will have a word with my mother. Cheng Xuemin continued to nod, maintaining his carefree demeanor as he prepared to visit his mother-in-law for a discussion. Huh, Xuemin. What do you mean? What could you possibly want to discuss with my mother? Feng Jiayou was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Cheng Xuemin's intentions. Are you talking about the front page news? Isn't she always concerned about that? Cheng Xuemin replied with a mischievous grin. What on earth are you talking about, old Cheng? Feng Jiayou was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that Cheng Xuemin would bring up such matters with her mother. What was he implying? Once she realized he was attempting to intimidate her, she clenched her fists, ready to confront him. Xuemin, you better think carefully and rephrase your words. What exactly do you wish to discuss with your mother-in-law? I've got it. You know, my dear, inspiration truly is a fickle muse. Just when I thought it eluded me, it suddenly struck. I just conceived a brilliant idea that I must jot down immediately. Cheng Xuemin stood aghast. initially believing this situation could sustain Feng Jiayou's lifelong support, especially since she had been the one covertly undermining her mother, fervently promoting his submission to Yanjing literature over her mother's October. Recently, Yanjing literature has consecutively featured him on the front page. And Cheng Xuemin originally believed he could bask in the glory of Feng Jiayou, the rebellious daughter of the Feng family, for a lifetime. However, as he gazed upon the woman's delicate fists, he began to doubt whether he would have the fortune to enjoy her company for long. In that moment, he chose to concede and acknowledged his predicament, deciding it was best to focus on writing. Is it ready so soon? Do you need my assistance in finding inspiration? Now, with Feng Jiayou advancing toward him, her eyes glimmering with mischief, she teasingly inquired. No need, my dear, you've worked hard. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Just relax in bed and read, he replied. Our room may lack many things, but we certainly have an abundance of books. Of course, if you're willing, it wouldn't hurt to help me find some more. As Feng Jiayou continued to close in, it became apparent that there was no escaping her charm. Cheng Xuemin, with a resolute heart, declared, Fine, I will assist you further. Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled with surprise. This man was truly willing to risk everything for mere moments of pleasure. She immediately leaned in closer to him, playfully threatening. Let me show you how I can bite it off, and see how he dares to misbehave again. Do you still want me to help you find inspiration? With her provocation igniting a fire within him, Cheng Xuemin disregarded all else and pressed her beneath the table, exclaiming, Dear, if you could help me find some inspiration. I plan to write a substantial piece, perhaps a novella spanning 100 to 200,000 words. Those short stories earn too little too slowly. You intend to write a 200,000-word novella? Initially taken aback by his assertiveness, Feng Jiayou was caught off guard by his ambition. The thought that he dismissed short stories for their meager returns in favor of a 200,000-word narrative astonished her. 200,000 words. Reflecting on this revelation, she quickly calculated. At the pinnacle rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 characters that Cheng Xuemin commanded in Yanjing literature, that would amount to a staggering 1,400 yuan. The little money lover beneath the table was instantly invigorated by the prospect. With this inspiration, my dear, if you are supportive enough, I believe I could complete it in a month and submit it for publication before the year ends. Cheng Xuemin sensed that the woman beneath him seemed less resistant now. Perhaps this was indeed coming to fruition. He quickly added fuel to the fire, encouraging her. Your support for my literary endeavors would be unwavering, my dear, without a doubt. What are you waiting for? He pressed. Before Feng Jiayou could voice her protest, she realized that her unwavering support had its limits. Just then, Feng Jiayou's inconsiderate sibling barged in, exclaiming, Big Brother Cheng, how do you solve this challenging math problem? Teach me. Bursting into the room with a mathematics paper in hand, she exclaimed, Old Cheng. Her eyes scanned the room before she curiously inquired, Where's my sister? I just heard her voice outside. Oh, your sister? She probably stepped out to use the chamber pot. Cheng Xuemin replied, ensuring that Feng Jiayou, who was concealed beneath the table, remained hidden and undisturbed. We must ensure that your sister does not discover her presence. Otherwise, 037 might face extortion from her, with a hush money reaching as high as 10 yuan. Do you understand? If not, shall I explain it again? Just as Cheng Xuemin finished his inquiry, an unexpected sharp pain shot through his foot, causing him to exclaim softly. Clearly, Feng Jiayou beneath the table was urging him to swiftly send the intrusive sister away. Fortunately, Cheng Xuemin's posture was adequate enough to effectively conceal Feng Jiayou. Yet the sister's intellect seemed rather lacking. After elaborating for over 10 minutes, he noticed that she was on the verge of losing her composure. If she continued to feign ignorance, her sister might truly become distressed. I understand a bit, but old Cheng, isn't it uncomfortable for you to remain seated like this? She pressed, her concern shifting back to her sister. Didn't you say she went out to use the chamber pot? Why hasn't she returned yet? Feng Jiamao listened attentively to her brother-in-law's explanation, but frequently glanced towards the door, as if awaiting someone's return. Uncomfortable? Not at all. I'm quite accustomed to this position. Cheng Xuemin insisted, attempting to shift his weight, only to be met with another jolt of pain. This was a clear signal from her sister to hasten the dismissal of the inconsiderate intruder. Seeing that the woman beneath him was becoming increasingly impatient, Cheng Xuemin directly asked, You're looking for your sister, aren't you? She might be out in the courtyard. Why not go look for her? In the courtyard? Then I'll wait for her to come back. Feng Jiamao considered searching the courtyard but ultimately decided against it. feeling that the outdoors was too vast a space to navigate. Old Cheng, please continue explaining this problem. Redirecting her focus, Feng Jiayou returned to her study materials and pulled out a complex question for Cheng Xuemin to elucidate. This problem? Oh, I'm not too sure about it myself. Cheng Xuemin glanced at the question, ready to assert that it was quite simple. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the woman's incessant movements beneath the table rendered him incapable of continuing his explanation. Old Cheng, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? You seem to be sitting rather awkwardly. Feng Jiayou asked, her gaze drifting towards the space beneath the table. No, not at all. Jiayou, why don't you tell me what you need to discuss with your sister? You seem rather distracted. Let me assist you. Cheng Xuemin quickly interjected, anxious that this oblivious sister-in-law might inadvertently unveil the hidden situation below. Hee, old Cheng, you've noticed, haven't you? With an air of resignation, Feng Jiayou remarked. You see through my little thoughts. What business do you have with your sister? It's the same if you tell me, pressed Cheng Xuemin, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush. Hee, what you say is indeed quite accurate. Feng Jiayou, gathering her words, flashed a charming smile and continued. Hasn't my sister published a remarkable piece and earned over 60 in manuscript fees? Do you have something you wish to buy, perhaps borrowing a bit from her? Yes. You are absolutely right, Cheng. As it happens, my pen is broken, and I wish to purchase a fountain pen. Could you kindly help me plead with my sister? Feng Jiayou clung to Cheng Xuemin's arm, employing the same tactics as her sister, incessantly seeking his assistance. Cheng Xuemin, wanting to withdraw his arm, found it firmly ensnared by her embrace. Goodness, are all the sisters so adept at charming their way through? He thought, bemused. You want to buy a fountain pen? If I can't pull away, then so be it, he declared loudly, seemingly consulting Feng Jiayou beneath him. You wish to buy a fountain pen, do you? This seems like a strategy to ensure you won't leave until you get it. Therefore, my dear wife, you hold the power. Feng Jiayou continued her playful antics, gazing up at him with wide, pleading eyes. Please help. Jiayou, you desire a fountain pen for the sake of enhancing your studies. Even if your sister refuses to buy one for you, as your brother-in-law, I ought to procure one, Cheng Xuemin added, feeling a twinge of guilt for not having brought her a gift during his return. By the way, how much is a fountain pen? Having received her response, Cheng Xuemin readily acquiesced. Of course, I will get you one. Yes, indeed. I have been back for quite some time, and you and my sister have yet to present me with a welcome gift. $10. A fountain pen costs $10. She replied, having initially been prepared to ask for 5, but sensing that Cheng Xuemin was quite agreeable, she boldly doubled her request. $10? Is a fountain pen truly that expensive? It costs as much as a whole roast duck from Quanjude. Cheng Xuemin exclaimed, taken aback. Is it really that costly? When I was in school, a fountain pen was only about $10, and that was during the late 1990s, 2 decades ago. Once the roast duck is consumed, it's gone. But a fountain pen could last for several years. Since she had already made such a bold request, Feng Jiayou was determined to see it through. Indeed, $10, you say? Cheng Xuemin felt a tug at the leg of his trousers as she discreetly reached for his pocket. He discovered, to his surprise, that she had money in hand. Now, regardless of whether $10 for a fountain pen was reasonable or not, Feng Jiayou's request for 2 tens would likely be accepted by her sister. However, Cheng Xuemin was not one to indulge her whims. He discreetly tucked away the $10 bill that her sister had offered, while he pulled out the only $2 he had in his pocket. Thank you, Cheng, she exclaimed. Thank you, dear Cheng, but why is there only 2 yuan? Upon seeing Cheng Xuemin actually take out money, my sister-in-law Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled with mischief, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. However, upon realizing it was merely 2 yuan, her demeanor shifted instantly. I currently possess only 2 yuan. Before Cheng Xuemin could finish his sentence, Feng Jiayou shot him a glance and remarked, I will wait until my sister returns to discuss this. 2 yuan, just enough to dismiss a beggar. Cheng Xuemin had initially intended to have her wait, refusing to indulge her. Yet, a signal of urgency emanated from beneath the table. It seemed her sister wished to avoid entanglements with her, prompting Cheng Xuemin to hastily dispense the money and send her away. Then I must resort to my little treasury. Cheng Xuemin chuckled ruefully. Her sister was indeed in a tight spot. Dear Cheng, do you have a little treasury behind my sister's back? Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled once more, akin to her sister catching sight of money. Ahem, it's manageable, but it must remain a secret. Don't you dare tell your sister. Cheng Xuemin feigned distress, genuinely reluctant to part with so much. However, Her sister beneath the table was truly anxious. Hee. It's a secret, a secret. I will certainly not tell my sister. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are the best brother-in-law in the world. Love you to bits. Feng Jiayou, ever perceptive, noticed the brief pause in Cheng Xuemin's gesture of giving money and instantly adapted. Her sweet words flowed as if she had just tasted honey. Her change of address so delightful that even Feng Jiayou beneath the table was left speechless. No need for thanks. In the future, be sure to heed your sister's words more. Whatever your sister enjoys, you ought to comply, for she is now a renowned author. You understand. This little girl had finally taken to calling him brother-in-law, though Cheng Xuemin did not particularly cherish the title. However, Feng Jiayou beneath the table surely valued it immensely. Yes, I understand. From now on, dear Cheng, you shall be my true brother-in-law. My sister simply loves it when I call you brother-in-law. Henceforth, you are my dear brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, dear brother-in-law. I shall take my leave. Having received an unexpected 10 yuan, Feng Jiayou, fearing her sister might return to renegotiate, quickly grabbed her study materials and dashed away. Can a brother-in-law be both dear and distant? Wife, are you all right? You must be tired. Let me help you up. After watching the little sister-in-law leave, Cheng Xuemin intended to assist Feng Jiayou to her feet. However, a sharp pain shot through his thigh. Wife, be gentle, it hurts. Cheng Xuemin winced, springing from his seat while rubbing the spot where the woman had pinched him. Is this the inspiration you sought? I had already stated the door was ajar. Now, it seems I have been extorted out of a full 10 yuan by that ungrateful Feng Jiayou. Feng Jiayou, now liberated, glared fiercely at Cheng Xuemin and declared, You wait. Once I retrieve my money, we will settle this score. With that, she rushed outside, determined to reclaim those 10 yuan. When had she, Feng Jiayou, ever suffered such a significant loss? And for just a single pen, 10 yuan? Why didn't Feng Jiayou simply snatch it instead? The audacity of robbing them is utterly outrageous. In a fit of anger, perhaps due to being crouched for too long, Feng Jiayou stood up and dared not move an inch. What is happening? My dear wife, what about your legs? Xuemin, could you lend me a hand? I need to move slowly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xuemin hastily assisted, carefully lifting the woman onto the bed and helping her massage her legs to restore circulation. You just wait, woman. The little treasury shall erupt. I implore you to pursue this matter. Forget it. I have given it all to you. Do you fear that this will escalate? I suspect that young lady may have already discovered you. I offered her 2 coins, yet she refused, clearly waiting for you, evidently confident in extorting us. After aiding Feng Jiayou with her blood flow, she attempted to rise and search for her sister, intent on reclaiming that 10 yuan. Cheng Xuemin restrained her and subtly advised her. What? She found out. Feng Jiayou's face turned crimson in an instant. If her sister truly caught her in the act, how could she ever face anyone at home again? Perhaps it could be so. I am not entirely certain. It seems unlikely she saw anything. If she had, would Feng Jiayou, the sister-in-law, be so sweet-tongued? Surely, she would seize this opportunity to demand a hefty sum, brazenly extorting a hush fee. Feigning ignorance is not her character at all. Cheng Xuemin spoke to the woman in this manner to instill some caution in Feng Jiayou, suggesting that since the money was given, there was no need to reclaim it. It was merely 10 yuan. Consider it a token of goodwill from the sister-in-law. Moreover, Cheng Xuemin felt somewhat guilty after the brief encounter, hesitant to let Feng Jiayou find out. She did not see anything. With her temperament, how could I not know? Feng Jiayou, being quite astute, was well aware of her sister's character. The fact that she had not been called out meant she had not been discovered. And you? We shall settle accounts later. Feng Jiayou struggled to rise, signaling to Cheng Xuemin to wait, then stormed out with fierce determination. Cheng Xuemin attempted to restrain her, but ultimately allowed her to go. Soon, the sounds of a heated argument between the sisters resonated outside, awakening the entire household. Sis, how did you know that the Lao Cheng gave me 10 yuan? Wasn't he supposed to keep it a secret? Returning it? The money De Lao Cheng gave me for a pen was earned through my own efforts. Why should I return it to you? Feng Jiayou had anticipated that her sister would seek to reclaim the 10 yuan and had already locked herself in her room at the first opportunity. Feng Jiayou, open the door. Is a pen worth 10 yuan? Do you think your brother-in-law is easy to deceive? Open the door and return my money. I will buy you a new pen tomorrow. Feng Jiayou pleaded, knocking on the door. Not opening. I earned this money through my own efforts. Why should I return it to you? The more triumphant Feng Jiayou felt inside the room, the more anxious Cheng Xuemin became outside. The audacious girl. If only she could sweeten her words and show some deference to her sister. But what does this mean? If she continues to flaunt her arrogance, Cheng Xuemin will inevitably be dragged down, and disaster will ensue. Enough, enough. What are you two causing a ruckus about at this late hour? Feng's mother, draped in a coat, was truly exasperated by this pair of debt collectors. Mom, she tricked Xuemin out of 10 yuan, claiming it was for a fountain pen. But what kind of fountain pen costs 10 yuan? Feng Jiayou lamented, unable to open the door to the Feng household, truly at a loss with Feng Jiayou inside. Mom, it was her man who voluntarily gave it to me. I did not deceive anyone. Feng Jiayou shouted from within, adding, and let my sister investigate her man. He has a secret stash behind my sister's back. He gave her 10 yuan. This startled Feng's mother, as her son-in-law, so unrefined, was willing to spoil his sister-in-law with such a sum for a fountain pen? What? Feng Jiayou, when I was not in the room, deceived her brother-in-law into believing she needed a fountain pen. Cheng Xuemin is such a simpleton. Whatever she says, he gives. It drives me mad. Feng Jiayou stomped her feet in frustration, hoping her mother would deliver justice. Jiamei, come out. What exactly happened? Feng's mother furrowed her brow, perplexed by the notion that Jiamei had deceived her brother-in-law in her absence. How did you trick him? Come out and clarify. Mom, I'm not as foolish and easily deceived as old Cheng. I want to go out. If I do, my sister will snatch the money back. I'd rather die than open the door. Feng Jiamei remained inside, reveling in her triumph. This infuriated Cheng Xuemin, who cursed under his breath. One cannot spoil a sister-in-law like this. It's utterly heartless. So, in the end, Cheng Xuemin, the big fool with money, is easy to deceive, is he? Furthermore, that money wasn't even given by Cheng Xuemin. He is not that foolish. Despite being called Old Cheng repeatedly, would he really indulge her with cash? Dream on. It just so happened that tonight she cornered him, forcing him to yield temporarily and hand over the money. At that moment, Cheng Xuemin wished more than anyone that Feng Jiayou could reclaim the funds. But in reality, once the money enters the mouth of a sister-in-law, it is not so easily relinquished. Seeing Feng Jiayou storm back into the room, Cheng Xuemin, who had not ventured out to join the commotion, begrudgingly inquired, "How is it? You truly infuriate me." Feng Jiayou slammed the door shut and locked it tightly. "No, dear wife, listen to me. That money is not my fault. You were the one who insisted on giving it." Cheng Xuemin, looking at his wife, felt anxious and began to argue. Yet, Feng Jiayou, still fuming and without the money returned, found his excuses laughable, asking with a smile, "So, it's my fault then?" No, I'm not blaming you. I was wrong, dear wife. I beg for a chance to redeem myself." In the face of a woman's righteous indignation, Cheng Xuemin wisely chose not to engage in debate, opting instead for a direct admission of fault, his attitude almost suggesting he was ready to kneel and scrub the washboard. "You are in the wrong. Where exactly did you err?" Feng Jiayou approached, her face still adorned with a smile, which only heightened Cheng Xuemin's unease. The mistake lay in granting too much money to Jiamo. The error was in allowing his wife to assist in seeking inspiration. The fault was in the very existence of inspiration this evening. All misfortunes stemmed from the quest for inspiration, so Cheng Xuemin resolutely owned up to his mistakes, continuing, "My dear wife, I admit my fault. I apologize. And I am willing to make amends. I am prepared to accept any punishment you deem fit." "Very well, regarding your compensation. First return the 10 yuan you owe me for Jiamo." Feng Jiayou extended her palm, signaling Cheng Xuemin to hand it over. "My dear wife, I have nearly exhausted my allowance for this month. Perhaps I could repay you double when my manuscript payment arrives in a couple of days?" Cheng Xuemin timidly inquired. "Manuscript payment? What manuscript payment? Isn't that my money? When did you acquire any manuscript payment?" Feng Jiayou asked, her face breaking into another smile as she looked at Cheng Xuemin. "It's not the payment for your work today, dear wife, but rather my earnings from Yanjing literature. Yes, that too is your payment. All of it belongs to you." Cheng Xuemin initially believed the woman would misunderstand and not grasp that he was referring to his earnings from Yanjing literature. However, as he spoke, he noticed her expression encouraging him to continue, and he quickly realized the truth. He had no such manuscript payment. That very day, at Yanjing literature, the funds had been forcibly diverted into her little treasury, rendering any claim he had to them utterly moot. Recognizing the situation, Cheng Xuemin swiftly altered his approach. "What is yours is yours. All of it belongs to you. This should suffice. He contemplated the necessity of maintaining his own little treasury of private funds. Cheng Xuemin intended to openly write the novella he was preparing while secretly cultivating several pseudonyms to pen short stories for extra pocket money. After all, a man without a personal fund cannot assert his position within the household. If Cheng Xuemin had 5 or 6 pseudonyms, each with its own little treasury, would he still require his wife's reluctant assistance in seeking inspiration? When inspiration runs short, the little treasury can supplement it, showering him with coins, and surely the money-hungry woman would willingly crouch beneath the table to help him find inspiration. Sister, what were you doing under brother-in-law's bed last night? With a flurry of charming words, Cheng Xuemin finally managed to placate Feng Jiayou. This only strengthened his resolve to establish more little treasuries. Thus, that evening, under the influence of Feng Jiayou, the Queen of Scrolls, Cheng Xuemin began to craft a new chapter. The following morning, Cheng Xuemin was awakened once more, not by his mother, but by Feng Jiayou and her sister, who had been subtly extorted for 10 yuan. Having not reclaimed it the previous day, an unrestful night left Feng Jiayou eager to confront her sister again. All right. Must we continue this racket so early in the morning? You are also the elder sister. So what if her brother-in-law gave her 10 yuan? Here, take it. It was evident that Mother Feng could no longer tolerate the situation and decided to reach into her own pocket, offering 10 yuan to Feng Jiayou to quell the matter. Mother, is it not biased of you? Am I lamenting over that 10 yuan? She deceived her brother-in-law behind my back, and you do not intervene at all. Feng Jiayou, filled with indignation, felt that her mother was indeed partial towards Feng Jiayou. Last night, it should have been her responsibility to uphold justice. Yet she chose to side with her sister and went to bed, planning to address it the next day. However, after a night had passed, why was it that she, the elder sister, was in the wrong? Why not intervene? How could it be that I did not intervene? Witnessing the relentless debt collector snatch the money away without reservation, and then accusing her of favoritism, Mother Feng rolled her eyes and retorted, did I not tell her? Is this week's food allowance gone? That 10 yuan of hers is meant for buying a fountain pen and covers this week's food expenses. Surely that suffices, does it not? Mother, why must you deny me the food allowance? That money was a voluntary gift from old Cheng as pocket money. At the doorway, ready to flee, Feng Jiayou immediately objected upon hearing her mother's words. Heartless creature, do you still call him old Cheng? Did you not change your tune last night to call him dear brother-in-law? What truly infuriated Feng Jiayou was this. When the money was given, her words were sweeter than honey, yet she turns around to call him old Cheng. What kind of person is that? I can call him whatever I please, can I? How do you know, sister? Were you not in the room yesterday? Where were you hiding last night? Under the table. Feng Jiayou initially intended to retort, but quickly realized something was amiss. How could her sister not have been in the room last night? Did old Cheng not say she went to empty the chamber pot? How is it that she knows everything exchanged between old Cheng and herself? Under the table. In an instant, Feng Jiayou grasped the situation. Her sister must have been hiding under the table last night. No wonder old Cheng's posture seemed so uncomfortable. He was hiding her sister beneath the table. Yet, why did her sister remain silent while hiding there? In this era, cleanliness and poverty stifled the sister-in-law's imagination. Something easily fathomable in the years to come. This is a disaster. As Feng Jiayou questioned her sister-in-law about the change in address, Cheng Xuemin sensed that things were about to unravel. Indeed, Feng Jiayou directly raised her doubts, piercingly revealing that Feng Jiayou had hidden under the table last night. Cheng Xuemin knew that although Feng Jiayou, the younger sister-in-law, had not immediately realized that her sister was hiding under the table, she had mentioned Cheng Xuemin more than once, questioning if it was uncomfortable or awkward for him to sit that way. Now, with the younger sister-in-law's realization, everything clicked into place. Feng Jiayou was equally taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she saw her mother looking at her with confusion. She promptly defended herself, saying, how could I have hidden? If I had been in the room last night, would I have allowed you to trick your brother-in-law out of 10 yuan? I did not deceive him. Did I, brother-in-law? As Cheng Xuemin emerged at this moment, Feng Jiayou swiftly redirected the conversation, calling out to him, oh no. That money was originally intended for you by your sister. Yesterday, when we bought the roast duck, she mentioned that you didn't possess a decent fountain pen. She was planning to buy you one. The mother-in-law, wife, and younger sister, a trio of women, created quite the drama, presenting a dilemma before Cheng Xuemin. Having spent over 30 years as a single man, he found himself at a loss on how to navigate the situation. He could only sidestep the matter of the 10 yuan and bring up the fountain pen, attempting to shift the focus onto her sister, Feng Jiayou. He admonished his sister-in-law. Jiamo, you two, didn't we agree last night to communicate better with your sister and avoid provoking her? Can you blame me? My sister came out demanding her money. Enough of this. I must leave now, or I will be late. Feng Jiayou initially intended to say more, but upon noticing her father exiting the room, she quickly fled, moving faster than a rabbit. You have so many issues. When did I ever say I wanted to buy her a fountain pen? Seeing her escape, Feng Jiayou cast a glance at Cheng Xuemin and muttered, I was just trying to smooth things over. If she continues rambling, she might reveal what you were doing under the table last night. Cheng Xuemin, somewhat disgruntled, whispered in her ear, Isn't this your fault? Feng Jiayou, her face flushed, retorted and discreetly glanced towards her mother. Noticing her mother busy in the kitchen, she felt a slight sense of relief. In truth, it wasn't that significant, was it? Just because she hid under the table last night, how could they possibly connect it to her sneaking food? Not everyone in her family possesses such depraved thoughts as Cheng Xuemin. Feigning ignorance, Cheng Xuemin refrained from continuing the conversation. Soon enough, Feng Jiayou revealed her more magnanimous side. Come, Li Qin, Li Wen. Yesterday, aunt and uncle earned some money from writing, and this is for you, Li Qin, and for you, Li Wen. Moments ago, she had received 2 5-yuan notes from her mother, and now, at the dining table, she distributed them to her niece and nephew, Feng Li Wen and Feng Li Qin. Jiayou, this is too much. The children shouldn't accept this. Her sister-in-law, Sun Wan, was taken aback, not expecting her sister-in-law to generously give her children money so early in the morning. To be honest, upon hearing that Feng Jiayou's husband had given her younger sister Feng Jiamo a whole 10 yuan as pocket money the previous night, Sun Wan felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Why did the younger sister receive money, yet her own children did not? While 10 yuan each may not be much, even a few dimes to amuse the children would have sufficed. Are you burning money? She thought. Yesterday, it was either meat chopping or roast duck. And now it's 10 yuan for this and 10 yuan for that. Are you not managing your finances? Feng's mother, observing the scene, glanced at Cheng Xuemin with a frown and soon directed her mild anger towards Feng Jiayou. Take it. This is a token of affection from your uncle. A small allowance for you both, Lycan and Li Wen. Please take it. Seeing her children hesitant to accept the gift due to their mother's intervention, Feng Jiayou directly placed the money in their hands, saying, Lycan, Li Wen, heed your aunt and accept it. Cheng Xuemin was surprised by Feng Jiayou's thoughtfulness towards his sister-in-law's feelings, nodding in agreement for the 2 little ones to take the money. It's from your uncle, so you should accept it and thank your uncle and aunt. Feng's father, standing nearby, felt a sense of satisfaction as he nodded for his grandchildren to receive it. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, aunt. After their grandfather spoke, the 2 children felt emboldened to accept the money, with the elder Feng Lycan quickly tucking it into her pocket, fearful of it being taken by her mother. My dear wife, you have truly been considerate. Today, my sister-in-law appears quite pleased. On the way to Yen University, Cheng Xuemin brought up the matter once more. How could she not be pleased? I gave each of them 5 yuan. Feng Jiayou, nestled in the back seat, wrapped her arms around Cheng Xuemin's waist and kicked her legs, adding, after all, it was my mother's gift. I merely used it to bring joy to others. Furthermore, she continued, remember, when you first arrived, you bought milk powder for my mother and elder sister. So it's only fair that I send something for my sister-in-law as well. This is simply compensating her. Feng Jiayou felt a slight sense of emotional equilibrium, though still vexed by her heartless family member who had caused her to lose a considerable sum of money. Indeed, we should buy something for my sister-in-law, Cheng Xuemin nodded, recognizing that as the new son-in-law, he must adhere to the customary courtesies. Xuemin, look, there's our correspondence. Is the payment from Yanqing literature arriving so soon? As they passed by the Yen University mailroom, Feng Jiayou glanced over and noticed her name on the bulletin board, instantly dispelling her earlier discontent as she exclaimed with excitement. Could it be so swift? I just submitted the manuscript yesterday. Isn't the payment supposed to take a few days? How can it be so quick? It's a letter from Mom and Dad. Upon receiving the letter, Feng Jiayou glanced at the sender and then exclaimed joyfully, a letter from my parents? Which parents? Cheng Xuemin was momentarily taken aback, wondering what kind of letter her parents could possibly be sending since they lived together. It's a letter from your father and mother from Shaanxi. Feng Jiayou retorted without looking up, tearing open the envelope and bringing it to Cheng Xuemin to read together. After a moment of astonishment, Cheng Xuemin slapped his thigh, realizing that in all his days in Yanqing, He had forgotten to write home to inform his family of his safety. Surely, his parents must have been anxious, prompting them to write and inquire about his well-being. However, upon reading the opening lines of the letter, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wife, did you write to my parents?" "Ah, I did. The day after we got our marriage certificate, I wrote a letter to my parents from school to let them know I was safe." 040 The overwhelming misunderstanding from my mother-in-law. This escalated. "Old Lu, just to let you know, there is indeed a student author from Yin University who submitted a piece to Yanqing Literature. Moreover, it might have been selected by Li Qingchuan for the front page." Upon arriving at her workplace, Feng Gu Xueqing promptly sought out the chief editor, Lu Xinwu, to discuss a matter that had come to her attention. Although she was not entirely certain if it pertained to the author Cha Jianying, the insinuations from her family's debt collector suggested that there indeed existed a manuscript from Yin University, which had been designated as the front page feature by Li Qingchuan of Yanqing Literature. As for the identification of Cha Jianying, that would be revealed once the latest issue of Yanqing Literature was published. After all, her family's debt collector had mentioned that Cha Jianying initially submitted to their journal, Shirihua, but was advised to redirect her submission to Yanqing Literature, where it was ultimately accepted for publication. Consequently, since it was a revised manuscript, the core ideas were likely to remain consistent with their original submission, allowing them to ascertain its authenticity upon seeing the published article. At present, Gu Xueqing aimed to confer with Lu Xinwu to prevent any unexpected repercussions from Li Qingchuan regarding this matter. "Is it truly the front page feature?" Lu Xinwu's expression morphed into one of astonishment as he inquired, "Did you hear this from Jiayou? Is the author truly a student from Yin University? What level of excellence must one possess for old Li to have the audacity to place it on the front page?" Such incredulity was not unfounded. Both Shirihua and Yanqing Literature were esteemed cultural publications nurtured by the department, known for their emphasis on ideologically sound content. They exercised extreme caution when selecting front-page articles, ensuring only the most reputable and established works were featured. It was virtually unheard of for a novice author to be granted such an honor. Take, for instance, the piece Scar, published in August by a student in Shanghai. Despite sparking a new wave of Scar literature, it did not secure a front-page spot due to the author's inexperience, leading to hesitance from editors. Yet, how could Li Qingchuan, the editor of Yanqing Literature, have the audacity to elevate a novice author's submission to the front page? Unless the manuscript was truly exceptional, perhaps even surpassing Scar, Lu Xinwu could not fathom what emboldened Old Li to take such a risk. Nevertheless, it was a fact that Old Li had made that decision. Did this imply that the student author's work was superior to Scar, which had set a literary trend? "I have no idea," Gu Xueqing replied. "It was only due to Li Qingchuan's provocation yesterday that I lamented to my family's debt collector about the lack of submissions from Yin University to Shirihua recently." "And what did your debt collector say?" Lu Xinwu inquired, not wishing to indulge in gossip, but compelled by the significance of the front-page feature. "My debt collector remarked that she has been vocal in their class about our need for submissions, suggesting that any competent work would be better than no submission at all. While there may be frustrations at home, it is only fair to acknowledge her efforts in promoting Shirihua at work. After all, it is a matter of social courtesy." Indeed, Jiayou is quite an understanding child. Lu Xinwu's face twitched in irritation. What does it mean that we are severely lacking in submissions, and any competent work would suffice? It seems as though they perceive October as a time when wealth abounds, yet foolishness prevails. Furthermore, I reviewed the recent submissions yesterday and found no evidence of vigorous contributions from Yanda. Old Lu, do not doubt it. Observing Lu Xinwu's insincere smile, Gu Xueqing understood he was subtly mocking the recent submission count from Yanda. She interjected, acknowledging that indeed, Yanda had been quite proactive in their submissions not long ago. A fact old Lu cannot deny, can he? That is true. However, why did their enthusiasm wane? Lu Xinwu countered with a question. Initially, Yanda had indeed submitted zealously. But soon after, due to Gu Xueqing's stringent expectations for her daughter, rumors spread that their submission standards exceeded even those of Beijing Literature, which dampened their enthusiasm considerably. Thus, upon Gu Xueqing's sudden mention of this, Lu Xinwu was intrigued to hear her justification. The issue lies with this headline article. Gu Xueqing had no intention of shouldering the blame for the alleged high standards, as she had found a scapegoat. She continued, stating that this piece may have been submitted to us first at October, but was rejected by our initial review, leading them to submit it to Beijing Literature instead. As the head editor, Gu Xueqing was responsible for the manuscript evaluations, while chief editor Lu Xinwu handled the final reviews. Therefore, the initial rejection had little to do with her role. So, was it truly a manuscript we overlooked? Did that old fellow Li Qingchuan pick up a great piece we missed? Lu Xinwu's expression darkened immediately after going in circles. It seemed the issue lay with our review standards at October. I suspect this may have driven the student authors from their class to submit to Beijing literature instead. Gu Xueqing nodded, logically deducing this. In other words, in the eyes of those student authors from Yanda, we at October are akin to the blind. Lu Xinwu felt a heaviness in his chest as everything suddenly became clear. No wonder Li Qingchuan had inexplicably called him with gratitude yesterday. The problem lay here. Gu Xueqing, what was the name of that student author from Yanda? I must visit Beijing literature to see what masterpiece we overlooked. If Li Qingchuan dares to secure the headline, I must uncover the truth. Lu Xinwu could no longer remain seated and resolved to head straight to the cultural hub of Beijing literature. Cheng Xuemin, on the other hand, felt quite ashamed. Having been in Beijing for so long, he had not thought to send a letter home. Fortunately, the considerate Feng Jiayou promptly wrote to her family, ensuring they knew she was safe and sharing the news of her marriage to Cheng Xuemin, along with plans to welcome their child. Wife, thank you. I nearly forgot to write home. Cheng Xuemin was deeply touched by Feng Jiayou's thoughtfulness and meticulousness. Initially, I believed that Feng Jiayou was merely attentive and considerate towards her family, capable of accommodating everyone's emotions. However, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that she extended the same thoughtfulness to Cheng Xuemin's family, anticipating his needs in ways he could not have imagined. She truly embodied the essence of a caring wife. In a moment of affection, he instinctively reached out to embrace her, planting a kiss on her cheek. Oh dear. At school, Feng Jiayou swiftly dodged, unwilling to act so recklessly in an academic setting. But when we return home after school, I shall reward you. Cheng Xuemin teased with a mischievous grin. Feng Jiayou shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, I suspect it is you who desires the reward. That won't do. We agreed last night that until the next manuscript is completed and published, you shall not expect anything. What? My dear wife, you took that seriously. I was merely coaxing you into a reluctant agreement. Cheng Xuemin lamented, recalling the humiliating terms of their pact. The thought of enduring such a predicament made him feel oppressed. Could he truly be resigned to such a fate? What do you say? Feng Jiayou, reveling in the prospect of not having to endure meals for a while, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. She continued, I informed my parents in my letter that when we return for the winter holiday, we shall address the rumors circulating in the community, shall we? With a clever mix of encouragement and jest, Feng Jiayou held him firmly in her grasp. That sounds splendid. When you stand beneath the grand jujube tree at Chengjiuan with your wife, those rumors will be dispelled effortlessly. With your impressive efforts, your mother-in-law will surely dote on you endlessly. Cheng Xuemin found his attention successfully diverted by her words, wholeheartedly agreeing with her sentiment. Very well, let us make it official. Xuemin, you must strive to publish more articles. We ought to bring back several copies for our parents to take pride in. Feng Jiayou seized the opportunity to encourage him. Indeed, that poses no problem. I shall head to the library shortly and fervently write this novella. Good, then off you go. I've spotted some classmates, and I shall accompany them. Upon noticing Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying ahead, Feng Jiayou spoke to Cheng Xuemin. All right, my dear wife, take care. See you at the cafeteria at noon. After bidding farewell to Cheng Xuemin, Feng Jiayou approached her friends, calling out, Beijia, Jianying. Jiayou, did you hear? Jianying's manuscript submitted to Yanjing Literature has been accepted. Huang Beijia hurriedly announced, brimming with excitement. What? Is that so? Congratulations, Jianying. You must treat us to a meal. In truth, Feng Jiayou had already learned about Cha Jianying's acceptance at the Yanjing Literature editorial office the previous day. However, to keep the news of her own husband's simultaneous acceptance, his work even securing the front page, under wraps, she feigned surprise. Thank you, Jiayou. When the payment arrives, I shall treat you all to the cafeteria's braised pork. Cha Jianying shyly nodded at Feng Jiayou, her face radiating with enthusiasm. How delightful. It seems fortune smiles upon us. Regrettably, my manuscript was returned by Sister Bai Ling for revisions. Huang Beijia, with a foolish grin, mentioned that her own manuscript was also rejected by her editor, Bai Ling, which left her quite displeased. How wonderful it would be if we could publish together with Cha Jianying. Beijia, you are an esteemed author of Yanjing literature, and I was the one who introduced you to Sister Bai Ling. So make some revisions, and perhaps Sister Bai Ling will approve your work in the next issue. Cha Jianying consoled Huang Beijia, recalling that she had previously submitted to October, but after being rejected, she took Beijia's advice to submit to Ling at Yinjing Literature. Ironically, Beijia, an established author, did not get her manuscript accepted, while this newcomer, who had been rejected by October, received approval from Yinjing Literature on her first attempt. This left Cha Jianying at a loss for words to comfort her. One can only hope. Huang Beijia sighed, thinking of Feng Jiayou, and then asked, "By the way, Jiayou, hasn't your mother approved your manuscript yet? If it doesn't work out, why not follow Jianying's lead and submit to Yinjing Literature? Look at Jianying. She made some minor adjustments and got her manuscript accepted by Sister Ling in one go." Initially, they were unaware that Feng Jiayou's mother was the chief editor at October. In September, at the beginning of the school year, Huang Beijia had her manuscript accepted by Yinjing Literature. When Jiayou and the others began writing, Huang Beijia thought Jiayou's draft was quite good and believed they could successfully submit to Yinjing Literature together. However, Jiayou submitted her work to October, which had just resumed publication a mere 2 months ago, thinking that due to their need for submissions, she would surely have an advantage in getting accepted. To their astonishment, Jiayou's manuscript, which might have been accepted by Yinjing Literature, was rejected by the newly revived October. Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying were left speechless by this turn of events. Indeed, had it not been for Jiayou's sudden submission to October, they would have remained oblivious to the magazine's revival after being dormant for over a decade. How could no one have known? Surely, with such a scarcity of submissions, acceptance would be relatively easy, right? They regretted not having polished manuscripts of their own to submit alongside. Yet, who would have thought that Jiayou's manuscript would be returned? How could October, which had just resumed publication and was in dire need of content, have such high standards for acceptance? Upon inquiring, they learned that Jiayou's mother, as the chief editor at October, held her to exceedingly high standards, leading to the rejection of her work, which was deemed acceptable yet not up to her mother's expectations. Huang Beijia and the others soon realized that Jiayou had the unique circumstance of having a mother as the chief editor at October. They then witnessed the trials and tribulations Jiayou endured as her mother insisted on repeated revisions of her manuscript. Bearing such a connection to a chief editor did not seem to provide the shortcut one might expect. Jiayou's manuscript had undergone at least 5 or 6 rounds of revisions and still had not been accepted. Indeed, Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying have witnessed the stringent expectations that the Yanqing literary family imposes on their offspring. I haven't yet shared with Beijia and Jianying that my manuscript has been accepted. Moreover, my mother brought home the payment for it yesterday after work. Feng Jiayou had initially intended to wait until her mother's sample issue was ready before revealing the news at school. However, since the question has arisen, she felt compelled to share, responding with a playful grin. "Accepted? Your mother finally approved it. Is there a sample issue? Has it been released? I'm genuinely curious to see how the final version turned out after all those revisions mandated by your mother," Huang Beijia exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before eagerly inquiring about the sample issue, she was genuinely intrigued to know the standard of the modified piece, especially since Jiayou's mother had finally given her approval. Given Huang Beijia's own caliber, her initial draft was already quite commendable. A few adjustments would likely suffice for acceptance. Yet, Feng Jiayou had faced multiple rejections, 4 or 5 times, from her own mother. "The sample issue will take a couple more days. I had planned to wait until it was available to bring it for you all to see." Jiayou's eyebrows arched in surprise, realizing that having a manuscript accepted and published was indeed a delightful experience. "Congratulations are in order for you, Jiayou. You must treat us to a meal, as we have all agreed that anyone who gets their manuscript accepted must celebrate together." Cha Jianying had also managed to get her manuscript published, adding a touch of boldness to her words. Having previously collaborated with Feng Jiayou and Huang Beijia in writing, she felt a certain weight of expectation. After all, Huang Beijia had already published works in Yanqing literature, making her an established author, while Feng Jiayou, despite not having published before, boasted an advantage with her mother being the chief editor at the magazine October. As a newcomer, this arrangement seemed to heavily favor her. However, now that she too had received acceptance, her perspective had shifted entirely. "Certainly, my partner has been studying at the library these past few days. We can have lunch together at the cafeteria, and we'll treat. He has been meaning to thank you, Beijia, for guiding him that day. He has wanted to express his gratitude with a meal." Jiayou chuckled, preparing to formally introduce her partner to her 2 dear friends. One could only imagine the astonishment if they were to discover that the leading article in this issue of Yanqing Literature was penned by her partner. Your partner is here too? He certainly ought to thank me. Jiayou, you may not know, but that day your partner was waiting outside our classroom for you. The trio of women continued their lively exchange as they walked further away. Meanwhile, Cheng Xuemin, having dropped off Feng Jiayou, rode his bicycle over to the library but did not immediately begin writing. Instead, he entered the library and began to search through the periodicals and magazines. In pursuit of a more seamless publication process and a flourishing personal treasury, one must recognize the adage that to excel in one's craft, one must first equip oneself with the right tools. Cheng Xuemin ought to cultivate a general understanding of the submission preferences of prominent domestic journals and magazines. Although the trend of scar literature currently reigns supreme, Cheng Xuemin is aware that merely paying homage to a distinguished work from a renowned author might suffice for publication. Nevertheless, his intellectual repertoire extends beyond the confines of scar literature. Focusing exclusively on a singular genre would render his work rather monotonous. Thus, a diverse array of themes is imperative. Cheng Xuemin perused esteemed publications, ranging from national to local stature, such as People's Literature, China Youth, Liberation Army Literature, Yinjing Literature, October, Shanghai Literature, Harvest, Yinhe Literature, Jiangcheng, and Yellow River. He took particular interest in the journals from the Yinjing region, cross-referencing them with the submission guidelines discussed with Feng Jiayou. He discerned that the submission standards of Yinjing Literature and October were indeed slightly lower than that of People's Literature, positioning them in the second tier of publications. The foremost tier comprises national publications like People's Literature, China Youth, and Liberation Army Literature, easily identifiable by their prefixes. Feng Jiayou mentioned that her peers had begun to challenge People's Literature. However, for Cheng Xuemin, this elicited merely a chuckle. Regardless, the remuneration for submissions is standardized nationwide. Success in challenging People's Literature does not guarantee a payment exceeding 7 yuan per 1,000 words. It merely offers the allure of fame, given the broad influence of such national publications. Yet, Cheng Xuemin's immediate desire is to amass his treasury, where notoriety could prove counterproductive. Therefore, he aims to focus on local publications wielding similar influence as Yinjing Literature and October, such as Shanghai Literature, Harvest, or Yinhe Literature from his native Shaanxi. By selecting a more distant target, even if he garners some recognition, it would be localized, ensuring that it does not reach Yinjing and escape the notice of Feng Jiayou. Thus resolved, Cheng Xuemin began to strategize regarding his financial pursuits. During his mornings at the Yin University Library, he would devote additional time to the mid-length piece under Feng Jiayou's supervision, while clandestinely attending to his personal treasury in the afternoons, and resuming his supervisory duties in the evenings. Given his writing speed, he estimated that over the course of a month, he could produce 3 to 5 short pieces, potentially earning him 300 to 400 yuan in private funds. Such an amount would allow Cheng Xuemin to indulge in a carefree lifestyle. Merely contemplating it brought him joy. On an unexpected note during lunch, Feng Jiayou took the initiative to introduce her 2 close classmates, Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying, to Cheng Xuemin, resulting in a shared meal. The table conversation inevitably gravitated towards praising Feng Jiayou and Cha Jianying's submission successes. The astonishment surrounding Feng Jiayou's partner, Cheng Xuemin, who hails from the rural regions of Shaanxi, is palpable. He is diligently preparing for next year's college entrance examination in the library of Yin University, resolutely declaring that he will only attend that institution. Such audacity, who inflated his confidence to such heights? During dinner, Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying, upon learning of the couple's aspirations, were momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. All they could muster were insincere words of encouragement, wishing them success in their endeavors to gain admission to Yinjing University and become their junior. After lunch, Feng Jiayou and her companions returned to their dormitory for a nap, while Cheng Xuemin remained at the library, engrossed in his writing. Later that afternoon, upon returning home from school, Feng Jiayou was once again summoned by her mother. Feng Jiayou, tell me the truth. Is it true that someone from your university has been featured on the front page of Yinjing Literature? Is it that Cha Jianying? Today, their chief editor, Lu Xinwu, personally visited Yinjing Literature, yet Li Qingchuan remained tight-lipped, insisting they wait for the magazine's release at the end of the month, promising a delightful surprise. This only heightened Lu Xinwu's curiosity. Upon returning empty-handed, she sought out Feng's mother, Gu Xueqing, to leverage her daughter's connections to verify if this manuscript truly existed. According to Li Qingchuan's hints, indeed, a piece had been penned by a young student from Yenjing University. This revelation left Lu Xinwu utterly astonished. Was this truly a new author? Did Li Qingchuan genuinely dare to feature a newcomer? Mom, who told you that Cha Jianying's manuscript was featured on the front page? Feng Jiayou was equally taken aback, perplexed by her mother's fixation on this headline. Did you not say that yesterday? Feng's mother retorted, her gaze piercing. Moreover, old Lu is visiting Yenjing literature today and is aware that they have indeed featured a student author from your university on the front page. Mom, did I mention the front page yesterday? I merely told you that Yenjing literature accepted Cha Jianying's manuscript after yours was rejected. As for whether it is the front page, I truly do not know. Feng Jiayou shook her head repeatedly, her heart racing. Their editor, Lu Xinwu, had inquired at Yenjing literature? Would editor Li and her colleagues betray them? They were still awaiting the continuation of her partner's submissions. If they were sold out, without any pseudonym protection, who would dare submit to Yenjing literature in the future? Are there any other classmates who have submitted to Yenjing literature this issue? Feng's mother pressed on. How would I know? There are so many students in the Chinese department at Yin University, possibly others from different departments as well. How many have submitted to Yenjing literature and had their work accepted? I cannot say. Feng Jiayou feigned a troubled expression. Could you please inquire for me? Once Yenjing literature publishes this issue, the identity of the front page feature should become known. Indeed, as the debt collector remarked, with so many students at Yanda, how could one possibly identify the author of that manuscript without a clear direction? Now, all that remains is to await the publication of Yenjing literature at the end of the month. Given that it is the front page headline, while it may not create a nationwide sensation, it will certainly cause quite a stir at Yanda. At that point, it will be quite easy to ascertain which student is behind it. According to Lao Lu, since they could not secure the manuscript, they must directly pursue the individual, ensuring that they can obtain the next piece from this student in advance. Just like that student author from Shanghai who wrote Scar. Lu Xinwu even made a trip to Shanghai in hopes of securing a manuscript, though unfortunately, he could not finalize the arrangement. However, the distance between Shanghai and Yenjing is indeed considerable, making it less convenient to arrange such meetings. A feeling of impotence looms. Yet, right under their noses lies this Yanda student author. Since Li Qingchuan dared to claim the front page headline, he could very well be another Scar, warranting considerable effort to secure the manuscript. Excellent. This should pose no problem. Feng Jiayou ambiguously nodded in agreement. What do you mean it should pose no problem? I need you to find this person for me. Do you still wish to have your future manuscripts? Do you wish to negotiate a higher price? Seeing the debt collector's nonchalant demeanor, Feng's mother instantly grew displeased. No problem, Mom, as long as they are a Yanda student. I assure you I will find them. But if they are not a Yanda student, please do not blame me later. I can only do so much. Feng Jiayou repeatedly nodded in verbal affirmation, while internally she thought that Yanda's student author is none other than your humble son-in-law. So if they are not a Yanda student, dear mother, do not hold it against her for failing to locate this individual. Now that sounds more like it. Feng's mother was finally satisfied and added, you are part of a generation that has been delayed. Now that we are in this prosperous era, do not spend your days idly. You must learn, observe, and write more to make up for what you have missed. Understood. Is it not merely a prompt for me to hasten my writing of the next manuscript? Rest assured, Mom, I found inspiration last night and have begun to write. I will let you review it in due time. Feng Jiayou rolled her eyes. Having never encountered such a pushy request for manuscripts, after all, she was not a renowned author. Thankfully, she had not revealed the true capabilities of her humble son-in-law. Otherwise, she would be hounded day and night for manuscripts, treating him more like a beast of burden than a human being. Just write, and do not rush. A piece must be crafted with care and finesse. I do not expect you to produce a manuscript next month, but surely you can manage one before the new year. Right. Feng's mother was quite surprised and pleased to hear that the debt collector had begun to write, yet she worried that in her eagerness, she might produce subpar work, prompting her to offer a gentle reminder. Understood. Mom, is dinner ready? I am absolutely famished. Feng Jiayou had an appetite for two, digesting quickly and feeling hungry just as fast. Indeed, she was starving. Almost there. You should go to the kitchen and drink that bowl of egg and meat pie soup to tide you over. Dinner will be ready shortly. Despite her irritation, Mother Feng was quite indulgent. Feng Jiayou had never missed out on her nutritious soup after school. My mom is so good to me. Once I earn some money from my writing, I'll buy you a new pair of shoes for the new year. Feng Jiayou playfully pouted. All right then. It's better for you to be a little less angry with me than anything else. Mother Feng rolled her eyes but couldn't help but smile with pride. What a heartwarming scene of maternal affection and filial piety. In the confines of the house, Cheng Xuemin dared not utter a word. His mother-in-law was already inquiring about the headlines of Yanjing literature, and she even asked the rebellious Feng Jiayou to help her gather information. Cheng Xuemin could only exclaim in disbelief, unable to fathom how Feng Jiayou would explain things to her mother. Or when the truth inevitably came to light, how would Feng Jiayou account for it? Would there still be a scene of maternal kindness and filial devotion outside the courtyard? Time swiftly passed to the weekend. The day of the entrance examination for the repeating class at Yinda Affiliated High School. This time, Mother Feng did not take leave to accompany them. It was Feng Jiayou and her younger sister who accompanied Cheng Xuemin and his sister-in-law, Sun Wan, the two examinees. Initially, everyone was filled with confidence on the way there. However, upon arriving at the school, they found at least 500 to 600 participants for the entrance exam. Sun Wan immediately felt intimidated. She knew that the repeating class at Yinda Affiliated High School only had one class with 50 students. With such fierce competition, her already shaky confidence faltered, and she considered withdrawing from the exam completely. Had she known so many would participate, she would have stayed at her maternal home to prepare instead of joining this frenzy. As for Cheng Xuemin, although surprised by the number of participants, he felt no fear regarding his own abilities. It was merely a formality for him. The entrance exam lasted 2 days, and the results would not be announced until Wednesday of the following week. During the weekend, Feng Jiayou also received 3 sample issues from October magazine. Holding this issue of October, she marveled at her own written piece, now typeset in print. Her joy and excitement were so profound that she couldn't stop smiling even while eating. On Monday, Cheng Xuemin continued his routine of cycling Feng Jiayou to school, while she proudly carried her 3 sample magazines to showcase in class. Seizing the moment while she was absent, Cheng Xuemin discreetly mailed a completed short story to Shanghai Literature, hoping the 20,000-word piece would fetch a good price. It was only due to Feng Jiayou's fixation on Yanjing literature that he submitted there. Otherwise, he could have earned at least $2 more per piece. He was determined to submit to Yanjing literature, as submitting elsewhere would require him to rebuild experience points and increase prices. However, since he was following a broad approach of casting a wide net, he still needed to accumulate experience points for the sake of his little financial reserve. In his submission letter, Cheng Xuemin also mentioned, having just returned to the city, I am impoverished and destitute, with an elderly father to support and 5 or 6 young children to care for. I hope the acceptance price can be above $5. If she can secure a high-paying manuscript, then the publication Shanghai Literary Arts will undoubtedly become her benefactor. If there are opportunities, she will certainly continue to submit her work to them. Is it somewhat shameless to make such demands while playing the victim? It matters not. As long as the coffers can be filled in the shortest time possible, what shame is there in earning money with a pen? Moreover, a manuscript that pays homage to Cheng Xuemin should rightly command the highest rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 words. We must do justice to the original author and not sell it for a pittance, don't you think? Furthermore, Cheng Xuemin indeed has elder relatives to support and soon will have children of his own to raise. He must earn more from his writing to afford a spacious home, with the hope of bringing his parents to Yanjing to assist with childcare. After sending out the manuscript, Cheng Xuemin returned to the library to continue his fervent writing. Classmate, I have been observing you for quite some time. You seem to be immersed in your work here in the library. Don't you attend classes? Around lunchtime, the librarian finally took notice of Cheng Xuemin, the anomaly, and approached him with a question. Hello, teacher. I am not a student at Yinda. Is it not permissible for me to read and write here? The young man, who appeared to be a student, had caught Cheng Xuemin's attention as well. He was a staff member at the library's front desk, assisting students with book checkouts, and did not resemble an enrolled student at Yinda, hence the polite address of teacher. Cheng Xuemin honestly admitted that he was not a student at Yinda and was uncertain whether he could study here. In truth, Cheng Xuemin read little. He was primarily focused on his work, striving to earn manuscript fees. However, if someone were to question him and verify his student status, his lack of a student ID would easily expose him, so he chose to be forthright. You are not a student at Yinda? That explains it. I wondered why you clock in and out like our enrolled students, sitting here diligently writing without attending classes. The young librarian nodded and continued with a smile. We do not prohibit students from other institutions from reading or borrowing books in our library. Please do not feel anxious. I am merely curious about what you write every day. By the way, my surname is Chun. You can call me Old Chin or Teacher Chun. Cheng Xuemin nodded, realizing that the young man was not there to chase him away. He was genuinely intrigued and had been watching him, unable to resist approaching today. Hello, Teacher Chun. My name is Cheng Xuemin. My spouse is a new student at Yinda, and I am here to accompany her studies. With the reassurance of not being asked to leave, Cheng Xuemin felt less constrained and introduced himself. Oh, your name is Cheng Xuemin, and mine is Cheng Xuemin. I can tell from your accent that you are from northern Shaanxi, right? I recently returned from serving as an educated youth in northern Shaanxi. We both come from humble farming backgrounds. It seems we share a bond. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xuemin felt a deeper connection and naturally took a seat at Cheng Xuemin's table, engaging in conversation. Xuemin, your spouse is a new student at Yinda? So you are here to accompany her studies? That makes perfect sense. Indeed, Teacher Chun, you are absolutely right. We come from humble backgrounds as farmers. And since I hail from Shaanxi, we are essentially fellow townsfolk. In truth, Cheng Xuemin's accent from Shaanxi is not particularly strong. As Cheng Xuemin nodded in agreement, he glanced at the manuscript on Cheng Xuemin's desk and inquired, I am quite curious. You have been here for days writing. What exactly are you composing? May I take a look? Of course, of course. I would appreciate Teacher Chen's guidance. I am attempting to write some pieces for publication to earn a little extra income for my household. Despite his reluctance to share, Cheng Xuemin felt compelled to comply, given that they were on Chen's territory, and it wouldn't do to offend him. He graciously handed over the manuscript, saying, It's not yet finished. I hope it doesn't amuse you too much. To be published, you say? I must peruse this thoroughly. Upon hearing that it was indeed a manuscript, Cheng Xuemin became genuinely interested and took it with both hands to examine it closely. On another note, Feng Jiayou was showcasing her 3 copies of the October sample issue in class, truly making a mark. Jiayou, your revisions are exceptional, elevating your work beyond mere drafts. Have you suddenly experienced a breakthrough? Huang Beijia was the first to seize a sample issue, promptly searching for Feng Jiayou's article. Since these students preferred to publish under their real names rather than pseudonyms, it didn't take long for them to locate Jiayou's piece. After finishing, Huang Beijia was profoundly moved and exclaimed, Jiayou, you truly reflect the prowess instilled by the chief editor. This caliber is remarkable. I certainly lack the skill to produce such work. Indeed, Jiayou, your revisions are outstanding. How did you suddenly gain such insight? It surpasses my piece by leaps and bounds. Jia Jianying chimed in, adding humorously, you must have had some inspiration from your partner's visit, igniting a brilliant spark. Hee, Jianying, you are spot on. The opportunity for my manuscript to be published owes much to Cheng Xuemin's influence. As Feng Jiayou basked in their compliments, her pride was unmistakable, especially when Jia Jianying half-jokingly hit upon the truth. Was it not the inspiration sparked by her partner that fueled her creativity? Indeed. So, your partner must truly embody the saying that appearances can be deceiving. Jia Jianying continued with a playful jest. The saying implies that talent can be hidden behind an unremarkable appearance. But is my husband truly unattractive? While I may not claim he is handsome, he possesses a certain charm that is quite pleasant to behold. My husband is rather impressive. Feng Jiayou unabashedly praised her partner. Isn't it remarkable? Jiayou, your belly is quite evident now. Huang Beijia teased as she playfully touched her abdomen, whose belly is becoming so apparent. My abdomen is well concealed. Thank you very much. Beijia Jianying, please refrain from spreading rumors, I implore you. Upon mentioning her slightly protruding belly, Feng Jiayou blushed and pleaded earnestly. She was not yet ready for her classmates to discover this. Only a few close friends from her dormitory were aware. But how long can you keep it hidden? Jia Jianying teased, gazing at Feng Jiayou's belly with a playful grin. You might as well wait until the winter break. Let us discuss it after the new year. Feng Jiayou chuckled, deftly shifting the topic. By the way, Jianying, has the sample issue of your manuscript for Yanjing literature been released yet? Indeed. Jianying, has Sister Bailing sent over the payment for your manuscript? Jiayou and I are eagerly awaiting your braised pork. We haven't had meat in days. Do remind Sister Bailing. Huang Beijia chimed in, expressing her concern with a hint of jest. Not yet. Once it arrives, I shall surely treat you both to braised pork. Jia Jianying replied with enthusiasm. Who could possibly be more eager than her to receive her first manuscript payment? Unfortunately, the sample issue and payment from Yanjing literature had yet to arrive, leaving her feeling anxious. Braised pork? If you treat them today, Wouldn't that mean Dening and I would be in luck? Just as they spoke of Yinjing literature, Beiling and Zhang Denning appeared before them, having overheard their jovial banter. Ah, Sister Beiling, Sister Denning, what brings you to our university? Huang Beijia exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the two initial editors from Yinjing literature. Of course, we are here to deliver the payment for your braised pork. We have brought along the manuscript payment and sample issue. Beiling explained with a smile. Jiayu, isn't your partner around? Zhang Denning inquired, greeting Feng Jiayou and asking about Cheng Xuemin. How could you flatter my husband so? It makes me overthink. Feng Jiayou quickly signaled to Zhang Denning to keep it quiet, fearing it might lead to trouble. However, her warning came too late. The curious Huang Beijia, with her keen ears, couldn't help but ask, Sister Denning, do you know Jiayu and her partner as well? At this, Cha Jining also glanced over at Feng Jiayou, but soon became engrossed in the sample issue of Yinjing literature that Beiling had handed her, eagerly flipping through to find her own piece. Since Beiling and Jiayou are from the same place, how could I not know her? I even sought Jiayou out for a manuscript before, but her mother, who is the director at October, made it quite difficult to arrange. Zhang Denning was taken aback by Huang Beijia's perceptiveness. She had whispered to Feng Jiayou, only to be overheard. The thought of inadvertently revealing information about Feng Jiayou's partner made her uneasy, particularly recalling the chaotic scene from last week when the editor-in-chief of October, Lu Xinwu, had caused a stir at Yinjing literature. If she let slip today, the editors Li Qingchuan and Old Zhou from Yinjing literature will surely have her to answer for it. In a hurry to clarify, she tugged at Beiling's sleeve, urging her to smooth things over. Beijia, we also brought you a sample issue. Please revise your article well, and strive for publication in the next issue. Beiling's expression bore an endless resentment, feeling it absurd that after stealing her spotlight, they still expected her to assist in covering for them. What about me? Huang Beijia exclaimed, surprised that Beiling would think of her, especially since she had no article being published this time. Ah, I just happened to bring 3 copies. Each of you can have one, Denning said, handing the sample issue to her and Jiayou. Beiling nodded and casually added, on the way here, I was thinking about catching up with Jiayou. I heard your husband also came from Chengjiuan, so I mentioned it to Denning. She reminisced about their amusing experiences while working in Chengjiuan, piquing Denning's curiosity, who immediately inquired about her husband, but Beiling urged her not to ask further. What is wrong with a man from Shanbei? I actually think Jiayou's husband is quite impressive. I was simply curious listening to you talk about Jiayou and her husband. Denning responded, handing out the sample issues to everyone. Here are your copies. This issue of Yinjing literature might feature a significant piece. You must take a good look. Denning nodded in agreement with Beiling's statement and handed 2 more sample issues to Feng Jiayou. Initially, the 2 copies in Denning's hand were meant solely for Feng Jiayou, and Huang Beijia's lack of a published article had not warranted her a sample. However, this wasn't merely to atone for her slip of the tongue, but also to silence Huang Beijia, thus distributing a copy to her. As she passed it over, she couldn't resist building anticipation, boasting about their magazine featuring a major piece this time. A major piece? Is that true? Indeed. Huang Beijia and Cha Jianing's attention shifted entirely to the sample issue as they began to browse through the other articles in Yinjing literature. Mu Myron, Old Su. This author seems unfamiliar. I haven't heard much about them. Huang Beijia received the sample issue and, having listened to Denning, skipped checking the page number of Jianing's article, opening straight to the front page to see the titles and authors. The titles were unremarkable. She merely wished to discover which esteemed author had the lead feature this issue. And since it was a major piece, it must surely be the headline article. However, upon discovering the author was someone named Old Su, she could not recall any previous work by this author, prompting her to voice her confusion. Nevertheless, she brushed it off and continued to read further into the main text. A new author. Denning nodded in agreement. A new author? You mean Yinjing literature's headline features a new author? Huang Beijia, who had originally asked out of mere curiosity, suddenly raised her head to look at Denning, her face filled with astonishment. Is it really a newcomer? That's remarkable. Jia Jining was equally astonished, feeling an overwhelming admiration for the fact that the debut piece was featured prominently on the front page of Yinjing literature. However, Huang Beijia was not merely a fresh newcomer like Jia Jining. She was an established author who had previously published several works in local magazines. She was well aware that the publishing industry adhered to strict conventions, regardless of the magazine. Bestowing the front page feature was approached with utmost caution. In more stringent cases, Approval from relevant authorities was required prior to publication. The front page represented the publication's ideological stance and direction, typically reserved for renowned authors who had undergone extensive revisions to ensure no ideological missteps. Consequently, it was exceedingly rare for a new author to grace the front page of domestic publications. Yet, Yanqing literature had boldly chosen to feature this newcomer, known as Lao Su, on the front page, truly deserving of the title Great Star as described by Zhang Dongning. This alone marked a significant milestone in the industry. Regardless of the quality of the manuscript or its ideological integrity, the content of the article warranted attention. Bai Ling, observing nearby, reminded her that both authors were indeed her own, but regrettably, their writing still bore a certain immaturity that required further refinement. Meanwhile, Feng Jiayou glanced at her with a hint of skepticism, questioning whether the praise for her partner was perhaps excessive, especially considering Bai Ling, the former lover. Was this also a part of Scar literature? This only intensified Huang Beijia's curiosity. As Scar literature had already been pioneered by Lu Xinwu's class teacher and subsequently carried on by Lu Xinhua's Scar, these two works had stirred a wave of Scar literature, with countless imitators following suit. Yet, despite their influence, neither Lu Xinwu's nor Lu Xinhua's works had ever graced the front page. It was perplexing why this newcomer, Lao Su, also an imitator, had been granted the front page honor by Yanqing literature. Jia Jianying, still an innocent novice, had yet to grasp the underlying sharpness of the situation. But Huang Beijia, a more seasoned participant, could not remain oblivious. This only fueled her curiosity to discover what kind of great star Yanqing literature had chosen this time. The front page. Feng Jiayou, noticing Bai Ling's unwavering composure, began to suspect that perhaps she was overthinking the matter. She too gleefully opened her copy of Yanqing literature. And indeed, her partner's The Horse Wrangler was featured on the front page, filling her with an exuberant joy that nearly lifted her off the ground. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the library and present this edition to her partner at the earliest opportunity. With that thought, she became completely absorbed once more. Zhang Dongning quietly tugged at her sleeve, rousing Feng Jiayou from her reverie, who then turned her gaze towards Zhang Dongning. Jiayou, here is your payment slip. I brought it along on my way. Huang Beijia and her companion were equally captivated by the content of the article, prompting Zhang Dongning to retrieve the payment slip and present it to Feng Jiayou. The payment slip? Feng Jiayou's eyes lit up as she hurriedly accepted the slip from Zhang Dongning's hand, glancing around nervously before swiftly concealing it in her pocket. Where is your partner? Xuemin? Zhang Dongning inquired again about Cheng Xuemin's whereabouts. Dongning, Xuemin is at the library of Yanda, preparing for his exams. Shall we have lunch together later? Feng Jiayou whispered, extending an invitation. At the library, you say? Perfect. I shall visit him first. No need for lunch. We must report back to the office. Zhang Dongning nodded, and upon learning Cheng Xuemin's location, she did not wait for Huang Beijia and the others, turning to Bai Ling and saying, I will head over first. Let us meet at the entrance later? All right. You go ahead, Dongning. Knowing that Zhang Dongning had come personally to deliver the payment slip and sample issue, she also bore the task assigned by old Zhou, which was to solicit contributions from Cheng Xuemin in person and to keep a watchful eye, ensuring he was not lured away by other publications, especially considering his mother-in-law, who needed to be guarded against without relent. Indeed, it surpasses Scar. I was moved to tears. After nearly 40 minutes, Huang Beijia was the first to finish reading and, with a wistful sigh, lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. This piece, The Wrangler, must touch the hearts of countless young girls and inspire them to read further. Beijia, do you also think it is superior to Scar? Huang Beijia's unexpected remark left Bai Ling astonished. Wasn't it supposed to be touted as a major highlight? It seemed none had compared The Wrangler with Lu Xinhua's Scar before. However, Bai Ling was aware that all members of the Yanjing literary editorial department believed Old Su's The Wrangler was indeed better than Lu Xinhua's Scar. Yet, they refrained from boasting or broadcasting this opinion widely, preferring to await readers' feedback post-publication. Huang Beijia and Jia Jianying were among the first readers of this issue of Yanjing literature. After finishing, she intriguingly stated that The Wrangler had indeed achieved a certain level of success. Bai Ling, it truly surpasses Scar. The love story between Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji is profoundly moving. I hardly consider it to be mere Scar literature. Jia Jianying spoke with a quivering voice, evidently having immersed herself in the narrative, resonating deeply with it. Yes, this newcomer, named Old Su, is remarkably talented. He has crafted such a beautiful piece. The love between Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji is depicted with such emotional depth. Could it be based on the author's personal experiences? Huang Beijia inquired further. Bai Ling, where is this Old Su from? What is he currently doing? Is he similar to Su Lingjun in the story? I so wish to meet this Old Su. Old Su, do you desire a wife? Just give me the word, and I shall promptly seek one for you. Beijia, you wouldn't want to become a real-life Li Xiuji, would you? Perhaps you wish to meet the author. Old Su. Upon hearing Huang Beijia's words, Cha Jianying couldn't resist quoting a dialogue from the novel to tease her, saying, "Do you not wish to meet the remarkable author capable of penning such beautiful love stories?" Huang Beijia cast a sidelong glance at Cha Jianying and candidly asked, "I am indeed curious about what kind of person this Old Su is, capable of composing such exquisite prose. It's impressive how he has portrayed the theme of scar literature so beautifully." Cha Jianying concurred, expressing her admiration. "Old Su is the author of Dinning, but I don't know much about him either," Bai Ling said, casting a somewhat envious look at Feng Jiayou. For Old Su is none other than her classmate Feng Jiayou's beloved. Everyone wishes to meet Old Su. Unfortunately, I, Bai Ling, have been stationed in Chengjiazhuang for 5 or 6 years, harboring thoughts for just as long, yet it appears that my affections are unrequited. As Old Su is solely devoted to his Li Xiuji, Feng Jiayou, one can only imagine the expressions on Huang Beijia and the others' faces upon discovering that Old Su is indeed Feng Jiayou's partner, and that the Li Xiuji from the novel is none other than their very own Feng Jiayou. As for Feng Jiayou herself, is she not overly composed? Faced with her classmates' admiration and their desire to know her beloved, she remains utterly silent, exhibiting remarkable poise. Is he truly the author of Dinning? By the way, where is Dinning? Where has she gone? Huang Beijia and the others were somewhat surprised to learn from Bai Ling that she was unaware of Old Su's situation. When mentioning Zhang Dinning, they realized she was nowhere to be found and couldn't help but inquire. "There is another author here. Dinning should go greet them for a manuscript," Bai Ling casually replied, noting that there are more than just Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying among the authors at Yin University. Huang Beijia, not paying much mind, noticed Feng Jiayou still engrossed in her magazine and asked, "Jiayou, have you not finished reading yet? What do you think? Is Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji not written splendidly? I have a premonition that this issue of Yanqing literature is bound to be a hit. It has certainly released a significant star." Without waiting for Feng Jiayou to respond, she excitedly continued, "If it were to be mentioned that the author of The Horseman is a new writer, it might not lose its luster compared to the acclaimed scar literature." Cha Jianying nodded repeatedly in agreement with Huang Beijia, affirming, "This Old Su, the author of The Horseman, will undoubtedly gain fame. His writing is truly remarkable. I find myself envious of the love between Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji in the novel." Feng Jiayou, not wishing to be criticized by Huang Beijia and the others later, truly wanted to downplay her thoughts, saying, "It's just all right, after all. Your writing is exquisite. I never realized you were so talented, Su. I believe this piece could be submitted to people's literature and be accepted for publication." On this side, Cheng Xuemin had also finished reading the manuscript in hand and looked at the young Cheng Xuejuan with a look of admiration, generously praising him. Teacher Chen, do you really think it could pass in people's literature? The quality of the manuscript is evident, and there is no need for Cheng Xuemin to overly praise it. Cheng Xuemin is fully aware of its merit. Can a tribute to esteemed literary masters and their works truly be anything less than exceptional? What stirs Cheng Xuemin's excitement is the prospect of submitting his work to people's literature. After all, it is people's literature, a publication whose historical significance in the realm of magazines rivals that of Xinhua News Agency in the world of newspapers, both being heavyweight publications of equal stature. To his astonishment, the seasoned Qin forthrightly suggested that he submit to people's literature, igniting a spark of ambition within Cheng Xuemin. "If you can maintain this level of quality, I believe there will be no obstacles with people's literature," Cheng Xuemin affirmed with a nod. He then inquired, "By the way, where are you residing currently? Will you be able to finish this manuscript at the library?" "Currently, I am staying at my wife's family home," Cheng Xuemin replied. "I may complete this manuscript at Yin University Affiliated High School." Cheng Xuemin discerned a hint of concern in Chen's voice, as if he were apprehensive about Cheng possibly disappearing. Yin University Affiliated High School. Cheng Xuemin was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift to a middle school. "Did I not mention that I returned to the city with my wife? She has gained admission to Yanjing University and encourages me to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination, hoping I too might secure a place at Yanjing University next year, which is why I am studying there, Cheng Xuemin candidly explained, feeling a kinship with Chun. You are preparing for exams. Your wife wants you to attend Yanjing University as well. This revelation left Cheng Xuemin astounded. How could this young man speak with such unwavering confidence, as if gaining admission to their esteemed university were a foregone conclusion? When did it become so easy to gain entry to Yanjing University for these candidates? While there is such a desire, it ultimately depends on next year's examination results. However, I believe the challenges will not be insurmountable, Cheng Xuemin continued, remaining humble and grounded, devoid of any boastfulness. Impressive. Cheng Xuemin's lips twitched in disbelief. What more could he say? He could only commend Cheng Xuemin for his ambition. Very well, given that Yin University affiliated high school is nearby. Once you finish your manuscript, I hope to read it at the earliest opportunity. I am genuinely curious about how you will proceed. Absolutely. Thank you for your kind words. Teacher Cheng Xuemin responded with polite humility. Once your manuscript is complete, I will introduce you for submission to people's literature. From my perspective, there should be no significant issues. Cheng Xuemin concluded, dropping any pretense. It was clear he had taken a particular interest in Cheng Xuemin's work. Another manuscript from you, Cheng Xuemin? A sudden voice interrupted from behind, startling Cheng Xuemin. You truly have a knack for moving silently. Hello, Teacher Chen. Our old Zhou has mentioned your manuscript numerous times. And here you are, aiding people's literature in poaching our submissions from Yanjing literature. I'll be sure to inform old Zhou. Bai Ling, evidently familiar with Cheng Xuemin, playfully greeted him. Are you with Yanjing literature? Cheng Xuemin was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that the girl who suddenly appeared was actually Zhou Yanru's associate from Yanjing literature. This was quite the unexpected revelation. Indeed. Hello, Teacher Chen, my name is Zhang Dongning. I have been with Yanjing literature for over a year now. I often hear Lao Zhou lament about your lack of submissions, but it seems that is not the case after all. Zhang Dongning jestingly teased Cheng Xuemin before turning her attention to Cheng Xuemin, inquiring, Cheng Xuemin, is this your new manuscript? Surely you didn't heed Teacher Chen's advice and submit it to people's literature, did you? Why are you here, Dongning? Cheng Xuemin chuckled awkwardly, diverting the conversation. I came to accompany Bai Ling in delivering sample copies and payment slips to her authors. Zhang Dongning replied, her attention already captivated by the manuscripts on the table. She picked one up, instantly entranced, losing track of the conversation. Please, continue your discussion. I have matters to attend to. Cheng Xuemin seized the opportunity to depart, reminding Cheng Xuemin to show him the manuscript once it was polished. After perusing the manuscript, Zhang Dongning found it exceedingly impressive and hoped Cheng Xuemin would entrust it to her. However, Cheng Xuemin hesitated, his response vague. Ultimately, Zhang Dongning's analysis persuaded him to settle on Yanjing literature. Xuemin, you must have been influenced by Teacher Chen's enthusiasm and are considering submitting to People's Literature, right? While People's Literature is indeed a prestigious publication, and authors who are accepted take great pride in it, you must realize that as a newcomer, they might only offer you a mere 5 yuan per 1,000 characters. Meanwhile, Yanjing literature provides a generous 7 yuan per 1,000 characters, 2 yuan difference. Moreover, this piece of yours seems to be a substantial work, likely exceeding 100,000 characters. The difference in remuneration amounts to a substantial 200 yuan. You've barely earned that from your 2 short stories published in Yanjing literature. By presenting the stark reality to Cheng Xuemin, Zhang Dongning effectively swayed him. It made sense. The manuscript he held was a lengthy piece of 200,000 characters, far exceeding the brevity of a short story. Submitting it to People's Literature at a newcomer's rate would indeed lead to a significant loss. After receiving admiration and recognition from a professor at Yanjing University, Cheng Xuemin had momentarily felt elated. Yet, Zhang Dongning's analysis brought him back to reality. While gaining fame through People's Literature might be swift, Cheng Xuemin had pressing financial obligations, including purchasing a home and moving out of his mother-in-law's house. He wished to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule as a son-in-law who relied on others. In the future, he could continue to hone his skills with short stories across various publications, and once he established himself and the rates reached their peak, he could then submit longer works. At that point, a single manuscript could afford him a courtyard residence, or he could reward himself annually with a new property. When he could no longer write, or once he had paid tribute to all that deserved it, he could simply relax and collect rent. By then, He anticipated possessing no fewer than 20 to 30 courtyard residences. In comparison to those engaged in business or investments, this path seemed far more secure over the span of 40 years. Zhang Dongning had come to deliver sample copies and payment slips, and Cheng Xuemin, wishing to play the gracious host, contemplated treating her to a delightful lunch, for the fare at the Yen University cafeteria was indeed commendable. However, Zhang Dongning was eager to return, insisting that once her article was completed, she would invite Cheng Xuemin to dine together. Such camaraderie was heartwarming. At noon, Cha Jianying invited everyone for braised pork, yet Cheng Xuemin refrained from imposing upon her generosity, recognizing that it was their trio's agreement, and as an outsider, it was inappropriate for her to accept such an expense. Nonetheless, they shared a table for lunch, where Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying eagerly discussed and extolled the front-page feature of Yanqing literature, the Horseman. Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou, seated nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed by their excessive praise. They even declared their intention to visit Yanqing literature to inquire about this new author, Lao Su, whose work had so beautifully captured love akin to that of Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji. Moreover, despite being a piece of scar literature, it resonated with an abundance of warmth amidst its wounds. Yes, warmth. I must hasten to finish my meal and compose a reflection on the Horseman. Striving to be the first reader to publish a critique in the Literary Gazette, Huang Beijia exclaimed mid-meal. Isn't that a bit premature? The Horseman hasn't even been officially published, and you are already eager to write a reflection and submit it to the Literary Gazette? Feng Jiayou remarked, astonished, pondering whether they were perhaps getting ahead of themselves. What a splendid idea. I shall write as well. Cha Jianying chimed in, eager to join the endeavor. Lao Su's The Horseman is indeed exceptional. I believe it won't be long before it garners significant attention. I fear that delaying submission may result in stricter requirements. In a bid to earn some publication fees, I plan to treat you all to braised pork. Huang Beijia nodded earnestly, envisioning herself savoring the first taste of the succulent dish. Indeed, Jiayou, why do I sense that you and your husband are not particularly invested in The Horseman? Do you find it lacking? Or do you believe it pales in comparison to your own work? You seem rather uncharacteristically aloof today. Upon hearing Cha Jianying's words, Huang Beijia nodded in agreement. Although Feng Jiayou applauded The Horseman and shared in their enthusiastic reviews, she felt an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction, unable to articulate her feelings. Perhaps, as Cha Jianying suggested, the manuscript that Feng Jiayou had painstakingly revised 6 or 7 times was now at risk of being overshadowed by this newcomer, Lao Su, and she might be feeling a hint of rivalry. Not at all. Since you all are writing reflections, I shall compose a critique tonight as well. The original author sleeps beside me. The stories behind The Horseman will surely be easily accessible for publication. Very well, let us 3 write together, hoping that all our works are selected by the Literary Gazette to promote Lao Su. Huang Beijia nodded enthusiastically. However, we should submit separately. Submitting to literary journals may not guarantee acceptance, and the momentum seems rather limited. Since we mentioned assisting old Su, Cha Jianying briefly alluded to her suggestion. It is prudent to submit separately. One should not place all eggs in a single basket. I hope we can all indulge in braised pork next week. Huang Beijia concurred. Very well, once we finalize our pieces, we shall discuss the submission strategy. Feng Jiayou similarly chimed in. I must prepare for exams, and shall refrain from joining your revelry. After the 3 of them reached an agreement, noticing Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying looking at him, Cheng Xuemin repeatedly shook his head in refusal. Write a review for myself? Absolutely not. After their meal, they returned to their dormitories for a nap, while Cheng Xuemin continued fervently writing in the library, striving to complete his tribute to this novella as soon as possible. Little did he know that the topic of discussion in the afternoon at the Chinese department of Yanqing University was monopolized by a man named Su Lingjun. 3 sample copies were eagerly sought after by the students, and those deeply moved rushed outside the classroom, exclaiming that Yanqing literature had produced a Su Lingjun. China had given birth to a Su Lingjun. This left many completely unaware students utterly bewildered, speculating on who Su Lingjun might be, which department, which class he belonged to. Thus, the cowboy Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji, although not formally published, had already garnered significant attention and discussion within the Chinese department of Yanqing University. Xuemin, did you know? You are famous. Our department is currently searching for who Su Lingjun is, who Li Xiuji is, who old Su is. On the way home, Feng Jiayou embraced Cheng Xuemin with one arm, still captivated by the cowboy narrative, unable to let go. Hold me tighter, stop looking at it. Frankly, it's just average writing. Excessive fame isn't necessarily advantageous for us. I merely wish to quietly earn a bit of manuscript fees. Why is it so difficult? Cheng Xuemin, riding his bicycle, was hesitant to make any risky maneuvers and did not dare to pull her hand around his waist, reminding her to hold on tighter. Indeed, our intention was only to earn some manuscript fees. Who could have anticipated such a significant breakthrough? I am now somewhat fearful of regret. I should have heeded your advice and submitted to October. The more popular the cowboy story became, the more regretful and fearful Feng Jiayou felt. Regretting not following Cheng Xuemin's advice to submit to her mother, now she dreaded the thought of her mother finding out, fearing she would be severely reprimanded. They could only resolutely tread down this singular path. Let us hope that the literary scene at Yanjing does not implode. Cheng Xuemin nodded, adding that it was imperative to earn money swiftly to buy a house. Once they moved out, they would no longer have to fear. Yes, Xuemin. You are right. We must move out quickly. Your mother-in-law is like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. I hardly dare to speak to her directly. Feng Jiayou nodded in agreement, acknowledging that buying a house and moving out was their most pressing necessity. Oh my! The front page of Yanjing literature has been released, proclaiming that China has produced a Su Lingjun. Take a look. Yet, the woman promptly forgot what she had just said and rushed into the kitchen as soon as she returned home, presenting her findings to her mother, who was cooking, exclaiming, "Please support us with some votes. Thank you." 047 My dear wife, let us face the reality. It is truly remarkable how audacious you are. Cheng Xuemin had barely secured his bicycle when Feng Jiayou dashed into the kitchen, leaving him no time to intervene. Nevertheless, Cheng Xuemin, finding himself unperturbed, took his time locking the bicycle, eager to overhear the tender exchanges between the mother and daughter, a heartwarming display of maternal affection and filial piety. Has the latest issue of Yanjing literature been released? Upon hearing the commotion caused by the debt collector, Feng's mother, startled, set aside her chores and rushed out. Upon spotting the debt collector clutching the very issue of Yanjing literature, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and seized it. This edition of Yanjing literature was shrouded in secrecy. Last week, Lu Xinwu had personally visited their office but returned empty-handed, infuriating old Lu. Upon his return, he insisted that the editors employ every means necessary to obtain an internal copy of Yanjing literature. Driven by an insatiable curiosity about the grand vision that Li Qingchuan had in store for this issue. A grand vision indeed. On that very day, Li Qingchuan boasted to Lu Xinwu that their issue of Yanjing literature might very well turn out to be monumental, leaving old Lu and his team to anticipate the spectacle. This revelation only served to further ignite Lu Xinwu's competitive spirit. Li Qingchuan shamelessly claimed that their grand vision bore significant connections to Lu Xinwu's October. As for the nature of this connection, Li Qingchuan was coy, insisting that they wait and speculate. What could there possibly be to speculate? It was merely a matter of noting that the debt collector's classmate, Cha Jianying, had initially submitted her work to October, but, upon receiving a rejection, had pivoted to Yanjing literature. It was almost as if they were mocking October for its misjudgment. Consequently, Feng's mother, Gu Xueqing, had long instructed her daughter to ensure that when the sample issue of Yanjing literature was released, it should be promptly borrowed for Cha Jianying to read. Thus, in recent days, Gu Xueqing had been leaving work early, eagerly awaiting her daughter's return from school, for the sample issue of Yanjing literature was expected any day now. And lo and behold, here it was. The editor responsible for Jianying's piece personally delivered it to Yin University, and I have borrowed it. Feng Jiayou's face displayed a mix of excitement and anticipation as she pondered her mother's reaction to her husband's article, The Horse Wrangler. Yin literature personally delivered to Yin University? The standards have certainly risen. Gu Xueqing was taken aback. Recognizing the significance of the author who could craft such headlines and boldly declare aspirations for greatness, the editor from Yanjing literature had come in person to deliver the sample. In the past, their editorial team would typically send both the manuscript payment and the sample copy to authors via mail, regardless of distance. This only intensified Gu Xueqing's curiosity. Grabbing the magazine, her eyes fell upon the cover featuring The Horse Wrangler, authored by Lao Su. To her astonishment, the pseudonym used was not Cha Jianying's real name, but rather an alias, Lao Su, a girl engaged in her domestic pursuits. Yet how did she acquire such an antiquated pen name? This detail pales in significance. After all, content reigns supreme. Upon opening the magazine, Feng's mother was immediately captivated by the headline article titled The Wrangler, authored by the enigmatic Lao Su. He was a child forsaken by affluent guardians. The very first sentence of the narrative struck a chord within Feng's mother, stirring her emotions profoundly. Given her own lineage as a wealthy heiress from the Republican era, she had been raised with the proverbial silver spoon of capitalism. Perhaps it was the anticipation she had harbored for days that rendered her so swiftly entranced by the prose. Feng Jiayou glanced back at Cheng Xuemin, gesturing for her to return to her own room, recognizing that her mother would be engrossed for quite some time. How could you be so forthright with her? Wasn't that a tad too direct? Have you considered how you will articulate your defense later? Cheng Xuemin inquired upon entering her own quarters. Well, you just called it a defense. Feng Jiayou giggled. So I shall simply weave a fanciful tale. Can my mother really come to my school to inquire? Besides, if she were to ask, what could she possibly uncover? With a playful glint in her eye, Feng Jiayou revealed a remittance slip she had discovered among her textbooks, displaying it to Cheng Xuemin. Look, this is your earnings, 315 yuan. I glanced at Jian Ying's remuneration slip, which was only 73 yuan. You are truly remarkable. If the times had permitted, a woman of her disposition might have impulsively bestowed a kiss upon Cheng Xuemin. Yet, the constraints of societal norms of the era left her unable to express such openness as women would 3 decades hence. Shall we indulge in a celebratory feast this evening? Cheng Xuemin suggested with a teasing glance, reaching for the remittance slip, only to have it snatched back by Feng Jiayou, who playfully chided, "Dream on." Swiftly, she rummaged through her little treasure trove, producing a novel entitled The Song of Youth, which she opened to reveal another remittance slip tucked within. Tomorrow, let us visit the post office to withdraw the funds and save them. Or perhaps we should celebrate after all. My dear, I have been holding this in for several days. Cheng Xuemin feigned a pitiful expression, pleading. What is there to celebrate? Did we not already commemorate that day? You desire a second celebration for a single remittance? Feng Jiayou retorted. As we agreed, whenever you bring me another remittance slip, I shall celebrate with you. Without that slip, all discussions are moot. She cast Cheng Xuemin a sidelong glance, shaking her head as she admired her precious little savings, too enchanted to engage further. But this is a novella. It takes time to compose. Feng Jiayou insisted, referencing her current project. Until it is completed and published, how could there be a remittance slip? If she were to receive payment, it would inadvertently reveal Cheng Xuemin's secret endeavor to establish her own little fund. That is your concern, Feng Jiayou firmly stated. Adhering to her principles, the agreement was clear. She would only recognize monetary compensation, and there would be no exceptions. Very well. This is indeed a novella. Once it is submitted and I receive payment, I shall count it as 10 short stories, and we can celebrate 10 times. Surely that is acceptable? Cheng Xuemin argued persuasively, determined to exploit a breakthrough from Feng Jiayou. Feng Jiayou stared at Cheng Xuemin in sheer bewilderment, utterly unprepared for such a line of reasoning. How could such a matter be calculated in this way? A novella counted as 10 short stories, warranting 10 celebrations. Was he out of his mind? Feng Jiayou, step outside for a moment and keep an eye on the stove. The food is still cooking. The brief moment of stunned silence within the room was swiftly shattered by her mother's shouting from outside. Ah, she's coming. Realizing the situation, Feng Jiayou hurriedly distanced herself from the chaos, wondering if she could handle the pressure of 10 celebrations. Mom, where are you going? Upon bursting outside, she saw her mother clutching a sample issue of Yanjing literature, pushing her bicycle towards the door, prompting Feng Jiayou to inquire in confusion. Your classmate's piece is truly exceptional. No wonder Li Qingchuan is bold enough to feature it as the front page headline. I must rush it to the editorial office for old Lu and the others to review. Feng's mother exclaimed in a flurry. Mom, is it really necessary? It's just a piece titled The Horse Wrangler. It's after hours. Are there still people at the office? Feng Jiayou glanced at the darkening sky, questioning how a single piece could incite such urgency in her mother. Your tone is quite audacious. It's merely The Horse Wrangler. Once your submission reaches even half of your classmates' caliber, I will be burning incense in gratitude. Feng's mother retorted, momentarily chastising her own daughter, before adding, you wouldn't comprehend. Old Lu was nearly driven mad by Li Qingchuan this time, anxiously waiting for this sample issue to see what Li Qingchuan is truly up to. Now that the sample is in hand, I must hurry to deliver it. Without further ado, she pushed her bicycle out the door in haste. Dear wife, considering the situation, should we not confess to Mom and present this novella as a means of atonement? Cheng Xuemin hesitated, feeling the weight of the moment. If all else failed, perhaps honesty was the best policy. All right. Later, you shall confess to your mother-in-law and strive for leniency. Brother-in-law, come join me in learning a foreign language. Wife, you are remarkable. Cheng Xuemin praised her with an enthusiastic thumbs up, realizing her resolute stance would not waver. What are you thinking? Are you truly considering giving her the novella? Do you think she can afford the price of Yanjing literature? Feng Jiayou held Cheng Xuemin back, exclaiming, "The kitchen is still cooking. Where do you think you're going?" She then dragged him back into the kitchen, muttering to herself, "A novella. You mentioned the full text would exceed 200,000 words. Even the price difference amounts to more than 100 in manuscript fees. Besides, I doubt they can afford more than 5 yuan per 1,000 words at October." Feng Jiayou harbored her own calculations in her heart. Even brothers keep their accounts clear. She has suffered losses at her mother's hands before. The manuscript she submitted previously had a word count comparable to the one published by Cha Jianying in Yanqing literature. Yet the remuneration she received was akin to the price of a whole roast duck from Quanjude. This was merely a short piece with fewer words, leading to a lesser loss. If they were to present this longer piece to her mother as a means of atonement, it would be wiser to endure steadfastly. As long as Yanqing literature remains resolute, their situation is manageable. Very well, I shall procure a tape recorder. Following into the kitchen, Cheng Xuemin nodded in agreement from behind. Realizing that handing over the manuscript to his mother-in-law was indeed a considerable loss. What do you need a tape recorder for? Feng Jiayou questioned in confusion, perplexed by the sudden shift in topic from her mother to the recorder. I noticed that my dear wife is struggling a bit with her foreign language studies. I heard about a foreign gadget that plays cassette tapes to aid in learning languages, so I thought to buy one for you. Cheng Xuemin spoke earnestly, claiming concern for her language acquisition, yet in truth, he intended to record her words and sentiments to safeguard against any potential mishaps. Despite her current insistence on withholding everything under the guise of filial piety, should the truth eventually surface, she might very well cast Cheng Xuemin aside to bear the brunt of the consequences. Frankly, recalling the day Feng Jiayou deceived her mother by resubmitting the manuscript to Yanqing literature fills Cheng Xuemin with trepidation. He knows he could not withstand such a storm. We must have tangible proof. Therefore, acquiring a tape recorder to document everything is imperative. Come what may, no one will escape accountability. Conveniently, the woman also requires a device for her language studies. Why spend that money? Your spoken English is quite impressive. I could simply learn from you. Recently, Feng Jiayou has been fervently studying English, as it represents a significant weakness not only for her, but for most students in her class, who are all striving to improve their proficiency. She has indeed heard of tape recorders, recognizing them as beneficial tools for language acquisition, but they are prohibitively expensive imports. Moreover, even with financial means, they are unattainable without foreign exchange vouchers. Besides, I have a man beside me who excels in English, with a remarkably authentic and smooth speaking style. Learning from him suffices. Why expend time and energy on a tape recorder? To learn a foreign language together with me? Ah, my dear wife. Your suggestion reminds me of a humorous anecdote I encountered recently in an overseas magazine at the library. Cheng Xuemin found great enthusiasm in her words. If Feng Jiayou was eager to learn alongside him, he would certainly take the opportunity to teach her well. An amusing tale? Cheng Xuemin, do share it quickly. I am eager to hear. Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged him. Hey, what is this amusing tale you speak of? I want to hear too. Feng Jiayou, the younger sister-in-law, stealthily entered the kitchen, intrigued by the lively conversation between her sister and Cheng Xuemin. Ahem, let us save this story for later tonight. Initially, I intended to playfully tease Cheng Xuemin in the kitchen, but his sudden escape due to the unexpected intrusion of his sister-in-law left me feeling embarrassed. Don't go, brother-in-law. Didn't my sister just say she wanted to learn a foreign language with you? I want to join too. Let us learn together. Seeing Cheng Xuemin hastily retreat, his sister-in-law, Feng Jiayou, called after him. Let us all learn together. The notion of studying foreign languages, which seemed trivial to Cheng Xuemin, was now a topic he dared not revisit with Feng Jiayou. Around dinner time, Feng Mu and Feng Fu returned home, and it was Feng Fu who broke the silence first. Jiayou, your classmate's piece The Wrangler is quite impressive, showcasing profound reflective significance. I plan to recommend it for publication in Chinese literature. You should arrange for your classmate to discuss it with us at the office. What, Dad? You also see potential in The Wrangler? It hasn't even been officially released by Yanjing literature, and you're already considering it for Chinese literature? At this moment, Both Feng Jiayou and Cheng Xuemin were left dumbfounded. How could her mother take a sample issue of Yinjing literature around, and her father decide to publish it in Chinese literature? It is worth noting that Chinese literature is no ordinary publication. It serves as a primary platform for the Foreign Languages Bureau's external promotion and is translated into several languages for international distribution, thereby earning foreign exchange. Earlier, their discussion about not purchasing a tape recorder was not due to financial constraints, but rather a lack of foreign exchange vouchers. Yet now, her father wished to directly feature Cheng Xuemin's The Wrangler in Chinese literature, thereby earning foreign exchange for the manuscript fees. Truly an unexpected opportunity. The piece is indeed well written, surpassing even Scar. I will submit it now. We can wait for the feedback from readers once Yinjing literature is released. However, I believe it has the potential to become popular. Feng Fu nodded and added, "Your classmate is remarkable. Although it appears to be a love story, at its core, it is a piece of Scar literature, executed with greater depth and finesse than Scar. What is particularly commendable is her ability to vividly portray the character of Su Lingjun, capturing the essence of familial love, romantic affection, and patriotism with remarkable richness. Especially her portrayal of patriotism is beautifully articulated, with every line resonating with a profound love for our country and this land. This is the fundamental requirement for our contributions to Chinese literature, and your classmate has done exceptionally well." Feng Fu generously offered his critique, prompting Feng Jiayou to nod in agreement, her face beaming with pride, as anyone unaware might mistakenly believe she was the author of The Wrangler. "Xuemin, you must have read this article by now, right? Later, you and Jiayou should write a critique for me, sharing your reflections." With that, Feng Fu shifted his focus to Cheng Xuemin, specifically requesting him to compose a reflection on The Wrangler. What? Cheng Xuemin was momentarily stunned. Was he expected to write a reflection on his own work? What was his father-in-law getting at? Both of you have endured hardships together, and I hope you can support each other in progress like Su Lingjun and Li Xiuji in the novel. What more can Father Feng hope for? It is merely his earnest intention to inspire the young couple through this piece, The Wrangler. "All right, Dad, I will write it right away." Cheng Xuemin nodded in agreement, expressing his determination. "Dad, I have already begun writing, and many of my classmates are also contributing, preparing to submit to the literary journal to garner some attention for this author." Feng Jiayou's spirits soared, imagining how delighted her father would be to know that the classmate he praised so lavishly was indeed his son-in-law, a humble man from the countryside. It is no small feat to earn such commendations from her father. Look, even before its official release, this single sample issue of Yinjing literature has already captured the admiration of the Chinese department at Yinjing University. It has become a sensation. Upon hearing this, Father Feng smiled and remarked to his wife, "So what if it's popular? Why are you so exuberant? It's not about promoting Chinese literature. It's about your daughter and son-in-law writing reflections. One might mistakenly think this piece was penned by your daughter." Mother Feng harbored a growing frustration. The more popular The Wrangler became, the more irked she felt. Throughout their journey back, her husband praised the piece incessantly, and his exuberance upon returning home truly exasperated her. Yet, in her heart, she knew that if only she had spoken up a little more clearly, she would have been correct. While it is true that their daughter did not write The Wrangler, it was indeed her son-in-law who penned it. How astonishing and delightful. If this continues, the two of them will surely drive her and their daughter to madness. Even if the writing is commendable, it is essential for the younger generation to read more, write more, contemplate, and reflect for their own growth. Father Feng replied gently, genuinely wishing that the piece had been written by his daughter, for it would bring him even greater pride to recommend her work without hesitation. "All right, it's well written. It's well written. You all are just driving me to exasperation." Mother Feng rolled her eyes in disdain, eager to counter, questioning what was so commendable about it. However, the piece was indeed well crafted, leaving her with no room for rebuttal, and she could only express her discontent and frustration. Seeing Feng Jiayou reveling in her success, she chastised, "What are you so proud of? This article is not even yours. If only your submissions had even half the quality of this piece, I wouldn't be enduring this vexation." Her frustration stemmed from the workplace, where some implied criticism lingered, suggesting that her repeated insistence for her daughter's piece led to their journal, October, missing out on such an exceptional submission. Now, with the sample issue of Yinjing literature released, it was inevitable that comparisons would be made between her daughter's published work and The Wrangler. The outcome of such comparisons was all too predictable. There will undoubtedly be whispers behind her back. And some may even speculate that it was Gu Xueqing's ambition to feature her daughter's article that led to the displacement of the piece titled The Horseman. Feng's mother, a woman of remarkable sensitivity, has endured the vicissitudes of life, making her acutely aware of the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Thus, the fact that The Horseman has not gained traction is of little concern. At most, they have merely missed out on a commonplace article. However, the reality is that it is not just her husband who extols its potential. Even Lu, who has perused the sample issue at their office, was rendered speechless for over an hour. Upon regaining his composure, his first utterance was a marvel that it surpassed scars, explaining why Li Qingchuan would dare to feature it on the front page. Following this was a gaze filled with lamentation, an expression of profound sorrow. Mother, why does this always circle back to me? It is merely an article. Who could possibly bring such indignation upon you, the esteemed director? Feng Jiayou genuinely wished to retort, questioning whether this article was not penned by her, but rather by her husband, a revelation that would surely astonish and delight. What? Could Lu and the others be that oblivious? Was it not stated that the initial draft submitted to them in October was not this very piece? Feng's father, equally astonished, glanced at her, incredulous that she had been subjected to such humiliation at work. This was intolerable. Furthermore, did she not mention that this article was not submitted as their October draft? The preliminary editor in their editorial department had no recollection of The Horseman. Therefore, it must be that her classmate had retracted the submission and redirected it to Yanqing literature, rather than it being overlooked or misfiled by them. That seemed improbable. Yet, I ponder the irony of how her strict expectations for Feng Jiayou, aimed at her well-being, have rendered her unappreciated, as she incessantly clamors to submit to Yanqing literature. Now, it appears her classmate has indeed submitted to Yanqing literature and has been fortuitously discovered by Li Qingchuan. Can you fathom my exasperation? Feng's mother unleashed a torrent of grievances upon this father-daughter duo, yet no matter how one looked at Feng Jiayou, the debt collector, her expression was suffused with a glee she made no attempt to conceal. Feng Jiayou, could you not consider your mother's current feelings? Moreover, I must implore you to arrange for your classmate, Jianying, to submit a manuscript. Lu has gone mad and is willing to pay a handsome price. If her work is of similar caliber to this piece, they shall offer an unprecedented rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 words. The Horsemen may have slipped through their fingers, but they cannot afford to miss the forthcoming submissions from this author. Just moments ago, Lu spent over an hour absorbing The Horseman, and with fervor declared that they must reclaim this author from Li Qingchuan. The editorial department must make contact with the author and secure 1 or 2 pieces. As for the remuneration, let it be set at the highest standard of 7 yuan per 1,000 words. For Lu Xinwu remained skeptical that Li Qingchuan would be so generous as to offer such a rate to a novice author. Surely, The Horseman was calculated according to the traditional Yanqing literature rate of 5 yuan per 1,000 words for its authors. Having missed her debut work, she resolved to entice others through financial means, offering 7 yuan per 1,000 characters to demonstrate her sincerity in October. 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. Feng Jiayou, upon hearing her mother's words, could not help but show surprise, casting a discreet glance at her partner, Cheng Xuemin. Her mother had set the price at 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. This was equivalent to the rates at Yanqing literature. Cheng Xuemin was equally astonished, with his mother-in-law raising the price to the maximum. Did this imply that the piece he held could serve as a means of atonement? At 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. He suggested, tomorrow, you should invite her to our home for dinner. I will propose the commission to her in person. All right, I will ask Jianying tomorrow to see if she has any new drafts. 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. Cheng Xuemin continuously exchanged glances with Feng Jiayou, urging her to come clean, while he contemplated displaying the draft of that piece to his mother-in-law as a gesture. However, the devoted daughter Feng Jiayou stubbornly resisted, refusing to acknowledge the truth. Not only did she refuse to admit it, but she also took it upon herself to help her mother solicit more work. What was this woman truly aiming for? What game was she playing? If this continued, he, the son-in-law caught between them, would eventually be crushed by their relentless pressure. It was unfathomable to think of the fury that would erupt when the truth was revealed. While he couldn't predict Feng Jiayou's fate, he was certain his own demise was imminent. It is best to invite her over for dinner so I can formally propose the commission, thus showcasing our sincerity for October. Upon hearing her debt collector's enthusiastic agreement, Feng's mother finally displayed a hint of satisfaction, nodding in acknowledgement. Such a rarity. It was indeed a blessing to avoid a more significant confrontation. Concluding matters with maternal kindness and filial piety was a remarkable achievement. Wife, 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. That was a golden opportunity to come clean. What are you truly thinking? After dinner, Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou retreated into their room, and the impatient Cheng inquired, "Come clean about what? What is there to confess? Isn't everything fine as it is?" Feng Jiayou shrugged, maintaining her calm demeanor, and replied, "Xuemin, do you really want your mother-in-law to know that this piece, the horse wrangler, is actually your work? It is not merely my desire for her to know. It is imperative that she does. We have written a piece that has been accepted. There is no need to hide it from her. We can state it openly. Furthermore, Mom just mentioned that it is also priced at 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. It is only natural to offer her the previous piece. Failing to do so would be utterly unreasonable." This was not about whether Cheng Xuemin wanted his mother-in-law to know. It was about the precarious position he would find himself in if he continued to conceal the truth. "What do you mean by utterly unreasonable?" Feng Jiayou cast a glance at him, not comprehending the meaning of that idiom. Is there such an idiom? After all, she is a distinguished graduate of the Chinese department at Yenjing University. How can her reservoir of knowledge be so vastly inferior to that of her partner? One must not be too rebellious. Cheng Xuemin attempted to explain tactfully, implying that Feng Jiayou is rather extraordinary and inherently contrarian. Is there rebellion? Am I not merely assisting her in soliciting contributions? Feng Jiayou tilted her little head, feeling quite aggrieved. Speaking of soliciting contributions, Cheng Xuemin nodded and inquired, "Indeed. How do you plan to help your mother with the solicitation? Are you truly intending to solicit from classmate Cha Jianing? Isn't this an easy task? Just hand over the novella you have to mother and say that it is the piece I managed to secure for her." Feng Jiayou had long been prepared and had devised a strategy to deal with her mother. "You mean to use Cha Jianying's name, allowing her to impersonate the author Lao Su of the horse herder?" Cheng Xuemin began to grasp the woman's intentions, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She is indeed turning this into quite the spectacle. Since the misunderstanding has already occurred, why not let them continue in their folly? The more Feng Jiayou pondered, the more she believed her idea to be brilliant. From now on, she need not worry about the truth being exposed to her mother. Though the idea is splendid, have you considered how to explain the article by Cha Jianing that follows? Upon speaking, Cheng Xuemin picked up the sample issue, preparing to reveal the subsequent article by Cha Jianing, urging the woman to contemplate the glaring flaw in her scheme. Moreover, his mother-in-law seemed rather oblivious, as Cha Jianying's piece lay just a few pages ahead. If she had merely turned a few more pages, she would not have created such a blunder. Still believing that the author of The Horse Herder was her daughter's classmate, Cha Jianing. "Oh no, I completely forgot about that." Feng Jiayou was taken aback, feeling utterly foolish. "What on earth did you write to your mother-in-law, seeking to solicit?" Today, while they were fervently discussing The Horse Herder, they also mentioned Cha Jianying's article to Cheng Xuemin. However, when he finally turned to that article, he discovered that Cha Jianing had used a pseudonym, Shaanxi Duo, rather than her real name. "Hee, do you think such a clever person as your wife could fall for this oversight by my mother?" "Cheng Xuemin, I was just teasing you. I knew all along that Jianing was using a pseudonym, and they would not catch on." Feng Jiayou glanced over the article, reaffirming that Cha Jianing had indeed used the name Shaanxi Duo, feeling quite pleased with herself. "She is undoubtedly clever. If you think it's fine, then so be it, for I shall not concern myself further." Cheng Xuemin shook his head, acknowledging her cleverness, yet uncertain whether her classmate Cha Jianing would play along. Furthermore, if she were to do so, would it not expose that Lao Su is indeed her partner in front of her classmates? By the way, I had promised Ning that I would submit this novella to Yenjing Literature. She has already seen the manuscript, so I cannot go back on my word. I shall write another piece, striving to make a start tomorrow for you to show to your mother. Although his mother-in-law had also mentioned that the price was set at 7 yuan per 1,000 characters, he had already made a commitment to Zhang Dongning earlier that day regarding this novella, which was intended for Yenjing Literature. It would be quite unseemly to renege on that agreement at the last minute. "Xuemin, have you found your inspiration again? Can a manuscript simply come into existence at will?" Feng Jiayou nodded. Since he had already promised Yenjing Literature, it would indeed be inappropriate to switch allegiances to her mother's October. Yet, judging by her husband's tone, was he planning to write a separate piece for her mother? How remarkable! Inspiration could flow freely, and manuscripts could be conjured at a moment's notice. As long as his wife was amenable, he could certainly reciprocate. "My dear wife, This too can be considered a contribution to a manuscript for your mother. Shouldn't we celebrate this? When the conversation turned to inspiration, Cheng Xuemin felt compelled to mention the source of his own creativity. Celebrate, indeed. Cheng Xuemin, your mind is filled with such nonsensical thoughts, always preoccupied with trivial matters. Feng Jiayou, like a startled bird, instinctively distanced herself from Cheng Xuemin. What could my brilliant mind possibly contain? Surely, it is brimming with profound insights. Come, my dear wife, assist me in finding that spark of inspiration. Arrogant fool, don't. Ultimately, her steadfast principles prevailed. She insisted that only upon receiving the manuscript fee would they celebrate, leaving no room for exceptions. As such, Cheng Xuemin assured her that he would swiftly complete the piece for his mother-in-law. Once it was finished, she would be obliged to fulfill her promise and celebrate with him. The woman conceded a little, agreeing that while it wasn't the manuscript fee, she would indeed honor her commitment once she received the piece for her mother. This led Cheng Xuemin to a state of heightened excitement the following morning as he wrote. In just 3 hours, he composed over 10,000 words. And with a bit more effort in the afternoon, he would be able to complete this short story of nearly 20,000 words. During lunchtime, Feng Jiayou arranged to meet Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying. Was it time to reveal everything? Cheng Xuemin braced himself, anticipating their reverent admiration. The murmur of the prairie has indeed become a sensation. All the distribution points outside our university have sold out. Huang Beijia exclaimed as she settled down with her lunchbox, sharing her astonishment with Feng Jiayou and the others. It's not just us at Yin University. Shuanan University next door is the same. And Yin Normal University is even more frenzied. This author, known as Old Su, has truly struck a chord. Cha Jianying chimed in. But it's only just begun, right? This is still the first day of its release, and the magazines dispatched nationwide are still on their way. Huang Beijia nodded in agreement. We must hasten to finalize our reviews and send them out. Cha Jianying, recalling everyone's enthusiasm for the braised pork, felt a sense of urgency. We might have lagged a bit. I've heard that others have already submitted their manuscripts overnight. Who? Isn't that a bit excessive? Cheng Xuemin sat beside them, listening intently. He had not paid much attention to the outside world and was unaware of the fervent sales of this issue of Yinjing literature. He then glanced at Feng Jiayou, expecting her to formally introduce him as the author of Mu Ma Run, the esteemed Lao Su, whom they had been praising incessantly. To his surprise, Feng Jiayou did not mention this at all, leaving him quite perplexed. He was ready for the introduction. After their meal, as they parted ways, Cheng Xuemin seized the opportunity to ask Feng Jiayou, "My dear, weren't you supposed to reach out to Cha Jianying for a submission? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" "I intended to," she replied, "but I suddenly realized that it would be too cruel to bring it up with them." Feng Jiayou shook her head, her expression and tone reflecting her concern for the feelings of the others. Too cruel? What could she possibly mean? Cheng Xuemin was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood that her self-admiration had clouded her judgment. Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying had showered her with such flattering praise that she was reluctant to shatter their illusions. They were almost entranced, eager to write to this Lao Su and become pen pals. Could he directly tell them that the Lao Su they idolized was none other than his beloved Cheng Xuemin? Could he reveal that Mu Ma Run was indeed penned by him? Never mind. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until they received letters from them. As Cheng Xuemin had astutely perceived, Feng Jiayou was indeed caught up in the moment, relishing the compliments from those around her. The more effusive their praise, the better she felt about her husband's writing. It was a delightful sensation. Moreover, she genuinely anticipated receiving letters from Cha Jianying and Huang Beijia. If she confessed now, she would lose everything. Isn't it too much? I'm nearly done with this manuscript. Should I still send it to my mother? Cheng Xuemin mused, astonished at how things had progressed. Of course, hasn't the October issue just been released? We still have 2 months before the next one. We can discuss Jianying later. But Xuemin, you must be careful. You cannot write recklessly just to celebrate. Although you are Lao Su of Mu Ma Run, if the quality isn't there, my mother will surely ask you to revise it. Hearing that Cheng Xuemin was almost finished, Feng Jiayou grew concerned about the manuscript's quality. Whether it's written carelessly or not, you will know when you read it. My real worry is whether my mother would even dare to use it. Cheng Xuemin chuckled in response. Huh, you underestimate your mother-in-law, don't you? If Li Qingchuan dares to put you on the front page, your mother-in-law wouldn't shy away from using your work. Wait, Xuemin, what exactly did you write for her this time? Yinjing Literature Headquarters, Cultural Bureau Compound. No, 7. Zichang'an Street, Yanjing. Is the response already this swift? We have only just officially released it this morning, and several universities in Yanjing have sold out already. Today marks the inaugural day of the latest issue of Yanjing Literature, yet many copies are still en route. Just as Li Qingchuan returned from outside, Zhou Yinru informed him that several distribution points at Yanjing's universities had completely sold out. The phone at the printing house has been ringing incessantly this morning, inundating their editorial office with requests for reprints. Li Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that this issue, particularly the feature on Horseman, might garner attention, but he never expected such an immediate response. It had only been a single morning. At this juncture, magazines dispatched nationwide would likely still be in transit. To elicit readers' reactions would ordinarily require at least 10 days to 2 weeks of fermentation. Yet here they were. Several university distribution points in Yanjing had sold out in mere hours. Was that not an exaggeration? Sold out. The first batch of reprints had already been dispatched. If this continues, I believe we must expedite additional printing to prepare for the subsequent nationwide restocks. Zhou Yinru's face radiated excitement. They were on the verge of a breakthrough. Additional printing was imperative. Old Zhou, please call the printing house and request an increase of 30 to 50,000 copies. Li Qingchuan was equally exhilarated, instructing Zhou Yinru to promptly contact the printing house for an additional 50,000 copies. 50,000 copies? Isn't that rather excessive? While reprints are necessary, is it reasonable to propose 50,000 copies outright? It is worth noting that their total print run for each issue of Yanjing Literature is only 50,000. Li Qingchuan's suggestion doubles that figure. Aren't we taking too great a leap? Not at all. Old Zhou, please make that call without delay. Li Qingchuan waved dismissively, believing it was hardly excessive, given the current fervor at just a few university distribution points in Yanjing. He felt that even 50,000 copies might not suffice once the distribution expanded nationwide. Aren't you supposed to be making that call now? Zhou Yinru nodded, but, noticing that Li Qingchuan had already picked up the phone, could not help but inquire. I'm calling old Lu at October, to see if he has had a chance to read our current feature on Horseman. Li Qingchuan chuckled. Old Li, isn't that a bit overzealous? 051 Feng Jiayou's confession. Mom, listen to my defense. Requesting further reading from October magazine. Teacher Gu, are you certain you can arrange for the author of Horseman, Cha Jianying, to meet for a discussion? In Chief Editor Lu Xinwu's office, upon hearing the feedback from Feng's mother, Gu Xueqing, he could hardly contain his excitement. After inquiring once more, he asked, Teacher Gu, are you sure that the author of Horseman, Old Su, is indeed Cha Jianying, Jiayou's classmate? Old Lu, it should be that Cha Jianying. Look at this issue of Yanjing Literature. The headline features a work by a student from Yanjing University. My debt collecting fiend has also agreed to help us at October by reaching out to her classmate for contributions. Indeed, Mother Feng's words ring true. Even her family's debt collector has mentioned that her classmate, Cha Jianying, has successfully passed this issue of Yanjing Literature, even inadvertently revealing that it is the headline feature. Initially, she was evasive and denied it, but when asked yesterday to assist in soliciting contributions, she no longer denied it and readily agreed to help. How could there be a mistake in this? Very well. Teacher Gu, please exert extra effort. Jiayou is indeed our own child at October, and her classmates are equally our children at October. We must ensure we reclaim her. Lu Xinwu clenched his fists. As long as it can be confirmed that the author of Mu Marin, Old Su, is indeed Cha Jianying, Feng Jiayou's classmate, then it will be manageable. With Feng Jiayou as the pivotal link, Lu Xinwu was confident he could successfully bring her back. Old Lu, I will do my utmost, but I cannot make any promises. After all, this time we misjudged the situation, and it was Yanjing Literature that unearthed her. Mother Feng, Gu Xueqing, did not share Lu Xinwu's confidence and was hesitant to make bold claims. They must wait for feedback from their own debt collector. This is indeed the case. Lu Xinwu nodded, acknowledging that they had initially overlooked the opportunity. They had been given the first chance by Yanjing Literature, yet they failed to seize it. Dingling. At that moment, the office phone rang. Lu Xinwu promptly answered. Hello, this is October. Whom are you seeking? Old Lu, it's Li Qingchuan. Have you seen our latest issue of Yanjing Literature today? I presume you have. I'm calling to ask for your thoughts on our headline feature. To be frank, the pressure is immense as we spotlight a new author on the front page. I just wanted to reach out to you, Old Lu, as you are a renowned critic in the industry, to offer your insights. In an instant, Lu Xinwu's expression darkened. What was Li Qingchuan thinking? Yes, the headline feature in this issue of Yanjing Literature was indeed well written and beautifully presented. Lu Xinwu found himself both envious and regretful. But how long had it been since their official release? Had it even been half a day? Why was Li Qingchuan so impatient to call, flaunting his success? Was he being overly presumptuous? Enjoy it while you can, old Li. You've only just launched, and you're already eager to hold a celebration? Lu Xinwu retorted with irritation. Haha, old Lu. Whether we can hold a celebration is still uncertain. But I just wanted to inform you that we have already printed an additional 50,000 copies. What? An additional 50,000 copies? Old Li, have you lost your mind? Lu Xinwu had intended to retort further, but he was genuinely taken aback by the staggering number of additional prints. What could be done? In just half a day, all the sales points over here at Yanjing had sold out. If we do not hurry to print more, by tomorrow afternoon, the gates of Yanjing Literature will be overwhelmed by our enthusiastic readers. What? Has the stock at Yanshida sold out again? All right, Lao Lu, did you hear that? No more talking for now. I must hurry to the printing house to oversee the process. We might need to print an additional 50,000 copies. And that may still not suffice. We might have to add another 50,000. By the way, I will definitely treat you to a meal, Lao Lu. You truly are a good person. On the other end, Lu Xinwu was so enraged that he could scarcely utter a word. Were it not for his cultivated demeanor, he might have unleashed a torrent of invective upon Li Qingchuan, exclaiming, "What a despicable opportunist! Li Qingchuan, do not think you can take advantage of the situation." Lao Lu. Was that the voice of Li Qingchuan from Yanjing Literature? What more did he say? Feng Mu Gu Xueqing could faintly hear the arrogant laughter emanating from the phone. He declared that he is indeed a good person and promised to treat me to a meal. Oh, and he mentioned that Yanjing Literature plans to print an additional 100,000 copies for this issue. He must go to the printing house to supervise, or else by tomorrow morning, the doors of Yanjing Literature will be besieged by eager readers. Lu Xinwu succinctly relayed Li Qingchuan's boastful remarks, fuming as he shared them with Gu Mu. Is Li Qingchuan truly taking things too far? Is there no decency left in him? Gu Xueqing was equally taken aback, her indignation palpable. It seems we misjudged the situation. It is no wonder he is so full of himself. Lu Xinwu shook his head and proposed, after work, let us invite Lao Wang and return with you, Teacher Gu, to meet with that herdsman, Lao Su, and discuss matters. If we can secure the author, Li Qingchuan will find himself at a loss. If Li Qingchuan thinks he is clever, then let us undermine him directly, stealing his resources and securing his talents. Let us see who ultimately triumphs. To ensure success, Lu Xinwu, the chief editor, prepared to take matters into his own hands. Very well. I will leave work early and buy some groceries to cook. Gu Xueqing nodded, recognizing Lao Lu's determination to seize the opportunity, unwilling to allow Li Qingchuan to bask in glory any longer. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Teacher Gu, there is something I am unsure whether to mention, said Xiao Yang, the editor responsible for the initial review, suddenly speaking up in the afternoon. Xiao Yang, please speak freely. We are all part of the same editorial team. If there are any manuscripts you are uncertain about, as the initial review editor, you must express your thoughts. Gu Xueqing put down her pen, adopting a gentle tone, in stark contrast to her demeanor when dealing with debt collectors. It is this. Earlier today, Teacher Gu, you mentioned that the headline for this issue of Yanjing Literature was written by Cha Jianying from the Chinese department at Yen University. However, I discovered that the piece That Birch Forest was indeed penned by her. Xiao Yang mustered his courage to continue. I reviewed that manuscript, and Cha Jianying submitted it under the pseudonym Zaxi Duo. Nevertheless, That Birch Forest is significantly superior to her initial draft. Xiao Yang emphasized, the initial rejection was warranted, but her revisions have certainly improved the piece. Indeed. Teacher Gu, upon hearing Xiao Yang's remarks, I was reminded as well. I wondered why this manuscript felt so familiar, as if I had encountered it before. It was indeed the submission by Cha Jianying from Yen University, which was not as refined back then. After I and Xiao Yang conducted a preliminary review, it was ultimately rejected. Another preliminary editor quickly chimed in, saying, so, this old Su from the Wrangler is not the Cha Jianying we thought? At that moment, Feng Mu, Gu Xueqing, was infuriated. Having just assured old Lu with conviction that old Su, the debt collector, was indeed her classmate, Cha Jianying. Old Lu had even planned to return with old Wang in the afternoon to discuss the manuscript directly with Cha Jianying's old Su. But now, a significant blunder had surfaced. Was the debt collector truly born to pursue her for debts? How dare he deceive her? Unable to contain her anger, Feng Mu stormed out of the editorial office. Her expression darkened, heading home to confront her debt collector, questioning why as a mother she had failed her child. Why had she been deceived to the point of embarrassment at work? Where is Teacher Gu? Chief editor Lu Xinwu hoped to confer with Teacher Gu and the editorial group leader, Old Wang, but upon exiting, he found Gu Xueqing absent. On the other hand, Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou were also on their way home, and Feng Jiayou finally comprehended what her husband had written to her mother-in-law. Xuemin, I think your writing is quite impressive. Why do you say my mother might not dare to use it? Feng Jiayou marveled at her husband's speed, having produced 15 to 16,000 words in just a day. Initially, she believed he was writing carelessly in celebration, harboring little hope. However, after reading through it entirely, she could only think, it was splendidly written. If you think it's good, then let us see if my mother wants to use it when you present it to her. Cheng Xuemin's intention was clear. The manuscript for his mother-in-law had to surpass the one submitted to Yanjing Literature's The Wrangler. That way, even if his mother-in-law saw through it, there would still be room for maneuvering. Among all the short stories he could pay homage to, Cheng Xuemin chose this one, albeit uncertain if his mother-in-law would dare to utilize it. What is there to hesitate about? My mother will surely be thrilled. Feng Jiayou, feeling optimistic, returned home with a glimmer of anticipation, and before even entering, she called out, Mom, as promised, I managed to secure Jianying's manuscript. It's yet another outstanding piece. Why are you holding that feather duster? 052, your son-in-law, a large-scale blame-shifting scene. Mom, let us talk this out. Why are you wielding that feather duster? How many years has it been since you last used it on me? Feng Jiayou had entered joyfully, but now, being chased by her mother with the feather duster, she found herself in a most awkward predicament. Cheng Xuemin, pushing his bicycle inside, was completely bewildered by this mother-daughter spectacle. What on earth had transpired? Feng Jiayou returned the manuscript for her mother and had anticipated a generous commendation, yet instead, she found herself greeted by the ominous presence of a feather duster. Feng Jiayou, you heartless child, do you not realize how long it has been since I last wielded this feather duster against you? How many sleepless nights have I spent worrying about you? Your father and I, while in Shaanxi, our greatest concern has always been you. Don't run away. Don't be reckless. I never intended to strike you. Feng's mother had endured considerable frustration at work and initially planned to confront the school that had wronged them. Seeking clarity on the situation, the school had claimed that her classmate, Cha Jianying, had successfully submitted a manuscript to Yanjing Literature, even landing the front page. Courtesy of the esteemed author, Lao Su, they had assured her they would help arrange a meeting with him in October. However, reflecting on the journey, she decided to return home, fearing that an uproar at the school might adversely affect her daughter. Upon returning home, Feng's mother took a moment to calm herself and ponder whether a misunderstanding had arisen between her and her daughter. She had no intention of remaining angry, merely wishing to discuss the matter with the school and ascertain if there had been an error. However, before she could enter, the school had already begun to exclaim that they had successfully retrieved a new manuscript from the author of The Horseman, claiming it was even more remarkable than the first. At that moment, Feng's mother could no longer contain her outrage. Seizing the feather duster, she rushed outside, only to find the school had fled faster than a rabbit, causing her face to pale with shock. I am with child. What if I were to fall while running? Realizing that the feather duster in her hand had frightened the already anxious school, she hastily discarded it. Mom, what on earth is happening? Why am I in trouble again? Feng Jiayou had hidden behind Cheng Xuemin's bicycle, recalling how many years it had been since she had faced such discipline. She had just stepped through the door, not even having a sip of water, and had hoped to present her mother with the manuscript she had long desired, only to be met with the feather duster instead. Feng Jiayou felt aggrieved and bewildered, unable to fathom why she had suddenly incurred her mother's wrath. I didn't do anything. I was attentive in class today. How could I have upset you? No. Feng Jiayou, you have not upset me. Her mother, taking a seat on a stone stool in the yard, waved her hands dismissively. You are such an obedient and understanding daughter, a top student at Yanjing University. Everywhere I go, I hear praises about what a wonderful daughter I have. I am immensely proud of you. How could such a well-behaved daughter ever provoke me? By the way, did you just say you managed to secure a manuscript for me? One that surpasses The Horseman? Feng Jiayou, your prowess is remarkable. Do allow me the privilege to peruse your work. Feng Mu exerted immense restraint, yearning to engage in a calm discourse with the debt collector. suppressing her anger to avoid distressing her unborn child. Was it not Jiayou who had just boisterously announced her success in securing a manuscript from the esteemed author Lao Su of the Wrangler? Very well. She was genuinely curious to see how far the debt collector could spin her tales. Mother, are you truly all right? If I have inadvertently upset you, please, do communicate your grievances. I implore you to refrain from behaving this way. In an instant, Jiayou felt the manuscript in her hands had lost its allure, becoming rather burdensome instead. Her mother's reaction could hardly indicate that she had not been provoked. Jiayou quickly reflected and realized that aside from the manuscript matter, she had done nothing to irk her mother. Regarding the Wrangler, she had initially feared her mother would impose stringent demands, insisting on revisions from her son-in-law, having previously endured the agony of such amendments. Thus, she had contemplated submitting the piece to Yanjing literature in secret. After all, it was merely a single manuscript. If accepted, she would receive remuneration, and if published, it would be published. Who would notice that the couple had clandestinely submitted their work? Yet, who could have foreseen that her husband's piece would be so extraordinary? It caught the attention of Li Qingchuan from Yanjing literature. Landing a prime spot on the front page, the situation escalated dramatically. Indeed, in the beginning, Jiayou had not anticipated such a significant reaction from her mother in October. Mother, Xuemin, you need not defend her. Return to your room and focus on your studies. I have no issues with her. Cheng Xuemin attempted to interject with a word of advice, but before he could utter a syllable, his mother-in-law abruptly interrupted him, instructing him to return to his room and study diligently. Very well, I shall take my leave. Cheng Xuemin had always felt a certain coolness from his mother-in-law. While she treated him with courtesy, it was evident that she maintained a deliberate distance, not particularly fond of him. With a nod, he parked his bicycle and exchanged a glance with Jiayou, encouraging her to converse amicably with her mother. What on earth is transpiring here? I could hear the tension between you two from the courtyard. At that moment, Feng Fu returned from work, observing the charged atmosphere and inquiring with a hint of concern. Jiayou, did you not invite that classmate from the Wrangler over for a meal? It did not take long for Feng Fu to deduce the situation, scanning the courtyard and noting the absence of any classmates visiting. No wonder. Yesterday, upon hearing Jiayou agreed to help with the manuscript, he had been immensely pleased and gratified. Yet, with high hopes came greater disappointment. Clearly, Jiayou, who had taken on the responsibility, had botched the arrangement, inciting her mother's ire. Father, your timing is impeccable. Please help me adjudicate this matter. How have I angered Mother? I have just returned from school after helping her retrieve the manuscript. Before I could even step inside to take a sip of water, my mother brandished a feather duster, ready to strike me. Seeing her father, Feng Jiayou instantly felt aggrieved and began to complain. Really? Your mother has resorted to using the feather duster. Feng's father was taken aback. No wonder there lay the feather duster at her feet. It was meant for punishing their daughter. With their daughter now grown, was it not ludicrous to still resort to such measures, even with a son-in-law visiting? Immediately, Feng's father inquired further. Is it because the manuscript is subpar that your mother is displeased? Come, let me take a look. Surely, this could not be blamed on their daughter. She had gone to the trouble of retrieving the manuscript, and if it was poorly written, it was not her fault. Was it truly necessary to resort to anger and wield a feather duster? Yet, despite his thoughts, he dared not provoke his wife and settled on a stone stool, curious to see just how poor the writing could be to incite such wrath from her. Dad, how could it be poorly written? I actually believe this piece is even better and more profound than the horse herdsman. With that, she cautiously evaded her mother and slipped behind her father, handing him the scalding manuscript. Really, better and more profound than the horse herdsman? Your mother must have truly struck gold this time. So why is she still so angry? Feng's father continued to probe, not addressing his wife directly, but did he not have a word to say to her? Feng's mother rolled her eyes in exasperation, too weary to engage with the father-daughter duo, who were playing their roles so seamlessly. To claim it was better and more profound than the horse herdsman. Feng Jiayou, do you not realize the absurdity of your boast? Just last time, she had bragged about her classmate, Cha Jianying, making the front page of Yanjing literature, causing her mother embarrassment at work. Now, she was at it again, making one yearn to retract her back into her womb. Is this truly the handwriting of your classmate, Cha Jianying? Feng's father glanced at the manuscript and found the handwriting rather unsatisfactory. Was it not said that Jiayou's classmate was a girl? He remembered the name from the piece The Horse Herdsman. The handwriting was indeed a bit hasty, but Cha Jianying's article was exceptional. Moreover, It was a substantial short story exceeding 30,000 words. Feng Jiayou chuckled awkwardly. Cheng Xuemin's handwriting was actually quite beautiful, but in the rush, it had indeed become a bit careless. However, it was legible, with hardly any typos, and most remarkably, the content was truly excellent. Cha Jianying, is it? The mention of her name caused Feng's mother to snap once again. Jiayou, you explain to me just what this manuscript is all about. As she spoke, Feng's mother began searching for that edition of Yinjing literature, but finding none nearby, she huffed and stormed back inside to look. Mom, what manuscript are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Furthermore, was it not you who urged me to seek a commission from Jianying? Now that I have successfully procured the manuscript, you are berating and scolding me, even threatening to strike me with a feather duster. I refer to that piece of birch forest, authored by Shaanxi duo. May I inquire? Feng Jiayou, is this manuscript not that of your classmate Cha Jianying? It has been discovered. The debt collector outside continues to feign innocence and deceive her, while Feng's mother, lacking the will to sift through, simply cast the volume of Yinjing literature out, landing it at the feet of the collector, demanding to know, Mother, you are already aware? I had assumed that Cha Jianying, using a pseudonym, could remain hidden, yet Feng Jiayou never imagined that within a mere day, the ruse would unravel. Cheng Xuemin, present in the room, was equally astonished, promptly realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed and was on the verge of exposure. He hastily set down his pretense of writing and prepared to flee, eager to engage in a desperate defense. Otherwise, in his absence, would Feng Jiayou not cast all the blame upon him? Oh dear, Feng Jiayou, do act like a decent person and enlighten me. Tell me, what transpired with Cha Jianying's manuscript? Do not merely spout nonsense with your eyes closed, claiming that Cha Jianying published 2 articles under 2 pseudonyms, both accepted by Yinjing literature. Feng's mother, with an air of fierce determination, emerged, pointing at the Yinjing literature that had fortuitously fallen open to the page of that piece of birch forest, demanding an explanation. Mother, you truly are remarkable. At that moment, Feng Jiayou, who had been racking her brain for a way to defend herself, was unexpectedly amused by her mother's prophetic words. Such an accurate guess. Indeed, 2 manuscripts had been accepted simultaneously, but not by Cha Jianying as she posited. Rather, it was her son-in-law Cheng Xuemin, the very author of The Horse Wrangler, whom her mother had long admired. Enough with the jesting. Feng Jiayou, clarify this matter for me. Are you aware that because of this manuscript, I caused an enormous blunder at my workplace, becoming the subject of ridicule? Do you comprehend the shame I will face returning to work tomorrow? As she spoke, Feng's mother could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. It was truly a day of disgrace, one that felt as if it had reached her grandmother's house. Mother, why are you crying? Feng Jiayou panicked, feared her mother's wrath more than the feather duster. It was her mother's tears that truly terrified her. She hurriedly embraced her mother, striving to provide comfort. Mother, we genuinely never intended to deceive you. I know you care for us deeply, and while our actions were indeed misguided, they should not warrant mockery. Moreover, is this not a commendable achievement? You should take pride in it. Why should you feel so wronged? Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to work alongside Xuemin, to restore your honor, if you will permit it. Were they not in October, when everyone was fervently searching for the author of The Horse Wrangler, even inviting him to discuss commissions in person? Yet, what was the current predicament? Now that it was known that The Horse Wrangler belonged to her son-in-law Cheng Xuemin, why then was there still shame in the face of ridicule? Step aside. Initially, the debt collector's apology seemed sincere. She should not have concealed this matter from her mother. If you wish to assert that Cha Jianying is not the author of the Wrangler, then state it plainly, rather than beating around the bush while promising to assist them with an October submission. However, as the conversation progressed, it became increasingly troubling. Feng Jiayou, are you unwell? Your mother is being ridiculed at her workplace, yet the debt collector dares to declare this a positive development, suggesting one should take pride in it? Enraged, Feng's mother pushed her away and exclaimed, Feng Jiayou, what exactly should I take pride in? Should I be proud that you secured a piece of writing for me that surpasses the Wrangler? Proud that you deceived the entire October editorial team? Do you really intend to bring honor to my workplace? Thank you very much. Mom, you still don't understand, do you? This left Feng Jiayou bewildered. Hadn't her actions already come to light, prompting her mother to brandish a feather duster in anger? Of course I know. Feng Jiayou retorted. You just said that your classmate Cha Jianying submitted 2 pieces. One is that birch forest, and the other is even more impressive. It's the headline piece in Yanqing literature. And the whole of Yanqing City is abuzz with discussions about your classmates the Wrangler. Even your father intends to recommend it for translation and publication abroad. Isn't that remarkable? You, Feng Jiayou, have such an extraordinary classmate. You should be proud, and your mother ought to share in that pride too, Shaanxi. After expressing her disdain, Feng's mother returned to her stone seat to catch her breath. What are you staring at? Is it that fascinating? She noticed her daughter was fixated on the manuscript brought back by the debt collector, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around them. How could she remain calm and silent while gazing at that manuscript? Infuriated, Feng's mother abruptly snatched the crumpled manuscript from Feng's father's hands, exclaiming, "You were taken by surprise." This startled Feng's father, who had been engrossed in reading. He instinctively reached out to reclaim it, eager to finish the remaining half of the piece. Moreover, this manuscript was audacious. Indeed, it was exceedingly bold. So bold that even he, a recently returned and re-established scholar, found his hands trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his wife's fierce expression, he instinctively withdrew his hand and turned to Feng Jiayou, urgently asking, "Jiayou, is this manuscript truly by your classmate Zha Jianying, the new work of the author of The Wrangler?" The writing style is entirely different, and this piece appears to be even more profound and daring than the previous one. Feng's father began to suspect that someone at Yin University might be clandestinely using his Na'vi daughter to publish such an audacious article. No wonder it had driven her mother to brandish a feather duster in anger. "Dad, yes, this manuscript belongs to the esteemed author Lao Tzu, the creator of The Wrangler, and he has just completed it. Initially, he intended to submit it to Yanqing literature, but I have, rather fortuitously, intercepted it for my mother. Feng Jiayou, will you continue to spout nonsense? If you persist in your fabrications, Fen Mother is truly at a loss for words. Mother, I assure you, I am not speaking untruths. This manuscript is indeed a new work by Lao Tzu, the author of The Wrangler. If I were to deceive you, I would swear upon it." Feng Jiayou, upon entering from outside, observed her family gathered around the stone table in the courtyard and exclaimed, "Mother, father, sister, what are you all doing out here? I have wonderful news. De Lao Cheng's results are out." Yet, none responded, leaving her curious to approach the scene. "Isn't this De Lao Cheng's handwriting? What is this? Is he, too, following in my sister's footsteps, attempting to write and publish for remuneration?" It was indeed her sharp-eyed younger sister who, upon glancing at the manuscript, astutely discerned its essence and even jested about her brother-in-law, De Lao Cheng. That De Lao Cheng is something else. He truly possesses talent. He has emerged first in the recent supplementary examination for their repeat class. His score soared above 470, surpassing the second place by over 100 points. The news has created quite a stir at Yin University affiliated high school. Everyone is proclaiming that next year's National College Entrance Examination champion shall undoubtedly be De Lao Cheng. Eager to share such thrilling news, she rushed home, only to find that her parents and sister remained utterly indifferent, fixated on the scrawled manuscript before them. Was it truly that captivating? While De Lao Cheng's examination prowess is commendable, has he not struggled with the Chinese language? How could his writing be so exceptional? Is this your brother-in-law's handwriting? This manuscript was penned by him. With her outburst, Fen Mother and Fen Father were instantly taken aback, while Fen Mother's expression revealed a greater confusion. Indeed, it was unmistakably De Lao Cheng's script. Feng Jiayou tilted her head, perplexed, and inquired, "Sister, has De Lao Cheng also begun writing? How well does he write? Can he publish and earn money for it? If he makes money, will he repay me the 10 yuan he owes from last time? He promised to buy me a fountain pen, but Mother deducted it from my allowance." Reflecting on the 10 yuan she had cunningly obtained from De Lao Cheng previously, Feng Jiayou remained troubled, contemplating how she might deceive him again when her sister and mother were absent. "Feng Jiayou, halt. Where do you think you're going? Are you not going to clarify this manuscript for us?" The moment Feng Jiayou recognized her brother-in-law's handwriting, Feng Jiayou sensed trouble and prepared to slip away, only to be called back by her mother. "Ah, Jiayou, did you just say your brother-in-law's results are out? How did he perform? His score must be impressive. Which explains your previous lack of enthusiasm." Now, Feng Jiayou hopes to steer the conversation in this direction. Over 470 points, a direct triumph, first place. Feng Jiayou declared with impressive confidence. The English score is calculated just like the college entrance examination, at 10%. To ensure comprehension, Feng Jiayou added further clarification. Do not interrupt. Return to your room and focus on your studies. A direct triumph? First place? Feng Mu was momentarily taken aback, but her thoughts swiftly turned to the perplexing manuscript in her hand. What was the matter with it? Moreover, the persistent creditor was almost swearing that this manuscript was freshly penned by the author of The Horse Whisperer, Old Su. Yet, Feng Jiayou recognized at first glance that the handwriting was that of her brother-in-law, Cheng Xuemin. Wasn't this an utter mess? Feng Jiayou, are you not obliged to provide a proper explanation? After dismissing the bothersome Feng Jiayou, she pressed Feng Jiayou. Is this manuscript indeed written by Xuemin? You couldn't secure a manuscript from the author of The Horse Whisperer, so you brought me Xuemin's work as a substitute? Jiayou, is this truly a manuscript by Xuemin? Feng Fu was equally astonished, his mind preoccupied not with the score, but with the audacious content of the manuscript. His foremost concern was whether this daring piece had indeed been authored by his son-in-law, Cheng Xuemin. Xuemin, come out. We need to discuss something. Feng Fu urged anxiously, not waiting for Feng Jiayou to respond, as he called towards the eastern wing. Dad, Mom, what is happening? It's merely a manuscript written by old Cheng. If you believe it can pass, then let it. If not, just return it to him for revisions like you did with my sister. Step aside. Return to your room. You talk too much. To her astonishment, Feng Mu, Feng Fu, and her sister all simultaneously instructed her to be silent and move aside. Old Cheng, you arrived at the right moment. What on earth is going on here? Everyone appears as if they have taken gunpowder. Feng Jiayou exclaimed, have I offended anyone? As Cheng Xuemin emerged from the room, he couldn't help but exclaim, Dad, Mom, Jiayou and I truly did not intend to conceal anything. Cheng Xuemin emerged reluctantly, exchanging glances with Feng Jiayou, preparing to confess in hopes of leniency. However, before he could finish, Feng Jiayou interjected, let me speak first, parents. Xuemin is somewhat inept with words. He may not articulate it clearly. Allow me to explain everything so we can be fully transparent. Oh dear, woman, you lack decorum. Are you attempting to shift the blame? Cheng Xuemin, taken aback by Feng Jiayou's interruption, sat there in stunned silence, resignedly awaiting her to divert the responsibility onto him so that she could continue her role as the dutiful daughter. After reviewing two pieces, they are all front-page headlines. Jiayou, do not speak yet. Feng Fu decisively interrupted her, turning to Cheng Xuemin and asking, Xuemin, did you write this manuscript? When did you write it? What inspired you to create this piece? Or is there someone encouraging you from behind to write this? Feng Fu found it utterly incomprehensible that his rural son-in-law could possess the insight to produce such a manuscript. Moreover, what period are we currently in? How dare he compose such a piece? Surely, there are individuals behind the scenes encouraging him to write. Perhaps leveraging the name of the Feng family to create a certain narrative? Who could it be? Feng's father mentally revisited the people and events his son-in-law might encounter, but he could not discern the truth. Dad, this piece is written by Xuemin. What do you mean someone is urging him to write it? Without allowing Cheng Xuemin to respond, Feng Jiayou hastily shifted the blame, adding, if anyone is encouraging Xuemin, it's my mother. Feng Jiayou, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever urge him to write this? Upon hearing her daughter's serious tone, Feng's mother pressed her son-in-law, questioning whether someone was indeed behind the scenes urging him, and it dawned on her that there was an issue with the manuscript in her hands. Yet, before she could glance through it, this debt collector of a daughter had already shifted the blame onto her. How amusing. When has Gu Xueqing ever urged her husband to write this piece? Would Gu Xueqing even seek him out for such writing? He, a student who struggles with essays, could produce nothing of merit. Truly a rarity. Why are you dragging me into this, Cheng Xuemin? It was my mother who encouraged you to write it. Cheng Xuemin detected the discontent in her father's voice regarding the article, believing it was indeed premature for publication, and that it should have been saved for a later date. He had initially calculated that 2 months hence would be the ideal time for release. However, now that it had come to her father's attention, it surely stirred a sense of alarm. Observing Feng Jiayou preparing to confront her mother, he subtly tugged at her, advising her to cease her deflection and confess for leniency. But Feng Jiayou, unfazed, turned to Cheng Xuemin, saying, Isn't it true that my mother has been incessantly inquiring about who authored the front page of this issue of Yanjing literature? Isn't she always seeking out old Su from the Mustang for contributions? Mom, isn't that right? After a few exchanges with her father, she ultimately directed her questions towards her mother. Fine, I never intended to keep this from you. Mother, the author of the Mustang, whom you have been so eager about, is not my classmate Cha Jianying, but rather your son-in-law, Cheng Xuemin. This piece was indeed penned by Cheng Xuemin, and I personally submitted it to Yinjing Literature. At that time, their chief editor, Li Qingchuan, held your son-in-law's work in high regard, promptly deciding to feature it on the front page. By the way, Aunt Zhou was there too, so everyone knows that Xuemin is your son-in-law. Feng Jiayou divulged everything, yet her mother appeared stunned and disbelieving, prompting her to ask, "Mom, you don't believe me? Just wait," Feng Jiayou declared, leaving them to await her return as she headed to her room, seemingly to retrieve something to substantiate her claims. "Old Cheng, is what my sister just said true? Did you really write the Mustang?" Feng Jiayou, standing beside, inquired with a look of astonishment. She is indeed aware that a remarkable talent named Su Lingjun has emerged from Yinjing Literature. Today, that magazine has gone viral in her class and school. Do adults need your input when they speak? Go inside and do your homework. It seems my words carry little weight. Feng's mother, with a countenance of disbelief, found it hard to accept the words of the debt collector's young one, especially with the old one making a ruckus nearby, prompting her to scold them in exasperation. "Humph, I'm just listening. Is it acceptable for me to remain silent?" The youngest of the Feng family, feeling indignant, retreated to a corner. "Mom, Dad, Jiayou can be a bit brash. Truly, no one urged me to write this piece," Cheng Xuemin added, somewhat dejectedly. "The truth is, I heard Jiayou mention that writing could earn money, and while at the Yanda Library, I stumbled upon an article in the Ningxia Daily detailing the touching stories of Yan Jitong and Wang Bowling from Ningxia Lingwu Farm. This inspired me to rework it into the piece about the horse herder. At that moment, I casually penned it, thinking if it got published, I could treat Li Qin and the others to some delicious roast duck. Little did I know, Li Qingchuan, the editor of Yinjing Literature, would decide to feature my piece on the front page. I honestly didn't believe it was remarkable at all. Why not submit to my October? Feng's mother, Gu Xueqing, looked utterly shocked and pale, as she suspected that the debt collector had secretly submitted the piece to Yinjing Literature behind her back, while Jiayou repeatedly concealed the truth. Yet, she never expected that this front-page sensation, the horse herder that Lu Xinwu had been obsessing over, was penned by her son-in-law, a mere country bumpkin. This revelation was more astonishing than the night the debt collector brought her husband's exam paper for her to review, where she saw his scores. Moreover, wasn't it said that writing and composition were her husband's weaknesses? Yet, they managed to create such a significant piece for her, the mother-in-law. What is more outrageous? Since the manuscript was completed, why not consider submitting it to her October? Why resort to Yinjing Literature? Was it not out of fear of her stringent revisions? I had learned from past experiences. Her son-in-law was well aware and would think twice before submitting to her October. Feng Jiayou burst out of the room, taking on her mother's interrogation, feeling quite aggrieved as she defended herself. "Look, this is the payment slip from Yinjing Literature, delivered yesterday along with the sample issue. It was personally handed to your son-in-law by their editor." She triumphantly slammed the slip of over 300 yuan onto the stone table for her mother to see. "Furthermore, your son-in-law initially intended to give it to you, but I couldn't bear the thought of being subjected to your revision demands any longer. I felt that getting published in Yinjing Literature would be easier than your October, so I insisted he submit there. You cannot blame him for this. If you feel embarrassed for not receiving the manuscript of the Wrangler and think you endured humiliation in October, then go ahead and direct your anger towards me. This has nothing to do with your son-in-law. Moreover, your son-in-law was aware of your intention to solicit a piece from the author of the Wrangler and stayed up late last night to hastily produce this draft for you. Yet, it seems that, just as your son-in-law predicted, you might hesitate to utilize this manuscript." After flaunting her superiority, Feng Jiayou adopts a stance of righteous indignation. "The matter is indeed straightforward, and you may do as you please." "Very well." Cheng Xuemin, nearby, realizes his own pettiness. Earlier, he had dark thoughts, fearing that Feng Jiayou would shift all the blame onto him. But unexpectedly, she has taken full responsibility. As he prepares to retaliate and deflect blame back at her, he feels utterly shameless, vowing to pamper her when they return home tonight. "All right, you, Feng Jiayou, are truly remarkable. Afraid of revisions, you would prefer to submit it to Yinjing Literature rather than to your own mother, wouldn't you? Very well. I, Gu Xueqing, must say, I truly raised a wonderful daughter." Recovering from her shock, Feng's mother, Gu Xueqing, is at a loss for words regarding this debt collector. She truly gave the manuscript of the Wrangler, written by her husband, to Li Qingchuan of Yinjing Literature simply to avoid revisions. This clarifies everything. No wonder that day, Li Qingchuan suddenly called old Lu's office, expressing gratitude and promising to treat them to a meal. It turns out he acquired the manuscript from her son-in-law, which was originally penned by Gu Xueqing's daughter-in-law, and now he is gloating. They want her to wait, as this brilliant star from Yanjing literature will undoubtedly dazzle her October group. Very well, as Li Qingchuan expects. If old Lu from October were to learn that the Wrangler originated from their own ranks, from the pen of her daughter-in-law, he would surely be left aghast. Indeed, Feng's mother, Gu Xueqing, is genuinely feeling sour. The Wrangler, penned by her son-in-law, was submitted to their fierce rival, Yanjing literature. Do you debt collectors realize that Li Qingchuan called today, boasting that Yanjing literature's latest issue has become a hit, and they plan to print an additional 100,000 copies? Do you understand what that means? This will surely infuriate old Lu. Mother, we won't dare to do this again. Cheng Xuemin and I will ensure that any good manuscripts in the future will be promptly sent to you at October, as long as you can afford the price. Feng Jiayou's attitude in admitting her mistake is exceedingly sincere, yet she often shifts the conversation in a way that infuriates others. If you are apologizing, then do so. If you are admitting your fault, then stick to that. But why bring up the issue of payment in the end? And your payment isn't even right? Why is it just over 300? Upon the mention of payment, Feng's mother cast a glance at the debt collector who had thrust the fee statement before her, discovering that it indeed originated from Yanjing literature, bearing an amount of 315 yuan. However, upon flipping through the front page of Yanjing literature, she noted that the horse wrangler comprised merely 18,000 words. How could this fee statement possibly align with that? Truly, one must commend her mother. She had accurately predicted that Xuemin had submitted 2 pieces at once, which Yanjing literature had accepted without requiring a single revision. Moreover, they had awarded him the highest rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 words. Thus, regarding this fee, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing for them at October Literary. It was hardly their fault. Yanjing literature had simply offered too generous a sum. 2 pieces accepted? Which other piece did you write? That birch forest, perhaps? Feng's mother was once again taken aback, astonished that her son-in-law, a novice, had successfully submitted 2 pieces without any amendments required. As for the 7 yuan per 1,000 words, she disregarded that entirely. If Yanjing literature could afford such a rate, why could October Literary not? Was there no consideration for her, as a mother, before submitting? That was Jian Ying's work, and they could not infringe upon it. Both pieces penned by her son-in-law were of exceptional quality, and Yanjing literature intended to publish them in 2 installments, with the other piece set to appear next month. Moreover, it would occupy the front page. How infuriating. Debt collector, could you refrain from adding that final comment? It's the front page. What are you gloating about? The manuscript is not even yours. Can it be returned? Anticipating next month when she would once again be subjected to Li Qingchuan's boasting, Feng's mother contemplated pulling the rug out from under him by returning that manuscript. Mom, the fee has already been settled with your son-in-law. Do you think it can be returned? Feng's family member rolled her eyes and continued, moreover, your son-in-law has written an even better piece for you. He asserted that if you dare to publish this manuscript in October, it will undoubtedly make a significant impact, overshadowing both wounds from Shanghai literature and this edition of Yanjing literature's The Horse Wrangler. Feng's family member pointed at the manuscript that her father had reclaimed, speaking with great bravado. Xueqing, have you not yet read this manuscript? You should take a look. I'll have a word with Xuemin. Unable to restrain himself, Feng's father finished reading the second half, his emotions becoming increasingly complex. Upon hearing his daughter's words, he felt an even stronger urge to engage in a serious discussion with his son-in-law. Old Feng, what is the matter with this manuscript? Feng's mother also sensed her husband was behaving unusually after perusing the manuscript. Now, hearing the debt collector claim that it would overshadow the wounds from Shanghai literature and their own The Horse Wrangler, this only heightened Feng's mother Gu Xueqing's suspicions, prompting her to read it herself. Perhaps it was indeed premature to present it. Observing the serious and cautious expression on his father-in-law's face, Cheng Xuemin began to regret his earlier haste. Dad, what is wrong with Xuemin's manuscript? I find it quite commendable. Upon witnessing the stern countenance of her father, who insisted on having a private conversation with her husband, Feng Jiayou felt perplexed and somewhat defiant. Was he questioning the work of her partner? After all, he had penned the immensely popular piece The Wrangler. Although this new manuscript had been hastily prepared, it hardly warranted such scrutiny. Jiayou, I need to speak with your father. Please stay with your mother, said Cheng Xuemin, as he rose to follow Feng's father, who had disregarded Jiayou completely and strode towards the front courtyard. Feng Jiayou, what are you doing? You've stolen my manuscript payment. Return it at once. Jiayou retorted, Sister, can I just take a look? It's over 300 yuan. Is this truly the payment earned by Cheng? That could buy 30 roasted ducks. What roasted ducks? That money belongs to your brother-in-law. It's meant for my expenses. Hee. Sister, I heard earlier that Cheng's initial motivation for writing was to buy Li Qin a roasted duck as a treat. What is this? Now that the payment has arrived, you are backing out. Do you think I am forgetful like a child? What roasted duck? Didn't we treat you last time? Last time was last time. This time is this time. Regardless, I demand we have roasted duck tonight. Soon, the commotion of the sisters, Feng Jiayou and Feng Jiayou, echoed behind them. As it appeared, Jiayou had slyly pilfered the payment slip from the stone table while their mother was distracted. Now, they were squabbling over that very slip of paper. Xuemin, the exam results from school were released today, and they are quite satisfactory. After next summer, we should be able to attend Yin University together with Jiayou. Feng's father, walking ahead, did not directly engage in conversation about the manuscript, but rather expressed his concern regarding Cheng's academic performance. Cheng Xuemin nodded but refrained from elaborating, understanding that his father-in-law had more to say. Moreover, as Jiayou had previously mentioned, Cheng was not particularly loquacious. He merely preferred to speak less. Old Feng, it's rare to see you and your son-in-law out for a stroll together. What is the matter? Have you both been kicked out of the house? Just as they passed the front courtyard, they were greeted by Old Qian, who jested with them. Old Qian, have you been deprived of your smoking money by your wife? Is your craving acting up? Old Feng responded with a chuckle, reaching into his pocket for a pack of Yanjing cigarettes, intending to offer one. However, Old Qian pressed down on the entire pack, saying, Old Feng, I'll repay you when I can. I'm in dire need right now. Indeed, you seem to be suffering from withdrawal. Feng's father exclaimed, bemused. Old Feng, you know, without a cigarette in hand, I lack inspiration for writing. The piece you're working on must be delivered to me promptly. The Bureau has been pressing for it, and we cannot afford further delays. Our publication is scheduled for next month. Feng's father relented, emphasizing that this should be considered as his manuscript fee. Who would have thought that this old fellow's articles would be so difficult to schedule? Moreover, he writes at a snail's pace, and throughout the year, one can hardly expect even a single piece from him. All right. Director Feng, you personally coming to solicit an article surely puts me under pressure. The schedule is for next month, correct? Well, this half-pack of cigarettes should suffice to motivate me to churn out the article. Old Qian, considering this half-pack, you must also expedite the completion of your piece. What director? We live in the same neighborhood, so spare me the formality. In all my time back, I haven't seen a single word from you. Cough, cough. Taking the initiative, Old Qian offered a cigarette, and Feng accepted it with a chuckle and a scolding, borrowing a light from Old Qian before finally taking a puff. You see, in truth, I am assisting you. Old Feng, does your wife not keep an eye on you? She allows you to smoke so freely? Old Qian is truly unkind. While he is under the thumb of his wife regarding smoking money, he envies Feng for having no such constraints, allowing him to smoke openly. Give me a couple more articles, and I will apply for you to receive a special supply of cigarettes from the Bureau. How about it? Once Feng regained his composure, he directly inquired about the matter. No, just one cigarette, and you wish to bind me to serve as your Bureau's dedicated writer? Old Feng, your calculations are quite astute. Our Bureau does not withhold article fees, and if you make a request, I can even apply for your payment in foreign exchange vouchers. Feng dangled a tempting offer, stating, Payment in foreign exchange vouchers? Old Feng, are you not jesting? Hearing this, Old Qian was indeed intrigued. In this day and age, profit is easily made, especially considering the sharpness of their pens. However, obtaining foreign exchange vouchers is indeed quite challenging. Nowadays, many items require these vouchers for purchase at friendship stores or overseas Chinese stores. The goods sold at these establishments are primarily imported foreign products, and many of them are highly desirable, even for someone of Old Qian's age. Recently, his precious grandson wished to buy a certain tape recorder to learn English, but it could only be purchased with foreign exchange vouchers, which became a source of contention for the grandfather. Alas, although Old Qian is financially stable and has long achieved wealth freedom through his article fees, he possesses very few foreign exchange vouchers. Such vouchers are typically reserved for special allocations within the agencies and are limited in quantity. As a freelance writer, Old Qian is not privy to them. So, let us agree on this. From now on, Provide us with 1 article per issue, and I will assist you with the application. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Feng hastily pressed the matter further. Go away. Do you think I am a big sow? Old Qian was genuinely tempted, but he did not expect old Feng to be so greedy. 1 article per issue means he would have to deliver 1 every month. This would surely take a toll on him. Does he truly consider him to be in his prime? In his younger days, he could easily manage 1, 2, or even 3 articles per issue without issue. But now, he is older, his mind does not function as it once did, and he struggles to write. Old Feng, hold on. Let's not discuss future matters just yet. Given this half-pack of Yanjing beer, could you settle this manuscript with me in foreign exchange vouchers? Would it be possible to settle at an 80 rate? Old Qian, can accept that. I don't want to hear the same old arguments from you, old Feng. I need something tangible, just this manuscript you have on hand. Is that feasible? Old Qian, you see. Feng's father could only smile wryly and remark that old Qian was indeed a skilled writer and equally adept at calculations. He replied, all right. You get it to me as soon as possible, and I'll help you with the settlement application back at the bureau. That's wonderful. With your word, old Feng. I will have the manuscript ready for you by the end of the month. Old Qian was elated, knowing he could earn some foreign exchange this time. By the way, have you seen the latest issue featuring Li Qingchuan? After mentioning the previously arranged manuscript, Feng's father brought up the latest edition of Yanjing literature. Old Qian admitted he hadn't had the chance to look at it yet. What is going on, old Feng? Is there something significant happening with Li Qingchuan this time that you felt compelled to mention it? As he exhaled a cloud of smoke, feeling utterly relaxed, he squinted and inquired further. Oh, it's nothing major. Just heard that Li Qingchuan is attempting to launch a satellite. I'm not sure if it was successful or not. Li Qingchuan is launching a satellite. What is the story? How come I've not heard about this? Do you have a copy of Yanjing literature? Could you lend me a glimpse? Initially indifferent, old Qian's interest piqued upon hearing about Li Qingchuan's satellite endeavor. Is he disregarding me by not informing me about it? I certainly do not. Li Qingchuan is rather full of himself this time. He hasn't even sent us a sample issue yet. It seems he no longer values our bureau's translation quota for next year. Of course, he must have sent it. Li Qingchuan wouldn't dare neglect the sample issue from the Foreign Language Bureau. If they wish to win international awards, they must rely on the connections from our bureau. In any case, missing any one sample issue is unacceptable, especially not that of the Foreign Language Bureau. Li Qingchuan must have sent it promptly. It simply hasn't reached Feng's father yet. Hasn't he sent it to you either? That means Li Qingchuan is not just a little arrogant. He is completely out of control. Old Qian exclaimed, astonished, his curiosity further ignited. I truly need to investigate and see what kind of satellite he is launching. By the way, which cultural organization is Li Qingchuan currently leading? Yanjing literature. Feng's father chuckled. Right. Yanjing literature. I recall that rascal reached out to me for a manuscript last time. I need to thoroughly search and see what grand satellite Li Qingchuan is launching. Old Qian repeated excitedly. All right then, if Li Qingchuan indeed manages to launch a grand satellite, I would appreciate your assistance in translating it. We could also help showcase it to those foreign folks. With all the discussions, Feng's father's ultimate aim might just be this last request. Due to the exceptional writing skills of the esteemed Mr. Qian, who is proficient in 5 languages, German, Russian, English, Italian, and Japanese, he is highly sought after by their Foreign Affairs Bureau as a distinguished writer. Knowing that Li Qingchuan's ambitious satellite project was actually devised by his own son-in-law, Mr. Feng had every reason to invite the most prominent figure in the industry to assist his son-in-law with the translation. With Mr. Qian personally undertaking the translation, it was certain to make the front page of Chinese literature, greatly enhancing their prestige. However, Mr. Feng could only ponder this privately, ensuring that Mr. Qian remained unaware that the ambitious satellite project was, in fact, the work of his son-in-law. Furthermore, Mr. Feng needed to exercise discretion regarding Mr. Qian's translation draft, allowing it to be reported up the chain for final approval. Undoubtedly, Mr. Qian's work would secure the prominent position on the front page, indirectly elevating his son-in-law's profile in Chinese literature. This was a seamless plan. If it truly was an ambitious project, Mr. Qian was determined to be part of the excitement and bask in Li Qingchuan's success. Mr. Qian thought little of it. After all, it was merely a translation task, which he found quite effortless. Moreover, if it indeed was an ambitious project, Mr. Qian, who had not been active for some time, could re-establish his presence, ensuring that he would be informed of any significant endeavors like Li Qingchuan's satellite project in the future. Xiao, care for a cigarette? Mr. Qian offered, glancing at the quiet Cheng Xuemin beside him, feeling a pang of reluctance to part with one. Mr. Qian, I'm not much of a smoker. Please, keep it for yourself, Cheng Xuemin replied with a sheepish smile. Good. Not smoking is commendable. Xiao, you are quite impressive. Old Feng, your son-in-law, is indeed fortunate. Mr. Qian chuckled, finding joy in saving a cigarette for himself. Well, you must expedite the draft. Don't make me remind you. Mr. Feng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he began to stroll outside the courtyard. Dad, I heard from Jiayou that Mr. Qian is quite skilled at writing, and he purchased this entire courtyard with the earnings from his writing. Cheng Xuemin hurried to catch up, initiating a conversation with Mr. Feng. Skilled is an understatement. The pen he wields could have bought far more than this courtyard. In his prime, he would reward himself with an entire courtyard each year. What a glorious time that was! Mr. Feng exclaimed, taking a final drag from his cigarette before flicking it away. Every year, a new courtyard as a reward? Cheng Xuemin's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that Mr. Qian had already achieved all the life goals he aspired to. If Mr. Qian possessed such wealth, he must have owned over a dozen courtyards. Indeed, if it weren't for that particular draft, Mr. Qian would have amassed a collection of courtyards that could hardly be counted on both hands. Now he is left with just this one. So while his pen is formidable, he must remain grounded. Mr. Feng mused, reflecting on the situation. Cheng Xuemin's expression shifted to one of shock, as he began to piece together that today's meeting with Mr. Qian regarding the draft was not merely coincidental, but rather a deliberate arrangement, laden with implications. Xuemin, you should be picking up on something by now, shouldn't you? Indeed, it must have been a decade ago. Old Qian penned an article that was considerably more conservative than yours. You can probably surmise what transpired subsequently. Thus, I find myself quite curious, Xuemin. What inspired you to compose this piece? Where did your inspiration stem from? You have been in Yanjing for a while now. Have you been closely associated with Old Qian from the front courtyard? 056. Are you out of your mind? One cannot seek to please one's mother-in-law to such an extent. Xuemin, did you truly write this article? After having a pleasant conversation with my father-in-law outside, I returned only to have my mother-in-law rush up to me, inquiring with urgency. Mom, perhaps I should exchange it for another? In truth, I have another piece in hand. A novella that is nearly half complete. Upon learning of Old Qian's predicament, Cheng Xuemin felt deeply moved and recognized that his father-in-law's concerns held some merit. Therefore, he contemplated postponing this article as initially planned, waiting an additional month or two before reassessing. For the time being, in order to placate his mother-in-law, he regrettably decided to neglect Yanjing literature, thinking that if Zhang Dingning were to inquire later, he would simply say that his mother-in-law was intent on claiming this novella. Should I give it or not? You have another manuscript. A novella? Upon hearing this, Feng Mu's expression turned to one of astonishment, casting a dubious glance at her son-in-law, the rural lad. What a jest! Is he akin to a sow? What on earth sustains a debt collector like him? Such a sophisticated endeavor as writing articles. Can he truly be so prolific? Feng Mu calculated the time. Her son-in-law had only been visiting for just over half a month. How many manuscripts could one possibly produce in such a brief span? He had already submitted 2 pieces to Yanjing literature, and now he possessed yet another. And even more astonishingly, he had one hidden away, a novella no less. In just half a month, his productivity surpassed even that of a sow. You've written nearly half of it. Bring it to me at once. Before Cheng Xuemin could finish speaking, his mother-in-law eagerly pressed him for the manuscript. Mom, I had previously promised Yanjing literature this novella. I shall fetch it now. Cheng Xuemin initially intended to emphasize that this manuscript was already promised to Yanjing literature. Were it not for the fact that she was his mother-in-law, he would not have divulged it at all. However, seeing her displeased expression, he quickly acquiesced and returned to retrieve the novella. How about it? Will you dare to submit this manuscript to you in October? Feng Fu inquired, referring to the piece currently in Feng Mu's possession. What is there to fear in submitting it? Indeed, as the debt collector stated, it is crafted with greater depth and quality than the Horse Whisperer. I shall bring it back to the office tomorrow for old Lu to review. Feng Mu did not find anything amiss. The manuscript was indeed well written. Fortunately, she had discerned the intentions of the debt collectors in time, seizing this piece for herself. Otherwise, had it been submitted to Li Qingchuan's Yanjing literature, it would have become yet another major satellite publication. Thus, why should Li Qingchuan feel entitled to release a major satellite while they, in October, would fall short in doing so. Consider this carefully. This manuscript is far more explicit than the one pinned by old Qian from the front courtyard. Are you not concerned that your son-in-law might be implicated? Mr. Feng is undoubtedly reluctant to see this piece escape the confines of this courtyard, yet he understands his own character and knows that he cannot be forceful. Old Qian? Has he not already been silenced? Moreover, he has regained everything. That manuscript was reported by the People's Daily at the end of last year. Old Feng, it is all in the past. There is no need to remain in a state of heightened anxiety, as if walking on thin ice. Even Feng's mother has expressed this sentiment, and Mr. Feng realizes he may not be able to dissuade her. Yet, upon reflection, his son-in-law had recently expressed similar thoughts, deriving his inspiration from relevant reports in the People's Daily. Since the People's Daily has been subtly signaling, perhaps he is right to be somewhat apprehensive. His courage may have waned. However, is it not prudent to proceed with caution in all matters? Your son-in-law has already published a piece titled The Wrangler. There is no need to take the risk of submitting this manuscript. Very well, I shall discuss it further with old Lu. Your words have made me feel that old Lu may lack the courage to proceed. Seeing that Mr. Feng no longer contested the issue, Feng's mother felt uncertain. She wondered about Lu Xinwu from October. Does he possess the audacity akin to Li Qingchuan from Yanqing literature to decisively secure her son-in-law's front-page feature? Old Lu might possess even greater boldness. Earlier this year, he dared to publish The Homeroom Teacher. What manuscript would he hesitate to take on? Speaking of Lu Xinwu from October brings to mind his earlier piece, The Homeroom Teacher, which indeed ignited the first shot of Scar literature. Subsequently, Lu Xinhua's Scar was merely a continuation, albeit with a greater impact. This indicates that those times are truly behind us. Moreover, old Lu's standing was solidified due to that very piece. Therefore, let us not allow our timidity to hinder your son-in-law's future prospects. Xuemin has first the Wrangler and now this manuscript. I believe his future development will not be inferior to old Lu's. Since Mr. Feng mentioned old Lu's The Homeroom Teacher, Feng's mother felt even more compelled to push for this piece. I see that you October folks will not relent until you launch a significant satellite, will you? Mr. Feng frowned and cautioned. But have you considered just how substantial this satellite truly is? That is why I suggested we deliberate further in October. Old Lu may not necessarily dare to proceed. Feng's mother remained steadfast, as this manuscript is indeed superior to the Wrangler. If they wish to surpass Yanqing literature and reclaim their prestige, this piece is likely indispensable. Very well. Ultimately, you must gauge the situation for yourselves. Xuemin's stance is that it can be published. I wonder where he has gleaned such insights. Seeing that she remained obstinate despite his counsel, Mr. Feng felt powerless but hoped that his concerns were unfounded and that all was indeed in the past. Xuemin, what have you been discussing with your father? Inside the house, Feng Jiayou had already tucked away her manuscript payment slip. Upon seeing Cheng Xuemin return, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask a question. Their conversation was brief, merely touching upon the deeds of Qian Lao in the front yard. Furthermore, her father mentioned that their bureau could settle manuscript fees with foreign exchange coupons, suggesting they might also submit a few pieces to earn some foreign currency. The mere thought of earning foreign currency ignited a spark within Cheng Xuemin's mind. His secret weapon was none other than Harry Potter. He was well aware that this was the highest-grossing manuscript in history, raking in hundreds of millions in royalties. If he recalled correctly, the author would soon begin penning the first installment. The timing for Cheng Xuemin's homage seemed impeccable. He could potentially amass a fortune in foreign exchange. Didn't T-Dad mention yesterday that he would submit your piece, The Horseman? Perhaps he could secure us some foreign exchange coupons. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiayou was quite intrigued. After all, foreign exchange coupons were indeed a precious commodity. Who wouldn't he want to profit from them? Well then, let us start by testing the waters with The Horseman. Cheng Xuemin nodded and retrieved the manuscript from his drawer. What do you need this manuscript for? She inquired. Mom wants to see it. Cheng Xuemin replied with a wry smile. Didn't you promise this piece to Dening? Why are you bringing it up with Mom? Feng Jiayou retorted, clearly displeased. You can't curry favor with your mother-in-law in such a manner. We have an agreement with Yanqing literature. If you go back on your word, it would be quite unprincipled. Such news would tarnish your reputation in the cultural sphere. Are you just trying to show off? She continued, feeling that Cheng Xuemin was simply trying to impress her mother. Seizing the manuscript from his hands, she declared, I'll go and talk to her. Take it easy. Cheng Xuemin decided to follow her, curious to see how Feng Jiayou would approach her mother. Xuemin, Is it true that you wrote the Horseman for this issue of Yanjing Literature? As they emerged, her brother-in-law, Feng Jiayou, and sister-in-law, Kuyume, had returned. Upon learning that the headline story for Yanjing Literature was penned by her husband, Cheng Xuemin, they were nearly left speechless. The fact that the Horseman was written by this man from northern Shaanxi took them by surprise. No wonder Feng Jiayou had hidden this so deeply. She would never dare to admit it. It also explained the strange atmosphere at home, filled with tension, and the kitchen remained cold and untouched, devoid of any cooking. Brother, I was just lucky to have a piece published, just lucky. Cheng Xuemin humbly replied to his brother-in-law. Huh, so it really was you who wrote it? Feng Jiayou's lips twitched at the unexpected humility from his brother-in-law. Mom, I should clarify that this manuscript was promised to Yanjing Literature beforehand. Please don't make things difficult for your son-in-law. Feng Jiayou exhibited no modesty at all, directly asserting, let me see it first. Without having handed over the manuscript, Feng's mother did not respond directly. Instead, she fixated on the manuscript in her child's hands. Although it remained unfinished, it had already amassed a staggering 100,000 words. Feng Jiayou extended it momentarily before retracting it swiftly, inquiring, Mother, has the matter of the Wrangler been resolved? Are you done yet? It's not even your work. Xuemin just mentioned that we should substitute this novella for our October issue. The debt collector's incessant nagging was tiresome, and Feng's mother retorted. Whether we can move past the Wrangler depends on the quality of the two manuscripts in your possession. The previous one was of exceptional quality, perhaps even surpassing the Wrangler, but I cannot guarantee whether Lu Xinwu will dare to publish it. Thus, we must first review this novella. Moreover, her husband had already declared that they would replace the novella, regardless of any prior commitments. If Li Qingchuan from Yanjing Literature disagreed, he could very well approach Gu Xueqing at their October issue. Gu Xueqing would not shy away. What harm was there in utilizing her son-in-law's manuscript? Should she provoke him? Henceforth, no more submissions would be made to Li Qingchuan. What was the point of substituting this novella? Was that short story not satisfactory? Your October issue publishes only once every 2 months. What need is there to hoard so many manuscripts? With that time, we could submit to Yanjing Literature, and the remuneration would already be in our pockets. This is not a disdain for your October issue. The compensation offered is already lower than that of Yanjing Literature, which is a monthly publication releasing an issue every month. Yet, your October is a bi-monthly publication, only issuing once in the singular months of January, March, and May, meaning they only publish once every 2 months. Therefore, hoarding all these manuscripts for your October issue is detrimental to both of us, as we are waiting to accumulate enough fees to purchase our own home. If not, return that short story, and I will submit it to Yanjing Literature. Noticing her mother remained silent and had begun perusing the novella in her hands, Feng Jiayou added, Go on. Let me take a look first. We shall discuss this after I finish reading the novella. A thick stack of manuscripts was before her, and Feng's mother cast a peculiar glance at her son-in-law, marveling at the speed at which he could produce such a plethora of work in such a brief time. Not only had he written extensively, but his writing was also remarkably good. The other 3 short stories were commendable, with 2 already secured for the front page of Yanjing Literature. The one she had intercepted was even more extraordinary. It could potentially outshine the homeroom teacher, Scars, and the Wrangler, becoming a major highlight. If their October issue could seize this significant work, they would undoubtedly eclipse Li Qingchuan's Yanjing Literature. Thus, this manuscript was simply not negotiable. It would remain in their possession to assess the situation, and it would not be relinquished to Li Qingchuan's Yanjing Literature. Additionally, the very beginning of this novella hinted at its complexity. However, there lies a thick stack of manuscripts, one might say amounting to over 100,000 words, which at a glance may not reveal much, rendering it difficult to ascertain their worth. If these 2 pieces can persuade Mother to turn the page, that would indeed be a blessing. At worst, I could find a moment to pen another piece for Yanjing Literature. Upon returning to the room, Cheng Xuemin comforted Feng Jiayou in this manner. Xuemin, how on earth does your mind work? How can you consistently produce such splendid manuscripts? Feng Jiayou gazed adoringly at her husband's face, unable to restrain her curiosity. It's innate. Perhaps your husband was born for this profession. Inspiration flows as long as you, my dear wife, are willing to exert yourself. Should we not celebrate having narrowly escaped this ordeal? Cheng Xuemin chuckled heartily, his laughter brimming with mischief. Celebrate? You wish. Feng Jiayou playfully pushed him away. Yet her heart brimmed with joy. Wait, let us not forget, My dear wife, yesterday you promised. If I manage to help Mother with a manuscript, and she approves it, we must celebrate. Then let me ask you, has Mother approved it? Did she mention that your work will definitely be featured in the next issue? So all of today's fervent efforts were in vain. Not quite. Under Cheng Xuemin's relentless persuasion, Feng Jiayou finally relented and allowed him some peace. The next morning, Feng's mother strutted out with her bag, ready for work, a picture of confidence. Mother, didn't you say you were too embarrassed to go to that job? Feng Jiayou followed closely behind, teasing her mother. Don't spoil my mood, you pest. Feng's mother was in exceptionally high spirits today, for she held 2 substantial manuscripts in her hands, both authored by the illustrious Lao Su of the Wrangler. How could she not feel triumphant? What's more, old Lu and the others were completely unaware that Lao Su, the esteemed author, was her son-in-law, Gu Xueqing. If they were to discover this, they would surely be taken aback, wouldn't they? They often mocked Gu Xueqing for marrying a man from humble origins. Yet who among their sons-in-law could pen a piece as remarkable as the Wrangler? Mother, are you not proud? Shall I and Xuemin accompany you to show off a bit? Feng Jiayou continued to tease, reveling in the irony that her mother was now brimming with pride, her demeanor radiant as if she were a blooming flower. Xuemin, please, do refrain from being so peculiar. Do you believe that my mother will not flaunt her achievements at work? And yet she claims she is not proud. Feng Jiayou murmured to Cheng Xuemin as they stepped out together, her face adorned with joy. I think you are 100 times prouder than Mother. Cheng Xuemin remarked as he watched his mother-in-law leave on her bicycle, a smile playing on his lips. Am I? If so, then Scholar Xuemin, you are truly exceptional. Your mother-in-law, such a proud woman, and yet you have managed to win her over. How could I not feel proud? Feng Jiayou joyfully wrapped her arms around Cheng Xuemin's waist from behind, exuding a beauty that was simply enchanting. She had initially feared that after confessing, her mother would be furious enough to strike her down, yet unexpectedly, it all passed with little consequence. Ultimately, it was her partner's eloquent words that subdued her mother-in-law. In truth, her mother was not as difficult to please as one might think. So, does that imply that your wife is hard to please? This will not do. It seems that your loyalties are rather skewed, leaning almost entirely towards her mother. However, Feng Jiayou would not indulge this notion, as her small hands playfully slipped into Cheng Xuemin's waist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. No, I did not say my dear wife was hard to please. You are such a sweet and understanding partner. Who could possibly say you are difficult? I would argue with anyone who claims otherwise. Cheng Xuemin found himself both amused and exasperated. Even this devoted daughter could feel jealous over such trivial matters. He merely suggested that her mother was not so hard to deal with, and yet Feng Jiayou took such an opposite stance. My mother, your mother-in-law, has been quite upset with me. Why don't you try confronting her? And am I truly greedy? What have I shown any signs of greed? Feng Jiayou retorted defiantly, refusing to release Cheng Xuemin, her small hands pinching him as she continued to inquire. Ouch, ouch, stop it. If you keep this up, someone will surely see us. In the midst of their playful banter, as they passed by Yan University affiliated high school, Feng Jiayou's face brightened with a suggestion. Xuemin, shall we go in and check the results? Did not Feng Jiayou mention yesterday that the scores have been released? Perhaps it's best not to. Classes 1T start until next week. We can discuss it later. Cheng Xuemin understood that Feng Jiayou merely wished to flaunt her accomplishments, eager for all the students to know that her partner was the top scorer. ISNT, that second sister-in-law? Initially planning to ride past, Feng Jiayou's keen eyes spotted her sister-in-law, Sun Wan, standing by the announcement board at the school entrance. After picking up her child yesterday, Sun Wan had not returned home but instead went to her maternal family, hence she was not informed of the exam results. It was evident that she had come to check the scores after dropping off her child this morning. Shall we move along? Cheng Xuemin suggested, feigning ignorance, as approaching her now would only embarrass second sister-in-law, as he was certain of his place at the top of the list for re-enrollment at Yan University affiliated high school. It was clear that second sister-in-law's name would not appear among the scores, indicating she had not been accepted. Let us at least say hello. If we pretend not to see her and she notices us, what will she think? Cheng Xuemin nodded in agreement and rode over. Sister-in-law, you're here to check the scores too? Feng Jiayou called out from a distance. Oh, Jiayou, Xuemin, you both came as well. The second sister-in-law, Sun Wan, wore a troubled expression. Although the examination had yet to commence, she was already aware of her bleak prospects. However, once the results were announced, it was impossible for her not to feel disheartened, especially upon discovering that the top scorer was indeed her brother-in-law, a man brought from northern Shaanxi by Feng Jiayou. The burden of being a son-in-law in the Feng family is no small feat, yet being a daughter-in-law seems to be an easier task. As we passed by Yanda, we happened to stumble upon you here, so we thought we would drop by. Feng Jiayou cheerfully informed her sister-in-law. You missed quite an event at our home last night. Was it Xuemin's results that were celebrated? That certainly warranted a celebration. Yesterday, Sun Wan had taken the child and retreated to her natal home, not wanting to face the awkward atmosphere, as she had a premonition that the results from Yanda High School might be released soon. Moreover, while her sister-in-law spoke casually, Sun Wan listened intently, noting that her sister-in-law mentioned Yanda rather than simply the school. Yanda, 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 what is so remarkable about it? Is it truly impressive that everyone in the Feng family is from Yanda? What celebration are you referring to? It is not the kind of celebration I wish to partake in. The word celebration was something Feng Jiayou could hardly bear to hear at this moment. Never mind. Never mind. Once you return home, you will naturally find out. Feng Jiayou had intended to boast a little, but reconsidered, knowing her sister-in-law might not be keen to hear it. Sister-in-law, I have heard your score is 326, which is actually quite commendable. It's even better than the papers I initially wrote while preparing for the exams. Thus, your foundation must be stronger than mine. How about we arrange for Xuemin to come to your place every evening for a couple of hours of tutoring? He is an excellent teacher. My grades improved significantly thanks to his guidance. In just over 2 months, he helped me gain admission to Yanda. Therefore, I am certain you will succeed as well. At that moment, Cheng Xuemin was taken aback. What did she mean by suggesting he visit his sister-in-law for 2 hours each night? What kind of tutoring was required? What could his sister-in-law possibly need help with? Feng Jiayou, you are quite audacious to say such things. Do you not realize how long it has been since your sister-in-law and brother-in-law last saw each other? Let us save that discussion for another time. I must head to work now. Sun Wan was equally stunned and bashful. How could a sister-in-law speak so? If tutoring were necessary, it should be her going to their residence, not the brother-in-law visiting her. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she swiftly covered her face and pedaled away on her bicycle. What is this? Why is my sister-in-law running away? Is it merely tutoring? Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge that Xuemin is superior to her? Feng Jiayou stared at her sister-in-law's hasty retreat, bewildered, and turned to Cheng Xuemin, inquiring, Do you not think your tone was somewhat boastful just now? What could Cheng Xuemin say? After all, his little sister-in-law likely meant well, not giving it much thought, but perhaps his sister-in-law was overthinking it. However, could Cheng Xuemin be so bold as to interject? Did he truly have the right? I genuinely did not intend to boast. I simply wanted Xuemin to assist your sister-in-law with her studies. Perhaps both of you could gain admission to Yenjing University next year. Indeed, if you manage to help my sister-in-law gain admission to Yenjing University, I believe my mother will undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect, perhaps even elevate you to a position of great esteem. Don't be absurd. I have only just set foot in your household for less than a month, and you already wish to exalt me? Cheng Xuemin rolled his eyes in exasperation, wondering if they would next propose hanging him up for display. Whether my mother-in-law would choose to elevate Cheng Xuemin, her son-in-law, remains uncertain. However, she currently walks with an air of confidence, buoyed by the fact that she has a son-in-law who is the author of the Wrangler. Does Teacher Gu have some joyous news today? You seem to walk with such vigor. Upon entering the office in October, she encountered her old colleague, Chao Ai Qin, who greeted Feng Mu with a smile. What joyous news could I possibly have? I am nearly driven to despair by that debt-collecting fiend at home. Yesterday's debacle was utterly humiliating. If this had happened in the past, Feng Mu would not have felt so proud nor have been inclined to mention the previous day's blunder. But now, things are different. Gu Shueqing possesses a newfound confidence. Let them laugh. Let Chao Ai Qin and the others mock her behind her back. The more merrily they ridicule her, the more resounding her rebuttal will be. For now, they can indulge in their sarcastic remarks. Gu Shueqing remains composed, refraining from discussing the major achievement of Yenjing literature, which is attributed to her son-in-law. The more she refrains from boasting, the more impactful it will be when they discover the truth from other sources, that it was indeed her son-in-law who achieved such recognition. Yes, let them inquire on their own. Gu Shueqing eagerly anticipates the unfolding drama, keen to see who will ultimately prevail. Teacher Gu, do not be so hard on yourself. Everyone makes mistakes from time to time, and it cannot all be blamed on you. However, I have heard that the author of the Wrangler is indeed a student of your daughter at Yenjing University. I wonder who it could be. I must consult that child from the family nursery to inquire further. If we could secure the manuscript, that would be splendid. Chao Ai-Chin feigned concern while alluding to an off-topic matter, which would have infuriated Feng Mu in the past. But now, Feng Mu Gu Xueqin conversed with her, laughing as they entered the office together. In an instant, the other editors who had already arrived exchanged puzzled glances. Today, Teacher Gu appeared to be in high spirits, a stark contrast to her frantic departure the day before. Teacher Gu, we were mistaken. We should have identified and addressed the issues sooner. The initial review editor, Xiaoyang, apologized with a look of distress. After Teacher Gu left yesterday, Chief Editor Liu had not held back in criticizing them for their lack of diligence during the initial review. Furthermore, while attending to submissions from other publications, they had not been thorough enough. Otherwise, such a blunder as yesterday's would not have occurred. Xiaoyang, you must indeed reflect on your actions. Given the prominence of this major achievement from Yanjing literature, both of you should promptly submit a reflective commentary. Feng Mu Gu Xueqin held her team to account without any leniency. A mistake is a mistake. Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of your text. All right. Teacher Gu, we are well aware and will expedite our submissions. At this moment, Xiaoyang felt an immense sense of relief. Merely penning a reflective essay seemed a rather lenient critique. Has old Liu arrived? After managing her colleagues in the office, Feng Mu was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to deliver the 2 manuscripts in her possession. Yes, old Liu is already here. In his office, Xiaoyang promptly replied. Excellent. I happen to have brought 2 manuscripts with me. I shall forego the initial review and present them directly to old Liu for the final review. Subsequently, you may provide the initial review comments later. Their regulations dictate that, although one may bypass the initial or secondary reviews and send manuscripts straight to the editor-in-chief for final approval, the initial reviewer's comments are indispensable. What? Teacher Gu, you truly secured a manuscript from Lao Su, the author of Horse Wrangler? Xiaoyang exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she processed the news. In an instant, the other colleagues in the editorial department lifted their heads in unison, all eyes turning towards Feng Mu and Gu Xueqin. Chao Ai-Chin, who had just brewed tea, expressed her disbelief with a questioning gaze. Teacher Gu, you managed to obtain the manuscript from the author of Horse Wrangler? This seems implausible. Was it not said that Gu Xueqin had mistakenly identified a fraud for a genuine article, confusing a classmate of her daughter S with Lao Su, the actual author? How could it be that within a single night, Gu Xueqin had secured the manuscript from Lao Su, the author of Horse Wrangler? Is it true? Let us have old Liu review it first. The once proud Gu Xueqin, akin to a peacock, had returned, clutching a substantial stack of manuscripts as she strode directly into editor-in-chief old Liu's office. Chao Ai-Chin, Xiaoyang, and the other editors, filled with curiosity, trailed behind, eager to discover whether the manuscript from Lao Su, the author of Horse Wrangler, had indeed been secured. Requesting monthly votes and an announcement for the launch, yesterday, I was unexpectedly informed by the esteemed editor of the launch, catching Xiao Pangyang off guard. Engrossed in her writing, she forgot to compose a launch announcement. Thus, Xiao Pangyang will rectify this now. To keep it brief, I would like to express my gratitude to all the supportive fathers along the journey and shamelessly request their initial subscriptions and monthly votes. I bow in thanks. Lastly, I wish all the supportive fathers who follow this work good fortune in winning the lottery this year, profiting from stocks with 100 consecutive gains. And for those still single to find a nurturing mother figure. I also hope that this year's college entrance examinees all gain admission to Yanjing University. You and your daughter have been quite demanding with your provisions. Haven to you, old Wang. You're here as well. Perfect timing to assist with the manuscript review. Feng Mu entered Liu Xinwu's office, discovering that the group leader, Wang Shimin, was also present, and greeted him. Old Liu, I have secured 2 manuscripts. Would you take a look? She then approached, placing the hefty stack of manuscripts on Liu Xinwu's desk, her expression filled with anticipation. Teacher Gu, I had already critiqued Xiaoyang and her colleagues yesterday. Liu Xinwu gazed at the thick stack of manuscript papers before him, his face twitching with disbelief. What kind of profound shock had Teacher Gu experienced yesterday to bring forth all her hidden manuscripts? There was no need to guess. These writings must surely be the drafts penned by her partner, Old Feng. Previously, Liu Xinwu had coveted the collection of manuscripts belonging to Old Feng, hoping to secure some contributions from Old Qian of his department for the upcoming relaunch of October. Alas, what he sought was not granted. Even now, as they approached the third issue of their revival, he had yet to lay eyes on a single piece from Old Feng. To his surprise, it seemed that Teacher Gu had been so overwhelmed recently that she had unearthed all of Old Feng's most precious manuscripts. The sheer volume was almost embarrassing for Lu Xinwu. While the quality of the manuscripts was undeniable, he couldn't help but worry that if they were to publish them out of spite, it would surely lead to discord between the couple. Teacher Gu, in truth, I have been too hasty. I, Lu Xinwu, was provoked by Li Qingchuan, which led me to urge your family's young one to assist in soliciting manuscripts, resulting in this misunderstanding. Thus, the blame lies with me. I admit my impatience. I merely long for October to achieve some measure of success swiftly, he lamented, attempting to console Gu Xueqing. Old Lu, am I truly being petulant? Do I possess such a temper? Gu Xueqing replied, her demeanor calm as she gestured towards the manuscripts. These are the hard-earned contributions from my partner, the debt collector. Take a look at them. What need was there for Gu Xueqing to demand an apology from Lu Xinwu when the mix-up was of her own making? It was of little consequence now. The priority was to review the manuscripts. Gu Xueqing was eager to see if Lu Xinwu, so desperate for submissions, would dare to present this particular piece. Her partner believed that Lu Xinwu had the audacity to take on the challenge. Very well, let us review the manuscripts. Lu Xinwu nodded in agreement, feigning astonishment as he inquired, Teacher Gu, with such a plethora of manuscripts, could it be that you've retrieved the entire collection from Old Feng? They are not Old Feng's. He treasures his own manuscripts. Who would dare to touch them? Gu Xueqing chuckled wryly before continuing. Moreover, Old Feng has long ceased writing in this domain. He is engrossed in scholarly pursuits. Not Old Feng's. Then, teacher, have you truly secured these manuscripts? Lu Xinwu's expression shifted to one of surprise. If these were not Old Feng's drafts, perhaps Gu Xueqing had indeed managed to acquire the works of the esteemed author of the Horseman, Old Su. Moreover, such a thick stack of manuscripts. Is this for real? What do you think? Gu Xueqing retorted, her face beaming with pride. Could this truly be the work of the esteemed author Lao Su from Mumarin? So many pages. Wang Shimin, standing nearby, exclaimed in astonishment, eager to examine the manuscripts. My goodness, such a hefty collection. How long must Lao Su have spent writing this? And wasn't Li Qingchuan claiming that this Lao Su from Mumarin was merely a newcomer? How can a fledgling author remain so composed, clutching so many unpublished works? Chao Aiqin and Xiao Yang, who had joined the commotion, were equally astonished. Did Gu Xueqing truly manage to acquire the manuscripts of the author Lao Su from Mumarin? Moreover, Gu had just mentioned there were 2 pieces. Yet, this substantial stack seems to contain far more than that. Lao Wang and Lao Lu. I must clarify in advance that I cannot guarantee these manuscripts indeed belong to Lao Su of Mumarin. You all know how unreliable my debt-collecting friend can be. Who knows if she might be trying to pull a fast one with someone else's work, possibly that of her classmate Cha Jianying. Thus, I cannot assure the authenticity of these manuscripts. Regardless, you two should take a look at them. If they are usable, great. If not, I shall return them and suggest my friend submit them to Yanjing literature. Gu Xueqing waved her hands repeatedly, determined to maintain her faade. Since she had arranged for these manuscripts, they should be assessed for usability. If not, it would be simple enough to have Li Qingchuan submit another piece. Of course, Gu Xueqing's words were somewhat exaggerated. Lu Xinwu dared not take any chances, and she certainly would not return them to Yanjing literature. Now, let us examine the manuscripts. Uncertain if these were indeed the works of Lao Su from Mumarin, Lu Xinwu's expression betrayed her anxiety, her thoughts racing with uncertainty. If, as Gu had stated, these were merely her unreliable daughter's classmate submissions, should they use them or not? If they chose to use them, but the quality was subpar, what then? This stack was indeed costly. Conversely, not using them would mean disappointing Gu, who was so exhilarated to present this collection. Lu Xinwu cast a furtive glance at Chao Aiqin and the others, acutely aware of their watchful eyes. If the manuscripts were inadequate and had to be returned to Gu, it would only add to her discomfort. Lu harbored the hope that Gu had at least reviewed the works, ensuring they were of decent quality. After all, Gu's expertise was well regarded, which was why she had been assigned as his partner to lead the October project. Without further ado, let us peruse the manuscripts. Here we have 2 pieces. One is a short story and the other a novella. Lao Lu, you may start with the short story on the top, while the novella is still incomplete. With that, Feng Mu pulled out a chair and sat down, awaiting their assessment. As I waited, my eyelids began to droop. Those who have endured sleepless nights cannot merely persevere, and one certainly cannot remain seated for too long. Last night, Feng's mother was truly remarkable, finishing that novella in one breath, staying up until the early hours. Moreover, it was an incomplete piece, cutting off at a thrilling moment, leaving her feeling restless throughout the night. She secretly cursed her son-in-law, lamenting how he could write such a brilliant and captivating manuscript without completing it first. Now, if it weren't for her obligation to go to work, she would have locked him in a room to hasten the completion. Another novella, indeed. Lu Xingwu turned over the stack of manuscripts below and thought it peculiar how thick it was. Otherwise, it could only be a collection of about 10 short stories. It seemed that Teacher Gu had prepared all their submissions for October and the entire upcoming year. Immediately, she sifted through, separating the short stories from the novella, passing the latter to old Wang beside her for a joint review. Lu Xingwu had only read the beginning of the manuscript. A shiver ran through her, and though she wished to say something, she remained silent, her focus entirely on reading further. Wang Shimin glanced up at Lu Xingwu, noticing her silence, and returned his gaze to the novella in his hand. Outside, Chao Aiqin and others were eager to gather around, curious about how well Gu Xueqing's invited manuscript was written. Given Gu Xueqing's evident confidence, it likely would not disappoint. However, in this professional setting, they dared not disregard Lu Xingwu, the esteemed chief editor. Since old Lu had not allowed them entry to read alongside him, they remained hesitant. They could only stand at the door, anxiously awaiting old Lu's verdict. Soon, the office of old Lu fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the rustling of Lu Xingwu and the others as they flipped through the manuscripts. Gu Xueqing could no longer sit still. If she remained seated any longer, she might fall asleep and embarrass herself, so she began to pace around the office. Teacher Gu, here. The astute junior editor, Xiao Yang, promptly returned from the editorial department with a cup of hot tea for Feng's mother. Thank you. You may return to your duties for now. Old Lu will likely be reviewing manuscripts for a while longer. Even the short story in old Lu's hands exceeded 30,000 words. Once engrossed, it would take at least an hour or two to finish. As for the novella in old Wang's possession, though it was still incomplete, it had already amassed over 100,000 words, making it even more daunting. Thus, as Gu Xueqing accepted the teacup from Xiao Yang, she mentioned to her colleagues that she too would step out. Waiting idly here was unproductive, and she had other matters to attend to. Xuemin, you may need to rewrite your manuscript. That novella will certainly not see the light of day once it reaches my mother. Meanwhile, Cheng Xuemin had dropped Feng Jiayou off at school, parting ways at the intersection of Wuxi Road. As they separated, Feng Jiayou imparted a final thought to Cheng Xuemin. A daughter knows her own mother well, and conversely, she too understood what kind of mother she had. Yesterday, the woman's mother stated that she would take a look first and then provide her feedback. However, today, just as she was about to leave, she noticed her mother's briefcase was stuffed to the brim, indicating that her mother had indeed taken the manuscript to her workplace. This was akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. There was no chance of retrieving it now. Therefore, her partner needed to promptly activate an alternative plan and assist Zhang Dongning from Yanjing Literature in composing another piece. Let us see how her mother responds today. For now, I must focus on completing this manuscript. Cheng Xuemin nodded in agreement, yet inwardly he was cursing, thinking how could this mother-daughter duo be so ruthless. One piece after another. Just when he finished one, another was demanded. They might as well call it robbery. Cheng Xuemin had been secretly working to catch up on his deadlines, discreetly submitting to other publications and stashing away his earnings. Yet, his time was limited, and he still had to fulfill the demands of this mother-daughter pair, leaving him with scant resources for himself. They continued to extract work from him, making it impossible for his savings to flourish. Was this not a form of theft? Nevertheless, he thought, the manuscript his mother was hoarding would not be urgently needed until after the new year. Surely, it could be submitted to Yanjing Literature first. He pondered how his mother could be so domineering when she could easily submit the piece to Yanjing Literature instead of stockpiling so many manuscripts for the monthly issue. If only she had used that time wisely, Cheng Xuemin's subsequent works could have already been completed. Considering that his mother was monopolizing 2 manuscripts while knowing that she could not publish 2 in one issue, it seemed pointless to hold on to them. The couple was eagerly waiting for this manuscript to yield a decent fee, especially with plans to view houses and move out before the winter break. Old Feng may be aging, But my son-in-law is in his prime. Feng's mother, Gu Xueqing, did not linger long in her office and returned to Lu Xinwu's office. Watching old Wang and old Lu engrossed in their tasks, she chose not to interrupt, but instead paced the corridor, waiting. Lu, how is it? After what felt like an eternity, when Lu Xinwu finally finished, Feng's mother could hardly contain her excitement and rushed in to inquire. Old Wang, who had also been watching, was startled and looked up at Lu Xinwu. Wang, how's your piece? Lu Xinwu did not respond directly to Gu Xueqing, but instead asked Wang Shimin. Very well. Wang Shimin succinctly replied, still engrossed in his reading, yet he passed it to old Lu for his insight. He also took a moment to glance at the short story in old Lu's hands to ascertain its quality. Given the caliber of this manuscript and Gu Xueqing's evident impatience, she clearly held greater expectations for old Lu's short story. It could only be better. However, what old Wang did not anticipate was that the short story old Lu had reviewed was abruptly flipped over and withheld from him. What did this mean? Wang Shimin's outstretched hand froze in disbelief. What does old Lu mean by this? Is it a refusal to show it to him? Moreover, he even covers it up, not allowing even a glimpse from the cat. Old Lu, could you please discuss this manuscript first? How could Fengmu Gu Xueqing possibly wait for Lu Xinwu to review another novella? Quickly, press down on this novella and declare that there are 2 manuscripts. Yet only one has been promised to us. If you think this short story is inadequate, I shall withdraw it. However, I personally lean towards the former short piece. If you dare to submit it, it would undoubtedly be a star greater than Li Qingchuan. Goodness! If you speak in such a manner, Teacher Gu, then Wang Shimin, who overhears, will be even more despondent. What kind of extraordinary manuscript is this, that old Lu refuses to let him see? Outside, the editors, including Chao Aiqin, who have caught wind of this, expressed their astonishment. Is it not larger than the recent literary star from Yanjing? Does that not imply it surpasses even the horse wrangler? Who is that author, old Su? How is it that each manuscript is more impressive than the last? No wonder Gu Xueqing arrived early today, striding with an air of confidence and pride. Teacher Gu, is this manuscript truly the new work of the author of the horse wrangler? I find the styles to be quite disparate. Lu Xinwu strives to restrain himself, reminding himself to remain calm. Initially, he intended to review this novella slowly. Yet, with Teacher Gu urging him on, he had no choice but to speak up. Firstly, this manuscript is extraordinarily remarkable, as Teacher Gu stated. It is indeed a star far greater than the one Li Qingchuan has launched. Secondly, this manuscript is incredibly daring, even bolder than his earlier piece, The Homeroom Teacher. Lu Xinwu must take his time. Furthermore, is this truly the new work of the horse wrangler author? The styles are completely unrelated, and Lu Xinwu doubts whether Teacher Gu has indeed unearthed a hidden gem from her partner, Old Feng. Otherwise, given the prowess of the horse wrangler newcomer, could they possibly produce such an audacious and profound manuscript? Old Lu, do not concern yourself with whether or not it is the horse wrangler. I have already stated that I cannot verify its authenticity. I simply ask if you intend to use this manuscript. Do not take the author's words too seriously. Even if the manuscript is provided to us, whether we dare to utilize it is another matter entirely. Fengmu Gu Xueqing continues to press for answers, even attempting to provoke Lu Xinwu. Old Lu, why not let me take a look too? How is this manuscript truly written? Teacher Gu may have exaggerated a bit, right? If Li Qingchuan dares to let newcomers take the front page, what is our October lacking? Are we not bold enough to use a single manuscript? Old Wang, nearby, is increasingly anxious, wondering what riddles this leadership team is playing. If you are uncertain, you could entirely allow him to take a look for reference. Old Wang, do not rush. Lu Xinwu waves his hand. Despite Old Wang's insistence, he still gestures for calm, refusing to show it to him. I, Wang Shimin, cannot afford to be anxious, can I? Observing Lu Xinwu's grave expression, it seemed that Wang Shimin had come to a realization. Could it be that this manuscript was indeed off-limits for him? Teacher Gu, I must delve into this manuscript and seek assistance to gain a preliminary understanding. Uncertain, Lu Xinwu refrained from making an immediate decision. Nevertheless, this middle-length piece was rather intriguing. Perhaps we could include it in our October issue as well? Lu Xinwu was still apprehensive about the short story, hesitant to reach a conclusion. He glanced at the beginning of the middle-length manuscript and found it equally commendable. The subject matter was not overly sensitive and could certainly be published in the next issue. Shall we retain this middle-length piece then? I will reject the short story. The author had indicated a commitment to Yanjing literature for one piece, and only one could be provided. Naturally, Fengmu wished to secure both pieces. But she was not truly greedy or domineering, since her son-in-law had already pledged the middle-length piece to Yanjing literature. It would be unreasonable to place him in a difficult position. As for the decision to keep the middle-length piece while dismissing the short story, it was entirely Feng Mu's tactic to provoke. She observed Lu Xinwu's reluctance to let go of the short story and knew that even old Wang would not cast a glance at it. He would be foolish to do so. A promise is a promise. We can certainly negotiate with the author. In the past, when we sought a manuscript from Lao Qian, did we not engage in fierce disputes? Lu Xinwu chuckled with a hint of resignation and continued, in that case, Teacher Gu, you should negotiate with the author. We can offer the highest rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 words for October. I refuse to believe that Li Qingchuan possesses such audacity. 7 yuan per 1,000 words. Gu Xueqing rolled her eyes in disbelief and jested about Lu Xinwu. For the piece The Horseman, Li Qingchuan offered the top rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 words. We lack an advantage in terms of remuneration. Moreover, the author had stated that our October publication did not possess the capacity to accommodate 2 of his manuscripts in a single month. Yanjing Literature had already assured him of 3 consecutive cover stories before the year's end. What? Lu Xinwu had thought that by boldly offering the top price of 7 yuan per 1,000 words to a novice author, he would be able to mock Li Qingchuan's stinginess. Little did he know that Li Qingchuan had already offered the author of The Horseman the same top price right from the outset. Not only was the remuneration at the peak rate, but the promise of 3 consecutive cover stories before the year's conclusion made it exceedingly difficult to compete. Simultaneously, this underscored just how invaluable it would be for Teacher Gu to secure both manuscripts. A truly arduous task. Moreover, old Lu, have you considered the length of this middle piece? The author has mentioned that he has only completed half of it. This middle-length manuscript is expected to exceed 200,000 words. I ask you, old Lu, what is our budget for submissions in a single issue of October? Gu Xueqing incisively assisted Lu Xinwu in making a choice once again. 200,000 words. Is this still considered a middle-length piece? This author seems to be seeking a middle-length or short story price for a long piece. Does that not seem somewhat unreasonable? Lu Xinwu's lips twitched in exasperation. Indeed, they could not accommodate such a lengthy middle piece. Over 200,000 words. The entirety of our October magazine's content combined might not even amount to 200,000 words. Their manuscript budget for each issue in October is strictly limited to within 200,000 words. If we were to include this novella, it would be more prudent to grant this author an exclusive special edition. We simply cannot afford it. Over 200,000 words. Wang Shimin, who was nearby, also gasped in astonishment, but suggested that the length should not pose a significant issue. We could certainly serialize it over 5 or 6 issues, couldn't we? Old Wang, do you truly believe the author would agree to that? They are already reluctant to grant us even 2 issues, and you wish to extend it over 5 or 6. Old Wang was rendered speechless. Teacher Gu, do you lean towards this short story? Should we forego the novella? Lu Xinwu was eager to echo Old Wang's sentiment, asserting that we could indeed release it gradually. They could still feature 3 consecutive front-page headlines in October. However, the author cannot wait, which complicates their decision significantly. Old Lu, if you publish both pieces in this issue, I believe the author would not oppose. Hiss. Lu Xinwu inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Teacher Gu, why not simply designate this issue as an exclusive special edition for this author? You even mentioned that this manuscript is not from Old Feng, and Lu Xinwu could easily write it backward. Teacher Gu, let me hold on to the manuscripts for now, and I shall further contemplate their merits. Lu Xinwu was captivated by both pieces and desired them equally. If he had to choose one, he would undoubtedly favor the earlier short story, yet its sensitivity compelled him to consult the department's leadership for thorough scrutiny. Very well, old Lu, expedite your efforts. The author is awaiting our response. Indeed, I am hesitant to proceed. I cannot discern what old Lu is apprehensive about. Summon the audacity you exhibited when you submitted, class teacher. Channel the resolve you previously articulated to surpass Li Qingchuan. The manuscripts lie before us, and the opportunity is here. Old Lu, can you rise to the occasion? By the way, Teacher Gu, are these 2 pieces truly not from Old Feng? As Gu Xueqing approached the door, Lu Xinwu, still unconvinced, inquired, Teacher Gu, if it indeed belongs to Old Feng, shall we feature these 2 manuscripts in the next issue and conduct a renowned author interview? Old Feng has aged. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot produce a best-selling work. An interview with Old Su would undoubtedly be a sensation, while Old Feng has grown old. Her son-in-law is in his prime. Feng Mu made a self-deprecating remark at the door before returning to her editorial office, leaving old Lu to ponder and deliberate alone. Could this be a new manuscript from the Wrangler, authored by old Su? Lu Xinwu felt a surge of intrigue. Indeed, old Feng has aged. And how many readers would purchase an exclusive interview edition for him? This time, Li Qingchuan has printed an additional 100,000 copies. Thus, if both pieces genuinely originate from the author of the Wrangler, they might very well consider producing an exclusive interview edition in October, which would undoubtedly be a sensation. In that case, Li Qingchuan might very well be infuriated to the point of hemorrhaging. Lao Wang, I must make a brief visit to the department. You and Teacher Gu should keep an eye on the place. As thoughts of the heated situation flooded his mind, Lu Xinwu could no longer remain seated. He hastily organized the manuscripts on his desk, stowed them into his briefcase, and promptly departed. Old Lu, is this manuscript truly that remarkable? Will it really attract attention from above? Wang Shimin exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. He pondered what monumental revelation Teacher Gu had brought to them in October. Could it possibly be a bombshell? I'll tell you more when I return. Regardless, Teacher Gu is right. If these two pieces do indeed originate from old Su of the Wrangler, we shall arrange for a featured interview with him and launch a significant accolade, dazzling Li Qingchuan's eyes. In truth, it was irrelevant whether or not these works were penned by old Su of the Wrangler. The priority was to ascertain if this short story could be published, requiring approval from the higher-ups first. Lu Xinwu, in a flurry of urgency, dashed off without even bidding farewell to the editorial department. Women, if you continue to play like this, you will inevitably lose friends. They too were planning to launch a significant accolade in October, and it would overshadow that of Yinjing literature. In no time, the entire October editorial department was abuzz with gossip. As Feng Mu Gu Xueqing returned to her office, she noticed her colleagues casting her envious glances. And she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. The once exceedingly proud Teacher Gu had returned. If old Lu had been a tad more daring, and had indeed arranged a feature interview for her son-in-law, her pride would have soared even higher. Unfortunately, old Lu had opted to ponder over it a bit longer. This only deepened Gu Xueqing's anxiety. She yearned for everyone in the editorial department to know that the author of the Wrangler, old Su, was indeed her son-in-law. Wasn't he Li Qingchuan of Yinjing literature boasting? Hadn't he launched a significant accolade? Her son-in-law was behind that triumph. Chao Aiqin, tell me, isn't my son-in-law impressive? Does your son-in-law compare? Gu Xueqing eagerly anticipated the whispers spreading about old Su being her son-in-law, hoping for the announcement of old Lu's research decisions to come swiftly, so they could launch another significant accolade. Soon enough, they would inquire, who is behind this latest accolade? The answer would still be her wonderful son-in-law. Xueqing, did you know? You've become quite the sensation at our film academy. Students and teachers alike are nearly all clutching a copy of Yinjing literature, discussing you, the author old Su of the Wrangler. During dinner, as everyone gathered, her brother-in-law Feng Jiayou casually mentioned this, instantly igniting the conversation. Indeed, old Cheng, it's the same at our school, particularly among the female students. Each dreams of their partner being the very Su Lingjun you so eloquently portray. Even more astonishing, some female students were caught writing love letters to you, the author old Su, during class, only to be discovered by their teacher. Her sister-in-law Feng Jiayou chimed in. Coughing slightly, Cheng Xuemin was nearly choked by his sister-in-law's words, awkwardly responding that he had merely written an article inspired by the heat of someone else's wounds. You little rascal, why does your school continue to neglect their studies, indulging instead in all sorts of trivial literature? He admonished. Feng Jiayou, you must focus on your preparations for the upcoming exams. If you fail to gain admission to Yinjing University next year, you shall see the consequences. Feng's mother interjected, playfully swatting at Feng Jiayou's chopsticks, which were poised to seize a large piece of meat, before deftly placing it into Feng Jiayou's bowl. How outrageous. What kind of sister-in-law speaks to her brother-in-law about writing love letters? Aren't you ashamed? Mother, is this truly trivial literature? Our language teacher has even commented that old Cheng's The Horseman is undoubtedly a seminal work following the homeroom Teacher in Wounds, and it is predicted to make a significant impact on next year's college entrance examination. We are even required to submit a profound reflection on it. Feng's mother had remarked that old Cheng's The Horseman was mere trifles, prompting his sister-in-law to defend him passionately. Seizing the moment while her mother was distracted, she snatched another sizable piece of meat and swiftly brought it to her lips. Aware of her mother's bias, She knew that any delectable treats were typically reserved for her elder sister, who was said to be carrying 2 lives within her. Such favoritism was palpable. Despite promises of a grand roast duck for the evening, none had been procured. Did your homeroom teacher truly say that? Feng's mother asked, astonished. As she turned to Feng Jiayou, not expecting such high praise for her son-in-law's The Horseman, which had been labeled a seminal work of wound literature. Mother, Xuemin's The Horseman is extraordinary. Even our colleagues at the workplace have expressed their admiration, proclaiming that a new masterpiece has emerged in the Chinese literary scene. Remarkable indeed. The significance of Feng Jiayou's statement was profound. Who were these esteemed colleagues? If they were declaring that a new masterpiece had emerged, was it not to imply that her humble son-in-law could carve a niche for himself in the realm of Chinese literature solely based on this one piece? You haven't mentioned to them that The Horseman is written by Xuemin, have you? Feng's mother cast a wary glance at her 2 children, particularly Feng Jiayou, adding with concern, especially you. Feng Jiayou, I hope you haven't been boasting about it at school. Feng's mother wished to ensure that the news of the Horseman being pinned by their brother-in-law did not spread indiscriminately. Initially, her intention was to allow Li Qingchuan from Yanjing literature to bask in the limelight for a few more days, hoping to later showcase her own significant achievements. Now, however, she preferred to keep this revelation under wraps for a while longer. No, mother, you needn't worry. I wouldn't betray old Cheng. I am looking forward to formally introducing him to my classmates once he enrolls at our affiliated school, particularly those female classmates. I can't wait for them to be envious. The cunning glint in her sister-in-law's eyes was strikingly reminiscent of her elder sister Feng Jiayou, a family of pretentious individuals. Cheng Xuemin has come to realize that this entire family is filled with pretentiousness, each one more adept than the last. However, just as he began to savor a moment of satisfaction, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. What is it? Xuemin, are you feeling unwell? It was a rare display of concern from his mother-in-law. No, mother, I've eaten well. Please enjoy your meal. Cheng Xuemin nonchalantly rubbed his waist and glanced at the woman beside him, Feng Jiayou. What had he done to provoke her this time? Xuemin, you must feel quite proud now. With your piece de Wrangler, how many young ladies must be penning love letters to you? Do you realize this? I noticed that Huang Beijia's demeanor was rather off today. Do you know what she is up to? Feng Jiayou, with a beaming smile, spoke as they entered the house together. Yet, the more Cheng Xuemin observed her, the more he sensed her mischievous intent. It was not as if he had actively courted any of those young ladies, and moreover, he had shared the Wrangler with her prior to submission. Cheng Xuemin had not anticipated that it would attract such admiration from the fairer sex. As for his classmate Huang Beijia, she was not someone he spent his days with. How could he possibly know her actions? She is also writing love letters, Feng Jiayou declared nonchalantly. In that moment, Cheng Xuemin felt a shiver run down his spine. Are you playing with fire, woman? He exclaimed, hastily advising, Dear wife, you should just tell them. This charade can't last long, and it will lead to immense embarrassment later. When Huang Beijia and the others discover that you, Feng Jiayou, have received their love letters, what will they think? The awkwardness would be unbearable. And what about our future? Once we enroll at Yin University, we will see each other frequently over the next 3 or 4 years. Is it truly necessary to escalate matters to this extent? That's simply one to do. I must first retrieve Huang Beijia's love letter. It is her very first. Securely hidden away, and neither Jian Ying nor I have had a glimpse of it. Therefore, I am exceedingly curious about its contents. Aren't you, Xuemin, curious and eager? Feng Jiayou shot him a playful glance, her mischievous smile widening. What is there to anticipate? Cheng Xuemin quickly shook his head. Though he would be lying if he claimed not to feel a tinge of excitement, he wouldn't dare to admit it openly. His pride would not allow for it. If he were to concede even a hint of interest, she would undoubtedly ensure he understood the reasons behind the allure of such letters. What was Huang Beijia thinking when she decided to write this? Was she not concerned that the author might be an old man? Despite being a new and inexperienced writer, one could never ascertain the true age of the author, and Yanjing literature was notoriously secretive. Logically, Huang Beijia was not the type of girl to act so impulsively. Was she really that naive? It has spread. Feng Jiayou successfully diverted the conversation from the anticipation of the love letter. It has spread. The news about me being the author of the Wrangler has become common knowledge. Cheng Xuemin inquired with a puzzled expression. If such rumors were to circulate, would Huang Beijia still dare to pen love letters to her man in front of Feng Jiayou? Or, if the whispers had indeed spread, Could Feng Jiayou permit her closest confidant to write love letters to her partner? Is Feng Jiayou's penchant truly that distinctive? The fact that the author of The Horseman is a student at Yenjing University has evidently become common knowledge. It must have leaked from the communication office, as our manuscript's return address is none other than Yenjing University, right? Fortunately, it is addressed to Lao Su, the Horseman, and now everyone is busy speculating and searching for the identity of this elusive author. Upon hearing that it was a fellow classmate, Huang Beijia and her friends became even more eager to connect with you, the author of The Horseman, through the reader's correspondence. Therefore, I surmise that Beijia will certainly invite you out for a movie in her letter. At that moment, we could surprise her together. Wouldn't that be delightful? Ah, woman, continue your games as you wish. Sooner or later, you will find yourself with no friends left. In the days that followed, Feng Jiayou awaited her friend's love letter, while Cheng Xuemin, despite his busyness, could not afford to neglect his plans to enrich his small treasury. While gradually working on that novella, he also completed a short story of 30,000 words. This time, Cheng Xuemin remained discreet, neither alarming Feng Jiayou nor his mother-in-law, who had monopolized 2 of his manuscripts without a single reply. He secretly submitted his work. He chose to send it to Yinhe Literature back in his hometown, as this piece was inherently about the years and experiences on the Lust Plateau, aptly titled Lust Plateau, emphasizing a sense of nostalgia for his homeland. As November progressed, Cheng Xuemin had almost spent a month in Yenjing. During this time, he received a letter from his parents back home, who had previously mentioned that he would return to Shaanxi with Feng Jiayou during the winter break to celebrate the new year. However, they noted in their letter that Jiayou was now quite pregnant and should avoid long and exhausting journeys. Thus, they suggested that Cheng Xuemin, as their son-in-law, should spend his first year with his in-laws for the new year. They advised that once the child was born in the spring, he could find time to bring the grandchild home later. His parents made a valid point. Feng Jiayou's pregnancy was advancing day by day, and during the winter break, it would indeed be unwise for her to travel. As for returning to Shaanxi, even finding a sleeper ticket would be exhausting. And soft sleepers were out of the question. One needed a certain status to qualify for those. Therefore, Cheng Xuemin discussed with Feng Jiayou that since returning home was inconvenient, they would invite his parents to Yenjing for the new year. Cheng Xuemin worried that his parents might be reluctant to leave their familiar surroundings, but Feng Jiayou promptly assured him that they would help book the train tickets and mail them back to Shaanxi. How could they refuse? This clever little plan would effectively ensure that her in-laws were brought to Yenjing for the festivities, wouldn't it? Days passed, and Feng's mother also eagerly awaited the news, seemingly growing increasingly impatient. What about you, old Lu? Haven't you reached a conclusion yet? The author is pressing for updates, and if this continues, they will demand a retraction. The current issue of Yenjing Literature is about to go to print. That morning, the moment she arrived at the office, Gu Xueqing rushed to Lu Xinwu's office, inquiring whether there were any developments. It's been over a week of research, hasn't it? Professor Gu, the leadership is quite busy as well. It's unrealistic to expect immediate feedback on a manuscript we have just submitted. However, do not fret. I have been following up these past few days, and I will inform you as soon as I receive any news. Lu Xinwu reassured her, sharing in her anxiety. But the higher-ups are not solely focused on our submission. They have many matters to attend to. I can wait, but the author cannot. Li Qingchuan from Yenjing Literature is also pressing for answers. We are holding 2 of their manuscripts. Do you think the author isn't anxious? Once again, the same old excuses. Lu's lack of assertiveness was frustrating. Just then, the telephone on his desk rang, jolting him into action as he instinctively sensed something. He quickly answered, "Hello, Secretary Yang." Yes, this is Lu Xinwu from October. Has there been a response from the leadership? Good, I understand. I will inform the author promptly, and I want to keep the leadership waiting. Old Lu, is there news? Feng's mother inquired eagerly as Lu Xinwu hung up, his face reflecting shock and astonishment. Professor Gu, please inform the author to report to the department tomorrow morning. The leadership wishes to meet him in person. What? Feng Jiayou, have you written a love letter to the herdsman as well? In contrast to Lu Xinwu's shock, Li Qingchuan from Yenjing Literature was even more exhilarated. This morning, when Zhou Yanru arrived at the office, Zhang Dongning handed her a literary report, stating that another renowned writer had reviewed The Herdsman. At first, Zhou Yanru merely nodded in acknowledgement, but as The Herdsman had been published for over 10 days, the flood of positive feedback from readers had been overwhelming. Particularly in the last couple of days, they had received numerous reviews from fellow editors, writers, critics, and readers, all featured in major newspapers. Zhou and her colleagues were almost numbed by the success of this piece in their current issue of Yanqing literature, akin to launching a bright star in the long-dormant Chinese literary scene. Who? Dongning, who are you referring to? Zhou Yanru, having taken the report, did not immediately glance at it, but continued walking. However, after just a few steps, she suddenly froze in place and urgently asked Zhang Dongning, "Old Zhou, Dingling? Dingling?" Zhang Dongning exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Zhou Yanru, taken aback and filled with doubt, swiftly turned her attention to the report in her hands, frantically searching for Ding Ling's review. Soon, Zhou Yanru stumbled upon this article and was utterly astonished to see it signed by Ding Ling. She quickly skimmed through it and inquired, "What does Ding Ling say in the Wen Weibo? Does Old Li know about it yet?" Of course, she praised Lao Su's excellent writing. "Old Li had just joined. I haven't shown it to him yet. We must first let old Zhou finish his flattery towards Zheng Denning." With the Wen Weibo in hand, Zhou Yanru rushed into Li Qingchuan's office, exclaiming, "Old Li, Ding Ling has published a review of our Muma Rin in the Wen Weibo today. You must see this." In her excitement, she emphatically slammed the newspaper onto Li Qingchuan's desk, urging him to have a look. "Ding Ling, hasn't she just returned to Beijing, waiting for news from above?" Li Qingchuan nearly choked on his tea, swallowing hard as he wore an exaggerated expression of shock. He swiftly grabbed the Wen Weibo from his desk and asked urgently, "Where is it? Where is it?" To his astonishment, it was indeed Ding Ling who commented on their Yanqing literature. This must be her first public piece. As Li Qingchuan frantically searched, he spotted Ding Ling's article titled "A Patriotic Ode," reading Muma Rin prominently displayed on the front page. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed several times, "Incredible!" It was truly exhilarating that Ding Ling had reviewed their Yanqing literature's Muma Rin. It should be noted that Ding Ling had only just returned to Beijing a few days ago and had not publicly made any statements, still awaiting her reinstatement. During this period, she had remained extraordinarily low-key, hardly making any public appearances, let alone publishing anything. However, as a significant figure in Chinese literature, akin to the literary giants Lao Mao, Lao Ba, and Bing Xin, her article was exceedingly rare. No one expected that her first piece upon returning to Beijing would be for their Yanqing literature and for Lao Su's Muma Rin. If Yanqing literature had sold a modest 10,000 copies by the end of November, this public endorsement from Ding Ling would elevate them to an entirely new echelon. The Chinese literary world had truly birthed a Muma Rin. This time, it was undeniable, despite Ding Ling's reclusive nature and her avoidance of public discourse. It was astonishing that she would contribute such a piece to Muma Rin. Zhou Yanru was equally thrilled and eagerly proposed, "Old Li, I have a suggestion. We must promptly organize a seminar for Muma Rin with Old Su, inviting renowned figures from the industry to engage in meaningful dialogue." "Sounds good. Old Zhou, you and Denning can take charge of contacting Old Su personally." Li Qingchuan nodded repeatedly, recognizing the necessity of seizing the moment to organize a symposium that would solidify the literary status of Lao Su's The Wrangler. "I personally invited Lu Xinwu from October. After all, he had been persistently asking me to treat him to dinner. Seizing this opportunity, I planned to host him for an elegant tea gathering, serving him a sumptuous feast." The cunning Li Qingchuan was once again in motion, determined to invite Lu Xinwu and flaunt his accomplishments. "Oh, Lao Li, if you continue down this path, you might lose Lao Lu as a friend." Moreover, Gu Xueqing had recently been subtly probing for information about Lao Su and the Wrangler, likely aiming to solicit a manuscript. Zhou Yanru chuckled wryly. If Gu Xueqing were to discover that the very person she had been inquiring about, Lao Su of the Wrangler, was actually her son-in-law, she could only imagine the expression on her face. Unbeknownst to them, Lao Su had long since succumbed to the pressure from his mother-in-law and had come clean. Thus, it would only be Lao Zhou who would be left dumbfounded during their encounter. "Haha, I'm merely teasing Lao Lu. I heard that recently Lao Lu has made several trips to the ministry. I wonder what that rascal is secretly up to." Mentioning Lu Xinwu from October still brings a smile to Li Qingchuan's face. If it weren't for Lu Xinwu's generosity in returning his son-in-law's manuscript to our Yanqing literature, how could The Wrangler, this significant literary work, be attributed to them? Currently, there is no share for our Yanqing literature. By the way, Denning, wasn't it said that their son-in-law has a novella in hand? You must keep a close watch on this matter with Lao Zhou. We cannot afford to let our guard down and allow Lao Lu to snatch it away. After all, they share a genuine father-in-law and son-in-law relationship. no matter what. We must secure that novella first. We cannot let Lao Lu turn the tables and mock us. With this thought, Li Qingchuan made a special note. I will personally make a trip to Yen University shortly. Our editorial department is inundated with readers' letters. And I will deliver a portion to Lao Su and inquire about the handling of subsequent correspondence. Zhang Dening nodded in agreement, emphasizing that the novella was of utmost importance. Dening, you've seen the original manuscript. It's exceptionally well written. I assent it. There are also contacts from People's Literature reaching out to Lao Su. You must remain vigilant, for Lao Su is indeed your ally. Zhou Yinru chimed in. People's Literature is also in contact with him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Upon hearing that People's Literature was vying for his attention, Li Qingchuan was anxious, wishing he could secure Lao Su of the Wrangler exclusively for Yanqing literature. Jia Yujian and Ning Jianying. Look, Ding Ling from Wenhui Daily has reviewed Lao Su of the Wrangler. At noon, in front of the cafeteria at Yen University, Feng Jiayou, Cha Jianying, and Huang Beijia found themselves gathered together, with Huang Beijia presenting a literary magazine, exclaiming to Feng Jiayou and the others, "What? Ding Ling has written a review for Lao Su of the Wrangler? No wonder our submissions have been unsuccessful. It seems that Lao Su has skyrocketed in popularity, and the caliber of individuals writing reviews for him is only getting more impressive." Upon hearing the news, Cha Jianying's expression shifted to one of astonishment, quickly followed by a bitter smile. They were among the first readers of the esteemed author, Lao Su, and had submitted their reflections and critiques promptly. Regrettably, both her and Cha Jianying's submissions had been rejected. Having missed the initial wave, the weight of the critiques now escalated, with even the long-silent Ding Ling publicly sharing her insights on the shepherds. For mere readers like them, unless their writings were exceptionally fine and their analyses profoundly insightful, gaining publication in Wenhui Bao was an arduous task. Ding Ling has commented. "Let me see," exclaimed Feng Jiayou, her face reflecting shock and excitement as she eagerly inquired about the Wenhui Bao from Huang Beijia. Indeed, they had initially hoped to seize the advantage of being among the first to submit their critiques, but alas, their writings had been too hasty and superficial, causing them to miss the optimal submission window. Now, securing publication seemed a daunting challenge. Huang Beijia similarly shook her head, handing the Wenhui Bao to Feng Jiayou while continuing. Teacher Ding Ling has given an exceptionally high appraisal of the shepherds in Wenhui Bao. Moreover, I have heard that this is her first publicly published piece since her long silence after returning to Beijing. This treatment surely elevates Lao Su. They pondered who this Lao Su could be among their peers at Yen University, so well concealed that he had yet to reveal any sign of his identity. At this juncture, Huang Beijia recalled a letter she had sent out recently, which had yet to elicit any response, leaving her feeling somewhat desolate. It was her very first love letter, and she wondered whether that Lao Su had received it. He must have. However, she was aware that many girls were secretly writing love letters to him, so he might be overwhelmed and simply set them aside without reading them. Yet, she felt confident that if he did read hers, she could surely entice him to meet her, for she was a tad bolder than the others. Hee, Beijia, I heard Jianying mention that you secretly wrote a love letter to this senior, didn't you? Feng Jiayou teased, her gaze still fixed on the Wenhui Bao. What are you talking about, Jiayou? Love letter? Don't listen to Jianying's nonsense. It was merely a standard reflection from an ordinary reader to the author, Lao Su. Huang Beijia's face flushed crimson as she hastily explained. Yes, it was that piece that was returned without publication. I revised it and sent it directly to Yan Jing when Shui. After all, I had already written it. Is it not permissible to send it to the author for his perusal? Indeed, just a regular reader's note. So why are you trying to hide it from Jianying and me? Feng Jiayou continued to giggle, contemplating a visit to Yanjing when Shui to seek out Huang Beijia's letter, curious whether it contained a love letter or merely the reflection she had described. Honestly, I am just an ordinary reader. Jiayou, please do not spread rumors. What if the other classmates hear about it? How embarrassing would that be? Huang Beijia's face was persistently flushed. If this continued, she would undoubtedly wish to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. What a splendid piece of writing. Feng Jiayou, after perusing Ding Ling's commentary on the handover report, sighed with lingering sentiments. She then turned to Huang Beijia and, with a playful smile, remarked, Hee, what's there to be ashamed of? Beijia, I can candidly tell you that I have, in secret, written to the author of Numa Run, Old Su. In fact, it wasn't just one letter. Feng Jiayou was indeed quite generous and, as she had claimed, had penned love letters to old Su, the author of Run, and certainly not only one. How could one write merely a single love letter to their beloved? Wouldn't you agree, Beijia? What? Jiayou? Have you lost your mind? You truly wrote love letters to old Su in secret? Does your partner, comrade Cheng Xuemin, know? He won't just let it slide, will he? Huang Beijia's expression was one of utter astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief as she gazed at Feng Jiayou. Jiayou, with your belly so round, how can you be so fickle? Beside them, Cha Jianying was equally taken aback. Could it be that Feng Jiayou had secretly written love letters to old Su behind her lover's back? This was madness. What are you all discussing? Jiayou, who exactly are you writing love letters to behind your partner's back? Just then, as the three of them were engaged in their hushed whispers, Zhang Dongning from Yanjing Literature approached with a smile. Ah, Sister Dongning, what brings you here again? Huang Beijia exclaimed upon seeing her. Of course. I'm here to deliver your love letters. Might all of your letters be contained within this package? Zhang Dongning jested, lifting a large bundle of correspondence with a radiant smile. Jiayou, your beloved is old Su from Run, right? Is this how you are delivering readers' letters to the author? Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the reader's letters in Zhang Dongning's hands, thinking, at last, they had arrived. So old Su, the author of Run, is indeed from our Yanjing University? Huang Beijia interjected, her voice rising with urgency. Both Huang Beijia and Cha Jianying found their attention diverted by Zhang Dongning's sudden revelation. It was no longer about the shocking fact that Feng Jiayou had also written to old Su. Now, the focus was on the letters that possibly belonged to all of them, now in the hands of Zhang Dongning. Yes, including Cha Jianying. Despite her typically gentle and reticent demeanor, who could deny that a young girl does not harbor romantic notions? Especially upon learning that old Su from Rin was their senior from Yanjing University, the entire female populace of the university, undoubtedly including Cha Jianying, was enraptured. Yet, she was of a more reserved nature, having written in secret, unnoticed even by Huang Beijia, who slept in the bunk above her. Well then, seeing the reaction of the three of you, it's evident that you all must have written letters, right? Zhang Dongning nodded at Huang Beijia and her companions, her gaze scanning the vicinity, yet she did not spot Feng Jiayou's beloved, old Su, the author of Run, Sister Deng Ning. Could you possibly divulge a hint about the identity of the author Lao Su from the Wrangler? Huang Beijia stepped forward, attempting to snatch the letter from Zhang Dongning's hands, while sweetly inquiring, by the way, Sister Deng Ning, you surely haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on in. What do you fancy? I'll treat you to a meal. Zhang Dongning arrived just in time for dinner, as Feng Jiayou and her companions were preparing to head to the cafeteria. Regarding the love letters, might we discuss them while we dine? Hold on. I cannot succumb to your sweet-talking tactics. You wish to uncover the identity of the author of The Wrangler? I lack the audacity to disclose such information indiscriminately. Someone has silenced us, and we cannot speak carelessly. Zhang Dongning smiled at Feng Jiayou, knowing she could never betray her beloved in front of her. However, rest assured that I will personally deliver your love letters to the author Lao Su of The Wrangler. But with so many letters, will he even have the time to read them? Most readers' letters are initially driven by novelty, but after a few, they tend to set them aside. As the influx of correspondence increases, who will take the time to read each one? Generally, they remain unopened, gathering dust, or are discarded altogether. Sister Dongning, this isn't exactly classified information, sweet-talking tactics aside. Could you perhaps share a morsel of insight with us? Huang Beijia persisted, if you can't reveal the name. Could you at least tell us which department he belongs to? Indeed. Sister Dongning, is he from our Chinese department? Cha Jianying chimed in, pressing for answers. All Zhang Dongning could say was that he was affiliated with your university. Feeling quite awkward, she discreetly glanced at Feng Jiayou, but seeing no indication from her, she hesitated to elaborate further. Suddenly, the ringing of a bell interrupted her thoughts. A bicycle appeared in the distance, and her eyes lit up as she jokingly remarked, "Look, isn't your author Lao Su coming this way? What are you all chatting about?" Came a voice from afar, as Cheng Xuemin pedaled over, having just come from Yanda affiliated high school to collect Feng Jiayou's meal ticket. The cafeteria at Yanda is well known for its superior food, and the price difference with the high school is negligible. Thus, despite having attended classes for several days, Cheng Xuemin still chose to join Feng Jiayou and her friends for lunch. Sister, the bicycle's rear seat carried a younger sister, and Feng Ji jumped off to greet Feng Jiayou. "Oh, you're here too, old Xuemin. Just in time, as we were discussing you. Jiayou has been urging me to ask, who is the author Lao Su? Is it not you? Isnt Shiuli Shioji? You mentioned it before. Zhang Dingning greeted Cheng Xuemin, having come specifically to find him, the author of the Wrangler. Previously, she made a trip to the library but did not catch a glimpse of Cheng Xuemin. Upon inquiring with Cheng Xuemin from that area, she learned that he had gone to Yin de Fuzhong for classes. Thus, Zhang Dening initially intended to head directly to the secondary school in search of him. However, unexpectedly, at the entrance of the cafeteria, she spotted Feng Jiayou and her two companions huddled together, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Approaching them, she greeted, "Sister Dening, you nearly startled me. I thought you were being serious just now. The author of Mu Ma Run, Old Su, is indeed Jiayou's partner." Zhang Dening's jest had genuinely taken Huang Beijia by surprise, and as she beheld the elegant figure cycling towards them, she found herself momentarily entranced. Once she regained her composure, she playfully interrogated Zhang Dening. "Sister Dening is not wrong. Isn't that indeed Su Lingjun, Jiayou's partner?" Jia Jianing chimed in with a laugh. "But our dear Li Xiuji has been secretly penning love letters to Old Su. I wonder if he is even aware of this." "What?" Cheng Xuemin was utterly bewildered, as he had presumed that Feng Jiayou had already confessed everything to her two friends. Was it possible that she hadn't? Observing their playful banter, Cheng Xuemin curiously directed his question at Feng Jiayou. "To whom have you written love letters?" "Nothing of the sort. Please do not pay attention to Jian Ying's nonsensical remarks." Feng Jiayou, ever the dramatist, feigned a blush to divert the topic and added, "Xuemin, you arrived just in time. It's mealtime, after all. I plan to treat Dening, Beijia, and Jianing to a meal. What do you think?" "Of course. That sounds splendid." Cheng Xuemin eagerly nodded, suggesting, "How about we go to the Changzheng restaurant outside? It's my treat." Feng Jiayou's companions had not yet entered the cafeteria to get their meals. The proposal to treat Zhang Dening to dinner was more motivated by the mid-length manuscript that her mother had snatched away. She speculated that Zhang Dening's visit today was not only to deliver these letters, but also to press for submissions. However, they had no manuscripts to present at the moment. Thus, they decided to treat her to a meal first, while they could gradually discuss the manuscript later. After all, they already had a piece ready for the December issue of Yanjing Literature, so there was no rush. Later, she could help her partner find inspiration and contribute another piece for Zhang Dening's Yanjing Literature. Going to Changzheng restaurant, Huang Beijia and Jia Jianing were taken aback by Feng Jiayou's suggestion. The idea of treating Zhang Dening to dinner had initially been proposed by Huang Beijia, who had thought of inviting her to a meal in the cafeteria, believing they could afford it. However, going to the Changzheng restaurant with the four of them, along with Feng Jiayou and her sister, would likely require at least 7 or 8 pieces as a base, financially speaking. To be honest, if it were up to them to foot the bill, they would undoubtedly hesitate. However, since the guest was Zhang Dening, the initial editor for Yanjing Literature, and given that Feng Jiayou and her husband had not published any works there, they felt it would be inappropriate for them to cover the meal. "All right, Jiayou, Xuemin, you both decide. However, I shall treat this meal, thanks to the generosity of our esteemed chief editor, Lao Li, who has graciously allocated a budget of 10 yuan for this event. I shall invite you all to dine." The 10 yuan granted by Lao Li was originally intended for Zhang Dongning to host a modest meal for the couple, the authors of Mu Ma Run, Lao Su and his wife. Now that they have gathered together, it seems fitting to extend the invitation to all. Furthermore, Zhang Dongning believes it is crucial to win over Feng Jiayou. If she cannot secure Feng Jiayou, she is certain that her beloved, Lao Su, will remain elusive. Being fellow women with only a slight age difference, they are more likely to bond easily. "Dongning, is there something significant happening at Yanjing Literature? Has there been a special allocation of activity funds?" Huang Beijia quickly inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. "You all must have seen today's Runaway Daily, right? Ding Ling has written a book review of Mu Ma Ren. Surely, you understand the implications of this?" Without Huang Beijia needing to prompt, Zhang Dongning would certainly relay this information, particularly for the ears of Feng Jiayou and Cheng Xuemin. "Yes, we have seen it. We all read the Runaway Daily. We never anticipated that Ding Ling would write a review of Mu Ma Run, and especially not for it to be published in the Runaway Daily," Huang Beijia exclaimed, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, we truly did not foresee that Ding Ling would hold Mu Ma Rin in such high regard." Zhang Dongning nodded in agreement, continuing, "Thus, our Lao Li intends to seize this momentum to organize a seminar for Lao Su. inviting several prominent figures from within the literary community to engage in discourse and lend further support to Mu Ma Ren. A seminar? Surely, Lao Su will attend. 1 Tihi. Dongning, can Jianying and I join as well? Even if we merely observe in silence, that would suffice. Upon hearing that Yanjing Literature intended to host a seminar for the author of Mu Ma Ren, Huang Beijia and Jia Jianying could hardly contain their excitement, jumping up and down as they eagerly inquired of Zhang Dongning whether they could attend, even if there are no seats. Standing in the back row or in the corridor to listen would be wonderful. I'm not entirely certain. I shall inquire on your behalf later. Zhang Dongning replied. It's not that you cannot attend. It simply requires the consent of the couple, Lao Su and his wife. Without their approval, Yanjing Literature would hesitate to extend invitations to emerging authors like you. All right, Dongning, please ensure you provide us with a definitive answer later. Huang Beijia said, disappointment creeping into her tone, with Jia Jianying nodding in agreement. A seminar indeed? Cheng Xuemin echoed, equally astonished. Never anticipating that Yanjing Literature would host a seminar specifically for his work Mu Ma Ren, he was aware of the review published in today's Runaway Daily, and initially, he was quite taken aback. After all, Ding Ling's stature in the literary world is not something that can be easily matched by a few pieces of Mu Ma Ren. She is a true luminary in the literary field. Esteemed figures of her caliber seldom provide commentary on a mere article, especially when Lao Su is a newcomer in the literary arena. Initially, when his sister-in-law, Feng Jiayou, burst into his review class, clutching the Runaway Daily and relaying her news, Cheng Xuemin was indeed taken aback. However, now that Zhang Dongning brings it up, his reaction is rather subdued. The thrill of the moment has faded. Indeed, I have come specifically to seek Lao Su's opinion. If there are no objections, we shall commence preparations on our end, arrange a suitable time, and invite everyone to gather for a pleasant exchange. Zhang Dongning smiled as he glanced at Cheng Xuemin, who merely nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Subsequently, the group of 6 entered the Chongqing restaurant outside Yin University, the finest dining establishment in the vicinity, which ordinary students would think twice before patronizing. Since Yanjing Literature was hosting the meal, Cheng Xuemin graciously insisted on footing the bill. After all, given the immense success that the shepherd had brought to Yanjing Literature, what was a single meal in return? During the meal, Zhang Dongning engaged in conversation with Cheng Xuemin and received a clear affirmation that he would attend the seminar, simply requiring Yanjing Literature to arrange the timing and notify him. As for the novella, Cheng Xuemin deferred, stating that he was still in the process of writing it and would share it with her once completed. Consequently, Zhang Dongning became even more enthusiastic about picking up the tab for this lavish feast. Jianying, have I misjudged the situation? It seems that the large bundle of reader letters from Dongning was taken away by her partner. Did you see that? On the way back, Huang Beijia, still somewhat dazed, inquired uncertainly of Jia Jianying beside her. No way. I distinctly saw Dongning hanging those letters on her own bicycle. Jia Jianying shook her head in response. Could it be that I truly misinterpreted? Did Dongning not hang those letters on her partner's bicycle? Huang Beijia continued to shake her head, her uncertainty palpable. You've had too much to drink. Dongning suggested a little toast, and you, being a young lady, actually indulged? You've clearly muddled your senses. Jia Jianying teased, supporting Huang Beijia as she chuckled, yet internally she questioned, could it really be so? Those letters were from the readers of The Shepherd, intended for the author Lao Su. How could they possibly end up on her partner's bicycle? Surely, Huang Beijia had simply drunk too much and was seeing things. Feng Jiayou, did you truly write this to your brother-in-law? Look at how many reader letters there are. Cheng Xuemin had indeed brought back the substantial bundle of letters from Zhang Dongning. Just as he parked his bicycle, his sister-in-law eagerly urged him to open it and sift through the contents, her face flushed with excitement. She was undoubtedly hoping to find a letter from one of her classmates, eager to tease and share it with her peers. Cheng Xuemin must not indulge her. The letters from readers are inherently private. How could she allow her sister-in-law to disseminate them, especially in front of others in the classroom? The young girl must possess no sense of shame. Immediately, he swatted the idea away, asserting, you cannot touch these just yet. Once we return home, I will have your sister review them first. Otherwise, should any letter from a classmate go missing, your sister might misconstrue it as me hoarding them. Just moments ago, fearing that Huang Beijia might discover Jianying, Feng Jiayou had nearly flipped through them on the spot, but restrained herself, reminding Cheng Xuemin not to let Feng Jiayou rummage through the bag. What harm is there in me merely glancing for a letter from my classmates? I am not looking at anyone else's correspondence, she pleaded, wrapping her arms around Cheng Xuemin's, her demeanor a blend of innocence and mischief, appearing more enticing than her sister. Coughing, Cheng Xuemin felt a surge of reckless thoughts and hastily withdrew his hand, firmly stating, "Listen, the preparatory bell has rung. We must hurry back to the classroom. We can discuss this at home." Unable to bear the affectionate antics of his sister-in-law, Cheng Xuemin quickly secured his bicycle and took the bundle of letters with him. Seeing her attempts at whimsy thwarted, Feng Jiayou stomped her foot in frustration. After class, Cheng Xuemin allowed her to sulk as he rode his bicycle to fetch her sister from Yin University. Cheng Xuemin, having earned so much in manuscript fees, "Can you not buy me a new bicycle?" she complained. TCH, Cheng Xuemin is not her father. If she wants a new bicycle, she should ask him. His earnings from manuscript fees are none of her sister-in-law's business. Mama, Yanjing Literature is going to hold a symposium for Xuemin. They might invite you too. As soon as they returned home, Feng Jiayou could hardly contain her excitement, eager to share the delightful news with her beloved mother. Before even stepping into the courtyard, she was chattering incessantly. Li Qingchuan is hosting a symposium for Xuemin. Feng's mother, busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, was equally taken aback and wiped her hands on her apron before stepping out to inquire. Indeed, Feng Jiayou chirped, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Ding Ling has voiced support for Xuemin's work, and they at Yanjing Literature wish to invite notable figures in the industry for a symposium. Upon hearing this, Feng's mother was momentarily stunned. Ding Ling had made a significant statement in the One Hui Bao. Such a prominent voice in the industry could not have escaped her notice. Just that morning, she had read the article praising her son-in-law profusely. It was Ding Ling, after all. She never expected that after years of silence, his first declaration upon returning to Beijing would be in favor of her daughter's husband. As a mother-in-law, she felt an immense sense of pride. However, upon reflecting on Yanjing Literature, she could not help but scoff, expressing her disbelief. What could Li Qingchuan possibly do to elevate the prestige of the symposium? In a moment, when your father returns, I shall announce something at the dining table. Mother Feng has sold a secret to the debt collector, and she possesses an even grander satellite here, awaiting her partner's return to unveil it together. Mother, what is it that you wish to announce? Please tell me first. Feng Jiayou inquired, her face betraying surprise. Is it that short story you both dared to finalize in October? With 2 manuscripts clutched in her mother's hands, facing inquiries about the progress of their work from Yanjing Literature, both she and her husband felt rather uncertain. Now, with others boasting about organizing a seminar for her son-in-law, they could not afford to breach their promise regarding this novella. Let us discuss it after dinner. Mother Feng cast a sidelong glance at the debt collector before turning and striding into the kitchen, humming a tune, evidently in good spirits. Who cares? Feng Jiayou pouted, murmuring toward the kitchen. She then eagerly darted into her own room. There was something enticing on this side. Otherwise, given Feng Jiayou's character, she would undoubtedly have followed her mother into the kitchen, relentlessly demanding answers. Xuemin, hurry. Quickly search for that exquisite love letter. Once back in her room, Feng Jiayou promptly locked the door and urged Cheng Xuemin to hasten in opening the package of letters. Look at you, so eager. And locking the door too. What if mother comes by? What would she think? Cheng Xuemin chuckled wryly and decided to fully open the package, spilling the envelopes onto the end of the bed to sift through. Oh, is this from our classmate Wang Xiaoping? And Qin Jiangong S2? This is from Lu Jinyan. They all wrote to you. As she rummaged, she discovered numerous familiar names, most from their Chinese department at Yin University. Zaxi Duo. This must be Jianying's pen name, and she wrote to you as well. Found it. Feng Jiayou triumphantly unearthed the reader letters from Huang Beijia and others, likely categorized by Denning beforehand. Look, this stack predominantly bears the address of Yin University. Cheng Xuemin nodded with a smile, remarking on the organization. Feng Jiayou responded, eagerly tearing open Huang Beijia's and Cha Jianying's letters, the first undoubtedly belonging to Huang Beijia. Why don't you take a look first, Xuemin? Do you think I can read it, and then you can show me? So impatient to devour the hot tofu, yet feigning pretense for Cheng Xuemin to read first. You truly know how to act, woman. Enough. What pretense is needed before me, your man? Though Cheng Xuemin was curious about what Huang Beijia had written, he dared not reveal any eagerness in front of Feng Jiayou, lest he find himself punished later that evening. Oh, there's even a movie ticket? Feng Jiayou unceremoniously opened Huang Beijia's letter, discovering a genuine movie ticket nestled within. It was a Yin University internal referral ticket for a film titled Pursuit, a dubbed production from an island nation. Only one ticket. Without a moment's hesitation, it seemed that the other ticket was indeed in Huang Beijia's possession, suggesting a clandestine rendezvous with her man. How audacious of Beijia to arrange a movie outing so openly. Feng Jiayou, upon retrieving the cinema ticket, could hardly contain her disbelief. While she had speculated that Huang Beijia might have extended an invitation to watch a film together, she never anticipated that Beijia would go so far as to send the actual ticket. Goodness gracious! As Jiayou shook her head in astonishment, she pondered over what Beijia had pinned to her man. Fortunately, the letter contained no overtly suggestive content, merely expressions of admiration and a desire to seek guidance from the esteemed author, Master Su. It was primarily admiration that fueled the desire to meet and become acquainted. After perusing Huang Beijia's love letter, Jiayou felt a tinge of disappointment due to the lack of thrilling content. She then opened Jia Jianying's letter, hoping that this somewhat reticent girl might surprise her. To her astonishment, upon opening the envelope, she discovered yet another cinema ticket. Just a solitary ticket, with no accompanying letter. Were they both so daring? Were they secretly arranging to watch a movie with Cheng Xuemin? What left Feng Jiayou and Cheng Xuemin utterly dumbfounded was that numerous letters from other girls also contained cinema tickets. Most of them were for the currently popular film, Chase. Screening at the Grand Auditorium of Yin University, all scheduled for this Saturday evening at 7 o'clock. Oh no! Jiayou stared at the 30-plus cinema tickets scattered across her bed, utterly flabbergasted. Were they all reserving the entire venue? Had they coordinated this plan? Did they not fear an outright collision? Were these innocent female students truly not thinking this through? All of them had unwittingly calculated the same time for Saturday evening, resulting in a veritable traffic jam of over 30 attendees. Regardless, Cheng Xuemin certainly would not dare attend this film. Fine. This Saturday, I shall accompany you, Xuemin. We cannot let these numerous tickets go to waste. The internal cinema tickets for Yin University's Grand Auditorium were uniformly priced at 5 cents each. So if she resold all 30 tickets, she would make over $1. All right. It was indeed quite economical, and Jiayou dismissed the thought of reselling them. Wait. Was this a letter from her heartless sister? As Jiayou rummaged through the pile of envelopes, she was astonished to uncover a name even more unexpected than Jia Jianying or Huang Beijia, her very own sister. Her sister had, unbeknownst to her, pinned a love letter to her brother-in-law in secret. Sis, big brother chum, why are you locking the door? Open up, open up. Just at that moment, her sister Feng Jiayou returned home and rushed straight to Jiayou's room, only to find the door firmly locked. I had no idea. My dear wife, you must have noticed that I haven't even glanced at this. To my astonishment, there is a letter from my sister-in-law among the reader's correspondence. Cheng Xuemin was taken aback and hastily rose to defend himself, eager to clarify the relationships involved. Setting aside what the sister-in-law might have written, there is no way I, as the brother-in-law, could read this letter in front of her sister. Let me go open the door and bring her in. Feng Jiayou stared in bewilderment at the letter in her hand, struggling to comprehend how her own sister's letter could be among these correspondences. Surely, if there was something to communicate, couldn't they do so face-to-face at home? Why the need for a secret letter? She hesitated to open it. Indeed, holding the letter her sister had penned for her husband, she lacked the courage to break the seal. She commanded Cheng Xuemin to open the door and let her confront her sister directly about the contents of the letter. My dear wife, why not take a moment first and have a good talk with her? Cheng Xuemin suggested, advising Feng Jiayou against confronting her sister with the letter right away. It would be better for the sisters to have a heartfelt conversation first. After all, what jealousy could possibly exist between two close sisters? Go on. I told you to open the door and let her in. What kind of heart-to-heart can we have? She's my sister. Feng Jiayou retorted. How could you write to her husband behind her back? Cheng Xuemin could only rise to open the door, feeling overwhelmed by the day's events. Please, I request your support. 064. I, Feng Jiayou, have painstakingly secured this man. Dalao Cheng, what mischief are you up to with my sister inside? I've been calling for ages, and no one is opening the door. As the door swung open, the sister-in-law stood outside, playfully teasing Cheng Xuemin while peering inside. Ah, sister, let me see. Let me see. Are there any letters from my classmates? Upon seeing her sister sitting on the bed, sifting through a pile of readers' letters, the sister-in-law became excited and quickly squeezed past Cheng Xuemin into the room. Without sparing a glance, Cheng Xuemin continued to signal her to leave immediately. Now, this was a predicament. If the sister-in-law did not clarify that letter, Cheng Xuemin would undoubtedly face repercussions from his role as the brother-in-law tonight. Feng Jiayou, perhaps you should explain the situation regarding this letter? Feng Jiayou thrust the letter into Feng Jiao's chest, her expression far from pleasant as she inquired. What situation? Sister, what have I done to offend you? Feng Jiayou, momentarily astonished, retorted with a grin, picking up the letter that had fallen onto the bed and casting a curious glance at it. Huh, is there a letter for me? Has Lao Su, the author of Mu Ma Run, replied to me? I haven't written to him. Wait, sister, what is going on? I didn't write to the Lao Cheng. Upon a casual glance at the letter, the cat unexpectedly noticed her own name inscribed upon it, initially mistaking it for correspondence addressed to herself. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the sender's name was also hers, while the recipient was none other than the renowned author of The Horse Whisperer, Lao Su. In a moment of sheer bewilderment, Feng Jiayou exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? When did I ever send a letter to the esteemed Lao Cheng? If I had something to convey to him, I would have done so directly at home, rather than resorting to the same written communication as my peers. Are you pretending? Feng Jiayou, you dare to act innocent, don't you?" This only infuriated Feng Jiayou further, who snatched the letter from her hands and declared, "Feng Jiayou, if you do not clarify the contents of this letter today, I swear I will make it public at your school tomorrow." Sister, what are you doing? I have already stated that I did not write this. Feng Jiayou protested, utterly perplexed. How could this be happening? When had she ever penned a letter to Lao Cheng? She had no recollection of it whatsoever. All right, if you didn't write it, then whose handwriting is this? The envelope bears your distinct penmanship. Anyone familiar with your writing would easily recognize it as yours. Feng Jiayou, trembling with anger, refused to believe that the letter was not authored by her sister. Look at this name, Feng Jiayou. Is this not your handwriting? Are you attempting to feign innocence? If you would just admit it. I would be genuinely curious to know what secrets this letter contains. You are being obstinate. So now I am truly eager to see what you felt compelled to write to your brother-in-law. Her brother-in-law was present every day. What could she possibly have to say that required a letter? Feng Jiayou, exasperated, proceeded to tear open the envelope, eager to discover what her dear sister had clandestinely composed for her brother-in-law. What secrets lay between them that could not be divulged at home, necessitating such covert correspondence? Sister, what am I supposed to confess? I have no reason to admit to something I did not do. No, sister, what are you looking for? Can you at least show me what is going on? As Feng Jiayou gazed at the envelope bearing her own handwriting, her confusion deepened. What was happening? Could it be that her admiration for Lao Cheng had led her to unknowingly pen a letter in her sleep? Yet, she had no recollection of such an event. Observing her sister tearing open the letter, Feng Jiayou felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly attempted to snatch it back. She too was curious about the contents of the letter. Surely, it could not contain mere ramblings from a dream. Why are you trying to take it, Feng Jiayou? What are you so anxious about? If you keep this up, I will truly strike you. What is going on? What is happening? Day after day? What are you two debt collectors up to? Can't you coexist peacefully and engage in a civil conversation? From the kitchen, I could hear my little imp kicking at her sister's door, shouting incessantly. My face burned with embarrassment. What could her sister and brother-in-law possibly be doing behind a locked door? Do you think the elder sister's grown-up sibling lacks understanding? Shouting so loudly as if to ensure the entire courtyard could hear her? And what about her older sibling? Is it truly that urgent? You both rush into the house the moment school ends, locking the door behind you. Can't you wait until nightfall? With people coming and going. Can't you exhibit a bit of restraint and decorum? Sensing impending trouble, I hastily set down my spatula and rushed outside, intending to reprimand my little imp and send her back to her own room to do her homework, irrespective of what her sister and brother-in-law were up to behind the locked door. Alas, it was too late. Perhaps I was overthinking it. My son-in-law soon opened the door for his younger sister, who squeezed right in. Yet, from my vantage point outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that my son-in-law's expression was rather unsettling. Before I could speculate whether his demeanor was due to being disturbed or something else entirely, the raucous quarrel of the two sisters erupted from within, making my scalp tingle with anxiety. What sins had I committed in a past life to deserve such two troublesome debt collectors? I rushed over, ready to confront them, but hesitated to enter, fearing I might witness something I ought not to see. Mom, come look. My little sister has secretly written a love letter to her brother-in-law and refuses to admit it. My younger daughter dared not glance at the letter's contents, nor did she have the courage to do so. For she genuinely feared it was a love letter from her sister-in-law to her brother-in-law. If it were indeed a love letter from her little sister to her brother-in-law, how could she, as the elder sister, face the world? Sensing her mother's presence outside, she knew this letter had to be shown to her, so her mother could seek justice on her behalf. How could my precious daughter, whom I meticulously brought from northern Shaanxi, have her heart swayed by her younger sister? Sister, it's not a love letter. I didn't write a love letter to old Cheng. Sister, you've become foolish after a pregnancy. A rural bumpkin like old Cheng is only cherished by you. Even if you offered him to me, I wouldn't want him. How could I, Feng Jiayou, write a love letter to him? He isn't worthy. Cheng Xuemin stood at the door, feeling dejected, realizing that in his sister-in-law's eyes, he remained just that rural bumpkin. Had her recent admiration for him all been an act? If that were the case, then what was this letter about? If it wasn't her writing, could it be someone impersonating her? What love letter? Jiayou, what nonsense are you babbling? Initially hesitant to enter my son-in-law and daughter's room for fear of witnessing something awkward, the mention of a love letter, especially one purportedly written by my little imp to her brother-in-law, was simply unacceptable. Feng's mother could no longer contain her indignation and stormed into her daughter and son-in-law's room, fervently imploring her ancestors and pleading for mercy, urging Feng Jiayou, the debt collector, to lower her voice. The commotion was so loud that it seemed as if the entire neighborhood would overhear. Was her youngest daughter secretly penning love letters to her brother-in-law? Mother, look for yourself. Is this not Feng Jiayou's handwriting? Did she not write this? Tears streamed down Feng Jiayou's face as she sobbed, overwhelmed with grievance. Mother, I did not write this. I swear I did not send anything to old Cheng. My sister is just spouting nonsense. Feng Jiayou was equally furious. She had been eager to return home to check if any of her classmates had written love letters to old Cheng, prepared to enjoy the gossip. Little did she know that such a scandal would land squarely on her own head, leaving her utterly bewildered about the letter's origins. What love letter? Jiayou Feng Jiayou. Is this a letter you wrote to old Su, your brother-in-law? Feng's mother could hardly believe that her youngest would write a love letter to her brother-in-law, urging Jiayou to refrain from such outbursts. However, upon receiving the envelope and noticing Feng Jiayou's distinctive signature, Feng's mother was momentarily stunned, questioning her youngest. Mother, it wasn't me. I did not write it. I have said it countless times. I truly did not write to old Cheng. Feng Jiayou was at a loss for words, her frustration mounting to the point of tears. Ignoring her sister's desperate protests, Feng's mother had already extracted the letter from the envelope and unfolded it to read its contents. Dear old Su. The very salutation nearly sent Feng's mother reeling, collapsing in shock. It was indeed a love letter. What a calamity. What sin had their family committed? The elder daughter, a notorious debt collector, returned from the countryside heavily pregnant and had even lured this rural man from Shaanxi to Beijing. And now, this younger daughter, a debt collector herself, audaciously wrote such a letter to her brother-in-law behind the family's back? What a scandal. After hastily reading through the contents, Feng's mother could only think of the gravity of the situation. This was a love letter, a brazen and explicit confession of affection. Her sister-in-law had written such an overt letter to her brother-in-law, which was discovered by her sister, yet she remained stubbornly unyielding, defiantly confronting their mother. Unable to contain her anger, Feng's mother raised her hand, ready to deliver a slap. However, reason prevailed, and she held back. Mother, are you going to hit me? Although the slap never fell, the intent was clear to Feng Jiayou. Her mother meant to strike her. Is this letter truly yours? Feng's mother questioned, her face dark with fury. It is not my letter. It is not my letter. Mother, what must I say for you to believe me? I swear, I did not write this. Feng Jiayou almost shouted with resentment, repeatedly insisting that the letter was not hers. No matter how many times she was questioned, 100 or 1,000 times, she maintained that she had never authored it. How could she possibly admit to something she did not do? If it wasn't her writing, then what was the story behind this letter? That was indeed her name, was it not? Feng's mother was truly infuriated, yearning to deliver a sharp slap to her daughter. How could she be so oblivious? How could I possibly know? She exclaimed, Mother, let me see it first. I must know what it contains. Feng Jiayou reached out for the letter, desperate to understand the situation, even if it meant facing dire consequences. You wrote it, and you don't even realize it? Feng's mother was frantic, rummaging through the room as if searching for something to strike her daughter with, truly wishing to discipline this ungrateful child. Mother, I already told you it wasn't me. Even if you beat me, it remains untrue. Seeing her mother looking for a broom, Feng Jiayou was terrified and fled the scene. Run all you want, Feng Jiayou. If you have the courage to escape, don't come back. Her mother shouted in pursuit. Mother, what exactly does the letter say? Feng Jiayou dared not look, genuinely fearing that it contained something that would leave her unsettled. If it were an explicit love letter, how could the sisters face one another in the future? This situation had spiraled out of control. Knowing that Feng Jiayou had not yet seen the letter, Feng's mother would never allow her to read it. Wouldn't that only exacerbate her resentment towards her sister? She tucked the letter away, ensuring that no one would see it. At dinner, everyone had returned home, including the occasionally absent second sister-in-law. Sun Wan had been quite conflicted lately. Her sister-in-law Feng Jiayou had suggested that her husband assist her with tutoring in the evenings. Initially, she had felt too shy to accept. However, after contemplating the challenges of being a daughter-in-law in the Feng family and wrestling with the decision several times, she began to see things differently. Moreover, it wouldn't be solely her tutoring. Her younger sister-in-law Feng Jiayou would certainly join as well. So there was really nothing to be embarrassed about. With that in mind, Sun Wan returned home today, intending to ask her brother-in-law for help with her studies, as she had been struggling with her preparations. However, upon arriving, she was shocked to discover that her younger sister-in-law Feng Jiayou had been secretly writing love letters to her brother-in-law behind her sister's back. This revelation left Sun Wan utterly stunned, and she no longer dared to mention evening tutoring. In her heart, she couldn't help but marvel at the charm of that rural brother-in-law. She was well aware that her sister Feng Jiayou had succumbed to the allure of that man after several tutoring sessions, ultimately returning home pregnant. Now, her even younger sister-in-law seemed to be following the same path, writing love letters after only a couple of days of tutoring. What on earth were these sisters thinking? Alas, perhaps it was better to let it be. As Sun Wan initially contemplated seeking tutoring from her brother-in-law, the thought was swiftly extinguished. She feared following in the footsteps of her two younger sisters-in-law. What mysterious allure did this brother-in-law possess that could lead to such scandalous affairs merely through tutoring? What if she, as the sister-in-law, were to become entranced and commit acts that would terrify even her? What would become of her then? Mother, father, I reiterate, it is not my doing. At the dinner table, Feng Jiayou expressed her indignation and resentment, asserting, I suspect it was definitely Zhu Zhan who penned that letter. Mother, doesn't the beginning of that letter read something like this? With her left hand cradling a bowl of rice and her right hand probing into the grains, she lifted her gaze to her mother, reciting a segment that she had covertly overheard. Zhu Zhan, Feng Jiayou's deskmate, had recently been observed writing love letters to her brother-in-law, the author of The Wrangler, Mr. Su. At that time, Feng Jiayou had caught her in the act, compelling Zhu Zhan to conceal the letters and deny their existence. Previously, Feng Jiayou had mentioned this to her sister and had inquired whether the esteemed Mr. Cheng had received any correspondence from readers, particularly from her classmate, especially Zhu Zhan. Thus, she speculated whether Zhu Zhan had secretly written the love letters in her name. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed to Feng Jiayou. Her plaintive defense drew the attention of her brother-in-law Feng Jiayou, sister-in-law Ku Yume, and second sister-in-law Sun Wan, all of whom turned their gaze toward Feng's mother. Feng's father mirrored this inquiry with a look directed at Feng's mother. Currently, the letter was held by Feng's mother, who had been the sole reader thus far. During dinner, Cheng Xuemin and Feng Jiayou felt too embarrassed to join the meal. The scandal of a younger sister writing love letters to her brother-in-law would surely wreak havoc. And you claim it wasn't you who wrote it? Feng Jiayou, I could just scream at you. Feng's mother, initially taken aback, soon rose in a fit of rage, truly wishing to chastise this wayward child. You claim it wasn't your hand behind those words. You can recite the contents verbatim, and yet you feign innocence? Mother, it truly began that way. It must have been Zhu Zhan who secretly penned it in my name. Indeed, look at the handwriting. The envelope bears my script, while the letter's content certainly belongs to her. I would never write such a letter to Mr. Cheng. Witnessing her mother's reaction, Feng Jiayou realized that it was indeed Zhu Zhan who had concocted this mischief using her name. How peculiar. A typically demure girl daring to write love letters to a stranger behind their backs. If she wishes to write, so be it. But why use Feng Jiayou's name? Zhu Zhan must know that the author, Mr. Su, is none other than Feng Jiayou's brother-in-law. Now, a grand debacle had ensued. Her sister had written a love letter to her brother-in-law. This was too much. Not only had it thrown their family into disarray, but how would she manage to ride on Mr. Cheng's bicycle or enjoy his roasted duck in the future? Is it truly not your writing? Mother Feng, Seeing that the debt collector stubbornly refused to admit it, insisted that it was her deskmate Zhu Zhan who had authored it. Could it be that there had been a genuine misunderstanding? Mother, how many times must I declare that it is not my writing? Feng Jiayou, now truly incensed, continued her fervent defense. I am not ignorant. The wrangler, old Su, is indeed Big Brother Cheng. For someone like him, would I, Feng Jiayou, compose a love letter? Besides, he is my brother-in-law. Writing such a thing would result in my sister beating me to a pulp. It was Zhu Zhan who wrote it. This incident occurred last week, and I sensed her furtive behavior. I caught a glimpse of her writing a love letter. I believe I even mentioned this to my sister, telling her to wait until Big Brother Cheng received the letter so I could have a good laugh at Zhu Zhan's expense. Mother, it was truly Zhu Zhan who wrote it. I am not deceiving you. If it is not your writing, then it is not. What of your brother-in-law? From now on, refrain from calling him Big Brother Cheng. Mother Feng shot a glare at the debt collector and continued, whether Zhu Zhan wrote it or not, after dinner. You shall accompany me to the Zhu residence for a confrontation. You two will face each other directly. Despite Feng Jiayou's protests, Mother Feng remained skeptical. Regardless, the debt collector had mentioned Zhu Zhan, the second daughter of the Zhu family, who lived in the same alley, not far away, to ascertain the truth behind the writing. A visit to the Zhu household would surely reveal all. Confrontation it is, but I did not write it. Feng Jiayou muttered under her breath, still unwilling to concede. Feeling aggrieved. What had she done to deserve this? She had nearly received a slap from her mother and was still nursing her grievances. Go summon your sister and brother-in-law for dinner. Remember to address him as brother-in-law. If you dare to call him Big Brother Cheng again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Mother Feng's attitude towards her son-in-law today left her brother-in-law, Feng Jiayou, and others astonished. Previously, she, as the mother-in-law, had always looked down upon her son-in-law. In the past, Feng Jiayou had frequently used the term Big Brother Cheng, yet today, her mother had issued a specific warning. Even Father Feng noted the apparent shift in his wife's demeanor toward her son-in-law. Perhaps it was due to that piece titled Wrangler? More likely, it was the two manuscripts she held in her possession. Sister, brother-in-law, mother is calling you for dinner. What are you both doing holed up in there? Sister, hold on. It was Zhu Zhan. Mother just compared the handwriting. It was that wretched Zhu Zhan who used my name to write a love letter to Big Brother Cheng. I truly have no connection to it whatsoever. Big Brother Cheng slipped from her lips out of habit. Her younger sister couldn't change that immediately. Zhu Zhan, Zhu Lin's sister? Feng Jiayou raised her eyelids slightly, asking with a hint of indifference, her reaction no longer as pronounced. This was due to Cheng Xuemin having analyzed the situation with her earlier, suggesting that it likely was not Feng Jiayou's writing. If it had indeed been hers, she would not have been so carefree during this period. In the presence of her elder sister, she anxiously awaited letters from readers throughout the day. If she were indeed the author, would she dare to revel so joyfully in front of her sister, Feng Jiayou? Moreover, the conversation from the outer room was overheard by Feng Jiayou. It was likely her classmate Feng Jiayou and her neighbor Zhu Lin's sister, Zhu Zhan. Indeed, it was Zhu Zhan who nearly caused me great distress this time. Mother mentioned that after dinner, we would confront her directly at her home. With a mischievous grin, Feng Jiayou began to assert herself once again. Zhu Lin? The speaker may have been oblivious, but the listener was certainly attentive. Upon hearing the name Zhu Lin, Cheng Xuemin immediately recalled the daughter of the Kingdom of Women who had famously misjudged her brother-in-law. Was it possible that the sister of the kingdom's ruler had penned a love letter to Cheng Xuemin? Alas, it was probably best to let it go. This was hardly a pleasant affair, and there was no need to cause discomfort for both families by creating a scene at Zhu Bobo's home. As Feng Jiayou entered the dining hall with Cheng Xuemin, she promptly addressed her mother, requesting the letter so that she could have a private discussion with Zhan Zhan at a later time. Since it was not written by Feng Jiayou, she was genuinely curious about its contents, which had almost provoked her mother to slap her younger sister. Fortunately, Feng's mother nodded and handed the envelope to Feng Jiayou, advising her, "Your sister Linlin has just returned, hasn't she? Zhan Zhan fears her greatly. You and Linlin have been close since childhood. Why not give the letter to her and let her handle it? Linlin is back in the city." Feng Jiayou's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's been years since I last saw her. I'll make it a point to find her." "Yes, she just returned. I heard that old Zhu is assisting her with employment matters." Feng's mother nodded, steering the conversation away from the love letter. Old Zhu's second daughter is quite audacious, daring to write love letters to unfamiliar men while still in high school, and even to the son-in-law of the Feng family. Feng's mother resolved to have a serious discussion with old Zhu regarding this matter. Zhu Lin is back. Does that mean that Feng Jiayou will be returning soon as well? Second sister-in-law Sun Wan inquired, her eyes gleaming with hope as she looked at her in-laws. Just like the Feng family, Zhu Lin had also been sent to the Yunnan Construction Corps, and now that she had returned, was it possible that her husband, Feng Jiayou, was soon to follow? Jiayou should be back soon. It shouldn't be a problem before the new year. Feng's father responded to his daughter-in-law. Recently, the youth from Yunnan had been returning en masse, albeit in batches, and his younger son, Feng Jiayou, had not yet returned. However, it would not be an issue for him to come back before the new year. We must expedite the arrangements for Jiayou's employment. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage when all the youth return at once. Feng's mother concurred, addressing Feng's father. I will find a way to handle this. The son's return to the city for work is undoubtedly a matter of great concern for Father Feng. However, the educated youth are gradually returning to the city, remaining at home and waiting for assignments from above. It is essential to leverage connections and nurture relationships. Upon hearing that her beloved husband might return around the new year, Sun Wan's heart brimmed with hope. Grandpa, Grandma, is Daddy coming back? Inquired her elder daughter, Feng Liqin, with palpable excitement. Yes, Daddy will be back in a little while. Sun Wan joyfully lifted her son, Feng Liwen, her face radiating happiness. That's wonderful. Daddy's coming home. Daddy's coming home. The older Feng Liqin, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed out with a bowl in her arms. Mom, I want to go out and play with my sister. The younger one, unwilling to be held, wriggled free from his mother's embrace, eager to chase after his sister. Sun Wan had no choice but to let him down, calling out, Feng Liqin, slow down. Watch over your little brother. Old Feng, Xuemin, I need to discuss something with you. Suddenly, Feng's mother glanced at old Feng beside her and then turned to Cheng Xuemin across the way. What is it? Old Feng asked, a puzzled expression on his face. And Cheng Xuemin also lifted his gaze toward Feng's mother. Mom, is it about what you just mentioned? What is it? Feng Jiayou had already begun to guess. When they returned from school that afternoon, her mother had teased her with hints, and now, self-assuredly, she speculated. Is it about Xuemin's article? Is it going to be published in October? Recently, it seemed her mother had been preoccupied with that very piece. Her mother was eager for it to be published. Yet the decision-maker at her workplace, Lu Xinwu, had expressed significant reservations, awaiting approval from higher authorities. It must mean that the approval had finally come. Indeed. Feng's mother beamed with a smile, announcing, the department has given the green light, and it can be published. Moreover, a prominent official has invited you, Xuemin, to the department for a meeting. The leader wishes to speak with you in person. The appointment is set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I will accompany you along with old Lu. Are you nervous about meeting the big leader? The following morning, Feng Jiayou helped Cheng Xuemin prepare, adjusting the Zhongshan suit borrowed from her father. After several rounds with the iron, the suit fit Cheng Xuemin quite well, making him appear quite dashing. It should be all right, he thought, though it would be impossible to claim he felt entirely at ease. After all, he was going to Zhonghai to meet someone he had only ever seen in newspapers and on the news. As for television news, Cheng Xuemin had yet to acquire even a black-and-white television, so he was unaware of the leaders who appeared on screen. Old Cheng, with such a polished appearance. It's no wonder my sister thinks so highly of you. As he stepped out, his sister-in-law, Feng Jiayou, happened to be leaving as well. Seeing Cheng Xuemin dressed in formal attire truly impressed her, prompting a playful remark about her sister. Uncle is truly impressive. Little niece Feng Liqin sat on the threshold, calling out to Cheng Xuemin, have you finished packing? When you meet the leaders this time, you must maintain a low profile. Whatever they ask you, just answer truthfully. Don't speak unless prompted. Feng's mother glanced at her son-in-law, nodding in approval. She had anticipated that her humble son-in-law, having just arrived in Yanjing, would be summoned by the department leaders. Don't be too nervous. You'll get used to it after a few more visits. Feng's father, pushing his bicycle ahead, turned back to reassure Cheng Xuemin. Dad, Mom, I understand. Cheng Xuemin nodded, his words few. Old Feng, what is the situation with your family? All out at once. In the front yard, old Qian, still washing up, revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth and asked incredulously. By the way, old Feng, that Li Qingchuan you mentioned last time. His mother has indeed launched a significant project. If your foreign language bureau intends to feature that piece The Wrangler, I can assist with the translation. Upon mentioning The Wrangler, old Qian applauded, praising the author Lao Su for elevating the protagonist's patriotic spirit to remarkable heights. No wonder Ding Ling, upon her return, dared to publicly critique and commend the work. That sounds splendid. I'll have the Bureau give Li Qingchuan a heads up to expedite the submission of the Wrangler. Encountering such promising news before even setting out, Feng's father was in high spirits. Old Qian, since you hold Li Qingchuan's the Wrangler in such high regard, you should write a glowing review of the author. Feng's mother joined in encouraging Old Qian to emulate Ding Ling and pen a review for her son-in-law. If this old fellow took action, it might create an even greater stir than Ding Ling's previous commentary. Huh, little Gu, when did you start praising Li Qingchuan? Old Qian queried, recalling that little Gu was affiliated with October, not Li Qingchuan's Yinjing literature. Although Old Qian spent most of his days at home, he was aware that the most intriguing topic in the literary circle lately was the rivalry between Li Qingchuan's Yinjing literature and Lu Xinwu's October. He had heard that Li Qingchuan's significant project was initially submitted to October but was rejected, only to be recommended to Yinjing literature, which then acquired a remarkable gem. Thus, logically speaking, Gu Xueqing, who went to October, should not be aiding Li Qingchuan in securing a review, right? It's not about favoring Li Qingchuan. It's a matter of fact. The Wrangler from Yinjing literature is indeed well written, and we at October cannot unjustly claim otherwise. Moreover, we at October will soon have our own significant project. It won't be inferior to Li Qingchuan's. Feng's mother, filled with pride, offered an early forecast. Huh, is that true? Old Qian's tone was laced with skepticism. Is the literary world truly experiencing such a renaissance? Can a significant project just be launched at will? Have these old fellows truly aged? Nonsense. Significant projects are not so easily realized. Old Qian, you ought to promptly compose a critique for Li Qingchuan. Both Ding Ling and Wang Meng have already submitted theirs. If you delay, Li Qingchuan might truly forget you. Feng's mother is going all out for her son-in-law, even employing provocation. Does Li Qingchuan dare to ignore this? Indeed, Old Qian has been spurred into action. The last time he launched a satellite, he did not even notify Old Qian in advance. And he had already been subtly nudged by Old Feng. Now, provoked further by Old Feng's wife, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Has Li Qingchuan invited you to the upcoming symposium?" Feng's mother incisively asked another question. The notion of Li Qingchuan hosting a symposium for his son-in-law was something Feng's mother only learned yesterday from her debt collector, and the date remains unconfirmed. However, that does not hinder her from bringing it up now to spur Old Qian. Even if Li Qingchuan were to extend an invitation to Old Qian, it would be a subsequent step, and Old Qian is surely unaware of any details at this point. Li Qingchuan is organizing a symposium for the herders? How come I was not informed? Old Qian genuinely had not heard a whisper about it. Has Li Qingchuan truly become so arrogant? To hold such a refined literary gathering and overlook Old Qian is indeed presumptuous. Perhaps it is because you have not provided a critique? If you neglect to critique him, who will remember Old Qian? Enough of this. Old Qian, swiftly put pen to paper and submit a piece to the literary report, allowing Li Qingchuan to recognize your voice and remind him. Surely, you would not disgrace yourself by confronting him at Yanqing literature, would you? I shall not write for him. Old Qian declared. In the future, let Yanqing literature forget about receiving any of my submissions. As for Old Feng, I shall no longer translate the herders. If Li Qingchuan wishes for someone to translate it, let him find another. After hearing Feng's mother's words, Old Qian could no longer contain himself. The fact that Li Qingchuan is hosting a symposium yet does not extend an invitation, nor even a heads up, is simply outrageous. Infuriated, Old Qian, who had initially volunteered to assist with the translation of the herders, has now rescinded his offer due to Li Qingchuan's publication at Yanqing literature. Xueqing was merely jesting with you, and you took it to heart. Feng's father sighed and shook his head, realizing the provocation had backfired. He even withdrew his promise to assist in translating the herders. However, it is true that Old Li is indeed planning to host a symposium for the herders, although the invitations have yet to be sent, and our Foreign Language Bureau has not received any definitive news. Nevertheless, Xueqing does have a point. Old Qian, you must take action and remind Old Li. We must not allow him to overlook you. If the symposium fails, not only will Old Li be embarrassed, but so will your reputation. Ultimately, it is simply a matter of urging Old Qian to promptly provide a critique for their son-in-law, reminding Li Qingchuan not to forget Old Qian. After all, Old Qian is currently idle at home, and there might indeed be an oversight, which would make for an amusing situation. How dare he? Old Qian retorted defiantly. Though deep down, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, pondering whether he truly ought to voice his thoughts. Do not take what the old couple said too seriously. Li Qingchuan truly forgot about old Qian, and whether his symposium will be successful remains uncertain. It is old Qian who has not been invited, and it is he who will feel embarrassed. Mr. and Mrs. Feng exchanged a discreet glance and said no more as they pushed their bicycles out the door. Success. With old Qian writing a review for you, Li Qingchuan from Yinjing Literature will surely go into a frenzy. Feng Jiayou, seated on the back of Cheng Xuemin's bicycle, whispered to him. This could indeed provoke old Qian. Cheng Xuemin nodded in agreement. When they first moved in, he was not fully aware of old Qian's significance. Now, he realizes with astonishment that such a heavyweight literary figure resides nearby. Nonetheless, it is merely a provocation for old Qian. How could anyone forget him when Yinjing Literature is hosting a symposium? It is highly likely that Li Qingchuan will personally visit old Qian to elevate the symposium's prestige. At that time, whether old Qian will show up or not is another matter entirely. Hehe. Imagine when old Qian attends the symposium and discovers that the author of Muma Run is none other than Xuemin. He will surely be taken aback. Feng Jiayou envisioned that scene, and it was exhilarating. Mom, could you let my brother-in-law give you a ride? Why do I have to walk? As they left, Mrs. Feng rode one bicycle. Mr. Feng took Feng Jiayou on another, while Cheng Xuemin accompanied Feng Jiayou on yet another. Now, as they reached the intersection to part ways, Cheng Xuemin dropped off Feng Jiayou, while Mr. Feng took a longer route to take her to Yanda for class. Mrs. Feng rode her own bicycle, insisting that her sister-in-law Feng Jiayou walk on her own. But Feng Jiayou was not having it. She insisted that Mrs. Feng ride her bicycle today, and that Mrs. Feng take Cheng Xuemin's bike instead since they were all heading in the same direction. It's not far from your school. Walking a bit won't kill you. How could Mrs. Feng allow her son-in-law to ride the same bicycle? How would that look? Then you can take the big guy, and I'll ride his bike. Feng Jiayou remained adamant, determined to claim a bicycle for herself. All right. You can walk today, Jiayou. I'll ask your brother later to get you a ticket for a new one. Mr. Feng understood his wife's little schemes. It was simply about keeping things under wraps. There was no way he would ride a bicycle with his son-in-law. Really? Dad, you said you'd buy me a new bicycle. I want a Phoenix brand. Don't you go back on your word. Feng Jiayou usually walked to school every day, and today she simply wanted to negotiate. She never expected to actually succeed. Really? Be careful on the road, Mr. Feng said with a loving smile. Yay. Thanks, Dad. You spoil her. If she wants a Phoenix bike, you'll just give it to her. If she wants a satellite from the sky, will you build one for her too? Mrs. Feng retorted humorously as she pedaled away on her bicycle. Keep it up. Cheng Xuemin hurriedly followed suit, while Feng Jiayou provided encouragement from behind. Instead of taking a detour to her workplace with Feng's mother, they headed directly to the very heart of Yinjing City, cycling for nearly an hour. It was only then that Cheng Xuemin and his companion arrived at their destination, where the majestic city gate loomed before them. Teacher Gu, you truly arrived quite early. Lu Xingwu had already reached the location and, upon spotting Teacher Gu and his companion from a distance, approached them while pushing his bicycle. Is this esteemed individual the author of the Herdsman, Comrade Lao Su? Lu Xingwu had only learned the day before that the two manuscripts Teacher Gu had arranged to discuss were indeed penned by Lao Su, the author of the Herdsman from Yinjing Literature. Li Qingchuan. His excitement was palpable. He could hardly contain himself, almost performing 2 somersaults in joy. Now, upon meeting the man in person, his enthusiasm surged even more as he stepped forward, extending his right hand for a handshake. Teacher Lu, I had the pleasure of reading your class teacher earlier this year. I have long admired your esteemed name. Greetings. Cheng Xuemin, not wishing to appear remiss, promptly extended his hand in return, smiling as he greeted him. Comrade Lao Su, please do not say that. You are the illustrious writer we have long admired since October. Come, let us converse as we walk. The meeting with the distinguished leader is scheduled for 10 o'clock, and we still have some time. I must have a proper discussion with you. Your manuscript has garnered significant attention from the esteemed leader.